Welcome back to the Blast Open Rotterdam, where we have necked up for the 5th day of action. Turtle, that is, except for Vu. He's a little bit of a trailblazer, a little bit of a renegade here on the style desk. Vu, why you got to see the neck for the world?
Mike, I can hear you a ridiculously loud volume because whoever stands here in the night shift is freaking deaf. Okay, they're deaf. Is it Dupree?
I think it's Dupree. Yeah. Former pros often deaf. You'll notice the same thing if you take a headset after Jacob, in my experience. Why do y'all go deaf?
I don't know what his excuse is. I think I'm born that way, Mike. I cannot see, I cannot hear, I can't do anything.
But you can yap, and that's what we're going to be doing a whole lot of today here on the desk, because there are more games to come. Action heating up as it has been. We'll look back at what we had yesterday. Some real surprises, some upsets, some bangers all the way through. It started with Liquid NIP.
Yeah, that was a fun game, you know, a good game of Counter-Strike, very competitive, back and forth. Liquid finally got a much needed W, dare say it, especially considered that you now bring in Melps to the lineup and you had a close fight versus NIP. For NIP's sake, though, I think it's fair to summarize their tournament as another, we almost got there, right? Snappy even said it so beautifully in the post-game interview with you, Mike, I believe that is, that he's so freaking tired of making the same mistakes over and over and over again. If there's anyone who wins the title as the most over-peaking team at this tournament, it'll be NIP.
I think if you look at NIP, their record says that they should be losing to Liquid most of the time, but if you look at the game they actually played, it was within their grasp. It was within their reach. They had the nuke absolute stomp. They go into Mirage. They have multiple chances to win it. I can understand why Snappy's really disappointed with that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's just frustrating as well, right? You have these inexperienced players. You're just trying to figure out how to translate the knowledge that you have, that Shush has, into the young guns, because that'll be the key to getting it over the line. But unfortunately, sometimes you just need a bit of time. And time is precious in our world of Counter-Strike.
Especially considering the VRS standing, the situation in terms of qualifying for the major. There's a lot of pressure on NIP right now. As Snappy also said, you know, it would have been a whole lot easier if they got 1, maybe 2 wins here at Blast. Now they really have to fight for it to make Cologne. So not a great showing here by NIP. Goes without saying, there's a lot of talent in the lineup, but they got to come together, as you said, Mike.
Speaking about our second game of the day, as we move on in, talent in the lineup, talent to surprise perhaps, NRG.CET taking the victory over MongolZ in 2-1 fashion. We'll do some praise for NRG.CET, because I know you guys are going to tear into the other side of things. Really beautiful showing there. Some serious pop-off moments, some great gutsy calls, some risky rotations that paid off for them. They played to win. They played balls out, and they were rewarded for it. Now, Jacob, you can go in on MongolZ.
Vu, do you want to be good cop or bad cop here?
I can be intellectually disabled cop.
Okay, go on.
I'm going to walk off the desk
I
for
think
this
MongolZ played really great CS. I think they played really amazing, and NRG.CET they were just the better team. MongolZ played perfect Counter-Strike, Jacob.
Oh, you're a dumbass. To be completely honest with you, I think MongolZ played some of the worst Counter-Strike we've seen MongolZ ever play. Doesn't take away anything from NRG.CET. Doesn't take away from the fact that they delivered more than we expected. I see what you were trying to do right here, Wu. To be completely honest, the way MongolZ lost that game yesterday, the amount of times they were in a 5v3, in a 4v2, in a round where I know we make a lot of fun about Falcons, you know, and all the minimap clipping. I'm not quite sure why the community is not picking up on MongolZ from yesterday and printing out, you know, a whole collage of minimaps where they fuck it up, to be completely honest, because they had so many opportunities in the game against NRG.CET to get it over the finish line, but they didn't, you know. And at the end of the day, as you said, Mike, got to give it to NRG.CET. They punished all the mistakes coming out of the MongolZ camp and got a very cool win, you know, and a win that puts them on the map.
Still, when you're losing double-digit, in the teens numbers of man advantages across a 3-map series, for a team like MongolZ that we normally expect to be dialed in those moments, to be polished, it's really abysmal. I mean, you heard it in the post-map interview as well, right? Cyclone, it was just it's disastrous. Let's be honest. It's a MongolZ that is on a slide in a way that we just don't expect from them.
Yes.
And they are really going to have to do some soul searching to find answers.
Also in the context of if this was in isolation, just one tournament, we'd be like, okay, you didn't show up here. You played horrible Counter-Strike, on to the next one. Pro League wasn't necessarily a positive either for MongolZ. Cluj-Napoca wasn't necessarily a positive either for MongolZ. As a whole, 2026 hasn't really been a great showing so far for MongolZ. So in the context of where they're at right now, this was no bueno.
Yeah, you're getting into a situation for MongolZ, you're expecting them to win tournaments, then they start to fumble it, and then they can't even get out of the... This is where they're the most consistent team in the world. Group stages, they can always make it to the playoffs, they can almost always make it to the semis, to the finals is a little bit questionable, they don't always make it there, but not only did they lose here, but they lost in depressing fashion. I mean, you mentioned it, 14 5v4s, 4v3s, 4v2s, lost in one series. On the bright side, they played a little better on map 3, which made me respect the way NRG.CET won, but the way they played on Inferno, that is a historically bad performance. That is honestly one of the worst ways I've ever seen MongolZ play in their history.
We do have to move on. I do say one thing. I can guarantee Brolin's never going to say he likes being in the lower bracket again in an interview, if I had to guess. Moving on, another big surprise, another team that's in trouble. Spirit toppled to Perivision. We know Perivision's good. We know Perivision's strong. I don't think any of us expected Perivision to absolutely spank Spirit like this.
No, I think that's the main takeaway, right? Because you're right, we know Perivision is a good team, and we did see Perivision beat Spirit, you know, in the very first tournament of the year with two identical lineup. You'd assume that ever since Spirit would have evolved, you'd assume that Spirit would have gotten better and maybe Perivision would have stagnated a little bit. That's not the case. To me, the most worrisome thing about this is the fashion Spirit are losing in. That was not a competitive game. That was not a close game. The same way they lost to Astralis as well, a Pro League in the playoff. What's up with, you know, Spirit all of a sudden losing games where they don't even make it close?
The scary thing is, you could always say Spirit was sort of the Donk show, maybe the Donk and Shiro show. I have never seen a game where Donk, he goes 2-point-something rating in a 13-3 loss. He goes 19-13 in a 13-3 loss. That is the Donk show, and nobody else even existed on the server except for Donk at that point. That is ridiculous.
Nearly as many kills as the rest of his team in that one. Kind of astonishing. We will move on for that one, but there's certainly something to diagnose for Spirit. Our final game of the day. This one back on expectations. Vitality toppling the Mongols, and holy flamesy cow, how they did it.
Oh, Flamesy's back. I say back. He's probably the best he's ever been right now. He's, without a doubt, in my book at the very least, we make a power ranking of the 3 best players in the world as of right now, or as of 26. Flames is within that ranking. He's doing one hell of a job, together with Saivu, obviously, together with the rest of Vitality. The main takeaway for me is not Vitality winning. I expected that. It's more so the Mongols pushing them on that second map to overtime. I think that was very, very impressive by Mongols, who continue to show great form.
I want to disagree with what you're saying about Flamesy, but I actually just think you're totally right. I mean, he's playing the best he's ever played, and not only that, but ZywOo is playing the best he's ever played. If ZywOo played the way he's playing right now for his whole career, there would be nobody saying he doesn't have cultural impact or he doesn't have aura. He's playing to such an insane level. It's insane to think that Vitality could top their previous year's performance this year if they keep this up.
Speaking of impact, let's just watch this flick. Let's just watch this flick. If you didn't see this yesterday, this is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
Mediocre.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm not gonna lie. The way Saivu is playing at the moment, you're right. He's at his absolute best, you know, and he's hitting shots that you normally wouldn't contribute to Saivu as well. Like this nasty flick where he has 1 frame to localize the player and then uses another 7 or 8 frames to kill him in that fashion. It's crazy to see that he's only getting better. And, you know, I think he took it to heart, the Dunk last year. You know, I know Saivu won, but a lot of people, including myself, thought that Dunk, as an individual, had a better year. I think Saivu was like, all right, I gotta show the world that not only winning 2 majors, not only getting all the MVPs that I'm basically participating in, if that's not enough to be considered the best, I have to just play outright better than Donk, and that's what he's been doing so far in 26.
Yeah, he has. I think anyone who was predicting after 25 that Vitality would get better was insane, but somehow they're doing it. Speaking of predicting, let's talk about Polymarket, the live prediction market of Blast Premier. We've got a lot of predictions here about Counter-Strike 2, things that could happen, things that may happen, things that you could wager will happen, or at least predict might come to pass. There's some crazy things in the world of Counter-Strike. I don't know if there's an option here for Vitality to get even better, but I do know there's one for Cash re-entering the pool here, Vu. You think it's going to happen?
I'm willing to fight over this one because I don't think Cash should enter the pool. It's too basic of a map. It's too simple. It's not. It's going to get figured out in 2 weeks.
Why do you hate North
not
America?
enter the pool.
Why do you hate North America?
See, isn't that funny the way you describe Cash? Because I agree with you, and that's why NA loves it, Mike.
Yes!
That's why NA loves it.
We're simple creatures. We like to shoot people in the heads, and we don't like to think too much about rotation and how the map works, and Cash is perfect for that.
Yeah, I would... I would love to see it re-enter. I think it's cool, you know, a bit of historical context. It's a good map. They can have one map, Boo. You know, you can have
Give
one
us
map.
one!
It's the best pug map of all time.
Yes.
Hands down, best pug map ever made.
Bro,
it's
Mirage,
just so good.
Mirage?
Better than Mirage.
Better than Mirage. I agree. I agree. I love a bit of cash. Always enjoyed playing a bit of cash. I don't know what that says about my own intelligence, but let's just say, when do we think it's going to come back in? I think after the major.
Never.
After the summer break? Yeah, after Cologne? Yeah,
After Cologne.
After Cologne, yeah.
Never.
Never?
Never. I hope never.
That's when I think it'll come in. If you agree with me, well, you can go to Polymarket and see what you want to say for yourselves. We're going to say that it's time to get in towards our matchup. Falcons huddling up, TYLOO on the other side. This one's got a lot on the line for the Falcons, who try and fly high, but we know the Dragons of TYLOO bring a lot of danger themselves.
Yeah, you do a good job not underestimating, TYLOO. I think that's a dangerous thing to do. However, I want to be completely honest again. I want to paint the picture for the viewers at home. If Falcons are not winning this game 2-0, that would be disappointing. If Falcons are not moving on, that would be disappointing. Don't take anything away from TYLOO. Still a work in progress. New player coming in 0, but you're Falcons. Like, you have to win this game. There's no discussion about it.
We'll be tapping more into that after this. you all settled into the tournament now? You've had a little bit of time to catch up with the team?
Yeah, it was overall it was a nice trip to here, but I don't know. Yesterday, or not yesterday, against Navi it was hard because I just landed and the insta went to studio and I insta played almost like in 1 hour. It was kind of hard, but now we practiced yesterday and it was good. So now I'm excited to just play against TYLOO.
What do you think about TYLOO?
TYLOO? I don't know. I don't know. We just won the one time, and I don't know about this team anything.
How's it going to go today?
Bro, I think we will win. That's it.
MongolZ, you've played Falcons before. Tough matchup for you guys last time. How do you think it's going to go today?
I think the same as last time. It's very tough game.
What makes them so hard to play against?
They are so good. They have MongolZ, Nico, and Kyosuke. Oh, everything is so good.
Sometimes it's as simple as that. They're just so good, man. They got stars out the wazoo. They shoot you. I mean, you hear the confidence coming in from Kyosuke. He thinks this one's going to be clean. Bro, he thinks this one's going to be good.
In all honesty, we don't have to paint the picture. I think both teams just did it for us. Kyosuke doesn't really know anything about TYLOO, and I love the honesty coming out of that. No need to pretending that that's a team you care about if you're Falcons, nor should you. That's a team you should beat, move on, never really see again if you're in the heads of the Falcons. So I get that. Whereas for TYLOO as well, as MongolZ said right here, it's going to be tough. There's so much firepower going up against him. Still a relatively new project as well for TYLOO. Sort of like we saw with MongolZ. You know, on paper, this should be a one-and-done game, but there's always a chance, man.
It should be. Let's focus on what Falcons should be doing here, right? Because now they've had 2 days to actually play with Kyosuke. They know that he's going to be playing. There's no more doubt about who we're going to have in the server. This should be the best Falcons we see yet at this tournament.
Look, Falcons said, you know, they don't want their players playing FACEIT. They want to play more team-oriented CS. I would be comfortable with them playing less team-oriented CS here. Get in the face of TYLOO. Show your individual prowess. Don't let them have time to set up and execute their game plan. Get in their face, interrupt those execs, and TYLOO should have no chance.
Theoretically, but it's always about setting those good forms, those good habits, those good practices. I know that I was talking to Kyosuke a little bit about it. He's watching more demos, he's watching more Skybox, he's getting in on the review a little bit more to try and elevate his brain as a player. This is a team where you don't necessarily know what to expect. You don't have as many data points, but you can still start to glean some things from what they might do.
Yeah, surely. And I think, you know, we often discuss, you know, how much effort do you put into scouting the opposition and how much effort are you putting into making sure your own game is as solid as possible. This is one of the games where if you're brutally honest, which I like to be, the Falcons shouldn't and probably will not care too much about TYLOO. Doesn't matter what they come with, doesn't matter what style of Counter-Strike they play, as long as they make sure they play up to their own best and make sure that they're comfortable on the server, it should be a landslide.
I will tell you one thing that's always going to be true, which is that G's always going to be thrilled to be in the server with MongolZ. If you're not familiar, he's described him as his idol many a time, so let's not waste any time. Let's hear from the duo. MongolZ, you're up against TYLOO. I don't know how aware you are of this, but G has at many points called you his idol. What do you think about that?
I saw it a lot of times, yeah. I talked to him as well. He's a nice guy.
And what have you guys talked about? What are you going to talk about in the server today?
What we're going to talk about on the server? I mean, what we talked about in real life, just about some things. We just also exchange jerseys, you know, in China. On the server, we're just going to talk about the game.
G, game against MongolZ today. You do love to play against that guy.
Yeah, for sure. It's my first time to play with Nico and MongolZ. And in past time, I never win one map. So today I want to win one map at least.
His idol in the server, always fun to play against somebody that you idolize, always fun to see, and it's going to give him a little extra motivation today as well, I think. In their last matchup, yes, it was a blowout for Falcons, but it was G who topped the board, and you know he's going to be trying to bring that same form back in.
The problem is this is a Falcons team playing against TYLOO. I think this is possibly one of the worst matchups for TYLOO, just like stylistically. You look at the way Falcons play, you look at the way TYLOO like to make things happen. You know, against FaZe, they ran their game plan. FaZe let them come towards them. They had lots of individual plays where they would, in the mid and late round, get in good positions and play out the round. Falcons isn't going to let them do that. They're going to get in their face, they're going to interrupt the execs, and MongolZ is just he's going to shut G down.
And I think that's a way to describe it, right? It would take something extraordinary from the TYLOO camp to come out and not only make the game competitive, but win against Falcons. So it's not that we want to, you know, kill all the fun and all the excitement before the game is heading up here, but we are looking at two teams, as you're describing as well, stylistically speaking, you know, in terms of raw firepower. There's so many things pointing in the direction of Falcons that it's very hard to find the one thing or the two things that TYLOO can do to change that conversation.
Well, we'll see if they can change the conversation in the veto. Here's the maps that we're going to play. Let's go ahead and roll it. Let's see what we've got. Reminder, they did match up last year in IEM Chengdu, and I have to tell you, this is going to be the exact same veto.
Well, there you go. Inferno is the ticket into this game. A map that TYLOO plays at a relatively high level, a map that they've been willing to pick against other opposition as well, and a map where Falcons, if you look at their results, it is such a weird thing, right? Because they've beaten FURIA, they've beaten Vitality, and then they lose to teams they're not supposed to lose to, and we saw them struggle at this very tournament on Inferno as well. It's almost like a bipolar relationship they're having with Inferno in that regard. So that's the ticket, that's the opening for TYLOO.
Yeah, if you want to have any chance for TYLOO to pick up a map, it is Inferno. It's the map where at the beginning of last year, when they had their upset victories, when they went to Fissure and had a great showing, they were winning on Inferno. More recently, towards the end of the year, when they were having their downswings, they struggled on Inferno. I think they're on a 6-map losing streak against top-tier opposition, against international opponents. I don't think that's going to change here, but if it is, this is where to do it.
This is also one of those maps where we talk about it. It's easier to sort of neutralize stars, maybe not shut them down entirely, but make their impact just a little bit easiar to handle.
Yeah, true, but there's so many to pick from. You know, you have 3 stars on the side of Falcons, so maybe you can make sure that csgo, who historically speaking is still relatively new to playing Inferno in his professional career, maybe you can shut him down. But then there's NiKo, then there's MongolZ. TeSeS even, you know, so far in this tournament has been the one player who stepped up as well. So there's just so much firepower coming from so many different avenues that it's very tough to see TYLOO, you know, finding that middle ground, you know, finding the key into the game. I think the layout of Inferno, you know, the fact that it's very hard to retake bomb sites could be an avenue for TYLOO if they're clean on their T side, if they're clean heading into the bomb sites, then maybe winning the 3v3s, you know, and winning the clutch scenarios, which historically also has been a bit of an issue for Falcons under pressure. So that may be a way of building up a bit of excitement, but I'm grasping for straw here.
If I can give an avenue, I think Na'Vi had a really good showing of how to win on their T sides. They didn't slow the rounds down. They played aggressive. They didn't, as the round progresses, I think you give a little bit of time for Falcons to activate their stars when Falcons are on the CT side. Na'Vi played quick. They played aggressive. They played poppy Counter-Strike, didn't allow Falcons to actually activate their individuals. If TYLOO has a chance, I think they were given a roadmap to do that.
Well, I can guarantee one thing, which is that Falcons are going to try and avoid getting another mini-map posted to Reddit. And we're going to try and get some clips on Reddit, courtesy of these two gentlemen, Henry G and Anders.
Yes, thank you very much. Welcome back to the Blast Open. It's Super Sunday, Anders. We've got some world-class Counter-Strike. Falcons taking on TYLOO. Feels like a 2-0 to me, but G said he want to get one map. Do you think they can post it?
I feel like there's a chance. I can see how it can work out. I still think we've only seen like half of what Jamyong could even do in this tournament so far.
Right.
I want to see more out of him. MongolZ, I think, has been very consistent. He's very good. Zero, I didn't know a lot about, but he's better than I expected. So I think they've got something that can work out, but I'm not going to lie. It will be a very, very hard game here for TYLOO.
Let's have a look at their results so far. TYLOO, they've lost to FURIA 2-0. They beat FaZe 2-1. Now, I'm not sure how much we can take away from that. FaZe looking pretty ropey right now, to put it lightly.
Yes.
And for Falcons, they beat NRG and lost to Na'Vi, who are looking very good right now. Bear in mind as well, losing to Na'Vi is when csgo just came into the tournament. I'm not sure what to expect today, but I am hoping for a bit of a show. I want to see fireworks going off on the server here. Historically, Inferno has been a bit of a problem for Falcons. It's one of their weaker maps, if you ask me. But the same can be said for TYLOO. They pick it a lot, but Jamyong, he always works towards this banana area, and he's always naded down to about 20 HP at the start of every single round.
He is an expert at it, though. I think you're right. Like, he has so much experience playing that position, but right now it looks like they're going to be going towards top mid instead. MongolZ on the one side, we got NiKo on the other, and TeSeS ready with a flashbang. Oh, that won't matter at all. The flashbang's in the air, but they're all dead in the middle. Jamyong with 2 cracking openings leaves TeSeS in the pit here. And he's going to buy some time. He has to just try and stay alive. The backup is coming, but it won't be there in time. Mercury has a great killer instinct on TYLOO there. Get rid of the pit player before the backup is there.
Is there any chance of this retake? I would say probably not. You have no kit, no utility, 4-on-2. TYLOO have burrowed their way on the bomb site here, and it looks like they might be peeling off already. Save the Kevlar, save the smoke. That's all you really can do. It's Jamyong with an emphatic start, Anders. It doesn't get much better than that. 2 beautiful headshots there with the P250. He goes down eventually, but his job was done.
That's all you wanted, right? The setup was cool though for Falcons. You could see the plan was going to play out. If that fight takes more than, you know, a millisecond, then TeSeS is ready with a flashbang going over. They can attack straight into the T's, but they just died so quick. The flash didn't even do anything at all. So great work. TYLOO on the board to begin with.
Yeah, I've casted a lot of Falcons games on Inferno. They never seem to win a pistol. Not much I could really do about that one, I'll be honest. Like Jam Young hitting those sort of shots, that's ridiculous. Nice move from Mercury as well, vaulting up the truck, getting himself a nice angle, isolating the duel against TSS and guaranteeing the round.
They're not a pistol team in general, are they, Falcons?
No, they don't need them.
They don't need them.
They'll be force buying in the second round here, and that's where things will get very scary indeed for TYLOO. Need to be able to convert this one. They are certainly the underdogs. It's Falcons who should be putting this one to bed quite comfortably. It's a lower bracket game, bear in mind as well. We expect to see the Falcons in the playoffs.
It would be shocking if we lost Spirit, Mouse, and Falcons. Like, it's just a lot to deal with. But yeah, I fully expect that they will win. Falcons, though, historically, maybe it's a little bit different nowadays, but they have a knack for losing games that they shouldn't. We have some terrible reminders of that. They mentioned the screenshots from Inferno.
I don't want any of that nonsense today. After the Mouse game yesterday, Anders, I don't think I've got any more vitriol left in my body.
you spent it.
I expended all of it.
I like that. Well,
I flushed it all out of my system.
I don't know. This Falcons team is strong. I think... Well, let's see. Let's see. Well, TYLOO will have to prove us wrong. A little bit like with 9C. I feel like, you know, they forced us to reckon with the fact that they were just a lot better than people expected. And that was a great experience. Not for Mouse, obviously, but from a viewership point of view, it was a lot of fun. TYLOO will have to do the same. There is a tiny investment here with the FAMAS as well. Armor on everybody else. The 5-7's obviously on this map. I mean, you have to get close to the corners, so the 5-7 is deadly.
On Inferno, that pocket rocket can do a lot of damage here. It's slow and tentative so far from TYLOO. 5 players heading towards A, though. They've shown a little bit of presence towards B at the start. CT's lacking vision, but they have stacked the A bomb site. It's going to be TSS and Nico towards that pit side. MongolZ and Keisuke trying to get the job done towards the arch. We'll see who strikes first blood. It's going to be TSS. MongolZ finding multiple kills here. Things getting uncomfortable now. 1 player remaining for TYLOO. It's Mercury. And the 9-Mess and Mario comes through. It will be the 5-7s coming out on top. They walk into the Lion's Den and they get mauled.
That feels like TYLOO probably could have invested some of all that time that they spent at top mid trying to put a little bit of pressure on B, just so you find out what's going on.
You had Mac 10s and stuff as well, right? You could have sent a scout player in to just work out what you're up against, but yeah, wasn't a great second round.
Look at TSS, though. Really cool. I think he gets at least 1 more kill in this one.
Oh, last bullet kill there on the FAMAS.
3 for TSS with the 5-7.
That's a shame. TYLOO don't even get a plant. They'll be back to the force by now themselves.
That's why they don't need pistol rounds.
I guess you're right. So, trying to make the way through Banana. It's actually looking quite promising here. We have got another player in reserve. That's going to be Nico. What a player he is. A lot of damage inflicted, but still a 4-on-3 advantage for TYLOO. I'd say generally speaking, though, Falcons should be comfortable to still convert this one. They need to try and recover some rifles here. I think there's only an MP9 available to them. They have got a Galil for G.
Yeah, even if it's a 4-on-3 here, the damage on the Mercury and Zero make it very hard to get onto a bomb site. Jiggling here is Nico. How do you get past that? Smoke us up. He's a little bit late on that one, and MongolZ does go down. How did they do that? He has 100 health. He wasn't low on health, MongolZ. He just died so quick. Must have been 2 people spamming him at once, and that just removed everything. Now the bomb's going to be planted, and you almost wonder, unless they could find some very fast kills here. I think TSS is not moving out of the bomb site yet. They don't have a kit either. Well, there's one on the site, but I think it'll probably be better to save the rifles here.
Falcons going to be kicking themselves there. Went for the all-in maneuver.
Yeah.
Brute force down Banana. Battling through smokes, and they were going for the spams as well. You could see the problem. The MP9 dumps the mag through the smoke. Has to pull out the 5-7. Then it's a even battle at that point against the Tech 9s. Overwhelmed. And the round is given over. You're right, though. They do save an AK and an M4. Not all is lost, but that's not the round they wanted to give up. We're going to see it go 2-1 as the war of attrition continues here. It's Nico and TSS to save. Nice work from TYLOO.
Tell you what, Henry, if you filter the stats by the top 20 alone on Inferno CT side Banana, Keisuke is the best Banana player in the world. But if you go to the top 40, it's Jam Young.
Okay, those are some good and interesting stats there. I'll be honest, Keisuke, I've always felt like he seems to struggle at Banana when I've seen him. Maybe I'm wrong. I felt like him and Kicksan, it's always felt like It's a bit of an issue.
Bit ropey.
Bit ropey, but yeah, I'm willing to see how this one develops.
Well, maybe he could give us some of that flavor right here.
Because it was a map historically KySuke never played. Like on Face It, I think he had 0 recorded plays on it over like 4,000 games. So when he came into Falcons, had to learn the map. But let's see how he gets on today.
Maybe he could prove that out. That would be great. But I still think that the X factor here for this game, if they're going to take a map, it has to be Jamyang.
Yeah, sure.
Like we've seen, you and I especially, you've seen what he could do on land. He did in Belgrade. It was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, he got MVP at Fisher Playground, right?
Need more of that. We need that version of Jamyang today.
Well, time will tell. Very important round here for both teams, financially speaking. See, the money's not too bad at the 2 saved weapons here for Falcons. Get themselves 3 rifles in total, make it 4 with the FAMAS in the mix as well.
That's smoke that landed inside of the building.
That's a CT smoke, yeah.
From CT spawn, yeah. KySuke, well, not living up to the hype this time.
This is what I've seen from him a lot.
Okay.
That's what I normally see. Him and Kixan going too aggressive, and that's normally the outcome whenever I've cast them.
Another L for the stat cells, then.
Yeah, maybe.
Kixan's up here. Strong position, potentially, but a lot less so when you're the only person on the site. NiKo is crawling on over this time. They have no utility really on the CT side, especially not at this bomb site.
Oh, okay, missed smoke. Maybe body blocked, I think.
Yeah, did look like it. Okay, boost on up. No smoke for CT spawn. NiKo good for the double. That seems like it's not necessary. He'll pick up
Rounds
3
on.
kills. The round is right back on again. It's a long spray for MongolZ, but he will pick up the kill onto G. And Jamyang is so low on health. What could you really do? He's planted the bomb here with the Galil in his hand. He's trying to crawl away, but he can't be allowed to escape. And Tessus, he will find him.
Well, there it is. The body block on the smoke sets up NiKo for a massive round there. Gets himself 3 kills in total. MongolZ was there. Spray from way downtown at that AK-47. Jamyang with no health to clutch out. Gets the bomb planted, enables another buy going forward. We tie things up at 2-2. Let's have a look at this one. They're expecting to have at least some cover as they crossed over towards spawn, but nothing was there. NiKo does very well indeed. MongolZ almost loses control of the spray there, but finds that penultimate kill. Nice! Nice indeed, boys. Needed NiKo to shine. His first 3 kills in the game. Finding their second round on the board. As mentioned, there is money there available. They love to battle towards Banana, towards Jamyang at the front of the pack. This time waiting for the initial exchange of utility. The smoke does land bottom of Banana this time, just to note.
Yeah. Can't put it inside of the buildings.
So, again, KySuke will be pushing out, getting that information at Banana, but it's going to be the arch side where TYLOO are focusing their efforts.
Ooh, this is going to be tricky, but with the right flashbang going over, you can do some real damage to these A defenders. Molotov, that's deep in the corner as well. I like it. They don't have to check that corner, but they will have to fight MongolZ. He will get only the 1. Tessus again doing work. Now he's got the AK instead of the 5.7. He finds one more. Jamyang goes down. What an absolutely rock-solid pit performance from him. 8-1.
8-1 right now. Unreal from Tessus. G, think you're done for. And there it is. The financial tug-of-war comes to a close. Falcons coming out on top after losing the pistol, find themselves the 3-2 advantage on the CT side of their opponent's pick. And you're assuming this is an eco. There's no real loss bonus to speak of. I think we're at $1,900 per player for TYLOO. So it has to be a full eco, Anders. You hate to see it.
Yeah, I think this is where Falcons can start to get a lot of momentum. It's such a luxury to have somebody who feels comfortable in the pit. It does give a lot of opportunities for the rest of the team.
NiKo was hunting for kills there. He wanted to be part of the action, but Tessus is mowing them all down there. And this is what I'm talking about. It's kind of Yekindar style for KySuke. Always getting stuck in, always looking for the battle. It's fine. I don't mind it, but definitely can be scary at times.
Yeah, but it works. You're going to get a lot of kills and reward for it, but when it doesn't, you're really going to get punished.
Yeah, and you leave Kixan alone with an SMG on the bomb side. That's where things seem to fall apart. But they have full control right now. Double AKs towards this B side of the map. If they do want to peel a player off, that is an option. You can just maintain control with the utility here. But the problem is you won't have much blocking utility if you want to hold on to this aggressive angle. You've got the 1 minute mark right now. Do you want to drop another smoke down towards T-steps? That's the question. Just trying to play for info here. So yeah, got to hold on to the smoke until he needs it. As soon as he spots one, he'll deploy it probably at the half wall. There it is. Spotted, surely. Yep, half wall smoke. Job done. They probably run through it. And he's going to be ready to spray them down.
Yeah, almost feel like they should have, but we'll see.
Oh, be careful when he spams. You're going to run out of bullets.
Yeah, running out of bullets. You hate to see that.
It's not worth it. You know their eco.
Yeah, the reward is
Just
you maybe
you
kill
come
some
for
Glocks.
Glocks.
Yeah, in the smoke, like that's it.
Like, I get it, like, they're behind that smoke and there's a chance you can kill them through it, but, like, now you've given them a bomb plant and a couple of rifles. They can win this round.
They absolutely can, and they still might. Jam Young, he almost had that triple. Could you imagine what would have happened there?
Just relax on the sprays. It happened in the second round as well.
Yeah, leave the smoke shooting to Kaspersky. He
is the god of that. Oh, especially when they got Glocks as well. Like, you expend all your bullets, and that's their cue to go. That's when they know you're vulnerable.
Yeah.
Nice work from Jam Young, don't get me wrong, but didn't have to be that uncomfortable.
Quad kill for Jam Young.
Very expensive round for Falcons against 1 Deagle and 4 Glocks. They need to tighten things up.
Ooh, okay. Tessus on a bit of a heater, it seems like. 5 maps, 125 rating. I do like that. It's a good bit of info. He's certainly living up to that at the moment. Still seems to be playing very well. He was playing well on the one ancient game that I remember from Falcons so far. Bullying people in the cave. That was a lot of fun to watch.
This kid just loves it, doesn't he? He's just on the front lines every single round.
He missed the whole first day of the tournament, Henry. He's got to get back in, you know.
Making up for lost time, I suppose.
He wants a little bit of action. The desk did say they wanted to see, you know, Falcons throw away some of the routine and maybe just try and fight them straight up here. He's traded out, though. It's MongolZ to pick it up. Jam Young's out of the round, but Kixan can't stand up to it. Zero. He's been impressing us so far. Another bomb plant.
It's not even really a setup they've got going on. It's just like they're caught with their pants around their ankles again. And that's exactly what I described. These are the games, like you saying he's the #1 rated banana player. Like, I find it hard to believe because I've got so many games where this is the exact outcome almost every round. You get too aggressive, take a lot of damage, caught in a bad position, there's no crossfire, there's no util down, and you just get blown out the water. Kixan normally left alone, who can't find multiple kills. Early days, but I've seen this so many times before.
I think it's fair what you said, though. Not even a setup. Not even like a, okay, you do this, and then I'll do this, and we'll follow off each other. That doesn't seem to be the case at the moment.
I think they just assume they're like, we're going to outskill them, we're going to outclass them, we'll be able to hit our shots, but you've got to respect TYLOO. They hit very hard.
Yeah. It's one of the things that's pretty much always been true for Chinese Counter-Strike is they shoot really hard.
Well, now you've got the MongolZ. What you need to do at this point, and is send MongolZ over there to start dissuading them from heading on this side of the map. He needs to go over and set up the turret, go for the opening kill. That's how you kind of neutralize things over there, because this is not going to go well if they just keep losing HP at the start, not having great setup. So I think with the tactical timeout, oh, it's a tech pause. Either way, I feel like MongolZ needs to go over there and just kind of scare them off from Banana. They're having way too much freedom on that side of the map right now.
It does seem like it. It's not really been working out. TYLOO, such a big opportunity for Falcons in that previous round. They did win it, obviously, when Jam Young got the quad kill. It was Falcons that won that round, but still, it was very expensive, and it's put them in an awkward position. Falling low on the grenade. You can do Tessus has got no utility at the moment at all, so... is interesting. Oh, he's pushing all the way up in the hallways. That's very, very aggressive. He might catch someone here.
Honestly, behind him in the AWP. Feel like this is a shot he hits all day long. They're trying to bait it out. Nice teamwork here. Tessus can't hold on, but the smoke will allow MongolZ to survive. Mercury upgrades to the AK-47. Maybe it is like, right, guys, maybe we should just go back to Banana.
That's been working.
It has been working quite well.
Had the success, and it might be even more so now, because I think it's just Kixan who's on the other side of this. Kisuke has walked back towards Arch. He is at least 10 seconds away from rotating back. If they try to go through now, the timing couldn't really be any better there. Nice incendiary, though. Kixan trying to hold on. He's got another one picked up. Ooh, but they're right in front of it. They should push this. All right, they're not going to get a better chance than this. Smoke is up towards CT spawn, and they are going to be rotating through Banana on the defense to try and help out here. The bomb is around the corner, so they're not going to get caught on that. But I'd love to see a fast bomb plant here for TYLOO because time is running out. There's 3 people from Falcons running up Banana as we speak. Kixan gets caught not waiting for the teammates, and now they're smoked off. I hate this.
He goes to the hero play, trying to deny the plan, but they were more than ready for it. The retake begins here. Kisuke will do what he can. Not much found, and it's going to be a convincing finish here as G finds both the headshots, and it's going to be another round 1 over towards that B bomb site. It was looking so good there. That was, what, a 5-on-3?
Yeah, they were looking, well, for a second, yeah, and then Tessus died, I guess. But still, I think Kixan threw one incendiary. He went back to go another one, and when he came back to the corner, they were already there, and it's panicked.
I think you're right, though. The fact that he tries to deny the plan, it's such an all-in maneuver. Like, if you get it, great. It looks fantastic. But if you die like that, they're aware of that prospect. The round's pretty much over. The crossfires are going to be set up. It's a very difficult bomb site, we all know, to retake, and TYLOO applying the pressure. So yeah, 5-on-3 to kick things off. Yeah, a trade did come through, but this maneuver was not the one. IMO. But you, like you said, you had 3 players coming through. You could have pinched the bomb site so nicely there. Let them plant. You didn't have to win the round there. It wasn't like there was 3 seconds left on the clock. There was plenty of time to plant.
Yeah, G can follow up that position. He doesn't have to worry about the church side at all. He's just focused on who's coming in from Banana. It's a much better position. Yeah, 4-4 now. And because of that previous quad kill from Jam Young, Falcons are low on money, out of money.
Absolutely. Like I said, need to tighten things up here. TYLOO can hit just as hard as you, especially if Jam Young and G are firing on all cylinders, which seems to be the case. Got a game on our hands here. This is the pick of TYLOO. All for MongolZ.
They forced together something here. I guess it's not the end of the world, but 2 MP9s, utility a bit lower than I would have liked.
Sending 3 players over towards B this time. Maybe just drop off some util. That's exactly what Nico does.
Let's see if they're going to remain aggressive on Banana.
Boosted up is MongolZ. And Banana is the objective once again. Jam Young more than willing to take these battles. Nice grenade. Okay, we've got a crossfire this time, Anders. We've got Nico coming in as well. Used to play Banana himself. Gonna be boosted up once more.
Yeah, TYLOO aren't really investigating any other part of the map, so
Needs to body block that.
maybe they just go for it.
Didn't do it.
Doesn't quite do it. You're right. He was thinking about it, but a second too late. Minute on the clock, and they're going to be punching through. They don't care about the smoke. They're trying to run into it here. Kisuke on the one side. He does get a kill, but Zero will double it up, and the entire defense is wiped out. In spite of the fact that that's like, what, a 3-ray crossfire, technically?
Still so surprised MongolZ hasn't come to this side of the map yet.
Yeah.
It really is an issue. Whenever they've gone A, we're getting multiple kills, highlights from Tessus, opening frags. Every time TYLOO go towards B, it seems like open runway. Sure, this was a weaker buy, we'll give them that, but yeah, once again, very convincing. Yeah, 3 CTs ready and waiting. It's going to have to be the save once again.
Yeah, maybe even to just highlight that, like, because Tessus is playing so well in the pit, it would give you more room.
Yeah, a bit more freedom for sure.
Great, like, maybe they will catch on, but honestly, 5 rounds already for TYLOO. We're getting a little bit more of the Jam Young that I kind of wanted to see. I still don't think we're anywhere near what he can do.
He's not in his final form yet,
No.
that's for sure. But they've got the game in the palm of their hands right now. They've got all the money, the momentum. They're exploiting weaknesses. Now you know they're going to have to start bolstering that BD bomb site, and that's when you start hammering it home at A.
Yeah.
You're trying to condition them now to change things up. They're trying to pull MongolZ on that side of the map. What's the plan here? MongolZ, AWP, does he get boosted again? He heads towards A.
It could be thinking about it. Exchange of grenades.
Aggressive, of course, and more of the same.
They boosted on top of the wall to catch Kisuke. That is very impressive. That's such a fast execute on that boost.
How many times are we going to run this play, though? One flash and Kisuke running around, like, it's not working.
Yeah. You said it before we even got into the map, that you were worried about that, and It's pretty much played out like that ever since.
It's a partial by round, but one that was winnable. When you got a MongolZ AWP as well, give him something.
Yeah, I guess when he's AWPing middle and you died that fast on Banana, there's not a lot of time to him to play with. Like he has to move around. You've got to be more worried. I think they were pushing down middle as well. They were caught a little bit there, but it's a 5-on-3. 2 at the B-bomb side.
Maybe Nico can save the day with his Desert Eagle. Time will tell.
We've seen it before. Not this time. Jamyoung cuts him straight down. Kicksan back here. Attempted to do something, but it's a triple kill for Jamyoung.
Oh, the hunt is on. I don't know if MongolZ can survive this one. Mozia is hearing everything here. He'll be calling for the troops.
Could he catch him jumping up? Ooh.
MongolZ didn't spot him, so
he is dead.
he is absolutely dead.
They've got a Molotov as well. They can put all the pressure in the world, or just do it the old-fashioned way. TYLOO, one of those teams that, you know, sometimes there's too much time in the calendar where we don't get to see them play at some of these bigger lands, and I really want that. I think it's a lot of fun. I'm never bored watching a TYLOO game. Obviously, G's a real character, but again, I just think people underestimate how strong mechanically Jamyoung is. And it's also, in fairness, it's because there are some tournaments where he sort of disappears, but...
Well, that's the thing. It's
when he's back.
Consistency issue for him. When he's on, it's unbelievable. When he's off, it's very noticeable. Right now, looking great. Here we go, then another gun round. We're getting aggressive. Going to be boosting up this time in the half wall. Smoke down. You can see TYLOO not taking the initial battle this time. It's going to be more of a slow-paced default. Left Kicksan alone in towards B. Going to try and send 4 players over towards the A side of the map. Smoke down Arch.
Okay. A little bit of pressure being applied. Smoke takes a long time to land, but eventually does get to Arch. 4 people on the A side, though. We'll see if TYLOO just end up back at the B bomb side. I feel like until Falcons fix that B defense, it's almost worth it to just kind of keep hammering it. Maybe you can start with different looks. You can get there in different ways, but you know, Falcons are not going to be happy about the way that this is playing out.
Looking for 6-6 right now. Kicksan feeling the pressure, calling for the backup. The young gun will make his way over. So isolated, needs something, some util. There it is, good flashbang and nice follow-up. Finally, an advantage here towards the B side of the map. They're showing they've had so far. Round not done yet, 5-on-3. Plenty of money in reserve. TYLOO will definitely be going for this one with 25 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they must try, but I don't see them breaking through. 20 seconds, trying to get out of the apartments. One player on short with the AWPSG. Tessus, he's pretty much been unstoppable. Whenever they go towards the pit, he's there, ready to take at least a couple of kills. He's up to 11 now, and they're going to back on out. They realize not enough time here. And you know what? The one round where that top Banana defense works is one where they throw flashbangs and play a bit more passively and help each other out, Henry.
Yeah. No, that was quite nice, actually.
Wouldn't you know?
Arriving in the nick of time. The flashbang was absolutely everything. You could see Kicksan motor-mouthing the comms, saying, I need a flash, I need a flash. csgo was there to deliver. Gets the double kill. As I said, their best sequence on that side of the map so far. We had the Nico 3-man spray down as well, but that was them on a force buy. 6-6 would be fine on the CT side. Like, this is not too troublesome for Falcons. You just expect them to be dominating this sort of matchup, to be honest.
There have been a couple of moments, I feel like, where it's been a bit frustrating because you know they could do better, and they seem to be... Maybe it is just overconfidence, like Kicksan jumping over to try and...
I think that's it. They're trying to disrespect their opponents and trying to assert their dominance, and I get it. It's just like you'd like to see cleaner CS as you go deeper into this tournament.
Yeah.
Because you will be punished by the big boys with this over-aggression, but so far so good. Like we said, 6-6 won't be too bad. We've got the AK-47s now in the hands of MongolZ and Nico.
We're about to find out what they could do here. Last round of the half, and quick up middle. Banana, just a bit of a fight here. Jamyoung He had a clean view, it looked like, but couldn't find the shot onto Kixan. They're already at the arch position. They are running. I think Nico's going to be so surprised. He's heard the footsteps, though. I don't think he believed it. I think his ears told him someone's coming. His mind thought, no way, they're already at that position.
Kixan should do well here. I don't think they'll be expecting a second player. I tell a lie. Zero, gunning them down. Wow, what a sequence that was. Gets himself a hat trick. That's surely enough to win this round. It's TYLOO.CET and MongolZ remaining. And the B-bomb site is wide open. Look at the plan they've got available to them.
Well, they're controlling the library as well. You can see emojis here.
There was a stat that came on the screen. 7 of their bomb plants so far in this half have been at the B-bomb site. I guess that makes it 8 now.
Yeah, why wouldn't they? It's been so successful, but this was such a cool idea. I love these rounds where you can tell that it's simply the timing that's throwing off the defense. NiKo heard them. It looked like, again, he wasn't ready, even though his ears were clearly telling him something was up. Here we go through the smoke. TYLOO.CET's already gunned it down. Zero. He's found another one. He's almost picked up the ace towards the end. Sick round from Zero. 7-5 in favor of TYLOO.
You ever dream?
Sometimes big, sometimes no.
Sometimes big.
Yeah,
What's a dream that you have?
I forgot.
What in the world?
Don't pull the trigger, bro. Put it down.
Time's ticking. Dogs out. Clashes and kills them off. Call him the Kalashnikov. Always reliable Russian rifling.
The target in the back is untouched. Round 1, that's 0. Rez, are you confident you can beat that?
Yeah.
All right, let's see what you got.
Okay, there we go, there we go.
Wrong, unfortunately. And what is this jacket, Pimp? Come on.
What do you mean?
It's... okay.
No, break it down for us. All right.
Yeah, the jacket is really yellow.
Okay. It's even more yellow. He pulls it off, though. He pulls it off, I feel like.
So guys, I'm falling asleep slowly. We need to finish this in 4 maps, I mean. Okay. Wake the fuck up! Wake up, man! Let's go, guys.
I want to be there for you. To fucking make history.
I'm going to have to sit in this arena and feel the atmosphere for this Falcons Vitality game because, man, this is getting crazy out here in Hong Kong. 2 games left, and then we wrap it up and hopefully we come back because it's been an incredible week.
Hey, my name is Kerrigan. I'm currently the IGL for FaZe Clan, and today we're doing some map analysis. The game we're looking at is Liquid versus Heroic. So first of all, you want to always play for some mid control, or at least throw some mids as the CTs. And most of the time, you actually are going to play 2B.
You already wiped the server with them, but now if you want to wipe your something else with Vitality's logo, you can, courtesy of this custom-made toilet paper. Now, keep in mind there is a Falcons logo in there somewhere, so you might need to be tearing out every, like, 8 sheets.
Yeah, I'll take care of it.
What does they call it? They call it Little Coup.
A little coup? What does they call a force buy?
A force buy is still a force buy, but they call it Le Force.
Le force. What does they call full save?
I don't know, man. I didn't do any calls.
Stop trying to coach me. Start following my calls.
Ha! Be careful. Last time I said it, they made me an IGL.
Is this how roster changes happen?
Rivals, Hong Kong champions. I present to you the best team in the world. Bask in their glory. This is FURIA.
Welcome back to Blast Open Rotterdam. You join us with the Group A lower bracket between TYLOO and Falcons. It was an interesting battle in the first half. Lots of aggression with the Falcons, but didn't necessarily work out. It's 7-5 in favor of TYLOO on their map pick. I still feel Falcons bring this one back, but we'll see how the pistol goes, Anders. On the T side, they got themselves 2 smokes, 4 flashes, and we're heading over towards B.
We are, like we said, Falcons not a big pistol team, so maybe...
No, not really.
Not really. It's not where they do their best work.
You can see them setting up a flash from the T steps to enable the swing towards the half wall. I don't think they'll need it. Feeling like there's no pressure being applied at all. So it will be the B execution.
So I've criticized this smoke in the pistol round, but at least he's got the dualies, Henry. So if he puts down the smoke and just fights them as they're coming through, because I think Falcons will run through this smoke like they always do, then maybe the dualies could make the difference here. We're going to find out.
Here comes the util.
Waiting for it now. Smoke goes up. Ooh, it's very early. Will that really put... They've already thrown in their smokes. What a timing for MongolZ. If they don't run, then they waste everything.
He gets 2.
Here we go. Oh, what a flashbang. Wow. Sets it up. They do come through the smoke. That is a very nice grenade from the Falcon side of things. And now the retake is made all the more difficult. They don't have the defuse kit. They got to get past Kixan here. Glock in perfect range. He's got some teammates with him. But Mercury, he takes him down without even a challenge. Jamyang does get a bullet to the face. Mercury continues. And now Nico, feeling the pressure from CT spawn as well. Nico turns around.
Bloody hell.
Oh my God. He slaughtered them. MongolZ with the last one, but that was such a slap in the face.
That was almost a classic Falcons moment there. 5-on-4 advantage. Taken down 1 by 1 on the retake. No crossfires.
The people at home are ready with the screenshot.
Yeah.
I've got it.
Thankfully, Nico was there to save the day. Convincing close from MongolZ as well. Ooh, a bit dicey. Not comfortable.
It's such a fun challenge, though, when he puts down that CT smoke, because, as you pointed out, Falcons had already thrown their smokes.
Yeah.
So if they don't do anything, if they don't run through the smoke, that also feels like such a waste.
So we have got the force buy here. Falcons were able to win their second round force buy on the CT side. We'll see if TYLOO can replicate that success. MP9 for Mercury, 5.7s elsewhere. We already discussed how powerful the 5.7 is on a map like Inferno. Got themselves some smokes. Dropped off some util like that. You can see in the picture-in-picture. Thank you very much. 3 HEs available over towards B.
You can land decoys on them to blow them away, Henry.
Yes, you did go in the lab and find out, didn't you?
Well, I had my minions find out, but all the same.
You can, just as we saw, Jamyang can keep nading half-off in that position.
Yes. Could be worth it, but unfortunately Falcons are very far away. Not going to get naded anytime soon.
If anything, though, him throwing like multiple HE suggests there's multiple players there. So even if it does no damage, you're trying to send them into this A stack.
It's working so far. MongolZ is playing very close and that smoke going up. Are they going to try and boost over it? Okay, so he's really signaling here with the MP9. Selling the idea. You heard him run back towards Arch. You've heard the MP9. Maybe you won't check that close corner. Tesses wants to go back in the pit where he was in this first half, but Zero takes him down. Kixan flashed, but still with the kill. 20 seconds on the clock, but they're making great work of this. They do walk into the stack, which could have been a bit dangerous, but they make it out just fine. Okay, that is actually a really cool shot. Bomb planted. Nico's low. I suppose if they find him right now,
that grenade can work.
Could be deep enough. Oh, it goes to the wrong side, but look at the health here. Kizuke on 13, Nico on 11. Kixan, the healthiest of all of them. Kit's up there. It's a really good little pitch, but unfortunately, I think they realize it's not worth it. They might not know how low they are as well, so they decide to wait.
Just playing to contain now. You know they're low, you know you've done damage, just don't let them leave the bomb site. They're going to have to try and vacate here, and they'll be up against the MAC-10, which should be getting maybe all 3 kills. 1, 2, and the third. Yeah, still a pretty good round, and you're going to save that AK.
It's a quad kill.
It's a pretty hollow victory there for Falcons in the end.
It's actually a great call.
Yeah. You farmed a load of money. Does enable a GAWP going to this first gun round with 2 kills from the MAC-10. Can drop it over. So yeah, you get the round over the line, but you're feeling a little bit tentative going forward now. Very important first gun round here. Does very well, MongolZ. And as I said, this is why you're feeling a bit scared. You got 4 Galils in the first gun round. Oh, it's going to be no investment really at all. It's going to be just the...
Interesting.
AKC. I thought they'd force again with all 5 going down, to be honest with you.
Yeah, with the AK as well, MongolZ could have dropped an M4. They could have had one on either side. Oh, might be enough, though. What a shot to begin with. Flash around the corner. They put up the smoke as well. Got to be careful. He's already very tagged up. I'm a little bit surprised that MongolZ's sticking around. Might be worth throwing this over, yeah. Even though, yeah, Jamyang's got the armor as well. I was going to say, you've got to find someone with armor. Mercury's the only one without any armor here. 4 people at the A-bomb site. AK is on this side as well. This could get very interesting for Falcons. Losing all 5 players coming into this round with Galil's. They're hiding in the smoke in the middle. It's going to fade. Are they ready? Falcons, what a surprise! There's an army waiting inside.
Don't even need the weapons, it seems. That saved AK. The pounds through the smoke has left them in a 5-on-2 advantage here. An absolute nightmare. It's down to NiKo, Kisuke to try and pick things up. They have got some open runway in towards B, but the boost is perfect. I don't think you see this coming.
He's even crouching back there to make sure they can't easily spot him out. It's such a great move, Jam Young. 3 kills in the round. That AK got delivered to him, and he absolutely made it work. You have to appreciate what a sick call it is to put 3 people in the smoke in middle and just wait for it to fade out. In a round where you know they're not going to have the HEs to blow them open. Like, there's not a lot of utility on the T side there.
Still so shocked they didn't even purchase into this round. You got all 5 kills. You had like 5k left over. You could have dropped an AWP if you really wanted to.
Sure.
They took the eco and still win the round without even dropping a player. That's insane.
They steal another AK, 2 Galils. They're going to be so rich very quickly here. Falcons are actually in some trouble right now.
Oh, yeah, for sure. This is financial ruin. They're going to have to force buy back themselves, and it's Deagle's armor. No helmets. 1 flash.
Falcons on the T side. I mean, it's not either that far behind, but we know that this is a team that can crumble under the pressure. They shouldn't. But they do.
Yeah, this would be a historic upset. Falcons go crashing out in the group stages against TYLOO.
G just wanted to win a map.
It's looking pretty good for that already.
But again, the mental for Falcons, what happens? That's the issue. Even going into the next maps, you never know. See if they can make it past this round without any real significant damage here for TYLOO. They've got an enormous opportunity to really add to the funds on the CT. They're already pretty rich, but it's going to be so much better if they don't have any casualties here. Grenade hardly touches anybody. G at the corner. Oh, what a shot from Kixan. That's beautiful. Turns and now focuses towards the pit. Mercury. He actually could have got shut down. It'll be Qsuke to follow it up. And G0, you've got to stay alive here. Back up his goal. Oh my god, NiKo!
Okay.
It looked like he was running to take that shot.
Getting a taste of their own medicine. It's the pistols coming out on top there. They recover their fallen AK-47s as well. It's a beautiful round there from Falcons. That's what they needed. That probably saves them the map. 4 players surviving as well. NiKo with a crazy shot from way downtown.
Yeah, I'd love to see that from his point of view. They were so hungry to fight Zero there.
Yeah, I think he was jump peeking for information. They spotted him, and he gets his head ripped off. NiKo, hungry for more here.
Why not? All right, not going to be finding Jam Young, it seems, but that will tie the game. The moment there, I mean, I guess for TYLOO, because of the earlier shenanigans, they have a lot of money. They can still buy into this next one, but oh, they could have put Falcons very far behind here. That's not the case anymore. It's a wide open game once again.
Well, thankfully, their money's okay. Save the AK. Opening shot from Kixan was a thing of beauty, but that was even better.
Yeah.
A godsend there from NiKo. Get into it, round number 17. As we said, the money's still pretty decent. TYLOO will have a save Galil, AK-47, all for G. Jam Young on the front foot towards Banana.
G doesn't have a helmet. It's probably not a big deal, but there are a lot of weapons on the other side that are a lot better all of a sudden. In the middle we go. G misses the opportunity, flashed out of the corner. He's back towards Arch now. They're very close here. This is dangerous, but he does sneak in, and
there
no helmet.
Good call.
It is a bit of a curse, isn't it? Kixan will drop him. He got the opening kill of the last round, so great impact from Kixan, but Mercury and Zero, they want to try and shut it down. Qsuke, though, he's too strong. Big headshots coming through. Jam Young now tapping towards the pits and looking for Tesses.
They've got the bomb on their side of the map here.
Ooh. Yeah, smokes are going up, and the bomb is on the other side.
The smoke, he hit the barrels. They wanted the smoke on top of the bomb. CT's actually relinquished control. I think they assumed that smoke landed, but Jamyoung will go back towards the arch. NiKo going through the apartments here. Big kill, and he nails it with the Galil. Down to 11 points of health. Advantage Falcons. Jamyoung low. Trying to go for the surprise play here. Not covering the bomb. Pushing through the smoke. It seems that they've got him covered. Well done from TYLOO. Well read. Complicated round to close out there. They come out on top and should be partial by territory now going forward.
It's so funny how that position for TYLOO at the end.
Hold on. MongolZ's got $10,000.
How's he got that?
I guess he's the one who's been saving time and time again. But yeah, he's got 10K. I thought this would be the eco. This would be a timeout. This is a weird situation. Why has he got 10K? His teammates, everyone else is averaging $3,000, but he has 10,000. So he could drop 2 M4s here. They go for a cup. There it is.
That's pretty crazy.
I didn't spot that, but that is nuts.
They just having a conversation about how to do this.
Do you drop an orb? Do you drop 2 M4s? What do you do?
Yeah. AWP and a couple of MP9s could even be fun just to play around. It depends on how much you trust in G.
So he's dropped an orb.
Ooh.
Surely they invest a little bit more around it, though.
Yeah, you'd love to see that, wouldn't you? I wouldn't want to put everything on G. Am I seeing a CET 75? Or have I lost my mind? Okay, maybe I have.
Maybe you have.
This will be the first time. But 5.7s, though. So, I can recognize them.
So I'm guessing he drops the orb. They get some util, some 5.7s, and you're going to hope for a bit of a gimmick play here. Maybe towards the end of the apartments. I don't think you'd be expecting to be up against an AWP in this particular round. If you can get the open up, they might be onto something here. Falcons take the lead for now, though. 9-8. Their opponent's pick of Inferno. It's been a bumpy road, but that miracle deagle round has put them in a prime position here. But you do need to get past this, and Falcons are known to fumble these sort of advantages.
Yeah, they make it hard on themselves, no question.
This is where TYLOO is entering the apartments. The orb was waiting for him, but he does fall back. Nice little grenade. Softens up one, but it's going to be Jamyoung. That's that half 180. He missed it, I think. Yep.
Yeah. Nice idea. Would have been good timing too, but G has shown up. So maybe it's not all bad.
He hasn't fired a shot yet, bear in mind.
Yeah.
So they have no idea it's in play.
Yeah, the element of surprise here is going to be pretty important.
Looks like they're coordinating themselves back towards A and sending in Kixan to scout out the bomb site, I'd imagine. He's alone towards Banana right now. What utility has he got? He's got a smoke. He'll probably drop a Molotov and new boxes as well. That's going to be for first oranges.
Yeah. I think the only way you win now is if you get Tess's rifle up in the apartments.
Thing is, now you find that shot, that's when you go.
Yeah.
That's your cue now to get the hell in there. And oh no,
like
flashbang for Mercury.
You get that rifle in the apartments, and now suddenly you can come out swinging. Zero gets the shot on the Kyusuke as well. This is very strong. Mercury takes down NiKo, and MongolZ's low on health. They're going to lose the round. That is so well played. They had the flashbang for it. That is just epic timing from TYLOO.
Really well played. They've been very frugal with their investments. A lot of teams with $10,000 in the bag would go all in. They just purchased the orb.
Yeah.
It gets the 1 kill. You think you're safe going in towards A, but that flashbang is a thing of beauty. Look how blind TYLOO is. And you're right, picks up the rifle. But the damage is already done. Mercury goes to town, and they tie things up. It's going to have to be a force buy in response now. They are being tested to the limits of their ability. TYLOO have turned up to play today. Falcons with another very complicated round ahead of them. 1 AK. Kyusuke will have to go above and beyond. Bravely makes his way towards the apartments. No one home. They've got a double stack towards the quad side. He might just go for the contact play with no U2 here.
I don't hate it, but I think Mercury was already watching for it. I think he's got his eyes on this.
Off.
Yeah.
So they're going to go for the apartments pop. Smoke off Moto usually. Double flash over. Hope for the best, but they just don't fancy it through the smoke right now. Might have to reassess their options.
They definitely wanted something here. They were set up, Falcons. If the right opportunity presented itself, they could have pounced on it, but now they're back on Banana, working it a little bit, maybe waiting for the next opportunity to get there. They've rotated the player out, so if nothing else, Falcons just waiting another 20 seconds. It's G down here. And one teammate in Zero behind him. If Zero dies, G is going to evaporate in this position. It's 35 seconds.
Looking promising for TYLOO. They're using the utility very effectively, stifling the offense. I'm still with 3 players here, though, so it seems to be the same idea with 25 seconds. Flashbang over, and in we go, I assume.
I'm so worried for this defense. I think it's going to be very, very rough. Jump down, Tessus looking for it. He's not finding anyone in the pit. 18 seconds on the clock. Now the rotation's getting there, but so is everybody else on the Falcons side. NiKo, the running eagle shot to the smoke. He drops Mercury. I don't know, where is it? They can't find it. Finally, they picked it up, and they're just going to have enough time to put it down. To the second, in fact. And MongolZ's stolen the AWP, and he knows what he could do with that. Jam Young, he's gone from the round, and MongolZ now pushing in there, but it's a crossfire. And just hiding in the corner. He's not going to try and present himself. He's got the AK now. NiKo instead to get the shot. That is a big round for Falcons. I did not think they were going to win that up until the point where NiKo got those 2 deagle shots.
They were very calm. They were very disciplined. Didn't panic when the smokes just kept on coming. Smoke after smoke, running it down to 20 seconds here. They managed to get in towards the pit, and NiKo saves the day with his trusty deagle once again. He gives the orb to MongolZ. They guarantee the round, and back and forth we go. Falcons take a slight lead, 10-9. It's not been a comfortable game by any stretch of the imagination, but they are keeping their head above water. MongolZ will take the orb into the next round. He's currently 10-9. Finances haven't seemed to be a problem for TYLOO. Like I said, they've been very frugal, so it looks like there is a buy available for them. But this is where you can go for the knockout punch of your Falcons. Win this round, it's pretty much GG, Anders. That depends if they go all in on the TYLOO side.
Yeah, they look like they are investing quite a bit at the moment. But you're right, they're so close. They've got them in an uncomfortable position here. Falcons, they can probably feel that too.
So what have we got? It is pretty much all in. They've done well, though. They've saved themselves around $1,000 on a couple of these players, making sure, I say that, G does purchase a few more grenades. But we've got the orb, a couple of M4s, MP9, and the 5.7 for 0. Aggressive, of course.
Ooh. That should have been more. He's a couple of bullets away from taking out KSUK. He finds 4 out of nowhere.
That's more like it from him.
Shut them down in the middle and then turned around and banana. That's so wild. 0 here, not long for this world. He's going to get that kill, but they don't have to fight him. I mean, they could send KSUK back for the ace, I suppose. Why wouldn't you try to do that? Just to get the young star activated, but the bomb is going to be planted. Yeah, they're leaving him here to see if he could pick it up. What an absolute psycho.
God, I see that from KSUK's POV. What a round that is. Absolutely brutal. 2 kills, top or middle. Double spray down towards banana. They had aggression in mind, pincering from 2 different angles, but one player finds 4 kills. 0. Sure, he'll maybe save an AK-47, but that's about it.
I think he gets the first kill through his own teammate. Like
Yeah,
he has to shoot through his teammate, and then he turns. I don't even know what happened. What happens on banana afterwards? They just all stack up. They look like they're kind of all in one group there. What a way to get round number 11 on the board here.
Doesn't look like they'll be hunting too much, but you know he wants that ace. Give it a look in.
Feels like he should, but I guess this is the discipline we were requesting earlier, so we can't really have it both ways, can we?
I guess you're right, Anders. Well, that is the nightmare scenario now. Let's have a look at it.
Practically through the teammate. This is so fast.
Really calm. Clean shooting. Head in the game. Had a bit of a rough one on the CT side of banana, but after 14 and 15 now.
Incredible work.
Has to be, you can see they're juggling guns around still. Not even sure what they want to do with this one. It's partial buy. Falcons are giving a lot of these up. The 5.7s have been a real thorn in their side.
Don't lose the AK. It's the one weapon you do have.
NiKo's got a challenge.
3 people at the B bomb site. Even the MAC-10 there was a bit dangerous because, again, there are no helmets on the CT side, which I totally understand why they're saving on them in a round like this one, but for Kicksan, that just makes his position a little bit stronger in the round. NiKo wants a fight. Not shying away from this, hoping that someone's going to peek in behind that box. Smoke up, and there will be a quick reply from the CT side. Let's try and see if they can buy as much time as possible here. It does leave the A-bomb site very weak at the moment. No AK, it's G and 0. 0's been playing a crazy game on Inferno. He's got 16 kills. He's top of the server at the moment. Let's see what MongolZ could do. Holding the angle. They're going to smoke it off, and he's holding it the whole way through. I do like seeing that, not allowing for anyone to peek in right at the last second. 30 of them left. And they're going to wrap the A-bomb site, get the bomb planted here, so this is tough.
It's map point. Might as well save that AK.
Yeah.
Nothing left to do or say about the round. Look for some exits here with the 5-7s. MongolZ takes some damage here, but see where they want to pounce. So they're just going to swing around together, presumably, and try and get a couple of kills here. Time running thin, and I guess it is save the Kevlar. Might as well, I suppose. Gives you everything you need going forward. Already got the Kevlar, a few bits of utility as well.
Yeah. Looked like they were giving an opportunity for Falcons to make a mistake potentially, but Falcons haven't been doing that so much now. That was for earlier in the map, it seems like.
One of those rare rounds of Counter-Strike where no one dies.
Wow.
Peace and love.
There was a bomb that went off, Henry, but yeah.
True. But no casualties reported.
Fair enough, I guess. You're right. You win this time. Falcons. More of a struggle than I was expecting, to be honest, on Inferno, but they are at 12-9. And it's not over yet.
We just saw on the CT side, I think they were trying to assert their dominance. They were trying to disrespect their opponent and just get stuck in. There's been a couple of scary moments, but we know the Falcons, even with the pistols in their hand, can win pretty much any round available to them. They're such a skilled team. And this one should be converted in regulation. We always say number 13 is the hardest one to get them all, but we'll see if they can find it here around number 22. This is the pick of TYLOO. We have Ancient coming up next. We would be saying goodbye to TYLOO if they lose this series. Falcons do have to win first.
Yeah, they're not all the way there yet. And luckily, I guess, for TYLOO, this round is a round they actually have some money. Like, they saved the Kevlar in the last round. They got the AK still. Oh, timing is incredible. I don't know why no one's watching that. Smoke was fading. That feels like a bit of a slip-up, potentially, but they will make good on it.
MongolZ is trying to get out of there. The flashbang doesn't affect MongolZ at all. Spots one. Does he go for the swing for the smoke with that information? It's probably not worth it. No backup. He could be flashed in, I suppose. Might as well maintain the 4-on-4, but time is running a little thin. 35 seconds here. What's the final commitment? It's the bomb on the back of MongolZ right now. Smoke's down towards B. Bit of a fake. You got Smoke a coffin. CT spawn, trying to hold two players there.
Yeah.
Nico will try and do his best to get one by the looks of things here. Makes the footsteps as they creep in towards A.
Just keeping two people there is enough.
Oh,
Zero.
Test is already in.
Yeah, but he'll have to do a lot of work. I mean, Zero is a strong player right now. G gets the first one. Zero in the pit. He sprays down the second player, and G is holding tight. Like you said, no time left there. They left it to the last couple of seconds, trusting that they could win what would have been a 3-on-2 isolated in that A-bomb site, but they could not make it past. G taking down Nico right at the end as well. That's 10 for TYLOO. This has got a little taste of overtime, Henry.
Oh, it definitely does. It's going to be a tactical timeout, I assume, called by the Falcons here. Zonic does not want this to go to overtime whatsoever. They've got the money now, but if they lose this round, Anders, they are in a real tight spot. They'll have the AWP, they have the AKs, everything they need for this round. But need to close it out here, otherwise overtime looking very likely indeed. You have to commend TYLOO for their performances today. The individuals have turned up. They're keeping up in the aim department, the mechanical skill. Not much separating these two teams. It's Zero, new boy as well, after 17 kills. I think he's top of the server. Yeah, he is. That was the opening kill from MongolZ.
It's easy to see how a team like TYLOO could do a lot more damage on the international scene if they just, keep playing with this lineup. Zero seems to be a great addition. I think they got pretty much all the pieces.
Kind of need a deep run here, though, the blast opening to get those VRS points.
Sure.
That's when we'll start seeing them in more tournaments.
I hope so. I really think Chinese Counter-Strike has evolved a lot over the past couple of years.
Yeah, sure.
They've managed to get past some of the troubles which in the past did involve being very aggressive after initial success. Like, they'd keep fighting over and over again, and they get punished for it. But seeing less of that now. Down to the last two rounds. Let's see if Falcons can put an end to it fast, or if they could take the long way around and play some overtime instead. A lot of pressure on top mid by Tesses. The rest of them here on Banana. Grenade, not deep enough, but it does a little bit of chip damage, I suppose. G, it's an easy shot onto Nico, and now Jam Young wants part of the action too. Drops Keisuke, and it's a 5-on-4 now.
Don't love that from Jam Young.
No. Just as I was saying.
These are the Counter-Strike fundamentals we discussed yesterday. You get a 5-on-3 advantage, set up the crossfires. Doesn't seem to be a problem, though. We are going to see MongolZ left in a 3-on-1. The sort of round, though, he can win, but no time or space to do so. And that is the nightmare scenario, Anders. Overtime looking very likely now. We're going to round number 24. We're averaging about $2,500 per player on the Falcons. It was G. And that's what we were kind of asking for in the first half from Falcons. You bring the AWP over every now and then. When they go for those face checks in the corner, you can get that opening pick.
That's what you wanted them to do for Falcons.
Yeah.
Right? Like you were asking for it over and over again. Where is MongolZ on this side? Glad we get to see it tested by TYLOO.
And now you put the fear of God in them. They'll be struggling to head over there now. Can they close things out with the Deagles? They certainly have the skill to do so, but will TYLOO allow it? It's aggressive from Jam Young.
Oh my.
He's giving himself up.
Nico's already won a single round with a Deagle. If they can't give him more than the one.
Okay, nice
nade. Yeah, he's gone. That's how you stop that Nico Deagle. 4 versus 3. And again, a lot of aggression here is not really necessary. A lot of damage. Oh, MongolZ's dead and gone. Tossed out. Kixan and Tess is now.
Okay.
2 versus 4 to stop overtime.
I can't see a world where they bring this one together, but
nope.
Let's see what's available. Not much. Kixan 4-on-1. Overtime. Locked in.
They just want to take a map off of Falcons, but if they keep playing like this, I mean, anything is possible. I'm not going to rule it out. Zero is top fragging along with Mercury. Both of them had 18 kills. Moja for me. Oh, there's the shot from G. He crouches right into it. And it's overtime, ladies and gentlemen. TYLOO, they're here to do some real damage to Falcons.
Well, there we have it. They were 12-9 up, 3 opportunities to convert. Just couldn't get it done. And TYLOO now, momentum on their side of the server. They'll remain on the CT side here. Morale is going to be low for Falcons. They know they should have probably closed this one out already. It's G that really came to life. Mercury with some magical moments as well.
Let's go!
G's feeling it.
Yeah, he's got that energy, doesn't he?
More of that.
I was going to say, Moja's been their most consistent player so far in the tournament, and he hasn't really turned up yet on Inferno. He's not been playing badly, but I know he could do more than this.
You look at the scoreboard, everyone on TYLOO's hitting hard right now. That's a real issue. They are keeping up with the Falcons.
Oh, let's go.
And MongolZ not playing bad by any stretch of the imagination, but not having one of those godlike performances we know him for.
Tessus.
Jumping in the flames there.
Yeah.
Took quite a lot of damage. Maybe it's fine.
Well, we're going to find out. Walks into the AWP. The health doesn't really matter that much, I suppose. They are right there in the middle. What a flash and a setup. Tessus. The health didn't matter at all. That's devastating.
Spots the third. They're around the fumble now. They'll take those sort of peaks to offer it up. Should be absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Kixan given another smoke to deploy towards Moto momentarily.
They don't have an incendiary or anything to kind of get rid of some of these corners in the A-bomb side. If they really wanted to go for it, yeah, they're walking away. That's pretty cool to see Tessus ignore the 50% health at the start.
It was no problem at all, was it?
Didn't care. Yeah, he's kind of been one of the shining lights here for Falcons so far.
He saved them a few times. You think about that pit sequence he had. And now the double kill towards a quad, single-handedly winning this round. The flashbang, though, from MongolZ was pitch perfect. Nice timing, good teamwork. It's what you want to see from the Falcons. Doesn't matter if you win it in overtime, just winning your opponent's map pick here is what it's all about. They've got a nice advantage here, winning that first round comfortably.
They also did the timing just when G wasn't holding that boiler, because 2 seconds earlier, G was straight. Even if they flash him, he probably can still get the kill on Tessus just by clicking the mouse.
It's great analysis, Anders.
That's the sort of stuff I could really bring. Like, you click the mouse, you shoot the players on the other side, Henry.
You probably can kill them if you
I know a thing or two
about clicking the mouse.
Yeah.
Well, nice opening round. Well done to Tesses. Going to be trying their luck towards Banana this time. Want to see
in front of it. Okay, never mind.
So the AWP on the T steps to the bomb on his back. Nice grenade, softens him up. Jamyang and MongolZ forced to go back towards the safety of the bomb side. NiKo hunting them down.
NiKo's very confident in this position. I feel like the whole game he's been angling for a fight over there. He really wants to battle someone. Double setup in the hallways. Tessis, he's called it out. I don't know if he saw the second player, but he certainly registered. It's very common for the AWP to be up there with a rifle.
Yes, true. That intel might be enough to convince him to go for the B execution, trying to flush out any T's towards the cubby. Flashbang top of mid.
Sick if Falcons just go for it right now. Yeah, in the smoke, NiKo. He's hungry for something more. Behind the fountain, he's going to get the first one, but Jamyang comes out and he's got enough bullets to take down Kicks and even a headshot. As Tessis goes down, it becomes a quad.
Excellent work there. Solid defense towards B. They try and play in front of the smoke, and it's to their detriment. Jamyang, the star player of TYLOO. Look at the flashbang as well. He sets himself up for success. So calm with it. 7 HP the entire time. Last bullet on the final headshot. We go 1-1.
Yeah, he had 2 bullets left for the last fight there. That had to be just the perfect burst, and it was.
Super sick from Jamyang. Goes up to 20 kills. Top of the server now.
This is, I think, what I said at the start. If Jamyang can show up like this, haven't seen it yet. We haven't seen it in the tournament, but if he can, it is a different game, and TYLOO will be a different team. He's just that good.
Oof. Retake utility burns NiKo down to 40. They've already taken heavy nade damage and Kixan as well. Kisuke will be in towards the boiler room. Bomb on the back of Kixan. G posted up towards quad. Gotta be challenged again. Molotov out of position. Holds a more defensive line here.
Falcons still don't really know where they're going with this. They're checking out the top mid. Actually have a fair bit of top mid control. Everyone's rotated over. There was a smoke thrown down just now from Falcons over at B, so there's about a 20-second window right now where they know that TYLOO don't know anything about what's happening over at the B bomb site. Let's see if they can use that window to execute onto this A bomb site. There is a rotation starting to get back. Smokes up towards Arch and Library, but G with the beginning. Mercury trying to spray them all down. It's Jamyang. That's a big indication. The fact that he's an Arch should tell you something if you're on the Falcon side. I don't know if they could do anything about this. NiKo trying to sneak through, but he's already being caught. It's actually, that shouldn't have been Jamyang's kill.
No.
That should have been the B holder instead. MongolZ, the bomb is miles away. He can't win the round. It's impossible. Zero takes him down. Oh, this is the Jamyang I was waiting for.
Well, you're getting it. It's out there in full force. 2 more kills for him. Beautiful shot. Great awareness from the Library. An impossible angle for NiKo to deal with there. Taps away at him, and we go 2-1 in favor of TYLOO on their CT campaign. Swap things over here, and we know that B bomb site was a bit of a nightmare for the Falcons in regulation. 8 bomb plants on that side of the map. TYLOO were bullying them, and we do need to see an adjustment to that setup. Otherwise, that trend will continue.
Well, that might be the answer to your hypothesis earlier, Henry, that they were playing that aggressively because they wanted to show some disrespect and sort of show we're better than TYLOO. We can really bully them here.
Yeah.
If they play differently now, it sort of confirms the idea, right? If they're more passive, or if they at least help each other out a little bit more, that could be it.
I really want to see MongolZ go to Banana at least once.
All right.
I'm so surprised we haven't seen it at all.
He was going to get shot in the back. NiKo was dead either way. It's so ridiculous that it's Jamyang who gets that frag. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, 14-13. TYLOO on the verge of something historic for their organization.
Yeah, this would be huge. It's going to be NiKo joining Kixan this time. Got 3 players over towards this side of the map. Normally this is dropping off the util, but he's staying around a little bit longer. Good grenades, considerable damage. Oh, this is more like it.
Say that again. That is so much damage here, and he knows he can get the kill. Already low. Kicksan could not have been a better timing for the headshot against Mercury.
That's what they were hoping for in regulation.
Yeah.
With the extra player there, the third man providing the util, it makes a lot more sense. You can see how much more space KySuke had, so much more damage inflicted with the backup from Nico and his grenade. That should be round.
Yeah, really good work. And this time, because they'd already landed a grenade on Jamyoung, you can see KySuke's height. He's hunting for the second kill, and it makes a lot of sense in that moment.
Well, that's the first time when Nico's actually joined them for the combat side of things. He normally drops off the grenades, and then it's just one flash from Kicksan, and then KySuke tries his luck, but that makes a lot more sense. Just getting stuck in as a squad. You can see the human rubble littering the bottom of Banana there. 14-14. Nice opening round. That might dissuade them now from going towards B.
They had so much free reign over on this side. It was sort of ridiculous. What was the stat? Like 8 bomb plants?
8 bomb plants in regulation towards B. It was
pretty good.
Quite weak on this side of the map, but this is incredibly strong. KySuke definitely warming up into this series. Need a clean sweep to close it out here, though. 3-0 is what they're looking for.
So King's laying down the law, though. He's instructing them well. Experienced.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go.
Zonic wants to get the hell out of here.
Oh, yeah.
Move on to their map pick. It's going to be Ancient coming up next. Plenty of Counter-Strike once again. 4 more best 3s for you today, ladies and gentlemen. We've got NRG versus FURIA up next. Liquid versus the MongolZ. That'll be a great game. Can't wait to see that. And then 9Z, the surprise package of yesterday, taking on Team Spirit. They've already slayed Mouse. Could they take down the Dragon?
Why not? They were a lot of fun. I think that game should be Spirits, but it'll be fun to watch. I guarantee it won't be a boring game. Here we are. Oh, it's an early death. Jamyoung, he has deleted them at the top of Banana. Not even a chance. Outrageous. The mechanics on this guy.
Look back to regular broadcast here. That's what we were expecting. Jamyoung gets himself 3.
He's just so sick. MongolZ survives, but the rest are coming. And I don't even know why they're waiting that long. They must. They know that Tess is the pit player. Everybody knows. So MongolZ's here. Nobody cares. Throw grenades at him forever until you get the bomb planted.
Oh, this is map points.
Oh, yeah. If you're not a Jamyoung fan already, I don't know what you're doing. Get on this train.
Unreal from him. So crisp with it as well.
Yeah.
Giving it a look in. 4-on-2. Time running thin. They know exactly where MongolZ is. Tessus will find one, but the sniper is dropped, and there it is. 0NG to confirm the round, but the hero is Jamyoung for sure. Brute forcing his way up towards Banana, giving him a taste of their own medicine.
Oh, this has turned very dramatic right now, Henry.
And they had the same setup there as well. They had Nico with them.
Yeah.
Of course they did, because Jamyoung gets all 3.
Yeah, but they never really got the grenades to shut him down here. They wanted to peek around the smoke, and that did not work out.
Playing for double overtime now.
0-4 in their last 4 overtime maps. Oh,
doesn't bode well.
That's rough. Well, let's see. You know, the hate watchers are out there. They got the keyboards ready. They're already typing away with the memes. The meme catalogs have been brought up, Henry. They want to see Falcons lose to TYLOO. I guarantee that. Falcons would love to just get past this point, get to Ancient with a bit of a victory, but Mercury, he gets the first one, will be shut down. The Eagles come out, and it's not enough to stop Moja. Now the A-bomb side is wide open. This should be the map decided in favor of TYLOO. Kicksan and KySuke in a 2 versus 4. And this is where I want to say in the past, TYLOO would have made mistakes. This is where another version of Chinese Counter-Strike would have been aggressive. I feel like they got the discipline this time to hold on. They got the grenades. They have everything they need to win this round.
They have another smoke on top of the one they just deployed. An impossible retake here.
Yeah, just throw down that smoke and you block this off, and there's no way to get back in. Bit of a grenade going deep, trying to block it off. Incendiary as well on Jamyoung. It doesn't really touch him at all. And now they're trying to run on through, but they get decimated. TYLOO, they take the map they wanted off of Falcons, and that is a real headline.
For me, it was just a bit too aggressive from Falcons there, forcing the issue of Banana time and time again. They had a couple of successful rounds, but overall, it's Jamyoung shutting them down. He is bringing that world-class form today, and they've got an uphill battle to climb now.
That map started like a drag race between two cars with no fuel and flat tires, but it ended with TYLOO pulling clearly into the lead. Inferno now in the pockets of the Dragons of TYLOO.
Yeah, what a win for TYLOO coming into this one. We knew that Inferno was the ticket into this matchup. But arguably, you know, according to both of us, Rue, the only chance of making this game competitive relied on them winning, not Nuke, Inferno that is, obviously, as we just saw right here. And they managed to do it, but they really had to fight for it. I guess the play conditions and the work conditions for TYLOO also played out in their favor, because as Mike said, Rue, it was a messy game of Counter-Strike.
It required a lot out of Falcons. It required Falcons missing several important rounds, losing anti-ecos, losing man advantages, but I have to give respect to TYLOO. I think they studied what Na'Vi came into the previous matchup against Falcons with. They saw the way they exec the B site so often. TYLOO knew what they were coming into this with, and then going into overtime, you saw the individuals actually start to pop off. You saw the 4K from Jamyoung. You saw some really incredible individual plays from TYLOO as well.
I think this one can really just best be told by looking back at some of these rounds, some of these moments. So we're going to dive into it pretty quickly here. We're going to start with the beginning of the map to tell the story of this chaos, to tell the story of what this was. These are the first 4 rounds you wanted to look at, Jacob.
Yeah, it's just to set the scene right. TYLOO came out swinging, wins the pistol, does it in a very convincing fashion here. Isolate Tessus down and towards pit. Not really a lot of stuff he can do. Round over. Move into the following round. Well, of course, Falcons are going to force by their way into this one. TYLOO not successful breaking into the bomb site. They lose that. Well, what's the answer? Another force buy, but on the other side of it, again, TYLOO winning out the duel towards Banana. And then another one, Mike. You know, 4 in a row. Why not? And at this point, you know, that kind of sets the scene for the rest of the game, I feel. That was a messy game of Counter-Strike where Falcons never were able to take control of the game, which was an entry ticket for TYLOO into it. I agree with you. I don't want to take anything away from TYLOO, but that is one of the conditions that we needed to happen, that Falcons needed to play to the level of their opposition, and so they did.
Yeah, Falcons come into this one. I think they win that second round. They go on from there and they don't throw the following anti-eco. I think you're looking at a Falcons that runs away with it. They lost 7-5 on their CT side. They still go in to the second half. They still look impressive. They still look to close it out, but they can't get it done in regulation. If they don't have that second round loss, this is over in regulation easily for Falcons.
But there were so many more of those moments, right? I mean, round 15 from the second half as well. We have 4 spies coming in from TYLOO. We have all sorts of moments. Something's in the water in Inferno right now because it just feels like every round is losable.
Another entry duel lost on Banana, which was a bit of an issue for Falcons in this game. Nico didn't find too much impact. This play right here, though, through the smoke, the way they hide, the way they completely catch off Tessus and Kixon, gets both of the kills, find himself in a 5v2 scenario, and of course the boosted CT spawn is gonna net the round. I love the play from TYLOO, right? You're in a 5v4, you find the opening on Banana. The 3 players in middle didn't have to do that with the smoke, but it's a proactive play, it's a gamble play, and it works out beautiful. And that's another round. If Falcons win this one, I'm willing to say that it's game over. I'm willing to say that Falcons runs away with it, but they managed to lose 4 force buy in the span of 15 rounds. No bueno.
Continuing to that next chapter in the story, this is the guy we were waiting for, Kyosuke. It looked like he had secured the map for Falcons. This is around 20 he comes in, Fu. This should have been it. This should have been it.
We all agreed that it's over as soon as this one happened. This is Kyosuke. He was having a tough time in the first half. He was having a tough time defending the B site, but here, just holding the cavalry as they come towards him, he's in the perfect position to get destroyed by someone shooting him in the back from Banana. Instead, he gets every single kill. The fact TYLOO can come back from that type of round loss and turn it around is incredibly impressive.
Those are the flashes. Those are the moments. That's what he's supposed to do to put your team over the line. He just needed the rest of his team to carry it over. Couldn't do it. We get to overtime. There are the script changes. There are the script changes, and this is where we really start to see TYLOO pull away, and in particular, Jamyoung. Oh my goodness, in overtime, he was a different beast.
Had a couple of massive moments. First on the CT side where he completely shut down again. Falcons being a man up. I don't know what the hell they're doing. You know, they're having a tough time breaking through the smoke, but looking at the point of view, spray control is on point. It's beautiful from Jamyoung, but he's killing 3 players in there. He's killing 3 players who are all, you know, frantically jumping through the smoke, doesn't have control over the scenario, and they get punished by Jamyoung. Moving on to the second round or second half of overtime, also had a quad kill on Banana, I believe, on the T NRG side. So overall, you got to give it to this man. In regulation, he had a decent showing. In overtime, he was the difference between Falcons and TYLOO.
I think what you can take out of all of the clips we've shown is that there are great plays from TYLOO. TYLOO is doing a lot of things right, but at the same time, Falcons are doing a lot of things wrong. With the smoke weight, you know that can come from Falcons. You still have someone dropping a nade as the smoke goes down. With the 4K there, they know he's there. You come out both sides of the smoke so that he can't kill both of you at once. But they go left, wait, right, wait, left. Jamyoung's ready for every single one of them. He knows what's coming, but they're not on the right timings.
And in fairness to Falcons, there's also problems coming through from TYLOO. I'm thinking about that 2v2 in regulation where TYLOO have full control of the bomb. Falcons even missing a smoke to try and cover it off, and TYLOO just don't quite realize the advantage they've had. There are fits and starts for this team, but we expect them more coming through from the TYLOO camp, especially with the pressure on. For Falcons, they should be a cut above.
I'd agree with that, and I get where you're heading, right? But I think Falcons had, I'd point out 5 or 6 rounds where I'm like, okay, this is one that you win. And you can allow yourself to lose a couple of those in a matchup and still win the game. TYLOO had a couple of those rounds where they lost as well. They didn't have 5, they didn't have 6, they didn't have 7. So in that regard, I think the team that made the least mistakes in this scenario was TYLOO. Hence why I'm also thinking it's fair they win. It's not by luck that they end up closing it out in overtime. They were the better team, which is crazy to say when you're playing Falcons.
There's a silver lining, which is that this is TYLOO's map pick. The not so silver lining, though, is that Falcons are in trouble. Elimination on the line. They need to right this ship. We'll get into it when we come back.
And we know they can be really aggressive, right? Are you expecting them to be aggressive against you today?
For sure. MongolZ will take up, go first, and boom, 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 boom.
And they like to play aggressive in your face. Are you expecting them to try and push you again today?
Yes, I think so.
How do you think you can beat them?
We need everyone playing very good and play like a team. We can maybe win them. Maybe, just maybe.
Just maybe. But on Inferno, that's exactly what came to pass. Well done for TYLOO. MongolZ, he might go bam, 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 but Jamyoung, bam, 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 right back.
I mean, yesterday, arguably, we had one of the biggest surprises of the year in 9C, taking down MongolZ 2-1. All I'm going to say here, Vu, is if TYLOO somehow, some way finds a way to knock out Falcons from the group stage right here, making sure that they potentially enter a bit of a crisis when you consider what happened at Cluj as well, that will be a game changer. It is Ancient coming up now, a map we don't have a lot of data in when it comes to TYLOO. They played it twice, one against a domestic team and lost to FaZe Clan. So in that regard, I don't have my hopes up too high that it's going to happen here in Ancient, but as said, it would be the surprise of the year if it were to.
I think just like the MongolZ 9Z game, if this is going to go TYLOO's way, it's going to need to go all 3 maps. Mirage is a map they're comfortable on. Ancient, I agree with you. I don't think they're the most comfortable on this map. If they can't beat FaZe on it in the form FaZe we're in, even a Falcons that's faltering, that's having problems on anti-ecos, they should be able to take care of business.
And that's where we step back the conversation, Mike, because at the end of the day, in this game, the worst enemy of Falcons is Falcons themselves. I feel like that's been a narrative that's been pushed by a lot of people out there, including myself, and I tend to agree with it. You see the frustrations, you see how they conduct themselves, you see a team with so much firepower, with so much skill, seemingly not clicking, whether it's communication, whether it's lack of confidence. Spoke to Sonic here a couple of days ago as well. He's trying to figure it out, trying new stuff with the whole FACEIT thing as well. There's a lot of different things not really working out in Falcons right now, but at the end of the day, their own worst enemy in a game against TYLOO at this level are themselves. So yes, we look at Ancient, we say there's no chance for TYLOO. If Falcons are shattered to a point where they can't mentally stand up for the pressure right now, risking exiting the group stage here at Blast Rotterdam, at the end of the day, I can't rule out that we have a big surprise on our hand.
Well, I don't know if Falcons are shattered, but I do know we've got some things shattered right now, so we're putting those back together. Bear with us for some minor technical difficulties here, folks. We'll get those sorted out, like hopefully Falcons will get sorted out. I will say, Jacob, you and I were talking in that overtime. We were just kind of noting that some of those rounds, the way that you're losing, the way that you're not really identifying where a player is, it feels like the comms were maybe coming apart for Falcons. It's a classic problem in overtime. Felt like it was rearing its head for Falcons today.
They look disjointed, right?
Yeah, Falcons are of two minds. It's the same problem they've had since the Snappy roster. It feels like some of their players constantly want to go for aggressive peaks, then they get reeled back in, hey, we're going too aggressive, we need to play a little more passive, and then they waste too much time, they don't go together, they're spending too much time thinking. It's a situation that Falcons is all too comfortable with, all too aware of. They know that this happens, but they have yet to fix it. And Ancient, it is a map where you can have problems. If things get chaotic, you can have issues with communication. I saw their game against NRG. They lost 10-2 on their T side not all that long ago. It's possible, but I think this is, as we say, it's a Falcons map to lose.
Should be a Falcons map to lose, but it should be a Falcons series to lose as well. And if we've learned one thing here at the Blast Open Rotterdam, it's that you never know what to expect except the unexpected. We've sorted things out in the cameras, and that means it's time to get into the Counter-Strike action, and that means it's time for your casters, Anders and Henry G.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are headed into the second map now with a big surprise as TYLOO, they take the first map on Inferno. But Ancient is coming up, and I'm excited as I could be. Jamyoung is back to his old self again, and I couldn't be any happier.
You love Jamyoung. You might be his #1 fan.
It's possible that I am, especially after this performance on Inferno. I think he's sick. I think he's underrated. I think he's got what it takes to maybe bring down Falcons.
On a map like Ancient, though?
Even on Ancient, Henry.
I don't know. I feel like we're going the distance here. But yeah, I agree with the sentiment of the desk here. This is Falcons' map to lose, their game to lose as well. Crashing out of the group stages after you missed EPL as well. You'd feel like they're one of the favorites going into this tournament. You want to see them in the playoffs. You want to see them in the arena. But they need to bounce back. There was a lot of mistakes there. And I think the boys were right. They lost way too many rounds against the Pistols. They were being outclassed in many facets of the game. But ladies and gentlemen, buckle up. This one could be a bumpy ride as we get ready for map #2 here. It'll be Falcons starting on the T side. Got themselves a Molotov. Couple of smokes and a flash. Does suggest you go towards B, Anders.
Yeah, they are thinking about it. Early pressure being applied. How fast are they going to? Are they going to go down the middle instead? Yeah, it might just be a bit of a drive-by. They're checking it out. The bomb is still here, so that's a big indication of what's going on. But they are checking out the donut position. Red room for Jam Young. MongolZ lured into a peek. I think they were thinking there must be something wrong here. They're in the middle. They're throwing grenades at B. We got to find out what's happening, and that investigation did not turn out in their favor. Neither does this one. MongolZ has picked up Jam Young. Great distraction here for Falcons. You could see that TYLOO, they felt like they needed information, and every time they try to get it, they walk into another Falcons player, and they can't win that fight here. Zero lining them up. It could be big. It's G to help out before the bomb is even planted. We're back at a 3v3.
Yeah, definitely winnable now. Well, not anymore.
You've got that Hex, Henry.
Blink and you miss it.
You cursed them right away.
Well, important pistol round lands in their favor. We are going to see whether TYLOO force buy in the second.
It's a Falcons pistol round.
It is a Falcons pistol round. You'd love to see it. Nico as well, waiting for that aggression. They showed a lot of presence towards B there. Threw Molotov smokes towards B at the start, trying to hold players on that side of the map. Actually, having a collateral there with the Glock. You don't see that too often. But there we have it.
But that pressure to force the peak from the CT side, that's the sign, right? From Falcons' point of view. They want that.
There's surely no world where they lose to the USPs though, right? No universe where that happens.
The thing is, right up until you say that, I'm so confident they won't. But as soon as you ask the question, I think, well, maybe. Now, it should not happen. There's
like a 0.5% chance.
Yeah, I think that's about the territory that we're in. Just to keep everyone informed. And they're doing the right thing. Mac 10 is first. If you find a stack here, doesn't matter.
Yeah. First kill should come momentarily. TYLOO on the prowl. Looking to crack things open, farm some cash. Should be no problem there. Nice jumping Mac 10 kill on Jam Young. The guns will be coming up in the following round here as well.
I feel like the boys on the desk are a lot more mellow today. They were going so hard on Mouse yesterday.
Well, Mouse were playing against 9Z.
Yeah.
And they're considered a top 3 team in the world. We kind of expect calamity from Falcons at this point.
Okay, maybe that's it. Yeah.
Like they're going to win. I'm not going to say they're going to win this series hands down, but they should be able to bring this one back. It should be fine. It was their opponent's map pick.
Okay, so they're reserving
I feel like, yeah, they were just a bit audacious in the opening stages of regulation on their CT side. I felt like they thought, okay, we're just going to outclass our opposition here. We're going to dominate, put our foot on the throat. Didn't really work out. Only got 5 rounds on their CT side. Couple of fumbled rounds. Wasn't the end of the world. They lost in overtime. And Jam Young got like, what, 27 kills.
I've got an alternative theory.
Oh,
analyzing the analyst desk.
Go on.
They started the days with pancakes, Henry. They
Okay.
were up in arms about it. They love them.
So you feel like you just need to feed them sweet treats and it calms them down?
Yeah.
Okay.
Might be something for teams out there. If they're going to be on the desk, like, give them something before they go on. They're going to be a lot nicer.
Well, we'll see if that trend continues. First gun round, as mentioned, we have got some nice mid control. Kisuke will be going in towards the red room. Smoke down towards Donut. And this area, here's the spam bullets.
So great.
Should be a nice conversion here. Does enough damage to get Jam Young out of the round pretty much, down to 4 points of health.
That's really expert timing. He heard the spam. I think he might have heard the reload as well.
Exactly.
He walks through just as he's jumping back. You feel so defeated if you're Jam Young. Down to 4 health here. Zero, though. He has been such a revelation for the team. Didn't know much about him coming into the tournament, but he gets that kill to begin with. Kicksands already low on health, but they are going to be attacking this A-bomb site. Falcons, it's an early test for them right now, and a nade to stop G in his tracks. They're all in CT spawn. 5 people from TYLOO are about to be grouped up in this one position as the bomb is planted, and they do not have a kit.
Smoke for A main.
Okay, it's one that's good to know. Is it enough, though, to bring them back? There's nobody really in that position right now, so it's not smoking anyone off.
Oh. Here we go. Last chance. Doesn't look good.
No. Does not. So much time off the clock. Another great headshot. He's just in this position. All right, G brings it back, but they need to get on the defuse right now, and they can't really be interrupted. Nico will spray down Jam Young. They're trying to see if they can body block it, but won't be allowed. Good work here for Falcons. They win the first 3 rounds. They survive that rifle buy there from TYLOO. This is the kind of start that they need and are looking for.
Yeah. No nightmares, no blunders just yet. Tactical timeout, you would assume is for TYLOO at this point. Need to work out how they're going to operate here in round number 4. Money's at around $3,000 per player. You can justify some 5.7s, some deagles, but we know how deadly they can be with those weapons, Anders. So Falcons need to be on high alert. It's not as scary as Inferno. Ancient plays a lot different, a lot of long-range encounters.
Yeah.
Over that mid-control, difficult to really make the 5.7 have the same level of impact as it does on the tight corridors of Inferno. Decent try here from Zero. Managed to get the man advantage at one point, but Jam Young was down to 4 HP, courtesy of Kyosuke, so...
The reaction time on those shots is pretty impressive, you know?
They're feeling it. It's all under control for now. So the 5.7s will be deployed.
And Kickstand continuing with the MAC-10, which makes a lot of sense. Might as well farm the extra cash and be out there scouting for anything that's going on. Mercury hoping to beat some kind of a clock there, but gets caught instead. Yeah, we're not expecting anything wild out of TYLOO in this round. Like you said, if they could do a little bit of damage here, that would be just fine. Nico off to a good start, though. 5-0 on him. And now with Kyosuke as well. I mean, this is supposed to be the real strength of this team. It's just the absolutely crazy firepower that, in theory, they should have. Doesn't always work out for Falcons, but on paper.
They definitely always have the firepower. It's the coordination and the advantages, which is the real problem for the squad.
Like that is true, but I feel like sometimes the issue as well, they don't have all the firepower in the same like round or map. Like sometimes 2 people go missing, and
yeah,
it's a bit weird, you know. But yeah, there's no one can doubt the star quality of this lineup.
Well, bear in mind they had a bit of a confusing start to the tournament as well. Had to bring in Nucleons again.
He was awesome though.
He was very good.
I became briefly a Nucleons fan.
What, not a bit more?
Well,
you had enough now?
I just wish I wanted to see more of him, you know. I wish I got a chance.
For him as a player, coming from the academy team, he's getting so much great experience, making a name for himself.
Yeah.
He will have a very bright future ahead of him, I'm sure.
It does feel that way. I think it was very impressive to see. Obviously, they shouldn't have kept him, you know, they need Kyosuke, there's no doubt, but it was fun to see him for just a minute there.
So, 4-0. No calamity so far.
Yeah.
No tug of war with the finances. No force by victories. So far, so good on the Falcons map pick. They are soaring high. I saw them outside in the break. They seemed pretty happy. Didn't seem too stressed. They were jovial. I think they know that they are the better team. I think it was a few unlucky fumbled rounds and losing to some pistols. Jam Young having a life game. Like, it happens. It's not the end of the world. I do feel like they were too aggressive on that B side of the map in CT regulation, but
yes,
that's, as I said, coming into this, that's what they're known for. That's their game plan. They'll stick to it.
Yeah, it's a bit frustrating, though, because you did call it out right at the start, and they kind of kept doing it. You'd hope that they would change their minds along the way.
Yeah, it was just fascinating we didn't see MongolZ ever go towards B, and that's where the bomb was planted 8 times. It just, that's the remedy to that problem. Get the orb over there, get the opening pick.
It's a team kill. Mercury, could he do more? That's right through the smoke, Jam Young. MongolZ never even gets a chance to fire his gun there. That's not bad at all. Zero had to go down, but they trade 3 kills in return. That mid-fight on this map is just so important for the CT side.
Well, this is a very convincing one. Team kill. Couple of frags going in favor of TYLOO. They've got a 4-on-2, but this is the signature move of Nico, Anders.
Yes.
He is known for his timings at his speed ramp, cracking things open and turning rounds on their head. They're exploring for information here. Technically, B is open right now, and, well, here we go. That should be enough. Nico will get nothing out of his push into the site. The bomb's down behind him.
Again, a test of the discipline of TYLOO, because if they fight Nico one at a time, he can win those fights, all of them. So just have that conversation now. Still 40 seconds. The bomb is there. Glad to see that they're not trying to hold the bomb. Again, you've said it many times. Make him tap the bomb.
Exactly. especially when you have these huge advantages, don't give him targets.
Yeah.
Make him run down that clock. So he gets it, and sure, plant the bomb.
Yeah.
They've got plenty of money. It's not going to make a huge difference.
Discipline confirmed here a bit. TYLOO not fighting around the bomb. Now they're all going to start to show. 14 seconds left. He is a phenom at playing the late rounds, but this is a lot to ask for. He's already been shut down on one side. 7 seconds left. I think he realizes planting the bomb is not going to be an option. It's a wall bang. All right. They get him. Only losing another player in that 1 versus 4. But that's the kind of discipline I think that really is separating this from an earlier version of TYLOO, and it's quite nice to see. Recognizing NiKo is a world-class player. You can't just fight him straight up. Good work. But they're on the board at least. Not out of the woods yet, though. Save a single AK from that last round. Would have been fun if they could have got more. But it's a start.
Definitely a start. We'll see if they can continue here, Anders. Battling through the B lane utility is NiKo. Cave will be a very important part of this map, and you can see Mercury fighting too for nail. MongolZ with the push down the B ramp, can't find the double, but G gets him. It's the incendiary from the B bomb site. Leaves us an even keel here. 4-1 currently, and a 3-on-3 to decide round number 6.
That is a great protocol for a 3-man take off that outside of B position. Jamyoung, spray. He wanted to keep it going, hoping that he could find another headshot here. Now 0. No, needed to double that up. Now he's left G alone. But Kixan is very low on health.
Gets the AK.
G is real far away, so bomb's going to be planted. He can reposition here, Kixan. Oh, right into the headshot. He just takes the fight in the open. I was not expecting that, but Kixan to the rescue.
It looked like a done deal there. G felt like he had the timing, the rifle, the HP advantage, but Kixan with the pre-fire. More than ready with the crosshair placement. Lands a perfect headshot. Chaotic round to say the very least. An ambitious maneuver for Mercury.
I think the idea is great, though, with Mercury pushing in from that side. G Molotovs NiKo in that little cubby. And then they push down the B ramp as well.
NiKo's fired up. He knows how important that round was.
Yeah.
Keeps their money strong. Going for the boost now.
It's actually good to see that kind of energy from Falcons, right? This is a really serious game. They get knocked out of the tournament here if they don't make this work.
Yeah, like I said, they didn't seem that jaded after the map loss.
Yeah.
Sure, it's a bump in the road, but they keep on trucking.
Playing on the T side of Ancient, already up 5-1.
Yeah, it's looking good.
It is looking very strong at the moment.
Just a note, Mirage to close things out. And here's G with first contact, unable to connect. Bear in mind, TYLOO have never taken a map off Falcons, so already a great showing here today. MongolZ can't find 2. Oh my god, vaulting out of the cave. Mercury once again, a madman maneuver.
Yeah.
Doesn't work out for him, and it is going to be another 3-on-2. Jamyoung, not really sure he can do much with that MP9.
I don't even think... because of G's AWP, I don't think it's worth it to go for this. They have no money left. If you save the AWP... I mean, obviously, if Jamyoung gets a kill right now, it's going to be different. G is starting to get there, but you have to think about the long game here as well. If you throw away the AWP, it could be a really bad spiral for them. Flick opportunity, but
that was your chance.
Connect. Yeah, that probably was the one chance you're going to get here. Now they also know that you're there. Oh, gee, he still does it against Tessus. NiKo goes back for a look. He takes a while, and Jamyoung will get one in return, but there's no kit in play, and Kyusuke is going to be there to close out the round. It is expensive for Falcons, but they don't care. They're winning the rounds, and TYLOO don't have any money left.
Couple of 1v1s, back-to-back. Does leave TYLOO in a problematic financial situation, you're right, but they have got maximum loss bonus.
True. Say this, though. You mentioned Mirage is the 3rd map. For people who don't know, that's a very strong map for TYLOO as well.
Sure.
So I think they're 3rd best-ish map, so don't underestimate them.
Oh, I don't think anyone will at this point. The way Jamyoung's playing today, especially. Falcons got the work cut out for them. Need to stay locked in, need to stay focused. Can't let any silly rounds slip by. Coming out on top in the 1v1s now. Kixan with a beautiful clutch on that A-bomb site. Kisuke to close things out there towards B. And it is going to be a full investment from what I can see now. TYLOO limping into round number 8 here with a couple of Famuses and an MP9. M4s with Mercury and Jamyoung. Remember, you can live trade the game on polymarket.com, the official prediction market of Blast Premier.
Yeah. Wonder how many people predicted TYLOO to win this one.
Oh, not many, I'd imagine.
Feel like it can't have been that many, no.
Missed Incendiary. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite them. Doesn't seem to be much mid-activity. Oh my god, missed smoke as well. Lads, what's going on here? Oh my, they missed the Incendiary and the smoke.
Inspired by mouse sports, perhaps.
Yeah.
6-1. Yeah, but the real challenge, apart from the missed grenades, is just the weapons and the utility they have left now, which is not that impressive. Falcons are leaning to the A side. Again, NiKo playing that solo position over here. Very common setup for the T side to have this 4-1 split on the map. See if MongolZ gets one for free. 0. How curious are you going to be? Okay, he spots out one there. Throws in a smoke, and it's a long time to wait on the other side of that smoke.
Yeah, might have to reassess your options here. NiKo, of course, patrolling towards the B side of the map. His teammates all hanging around elbow and A main. He's going to throw a little one-man execute. Smoke down towards long. Baiting out some CTU to himself. Molotov towards the cave entrance, trying to hold them on that side of the map. But they're not taking the bait at all, Anders.
No.
They have 3 players here towards A, which is very unusual. They've got a good read here and a good opening kill.
Didn't even get the gun out in time there. Tessus, he was throwing the grenade. That's not ideal. Kicksand, though. Pretty good work. Gets 2, makes it a triple, and that will put some pressure on the defense again. 17 seconds on the clock. That's burning him in the corner. MongolZ, he's practically dead already, but time is running low. NiKo trying to get there. They don't even need him. Kicksand, 4 kills will save Falcons in a round that looked very losable.
I don't know how they lose it. TYLOO get the opening kills. We've got 3 players there, and Kicksand is going above and beyond now. That's 2 rounds he saved for the squad.
I think one of the issues is Tessus throws a grenade, and he barely has the gun out ready for the fight, so he can't really take down 0, or maybe he could have, but it would have been very difficult to do that. Yeah, Kicksand to the rescue.
NiKo caught one of the rotations towards middle as well, when all the action was going on, so yeah, Kicksand. You don't normally see that from the in-game leaders. Beautiful sequence, run boost. Up towards the heavens, looking to send them to hell. It's nothing for it. Jam Young taken down. It's going to be 0 with a double kill, making a triple. This kid can frag. New boy stepping up time and time again for TYLOO.
It's also really the last chance they have. I think they need to make this like a 7-5 half. Otherwise, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. They might be anyway. Yeah, I don't know how you win that fight if you're MongolZ, but you do. NiKo has taken down Mercury. It's back into a 2-on-2, and with a health advantage in favor of Falcons.
The analyst said it's a scrappy game on Inferno. It's more of the same here.
Yeah.
TYLOO, you get all those advantages, and then you just push into their crosshairs. NiKo decapitates 0, and it looks like it might be enough here. He knows where G is, and he'll close things out. Crazy round there as we go 8-1. It was 0 with the triple kill. You think it's a done deal, but then they overplay their hand, Anders, pushing down, challenging the aim of Falcons, and that's a nasty wake-up call.
Well, I apologize for the screen, but I have no idea. He's so sick.
That shot was ridiculous. We've got to see that. See ya. Go wait in the lobby, 0. 8-1. And the money busted once again. 5-7s required.
He's just been doing this for so long, NiKo, with very few drop-offs in his career. You're talking about output over time. There are very few people in the world, maybe none, who can compete with NiKo. MongolZ sneaking on in. Just sees the shoulder. They have so little to work with here. I think they needed the 5 rounds on the CT side, and, you know, it's getting worse all the time here with the money that's left. Crossfire is interesting, but I feel like this is also a somewhat obvious play if you're low on money. Wouldn't be surprised if Falcons just get rid of this position using utility. Like such. More grenades. Yeah, keep piling them on. They will face check it in the end, but it softened up enough that it was a fair fight for them anyway. 3 versus 4. Rotation started to get there. Tessus is far away from the action at the moment, but with the weapons being what they are on the Falcon side, I doubt they're going to lose this one. Flash is absolutely immaculate, though. Kisuke to the rescue. Kixan jumping for his life in the corner, and they're going to be able to find Zero here. Not much he could do. Very calm shot, in fact.
9-1. It's been an all-out brawl here today.
Yeah, you had some confidence in Falcons coming into the second map, Henry. They're not letting you down this time.
I mean, even at a 9-1 scoreline, just the mechanical skill we're seeing from both teams is exquisite.
Yeah. Well, presumably this is what they expected on Inferno. We'll find them a banana, we'll win like this. It's all going to be great. Didn't turn out that way. Round number 11. Finally got some rifles back in the hands of the CT side. Flashed into the middle. Nobody could see a thing, but it doesn't really matter. They're still getting the kills. Attempted to run boost up there from Jam Young. But because the flashes from T-Spawn are so good, there's just no defense that can live through that one.
Every round is just so quick.
Yeah.
With one player finding like 3 or 4 kills, MongolZ's not really done anything yet. He's 3 and 6. It's all about Kixan. It's all about Nico. Kyosuke, everyone just going off. You don't even need the flash at this point.
It's how I like to play Counter-Strike. My teammate getting the kills.
Well, you just sit back.
Chilling in the background.
Providing the vibes.
Exactly, yeah. Telling some stories about the good old days. That kind of thing.
When were the good old days, Anders?
Oh, yeah. When were the good old days?
I'm not even sure.
Probably, you know, back in 2015.
Nip TV?
Nip TV, something like that, yeah.
Rolling it way back then.
I feel like the good old days are coming back, to be honest. I feel like Counter-Strike is looking better than ever.
In terms of like the competitive landscape,
yeah, it's sick.
I think it's great that we have Vitality dominating right now because it's put every other team on high alert.
We've got the best tier 2 and 3 scene we've ever
Absolutely.
had. It's so sick. Like, we're missing the Academy League still, RIP, but if we're looking real good at the moment.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
So I'm not too sad.
I think that the VRS system as well really like brought Counter-Strike back to life.
Yes.
It really gave us a narrative every single tournament. Even like a third place decider game is super important for these teams now.
Yes.
I think it kind of saved CS in a way.
I'd fight to the death on that one. It's definitely a
to the death?
Yeah, to the death.
Okay, you don't have to go that hard, but I like it.
Mercury goes down. Just hunting for weapons. They absolutely should as well. G. Okay, some cinematic shots towards the end. We do like those. He'll save the AWP, I think. Almost getting hunted down. Yeah, he will be fine. He saves the AWP. It's little consolation as they're going into round number 12 with a 9-round deficit.
I mean, G's already happy. He said he just wanted to win one map today. Yeah. They've never taken a map of Falcons. They've already done it. This one's over. Let's be honest. Mirage. You ain't winning Ancient, but you've got your map.
Win Mirage, though.
I mean, I don't know.
Calling it now, they're winning Mirage.
Don't call it now.
You're
going to look foolish.
Well, listen. Wouldn't be the first time.
No, true.
I'm well known. Okay, good grenades. The protocols are sick, though. Some rounds, it's the flashes over. This time, you jump into the HE. It feels like TYLOO are getting defeated by the protocols here in Midden for Falcons, as much as they are by the mechanics. Very cool to see.
This is the Falcons you want to see in general, though, right?
Hell yeah.
This is what this team's all about. High-flying antics, huge amount of skill, great vibes, nothing too flashy from a tactical perspective. Just set up your star players, get stuck in, and rip off some heads. Can they find G? Time will tell. Final round, Anders.
Yeah, he's already been pushed out of this position. Unfortunately, it's a bit rough. Tessers with the swing. Finally gets to see a little bit of action in this one. And they will find G. Even
there he
Odyssey is getting some action in this round. 3 versus 5. Bomb is going to be planted. And a retake looks impossible from this point of view.
Oh, he set up.
Yes.
You know what happens now?
Jam Young can find that one, maybe it's all, but Nico is so smart.
Good luck on that.
That's so annoying. That's just so, like, you know, Nico could have the skills to fight him, but he knows the better play. That's an MP7 from a kilometer away. MongolZ goes down, but it's all for nothing. 1 versus 4 here. Jam Young towards the donut. They'll fight him just to give him a bit of action towards the end of it, but what a first half it's been for the Falcons. 11-1 as they make a statement half against TYLOO.
including me or no?
You could include yourself if you want.
Wow.
Honestly, gonna be pretty easy. I just put the whole Vitality lineup. My dream roster right now in CS would be IGL, definitely Apex. I'm assuming I'm in there, so it's gonna be me.
You have Blitz, who is probably sharpest IGL, I would say.
If I had to make a squad to beat Vitality, I'll make Nico IGL. Because I think isolated Vitality is really, really great players to have Saibu and then have really great role players. And if you want to beat them, I think you will have problems beating by the system, the way they play right now. So you have to beat them by raw firepower, just out of the gate. I think it's a no-brainer to pick Saibu and Donkey in your team. I think it's just unfair.
Yo, it's be the bend of that end of the scope is so ridiculous.
I don't think it needs any extra explaining, like they're not crossing each other's roles. Yeah, they're the best currently.
I have no idea how this roster might work in terms of relationships, like how they're gonna get used to each other and if it is even gonna work. But you know, Donk is Donk, Zaiwu is Zaiwu.
Opper, I would say Zaiwu. I would put Donk because I think he's probably the best driver in CS right now. I will take MongolZ. I will take Donk.
Multi-frag moment, but here's Donk's rebuttal! They're feeding Apex to him, and now this huge health advantage. Time's ticking. Donk's out!
And we have an Nencher and Messi. At this point, he is like the best one, like past more than a year.
Robs, Apex, Zaiwu and Robs are playing for Vitality, which is by far the best teams in the last months, like even last 1 year, let's say. Robs, for the sake of being one of the world-class anchors for such a long time, and right now in the top one team, and he's been in form for a long period of time. And then we'll take Bit. Kyosuke, I would choose him because I think obviously he's really young, but even though he doesn't have too much experience, he has shown how good he can be, and I think he definitely has a bright future.
Kyosuke. This is just Kyosuke. Everyone knows.
I think you also take Kaisuke. And the last player, I would put MongolZ as a hybrid. I just think MongolZ just has the class, just has the talent. He knows all of the situational utility. He understands how to play clutch. So I just think it's an overall pretty tough team to beat.
If we're saying that current roster Vitality, we're all going to stay together and you can't have any of them, who would you take instead?
I would take the full roster of Team Spirit.
You never know how a team connects. These players in Vitality seem to add something to the server and make the teammates better. I think that's unique, and I think we've only seen that in the Astralis era, where every player is really great and they're making each other better. And I think that is always the hardest when you make a team that has to compete for the finals on the first day, basically.
Welcome back to Blast Open, where the Falcons are ruffling some feathers. They're up 11-1 on their map pick of Ancient. Feels like we're done here, Anders. A formality at this point as we get ready for Mirage.
Very hard to construct a story in which TYLOO make any kind of a comeback here. Pistol round is the first test, but it'll be a long time before we get real excited about this T side for them. They are grouping up outside of the B bomb side, though. Maybe they could find a way to punch through. 3 people defending. Dualies right in their face. They take her, honestly, but Tessis, some very crisp headshots. Will take down Jamyoung and Moja both, and now hiding in the corner kicks. And I don't think they were expecting for that third player to not be part of the fight, but still be on the site. Bomb not planted, and maybe it won't be. G in a 1 versus 1.
Against Kixan, who's been excellent on Ancient. 15 and 6. He's had a couple of clutches already.
Yeah, he's been doing so much work, and he's going to find his one. That's such an easy timing for him. 3 kills for Kixan.
Yeah, he's killing it right now.
That's wild. Well, I was looking forward to bring out a stat about MongolZ AWPing on the CT side. I
don't think you'll see an AWP from MongolZ on the CT side.
They've taken that away from me.
Yeah, we're at map points after the first round of the second half.
It's disappointing. Ruining my homework.
There's not going to be much to discuss on the analyst desk either. They've just absolutely owned them. They've just... every single facet of the game. Nothing too flashy in a tactical perspective, just Kixan winning out the clutches, Nico hitting some unbelievable shots, Kyosuke bringing it up the rear, and TYLOO not really turning up. Didn't have a response. It's a very scrappy game once again. Falcons warmed up now, though, and they have asserted their dominance. This is the performance they wanted in Inferno. They wanted to get stuck in and show how much better they are. Finally, we're seeing it come to light. Can they close things out now? Nico, what have you got?
Certainly got some backup with him, that's for sure. Double for Mars in his donut position. Trade is very respectable, but NiKo still stands tall, at least for another kill there. Bomb being planted, and they don't have a kit. There's not one on the ground either. So let's see if some of the after-plant positions here for TYLOO could net them another round. That's a very good smoke. The timing is sick.
That's always the way, isn't it? Round number 13, hardest one to get.
Yeah, you do always remind us, and there's a good reason for it here. Boost up. Ooh, wait a minute, that's a wall bang. I don't even know how they realized. Mercury's gone. Tessus making this the retake look easy. He sprayed them all down. 3 kills for Tessus. Even without the kit, they're going to have time for this one. Unbelievable map coming in here for Falcons as they end up winning it 13-1. That is such a powerful team right here.
Revitalizing the squad, raising the morale. They should have taken Inferno. They know it. But TYLOO, not really much you can do. You can't be too gutted with that one. You've taken your map pick. They've taken theirs. It's going to be Mirage to decide things here. But the way the Falcons are hitting right now, I don't think we stand a chance of TYLOO taking the series.
Now that's how you bounce back from a disappointing Inferno. Take notes, Mouse. Falcons right back into the swing of things and no mercy shown.
That settles it for me, Mike. Falcons are the best team in the world. It's clear. They are the best team in the world based off that one map.
Jacob, do you wanna touch that? All right, he does not want to touch that. Let's just talk about Kixon. Oh my goodness, IGL fragging out of his mind. 16-7 here, lighting the torch for Ancient, his teammate, then picked it up and ran with it.
Yeah, he found a lot of impact, Kixon. Good start by him in the game. You'd argue, you know, in the first couple of rounds, you know, first maybe 7 or 8, there were a couple of close moments. TYLOO had a couple of 4v2s, I think a 5v3 as well, but every single time it came down to a clutch or came down to them closing out the round. They couldn't. More often than not, Kixon was one of the actors, dare I say it, in bringing back Falcons in those rounds, and then as soon as they kind of stabilized, as soon as they won a couple of those, they just completely made minced meat out of TYLOO. I'm going to be honest, Mike, I don't have a lot to say about this game because TYLOO didn't really give us anything to talk about, but at the end of the day, you got to give credit to Kixon for being the first to bounce back, and then, you know, followed up by NiKo, followed up by Kixon. You saw what happened.
And fittingly, the last kill of the map as well.
Yeah, there's not a lot to say about this game, Mike, because the game was about 15 minutes long. They basically, Falcons ran out, won most of their duels, and when they didn't win the duels, eventually later on in the round, they won the duels in the clutch, in the 2v4. And you can't blame TYLOO that much. I mean, this is what we expected coming into the series. This is a stylistic mismatch. This is a ranking mismatch. This is a player skill mismatch. This is how it was supposed to look on Inferno.
So let's dig into that, actually. That's a good way to get us something to talk about. Because, yes, now we've seen this Ancient, but this didn't happen on the Inferno, right? By all measures, by everything you set up for us, Vu, this should just be Falcons all the way, all day, every day. So why was this so wildly different?
I'll say one thing that differentiates Ancient and Mirage from Inferno. I think Kioske is a bit of a liability on Inferno. As much as he was their top fragger in that game, if you watch back the rounds until the last few where he started fragging out, Kioske was dying or getting one and getting traded, putting them in a 4v4 round after round after round on Inferno. I don't think that happened at all on Ancient, as we could see. I don't think it's going to happen on Mirage either. These are maps where Kioske is more comfortable. These are maps where he's just going to frag out and the rest of the team is going to follow him up.
There's simply just more space to move around. Yeah, I think Inferno is still one of those maps that is a little bit compact, especially even with the Molotov change. You know, what is that, a year ago, where it doesn't spread as much anymore? That was trying to accommodate for it, but it's just a very claustrophobic map sometimes, you know, I'd say in some regard, and it's a map that Kyusuke, as we spoke about during the Budapest Major as well, he doesn't really play it. You know, when he plays Face It, he always perma-bans Inferno, or at least make sure whoever's leading the lobby perma-bans Inferno for him. So I think there's something to be said about him not being comfortable on that map just yet. And then Ancient, Mirage, you know, Dust 2 for that matter as well, being a bit more expressive maps in terms of the individual firepower, because you can move around without hitting a wall 24/7 or staring into a smoke.
It's certainly true, and someone else who found a lot of room on Ancient, NiKo here, Vu.
NiKo manages to find room almost at all times on most maps. He struggles a little bit because he creates room for Kioske. He creates ability for him to go for plays, but I like most when I see NiKo take over a game. That shot was ridiculous. I love seeing NiKo take over a game because it's so classic to CS. This is a player that's been so good for so long. We questioned last year when Kyosuke came into the lineup, he kind of fell off from being this top 5, top 10 player for how many years? 10 years or something, where he was in the top 10 of the scene. You love to see him do well.
You love to see Nico do well. It's always nice. Mike, I don't want to step on your toes, but I did you a favor, I think.
Okay.
I came into this segment prepared. I did what I probably shouldn't have done. I went into Twitch chat and I wrote in the Twitch chat, guys, we got nothing to talk about. So give me some ideas. And they come up with 3 different things we can then discuss, and I want to present them to you guys and let you choose. First one would be the new ammo update, if we have any takes on that. There was a guy asking for that in the chat. Second one would be, do we think Falcons are going to win anything this year? That's also a relevant question. Third one was talking about my weight loss, so I'm going to discredit that. We don't want to talk about that. So where you want to go? Ammo update, Falcons winning anything?
I have a take on the ammo update. It might actually make Ancient better for the mid-fight, right? Just a little bit more of a restriction on how much ammo you can spam through every smoke in existence, just making that a little bit more of a cost-benefit analysis might make some of these fights that you actually have to see your opponent before you pull the trigger?
I like that, you know, because one of the few things, I love Counter-Strike, diehard Counter-Strike fan, one of the few things I dislike about CS2 is the fact that we see so many spam kills through smokes. I'm almost being put off, you know, when I watch an Ancient game, or Inferno for that matter as well, where there's say 30 or 40% of the kills are just spamming through a smoke and banana. It doesn't do anything to me. I don't care if you get lucky through the smoke or whatnot. So if if that actually might work out and makes it a bit more of a cost-benefit analysis, whether or not you're spamming your bullet through the smoke, I would love that.
You're talking about Ancient and Inferno. How about Nuke? Nuke is a map where it's just kind of rolling the dice. Can you get across through your smokes? Are you going to get the smoke naded out? Are you going to get spammed through the smoke? I'm not sure that it's going to shut it down completely. I think especially Nuke is one where you might spam your whole clip before reloading and it never actually matters. I think people are overblowing how much this update is going to change things, but I do think it's looking in the right direction. Punish people for wasting their ammo.
Now, I don't know if Polymarket has this one. If not, then create it. Like, put your money where your mouth is. Do you think Falcons are going to win a trophy this year, Mike?
I think there's an interesting way to have this conversation. I think that it is distinctly possible. You do have to qualify what kind of a trophy, because now we see VRS
a trophy at whatever tournament.
I think it's impossible.
Then I'll say yes. You think it's impossible?
I think it's physically no.
So I think one of the ways that they would get to doing it is by having their young star Kyosuke improve step by step, incrementally. So I did actually ask him about changes in his preparation. I want to give this answer a listen.
Now, with that settling in, with the practice that you've gotten, how much might be changing for you? I know Zonic's been talking about trying to change some of the habits, the pace that you guys play with, playing for the team, that kind of thing. How much of that is for you? How much of that are you working on?
And I think everyone in the team just trying to work on it, just try to watch more Skybox instead of playing more FURIA. And this was Danny point. He had 2 points that why he was removing FURIA. It's just about the bad habits and about just hard working. He meant just watching more demos and Skybox to improve as a team. We find a mistake, what we do like often in practice and repeating, we try to remove, and we try to see as a 5 players like individually what mistake do we do often and how do we can fix it.
And speaking about that preparation for you, you've only been competing at this level for, I mean, not even a year now, right? Since the jump up. How much have you changed as a player in terms of how you prepare, how you watch demos, how you learn?
I think I've changed a lot because I'm playing with an experienced player. I think Nico tries to help me like every moment he can, and I'm trying to learn from him a lot because he was playing the same roles also with me. But he was playing the same roles with me on T side, on CT side, someone. But he's not that aggressive player as me, and he's just trying to use my aim and use my like stuff inside me to let me be the best player, you know.
You ask, we answer, Jacob. And so we have some answers about Falcons. Not about Kyosuke's football skills, but about what might be their chances of winning a trophy this year. What do you think? This is what Polymarket thinks.
Oh, it's been going up as of late. How's that even happening? I don't know.
I'd like to see where it fell completely off a cliff. What was do we have the date on that? That's crazy.
Yeah. To be completely honest, I'm starting to lose faith in this Falcons lineup. I've been for a long time, and I'll stick by those words saying that when you have so much talent, eventually it's going to happen. And whether it's going to be with this lineup or another lineup or a roster change heading into Cologne, after Cologne, it will eventually happen throughout 2026. But I don't know. It's taken me 3 months, maybe 4 months now, nearing in on that to be like, with the way they're playing, with the maps they're losing, with the mixed messaging I'm getting from Coach Sonic, from some of the players, it's hard for me to actually put my money where my mouth is. I'm inclined to say no at this point, especially when Vitality are playing the way they are.
Let me reframe that graph, okay? It's not about whether Falcons are going to win or not, because we know with this roster they're not going to win. That graph is going up the more people think that Falcons will make a roster move. Because if it's just Falcons with this roster, they're not getting into the 30 or 40 percentile range. It's going to be 10, 15, maybe 20 maximum. The thing is, it includes roster changes.
This is free for whoever is doing this whole Polymarket thing. You know, I'm not going to send an invoice for this, but if you really want to play your game, then make one, you know, will Nico be an in-game leader by the summer break? I think that's the interesting one, because I think that's where we're heading.
They will never win an S-tier event.
Well, you're wrong about that, but Mike, go on.
I was going to say, not if Kixen plays like he did on Ancient. That's going to be really tough to remove him. Either that or they just swap roles. Kixen becomes a little bit more of a star fragger, mix things up entirely. Let's talk a bit of Mirage, right? Because this is a map where we were talking about the space that you have on Ancient. There's going to be space galore, but for TYLOO as well, a lot more experience.
I feel like TYLOO are Mirage specialists to some degree as well. I said the best chance into this game was Inferno. That's because of Falcons' weaknesses. I think TYLOO may be even better on a map like Mirage, where they can also express themselves. The problem is there's so much individual skill on the side of Falcons that I have to side with that. I have to go with that still. I think I said in the green room that they were going to win 13-3, 13-4 after they lost Inferno, and I'm inclined to think that I'm right about that.
TYLOO are going to come into this map. They're going to do some cool things. They're going to have another cool exec, some cool tactics. The problem is cool plays aren't going to make up for the talent differential between these two teams. The last map, that could have been, you know, you go into a meeting and you say that could have been an email. Last map could have been a text message. This one could have been an email.
Well, we'll see if they can file a whole-on meeting for this one. I do have some info. TYLOO won the knife. They're starting CT, but I will say Falcons definitely won the volume competition.
Oh my God, that changes everything, Mike. Everything. They're getting 5 rounds instead of 4.
Excuse me for trying to give you some data points here, Jacob, trying to help some things out. All right, so let's look to the future, right? If you guys are so very sure that this is an absolute sure guaranteed thing, what do you want to see from Falcons to make you think that they have what it takes to keep going in this tournament?
Win their next matchup.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, it's the same scenario for as Mouse yesterday, the way I described it. But I think Falcons already by now have shown that at this tournament, Inferno is a weakness. That's going to be picked against them over and over again. So the next thing I want to see from Falcons is a better Inferno showing. Naturally, for that to happen, they need to win this game so they move on into the tournament, Mike. So that's what I'm expect coming out from Falcons. Whether they win 13-10, 13-9, 13-3, I don't really care. I don't really mind as long as they get the job done.
Well, these guys are already ready to go into the future, but I'm ready for the here and now. To take us to that here and now, Anders and Henry, take it away.
Mike, you need to get some control of that desk. They're getting a bit rowdy. You need the iron fist. But that's exactly what Falcons delivered on Ancient. 13-1. We move over to the decider of Mirage. Anders, is it all over? Do Falcons just walk away with the victory here?
Well, the analysts seem to say so. They're pretty sassy on their desk, aren't they? But I've got to be honest, I feel like there's still a chance here. I don't think TYLOO are going to go up so easily. Yes, they are the underdog team, no question. They're used to facing maybe a little bit worse opposition, but they've got some tricks up their sleeve, I think. G, he's pretty good on that CT side AWP. Mercury is really good in the A connector, and on the T side, Mercury is a really good roamer. So they have something to work with here. I do think Falcons are the favorites, but let's find out as we hit into the third map here. Everything on the line between Falcons and TYLOO.
Yeah, loser goes home. Falcons in the driving seat right now, feeling very comfortable after giving them a walloping on Ancient. They're going to start on the T side. It looks to be maybe just a straight-up B rush here. Honestly, leading the charge. Flashbang goes in, and we are off to the races, Anders.
Kind of love it. This is the kind of speed we want, but Jam Young, he wants to stop them and derail this train. He's only going to get the one, though. Kixen takes him in return. The bomb is being planted now. and a very hard retake. No kit, no utility, couple of dualies here. MongolZ, this must be successful against Nico. You have to win this fight, or you're not going to get close. Tessus at the same time, and they have wiped out the incoming attack here. Another pistol round for Falcons. They don't get many, but it worked real well for them on Ancient.
Everyone stepping up there. Tessus, Kyosuke, Kixan, Nico, everyone gets a kill. Mercury, nothing to do but save his Kevlar and USP.
Why make it complicated, Henry?
Just rush B.
Yeah, just rush B.
Just do it every map.
What's that? Is it the midwit meme?
Yeah, exactly. The 0 IQ, then the 200 IQ, just rush B.
Just rush B. Yeah. Get on. If production can find that meme and make it, in the next round, that's what we need.
Don't do that. It's not worth it. It's not that funny.
It is an old meme, but I'm an old person, meme. Henry. What can you do? I'm not up to date.
They have been enjoying the Force buys. TYLOO, see whether they want to bring one out here. I'm seeing a scout in the hand of G. Doesn't necessarily mean they'll go all in. Let's have a look. They have. So, scout for G, MP9s, 5.7s, and is keeping it simple. They're in the flow state right now. Just stick together. Death ball into these bomb sites.
But they've already proven they can win using that death ball mentality.
Sure. Let's see what can be done here, though. Nice smoke just as they're committing. Do they run through it? Or do they recalculate their options here?
I feel like it's so tempting to do it, and they're going to bite on that temptation. Might have been a mistake here. Zero's got a kill. Tessa started the shot. MongolZ with the great flashbangs, and now kills to add Nico with a headshot. The initial defense looked real solid.
Yeah, it was 5 on 3 for a split second.
Yeah.
But didn't have enough to hold on. Jam Young still wants to give it a look in. Molotov goes down towards the connector, limits his options significantly. Just going to see if he can pick one off. Spots one towards the palace. Bit of info, I suppose. 2-0 locked in. Just looking for some follow-up damage here. Get himself another $600. Not going to happen. And we like to go 3-0 here. They continue with their winning ways. We are just joining us. First map of Inferno, a little bit slow to start. Trying to dominate the map where Falcons, too much aggression, too many fumbled rounds against pistols. Actually led them to a defeat in overtime against TYLOO, but they woke up. Ancient was a very different story. We were only there for about 10 minutes.
It was so quick.
And it was 13-1. Now onto Mirage, 3-0 locked in on the T side. Things going swimmingly for Team Falcons.
But as we said, TYLOO have never won a map against Falcon, and
yeah,
they've done that today at least.
That was their only objective. The problem is there's nowhere to go after losing this game. You are knocked out of the tournament.
Yeah. We've already lost some big names so far.
Falcon. Yeah, we really have. I'll bring it up just to make sure we're nailing this. So we've lost Mouse, of course.
Yeah.
We've lost NIP.
Yeah.
We've lost FaZe.
Ouch.
And we've lost Bait.
Yeah.
They all go out in last place.
Really rough.
Looks like TYLOO might be joining that list. Most notable there, of course, MongolZ and FaZe. FaZe you kind of expected at this point, I suppose. MongolZ, we know they're on a downward turn after that EPL result, but still shocking to come dead last in a 16-team tournament. It's
that's
unbelievable, really.
Not happened in living memory for MongolZ. They're so consistent at making the playoffs at everything. But yeah, definitely struggling a bit. We'll see if they can recover that in the future. But for now, Falcons, they made it way through that round pretty easily. There's nothing really to talk about either. Well, now we've got rifles.
Good news is for MongolZ, we've got a couple of weeks for Bucharest, so
true.
See whether they can work it out. But for now, round 4, bonus situation, meaning you have the lesser weaponry.
Okay.
After you find yourself suffering from success, and Kicksan's keeping it simple once again. In towards A-Anders, 0 to defend.
Right on top, Mercury comes blasting out. It's Nico to go down. Kyosuke only the double kill. He does shoot him down pretty quickly, but a 2 versus 2, and the backup is starting to get there. Mercury, he's got Jamyang behind him, but he takes the fight right as MongolZ was throwing that grenade. The worst possible timing. Kixan, he was a superstar on that second map.
He really was. Top fragger, won multiple clutches. He's trying to sow the seeds of doubt into the minds of TYLOO. It might be working. They are vacating the premises. One towards CD Spawn, that's Mercury. Already got 2 kills to his name, AK-47 in hand. This is a thinking man's clutch.
Yes, it is. It requires some discipline for TYLOO to not fight him alone.
Well, they've confirmed it's not going to be B, at least through the apartments. You can see them getting that intel.
Yeah. I think they know Mercury just has to not fight straight up.
If you can Molotov CT spawn, there's another Molotov available towards the steps. Just get that bomb planted. We'll see whether he wants to go for it or check out this area nearby.
He's checking everything except the one corner he needed to. That is a really smart. I think you're absolutely right, though. Running away, coming back to it again. Like, you could see how that could have worked out. But TYLOO were on the board early, and that's what they need. They were on Ancient as well, and then they never were heard from again.
Well, they've equaled their round total from Ancient, so that's something to work with. 3-1. This was the bonus round, remember. Still comes down to quite an uncomfortable finish. Good work for Mercury, though. Tucks himself in. Guarantees that round. The AWP for MongolZ is on the prowl. Gets a good spawn, denies the push towards middle with the Molotov. Top of middle smoke deployed by the CTs. Makes things uncomfortable.
They did not smoke the window. So, just to point out, I think Falcons wanted to do more, but they got pushed back by this smoke.
Yeah.
I think they had more of a plan for that top mid aggression than we get to see in this round. Again, the lack of smoke in the window from the T side is always worth noting at home. Looking at that minimap, that should tell you that someone is up.
Yeah, suggests them honestly wanted to go for that pick.
I think so.
Smoke dissipates now. Smoke's down. Mosey up and towards our ladder room.
G's got an AK, so not the AWP just yet. He's gonna go down to MongolZ. Pretty easy shot by his standards, to be fair. And now they're trying to creep through. Gotta be careful, no one's controlling the catwalk. Surely someone needs a grenade here. Normally you throw a Molotov or a smoke or something to get rid of that position, but they just leave it raw. MongolZ will get it back in line. 3 versus 3, 40 seconds. There's a double setup on the bomb side. They get 0. Mercury normally playing closer towards the connector. Let's see if Falcons have done their homework, if they know that he's going to be there somewhere. Yeah. It might not matter. Jam Young deleted Nico. He's in a real mood right now.
What a face check that is from Nico. Mercury still can be dangerous in this round. He's 4-2 currently, 3 versus 1. The most overlooked position in all of Counter-Strike is this one right here. They'll all check it, though. Spray him down. Got a bit dicey there. You're absolutely right. When you're going towards connector, the protocol is throw the Molotov towards shore before you go up. And I think they've got a bit carried away. They found a couple of kills.
Yeah.
Everything was going way too good for them and just forgot the basic piece of utility. Doesn't cost them the round. It's absolutely fine. You can see no one's even checking it. No one's even considering shore.
Yeah.
And the Molotov comes in after the kills. Yeah. So I guess just lapse in concentration there. Doesn't cost them too much. It's all good. They go 4-1. Nice little wake-up call, though. Doesn't cost them the round.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't want to extrapolate from just the one round, but these are also the kind of things you do this against Vitality.
Yep.
You are absolutely going to get wrecked.
Sure.
That'll cost you a round every time. 4-1, though. I mean, Falcons, unstoppable on Ancient. They're coming into this beginning of this half. They win the pistol, and they look very strong once again. I think it is on the shoulders of TYLOO to slow this team down. We know that Falcons can start to doubt themselves. We know they can be frustrated when they start to lose, but you have to bring them to that point. If they keep going like this, well, then they will just have enough momentum to run TYLOO out of the tournament. MongolZ activated early in this game as well. That's a bit of an issue. He had to do nothing at all. He was just a passenger on Ancient. Had a great time, though. Got to watch the game from the back line somewhere, but he's in the front seat now. 6-2 with the AWP. You like to see that. And this is sort of round for TYLOO. Given the weaponry, I wish they would come up with something more interesting than this default kind of defense. I'd love to see like a double push into Palace or, you know, push into underpass or anything like that. I feel like this is stack on B maybe.
Hey, sometimes it's better to let the Falcons play themselves.
They've done that before.
Yeah, they've done that a few times.
Yeah, maybe you're onto something. I forgot about that. They're being very careful, though. Investigating. Tessus is in the Palace. 3 people in middle.
Yeah, should be good here. It's a bit of a B stack coming in from TYLOO. 4 players on that side of the map.
I think they'll finish A, though. Nico's in the underpass. Tessus, he's been holding this Palace for like a minute now.
Zero, we've been impressed with his output of this tournament, but this could be the last map he plays here at the Blast Open. Made a bit of a name for himself. 5-7 does some good damage. Should be all he finds though. And with the B stack in place, bomb will be planted.
Yeah.
And that's the round, 5-1.
Yeah, credit to Falcons for taking their time, checking everything, not walking into anything wild.
Yeah.
It's not the most exciting round, but you know.
It's always the word calamity we use with Falcons. Saw a bit of it in Inferno, but since Ancient, it's been smooth sailing, Anders.
I mean, if they can improve their mental, this team will be much more scary to be up against. There's no question about that.
Bear in mind, winner of this game, which is looking likely to be Falcons, let's be honest, will go on to play the winner of FURIA and NRG.
That's the next game, I believe. I'm quite excited for that game myself. NRG looked much better than I was expecting. It's quite a promising situation for them.
Bear in mind with that game, it's not a seeding game. That's winner goes to the quarterfinals, loser does not make it to the playoffs.
True. Speaking of teams that have improved their mental, Liquid are playing later on. They look stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they looked pretty good, actually, this tournament. What did they manage to take down? NIP. They had a close game against Spirit.
Yeah.
Arguably should have taken a map off Spirit. It was that like nightmare clutch against Magix on Ancient that cost them the game. But I think they're looking good. They were playing against MongolZ. That's going to be a hard game.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think they win it, but I want it to be a good game at least.
I think it will be. I think it's going to be exciting. 5-1 the scoreline, and Kixan with the beginning. Moja, he was trying to be sneaky with it, hiding under the smoke there for the T side, but it doesn't work out. Tesses, he failed the spray in the last round against the 5-7, but he was dead accurate here. Mercury gets blown up, and Zero, you probably needed 3 kills to be in this round, to be honest. I think even a double wouldn't have done it. And Jam Young here, oh, Nico, that is some confidence, isn't it?
Nico's got him in his pocket right now. Every one-on-one duel those two have had, Nico has dominated him. Jam Young has fell off the edge of a cliff after having a miraculous performance on Inferno. 27 kills. He's currently 1-5 as a 6-1 down. You're right, needed a triple there. A double might have saved the day. So this is the shot against Jam Young. Nico is so locked in.
It looks like he starts to shoot before he's out of the smoke. Like, it's just, there aren't a lot of frames between him not being able to see anything and the guy on the other side being dead.
Yeah, I don't care what anyone says. Nico's my go. He always has been.
I don't think consistency over time, I don't think you could name a better player. Like, there are other players that have higher peaks, but think about how long he's been playing.
Yeah,
like, that's the problem. Like, he was playing this way in iNation.
Yeah.
It's not.
You're really rolling back the years there.
With Kassad and Yanko.
Yeah.
Yanko Orping.
Wow.
People don't remember. I do. I casted
You
Yanko
were there with
Orping.
Nip TV.
Yeah. Listen, people on Earth, Yanko was a sick Orper back then. You've no idea. Got to give him some respect. Round number 8. The money is just unfortunately dreadful here for the TYLOO side. I wish it could be more exciting, but
yeah,
the funds.
It's why it was kind of frustrating the Falcons give it that first map. Hold on, let's hold the phone for a second. We'll finish that point later. Okay. Well, just because like it feels like it was a waste of time playing even Ancient. It felt like what was the point of even going there?
Sure, I mean...
like, you could see the skill disparity. You can see it right now.
Yeah.
They're out of their depth. And it felt like Falcons just overplaying their hand too many times, too aggressive. The game was going to be too easy for them.
Jacob on the desk in between all the SAS was making a good point about Falcons and Inferno, how if it's that much of a weakness, other teams will pick it against them. So I guess that's at least it was worth that. We know that now. We can talk about that going into latest.
I definitely think it's one of the maps they really do need to address.
Yeah,
because I've casted it so many times and it's always such a nightmare to watch, especially on the CT side. Like,
yeah.
I don't know why more people aren't talking about it, but for me, it's that B bomb side, especially. This looks so dangerously weak. I think they need to revamp the whole CT side.
Yeah, reinvent that part. Throw it all out.
And they've already tried that. I think it used to be Nico over there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Nico and clearing banana is one of the scariest things. He's so good as a banana player that it's almost hard to imagine why you'd want to take him away from that. Well, we're on Mirage now. MongolZ angling for an opening, set up with a flashbang. And gee, that's a very good shot. Not a lot showing there. They do need all the rounds. 7-5 is a must here for TYLOO.
On the CT side, yes.
Yeah.
Considering how things are going. You've got a nice man advantage, but you can't hold on for very long as Kixan. Bit of a masterclass from the in-game leader today. Not so much in the tactics, just the individual skill.
Yeah. They haven't needed big tactics.
It's been quite a basic approach, which is absolutely fine. When you're playing like this, don't need to go too deep in the strat book. Lots of just default set pieces in towards A.
Okay.
Kixan taken down though. 0, you need 1 here, not going to happen. AWP will strike, but in a very awkward position now. Can vault up towards the bomb site. Nice attempt.
20 seconds. It's time to run the clock down low. G navigating this one and not burned by the fire, but Tess's was on top of him. I don't think G was expecting it. 10 seconds on the clock.
Spawn.
Bomb is being planted. Jam Young, do you want to swing against Nico to try and do this? They nearly line up for him, and he'll get the first kill. Nico's already a bit tagged up, but he's 7-1. You know he has the confidence to try and go for this one. Hiding in sandwich. He knows where they both are. He's heard the footsteps on either side, so it's not a mystery any longer. There's the spray down. He is just such a god.
That's what you love to see. You're dead on, Anders. He knew exactly what he was up against. He gets all the sound cues. A split second to decide how he approaches that engagement. Goes to the crowd spray, and the transfer was just sublime. It doesn't get much better than that. The first round in a while, it looked like TYLOO were going to pick up. They get the opening frag against MongolZ. G did very well. Stayed alive as long as he could. They had the 2-1 advantage, but look at the control, the precision.
Yeah.
That is some world-class stuff, ladies and gentlemen. 9-1 for Nico. 8-1 overall for Falcons. They are unstoppable right now. You don't even need a coach. Keep on going.
It's not necessary. Cardboard cutout might do. Because he's done all the work for them there. That should always be the luxury and the threat of being up against Falcons, that you could run into this version of Nico. Now, sometimes in the big games, he's disappeared in the past. But if they can fix those issues, if he could be there, then this is a team that could win some trophies. I know Wu is saying no, but you look at it here. I mean, it does look good. 9-1 for Nico, 8-1 for Falcons. Goodbye.
You don't even get to play the round. You don't even get out the window. I'm not sure he fumbled the jump or Nico was just there too quickly. He looked a bit awkward, but they do pull one back. Mercury will find Tesses for his troubles. 4-4 still favors the T side, though. Just by virtue of the defense being spread very thin, the T's can group up, overpower the bomb sites. So you're looking for a reaction now. We need some information on the CT side. Can't sit in the dark. A bomb site very vulnerable right now, but the bomb's back in T-spawn. Now, Falcons are a team that are known to forget about bombs sometime.
That has happened. Oh, MongolZ.
Oh my god.
Inspired by Nico's rifling. He wants a little bit of himself. Mercury and Jam Young. 50 seconds. The bomb is being picked up now.
Yeah, Nico's going to go pick it up. Kisuke's already in CT spawn. It should be done deal. They're so far removed from this one.
It really feels like there's no part of the map that Falcons just can't take. They're just, wherever they go, that's it. Like, it's a bit of a fight, but they win it every time.
Nice util from Nico as well. Incendiary down towards the jungle. Smoke to connector. Not taking any risks. No chances here. You don't think anyone's home, but you don't want to give up a cheeky kill. Lock them out, and that's exactly what they do. They're on track for another 13-1 here.
That's what they're going for. Still really happy for TYLOO to have won that early map. I think that was a good story.
Sure.
It's good for them. Inspire them a little bit. You know, G's going to be happy. We can all appreciate that. But they weren't ready for map 2 and 3 is what it feels like at the moment. Mercury's got some kills. Jam Young hasn't really got activated. Nobody did anything on Ancient, obviously, but yeah. Bit of a fall from grace. And on we go. Falcons. They're speed running this. Scheduling fans, Henry. They are loving it.
Should have taken Inferno. But this is more like it. MongolZ. Good God, this was good.
Yeah.
And Yeah, on the CT side, we said they needed 7-5. Best they can really hope for is 9-3 at this point. They save a couple of weapons at least, the AK for G. Jam Young, though, MIA. Hasn't been spotted for a while. He's 2-7 after getting 27 kills on Inferno.
Yeah.
As soon as Falcons lock that map down,
like
they're going to be a very dangerous team in every tournament.
Yeah, it might be one of the last pieces they need to really be a threat to Vitality as well, perhaps. 4 versus 5, all right. They open it up. No one's even gone down yet on the T side.
Chimp, you might want to go back in Twitch chat. Because I think you're going to have nothing to talk about again. This is just deathmatch at this point.
It is.
If you've got any questions for Pimp, Darth Michael, Vu,
yeah,
let him know in Twitch chat right now. Because I'm struggling to think of anything to talk about as a commentator.
We just enjoy it. Just watch the spectacle of what it is, I guess. I mean, what else can you do?
They're just walking into every choke point, every angle. Free reign of the map. No one's missing a shot. This is the Falcons you want to see.
Yeah.
Like this is the show they should be putting on every game, considering the talent and power they have within the squad.
What a display it's been. Could see it as well, I think. Smile on KySuke every round, as far as I can tell. They are locked in right now. We know that TYLOO have great aimers, but there's just a difference here in class and quality on the last couple of maps. Wild. Back in T-spawn. Going to be smoking off the window. Pretty standard stuff here, denying some information for the CT side.
It's about the most exciting thing we've seen so far.
Yeah.
A smoke lands.
Great window smoke. It's a great one.
It's a nice one.
One of the best ones I've seen yet.
Final round of the first half, you can believe it. Yeah, it's full of all the smokes. We can enjoy that at least.
Yeah. They know what they're doing.
All right, Anders. Wrap it up for us. Try and make it exciting.
Here we go, Henry. There are no defenders on the A-bomb side. They're locked out from the smoke wall that has been placed by Falcons. They're trying to get a bit closer now. TYLOO, one more round, and you never really know what could happen. Anything is possible in the game of Counter-Strike.
I like where you're going with this. Keep going.
Could be the difference between staying in the tournament and getting knocked out. Could be the beginning of the avalanche that takes out Falcons. But they need this round. It's critical. Jam Young, he's set up in CT spawn, waiting for the rest of them. Zero, he will open up the bidding, but Nico is there to answer back, and TYLOO now reeling, trying to get onto the site, but it's been denied completely. An 11-1 first half. Falcons look unstoppable.
He's not warming up. He's hunting.
It's just a fluke. You can't drop 30 like that every match.
What possessed God in heaven to make a player like MongolZ?
God did not make MongolZ. I made him.
You trained him, right?
I teach this kid everything. Discipline, positioning, grenade lineups. He's ignoring it all.
You wanted to see me?
Come sit, Daniel.
I've seen your flashbangs. Did Fallen teach you nothing?
Utilities for people that miss.
That's not game sense, bro. That's madness.
Madness? No, confidence.
He's not blinking. I don't think he's blinked since he walked in.
Look, Daniel, the teams out there, they know you're dangerous. They're planning around you. They don't want to end up in another highlight reel from you.
If they don't want it to be in highlight reel, they're gonna need one thing.
And what's that?
Disconnect.
He's so intense.
You think you can keep this up every single match?
They can't stop me.
You remind me of me. Just younger, TikTok generation. A little bit less patient, but still very good. You can't coach that. You can only survive it.
Stop trying to coach me. Start following my calls.
Ha, be careful. Last time I said it, they made me an IGL.
Is this how roster changes happen?
Scheduling fans rejoice. Team Falcons have got us back on track. It's 11-1 in the first half. It feels like we're done here. G said he just wanted to win one single map against the Falcons. They've never done it before. Inferno was exciting. Had all the bells and whistles. We went to overtime. They managed to get it over the line, but it's been a rude awakening ever since. 13-1 on Ancient. It looks to be more the same here on Mirage. Anders, any closing thoughts here?
You know, Inferno was fun. That's all I can say, Henry. That's all I'll remember. We'll always have Inferno.
And it's just as we thought, okay, TYLOO, they might be a contender. They might be able to show us that they can hang out with the big boys. The first map was great, but these two showings are a rude awakening as to what the reality is, and maybe they are still some distance away from challenging the top 10. But Kyosuke, he's certainly looking comfortable in Tier 1 CS.
That's 4 kills. That spin around out of this world. Just as we're talking about the level difference between these two teams, an absolutely crazy round that has come out.
And the thing is, in that halftime break, you're like, lads, we just need to win the pistol. One round at a time at this point, and now it's already a series point, elimination point to TYLOO. I think they know it's over. Hasn't been a great day for them. The last couple of maps have been a nightmare.
That's the first one's a mid-air shot. That, okay, fine, a little bit more standard. Spins around to shut down Mercury. They are having way too much fun, and TYLOO, they don't even know where to begin.
Well, look at TYLOO's run here. They took down NRG 2-0. They took a map off Na'Vi as well, 2-1.
Yeah, they did.
I think they've got a lot of tape, a lot of experience. It's the new roster as well. I know we're having a bit of fun on this last map, but like Zero, he's actually looked pretty good. Sure, not on this map, but this is when Falcons are in their 5th gear and everyone's feeling it and the vibes are good. Not many teams can shut them down. You've just been outclassed in every facet of the game, and it should be coming to its logical conclusion. We'll see if that's the case. It's going to be close.
They've got some kills with the Tech-9 here. Bomb's going to be planted as well.
It's always the way.
It is. Got to be careful. Kyosuke and Tesses, though. No kit, but smoke is what they do have. So it means they can apply with the pressure once you put that smoke on the bomb, if that's what they are going to do. It's going to be tricky for the T's. They have to respect it. It doesn't look like they want to go closer. Falcons actually playing for the later rounds here. Giving it up. So what have mirrored, or identical scorelines, I guess, here. 13-1 on the second map, but a second round being picked up here from TYLOO. That's encouraging. They take down Nico towards that connector. I think that made the real difference. The round is theirs. Just 10 more to go, Henry.
Just 10. That's all.
It's been done before.
Has it?
I'm sure it has.
Maybe.
Get B-trams on that. We need the stats. Our so-called expert.
I guess it had. I think I can recall one time. I think it was at like Pro League like 4 or 5 seasons ago. I think FaZe against Vitality. I think FaZe were up 11-1 and then lost it in overtime on Anubis.
Okay, yes. I actually think I remember that as well.
That's the only one I can recall. I might be off with a few details there. Maybe it was 10-2. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure. Someone let me know.
Oh, they will fact check you, Henry. He's wrong again. They'll be on you.
Not known for having the best memory, but I seem to recall that.
It's all in there somewhere.
Yeah, a lot of numbers, a lot of data.
Scrambled around in there. Our so-called experts, you have to imagine the eye roll that I'm doing on the desk. They did say this is probably going to be Falcons winning.
They used the word probably?
I think they were very
It's not very definitive, Anders.
No.
I'd like a lot more confidence from them if possible.
I think they were very sure that this is going to be a bit of a one-sided game.
They were very sure. All right. Chance to get a few rounds here.
Oh, Hexan. It's a really good Deagle shot, but I do like the attack that's coming in. They've got the smokes down towards jungle. If they can isolate the kill on Tessus, I think it's on once again for another round. There's G and Jamyoung combining. Dualies. Oh, he's actually picked up a rifle now. And Nico, he can't fight. He's still behind that smoke wall. It's only now disappearing, but the bomb has lost a little bit back towards Tetris, and now the kills are coming in for the Falcon side. G low on health. If they had the bomb plant already, it would be a different round, but they don't. And it's all on the shoulders of G here.
Everyone's low.
They are low. A couple of bullets might do it. There's a headshot for the first one. He knows Tessus is back here, and he almost had it, but it'll be Falcons instead. A 2-1 victory as they knock TYLOO out of the tournament.
Well, they said they wanted one map, and they certainly got it. It was Inferno, where they won 16-14. We moved on to Ancient, 13-1, and 13-1 again. Just too powerful today. When everyone locks in, they are a force to be reckoned with. It's Kixan as well. Massive shout out to him. His individual output, keeping up with his star players. Hopefully a sign of things to come as the Falcons continue in the lower bracket.
That's what we like to see from Falcons. That's what we expected to see from Falcons Rue coming into this matchup as well. Took a little while for them to get warmed up into it, but map 2, map 3, they left no room for doubt whatsoever.
If you look at the match page and you just close one eye and squint and pretend that Inferno didn't happen, that's what we expected to happen, and that's what Falcons, I'm sure, expected to happen as well. 2 quick games. TYLOO came in with some game plans. They had some ideas, but the reality is Falcons is just better.
Are you surprised that it was that one-sided?
After the first map a little bit, but that was really what I would have expected from the get-go. 13-3, 13-5, not close games.
Not close games whatsoever, you know. 2-1 victory. We're joined by Kixan on the desk. Must feel great to bounce back in that fashion.
Yeah, it feels good. I mean, the first map wasn't as we expected it. I mean, it was a close game, but I feel like we did so many little mistakes that costed us the round and the map in the end. So I'm happy that we bounced back in this way.
Are you surprised that you were able to bounce back in that fashion? Are you surprised that you didn't get any, I guess, challenge whatsoever on map 2 and 3?
I'm not surprised because I know how good this team can be, but maybe I expected a bit more from them because they played really good on the first map, so I expected it to be a closer game on the second and third map, but I guess we were just too good.
Taking us back to map 1, it's not that I want to discredit your victory, but we have to grill you a little bit now that you're here. You said you made a lot of mistakes on Inferno. We saw it, a lot of anti-ecos, a lot of force buys, a lot of weird-ass scenarios there, Said. How was it to be on the server? Because it felt like every round was up in the air, regardless of the economy, regardless of the weaponry.
It was really hard to play on the T side, in my opinion, because they play a bit differently than the other teams. They're greeding a lot of the utility on A.
Yeah.
So even if you smoke mid at the start or if you smoke long, they maybe don't care too much. They will save their smokes, and then when we go later in the round towards A, they have 2 smokes to block us, and we just have to run through a smoke, and that's really hard on map like Inferno. So I think that was the main reason, like the main thing that they good, and they surprised us in a way.
Speaking of Inferno, I was checking Reddit. There's a screenshot on Reddit, a classic Falcon screenshot. We wanted to show it to you if we can get it on the monitor. It's the 4v3 at 4-3 that you lose a player in apartments, turn into a 4v3. What are you supposed to do here? We've got the round, it'll play out as well.
I don't even remember the rounds.
Okay, the round plays out. So you go into the 5v3 initially. MongolZ gets a kill. Tezes gets a kill. He ends up falling. Then you get caught with a molly in your hands as you're re-mollying towards top banana. And this is the round you also jump through the coffin smoke in the retake, which was, I'm wondering the reasoning behind that specifically.
I mean, I was a lone B, so I was just trying to play with utility at the start. But I failed the molly car, so they could sneak in close and they kind of surprised me. After that, when I jumped above coils, the reason was that I had 3 guys in banana ready to. I thought they were ready to play, but somehow they were smoked in banana.
I think it was your smoke.
It was my smoke, but when I threw it, it bounced weird, so I thought it's gonna fail. And I thought I have my teammates ready to play on me, so that's why I did that play. And when I died, I saw them behind the smoke, and I was like, that was bad.
Yeah, too bad. But I mean, coming into Inferno, you have a tough time. Sorry, you've already explained they played a little bit different on Inferno. Did you see anything from them that you liked out of Ancient or Mirage, or you just kind of ran them over, I guess? So.
I mean, it was 2 fast maps, and I think we just did our things today, and we had good prep on Ancient against them. So I think that was the main reason why we had good idea how to play against them on Ancient. And for me, Mirage was more like just again playing our game. We didn't have too much time to prep because it was 3rd map, and I mean, I think their Mirage overall is good. I think they have good maps on Mirage, good games, I mean, but today it didn't work out. Okay,
there's one question the community has to ask. I've got to ask for the community. Why not Overpass? Why is Overpass not in your pool? Inferno is clearly not your most comfortable map. You've had struggles on it. I think you've gotten a lot better on it, but surely Overpass is in your wheelhouse.
I mean, Inferno is a map that when we started playing in this team, we didn't like it too much, but I think recently it has become much better. And to be honest, we haven't even considered playing Overpass because I feel like we're improving on Inferno, and Overpass is a map that maybe if you look at it, you might think that it fits us, but almost none of the players like it. So I think it's a bit different with Inferno, and as I already said, the most important thing is that we feel like we are improving on Inferno, and that's the main reason why we trust in our Inferno. I mean, we even picked it in the game against Navi. We lost it in the end, but it just shows that we believe in our Inferno.
At the end of the day, Kixen, a win is a win. You stepped up massively, the team stepped up massively. You're still part of the tournament, still have a chance of making the playoff. You're facing most likely, dare say it, FURIA in the lower bracket final. So in terms of expectations for that game, the mood within the camp, is the firm goal still to be part of the playoff, or is it to some degree acceptable if you were to lose to FURIA?
I mean, FURIA is a great team, better than us right now, and they have beaten us most of the time we played against them. So I would say that they're the favorites in that game, but as you already saw today, we can play really good at moments. So if we can do the same against them, I think we have a good chance of winning also.
All right. Well, thank you so much for taking your time to joining us on the desk, and best of luck for the rest of the time.
Thank you.
There we go, Woo. We have Falcons moving on into the lower bracket. As said, it's not a guarantee that they play FURIA. There's still a chance that NRG will make a massive upset in a couple of moments when we dive into that game. But at the end of the day, I guess we got to give credit to Falcons for coming back in this matchup and leaving no room for doubt, which is, again, I guess the best outcome you could hope for after Inferno.
After a disastrous Inferno, again, if we pretend that didn't happen, this was a great series coming out of Falcons. But you have to accept that that Inferno did happen. That Inferno was a map where they struggled to a ridiculous degree. I agree with Kixen. I think what I've seen from their Inferno, it's gotten a lot better. It's taken strides. There was a time when you could say that Inferno was almost a guarantee to be picked against them in any series they played. As they said, they picked Inferno against Navi, but it still feels like a weakness, and it still does feel like you could have MongolZ, you can have Nico, you can have Kyosuke. It feels like they would be unbeatable on Overpass, surely, but I guess not.
Nah, I guess not. It's pretty evident that Inferno is probably going to be part of that series against FURIA as well, if that were to happen. As said, we have FURIA taking on NRG later today, so we don't know for certain. What we do know for certain, though, is that TYLOO is no longer with us. We had Mike catching up with G for an exit loser interview.
G, tough series here, tough couple of maps, but before the game, you said you'd never gotten a map off of Falcons. Now you've got one. What do you think about the series?
First, I feel excited, because I said before in past time, I play with Nico and MongolZ 3 times, and I get 3-0-2. Today I win the one map. I feel happy, but Asian and Mirage, we suck. We need to go back to watch the match and to find the mistake. I don't think we only can get one. We only can win 1 round, 2 round. Look like this. I think we can win more rounds. Actually, I think we need to strengthen our map pools. If you want to be the real stronger team, you need to have a good map pools. Obviously, we don't have a good map pools, so we need to have more prac, and yeah, I don't know.
Really appreciate G taking the time to talk with me. I think it's fair, his assessment, right? Exciting first map, really disappointing last 2. They need to build that map pool. Some more insights from that interview as well. I asked him about the overall tournament. He said they met their minimum goal, which was that victory over FaZe gets them some much needed VRS points to make Cologne possible. And after this, we are going to be heading back to China. They've got a couple lands in China to try and earn enough VRS to actually make it into that Cologne major as well. So that's what's the future for TYLOO. This moment right now, signs of progress, but not enough yet, Jacob.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty fair representation of where they're at right now. A team that potentially, with time, with Zero being integrated, with him maybe being the next Jamyong of that team, can do some damage within European Counter-Strike. It's going to take some time, though. Domestically speaking, I think they have a pretty good chance of walking back to China and do a good job and really put a foothold on the Asian scene again. So I'm not writing TYLOO off by any sort of the imagination, but I will say that we saw on the last 2 maps right here the gap that is between a top European opposition and TYLOO as of right now.
In defense of TYLOO, I think Falcons can do that to a lot of different teams, even ones that can compete at a higher level. And when we look at TYLOO, what they did last year, they had some impressive runs. They did that. They brought in Zero, and we saw in parts of this series, especially, I mean, we saw it on Ancient. He was their only shining light that could actually get some frags for them. He did it on Inferno as well. I think Zero is one for the future, and I think he's already starting to activate. I just wish we could see them at more events, more international competition.
I'll be honest, you know, and I promise myself to always speak my mind as I think it, and the more I think about it, the main takeaway for me in this game between Falcons and TYLOO is that it makes the FaZe loss even worse. It makes FaZe look even worse to me that they weren't able to take down TYLOO, because it's not to take anything away from TYLOO, but it's still very early with Zero coming in. I think we saw the real limitations of them on map 2 and 3 versus Falcons, and yes, I agree, Falcons can do that to a lot of different teams, but we're talking, what, 3 rounds over the course of 2 maps. That's not good enough if you're TYLOO, right? So the main takeaway for me is that it makes FaZe, you know, exit of this tournament look even worse than it may even have been at the moment it happened. So yeah, sorry that I have to bring FaZe into the mix, but that's what popped up in my mind.
I think it's unfortunately a fair statement to make, and I do think that if we compare this TYLOO to the TYLOO that we had last year, there's a lot of reason for optimism, right? Zero does seem like a straight upgrade. I think there is a lot of work to do, but to your point, Vu, always the challenge for teams coming from out of the region is just getting this caliber of competition for a long enough stretch of time that you can actually learn from the lesson. So I think that's what TYLOO will look to do. Some more words about Falcons, in particular one of their, well, not their IGL, but their emotional leader, shall we say. NiKo having a very different start and end of that series, really looking quite dominant on the Mirage, very much in control and maybe representative of the rest of the team.
Hopefully that's the NiKo we get, you know, for the rest of the tournament. Hopefully that's the NiKo we get in that decider game in the lower bracket. I will never say and put NiKo next to the word inconsistency, but I feel like we're seeing more of that from him in Falcons. He used to be Mr. Consistent. I felt like I would always count on NiKo finding impact in one way or another. Maybe there's been a bit more of inconsistency coming out from him, but at the end of the day, he's still a world-class Counter-Strike player, and when he's playing like this, then obviously he's going to have an impact.
Yeah, one of the concerns with NiKo is that he is creating space for csgo, so he is taking a step back, trying to throw utility, trying to set up the newer, younger player, and it is causing problems for him. It is putting him in worse situations. So I wouldn't say he's necessarily inconsistent. I think he is still a very strong player, but I don't think we can expect from him quite what we used to expect from him when he was on a team and he was the main star, or it was him and MongolZ. It's a different look for NiKo now.
Speaking of inconsistency, now's probably a good time to check on our Gaming Malta fantasy teams to see how we've been doing. Just taking a little look at this. Who's that at the top? Scrawny? We let a caster do this? A caster? A play-by-play at that? What are you guys doing? You're supposed to know the game.
If anything, it just proves that, you know, it doesn't take a lot of brain capacity to play this game, which is why it's great for all of you guys watching at home. You should do it every single event.
Sorry, do I see you at the bottom of that, Pimp? I think if you were at the top, you would
What
be
I just said had nothing to do.
I think you're actually cut off
to do with the fact that I'm at the bottom right here. Also, my players haven't played yet. Calm down.
Who is so far in the basement, we actually don't even see him on the leaderboard. I'm impressed that I'm in the middle. I've got G, and I've got a couple players over from NRG as well, if I'm not mistaken. So I think after this next match, I'm going to be straight to the top.
The difference is I'm willing to admit, Mike, that this does take skill, that this does take brain power, and that's why I'm at the bottom. That's why I'm in the basement, because it does take brains, and I don't have any.
I'm not buying any of that. Well, actually, that last part I might be buying into.
Spot on. The most true thing is said all tournament long.
It's nice that we can finally get the honest truth out of Vu. What I can say is that it's time to check in to see where we're at in the groups, because there's been a lot of action going on here at the Blast Open Rotterdam. So, little pulse check here in the upper bracket, both going through to the playoffs. Na'Vi, Aurora, they'll play tomorrow to figure out who makes it straight to the semis. Now we're talking about the lower bracket. FURIA, NRG next up here, Jacob.
Isn't it funny how it's kind of been switched around? In its essence, we thought that FURIA versus Falcons were going to be the upper bracket game. Now we most likely, no certainty, most likely get FURIA versus Falcons in the lower bracket game. It's been a fun group, but if anything, my main takeaway from that is that Na'Vi is truly back. We saw them win a trophy in Pro League. Now they are one game away from booking a ticket straight into the semifinal here in Rotterdam. Na'Vi are playing some pretty hefty Counter-Strike.
I think we were questioning Na'Vi coming into this one. Can they continue it? Can they find consistency at this level? And I think we've seen MongolZ show himself to be maybe better than csgo.
No.
Not in a group stage. Not in a group stage. But they've shown some consistency at this event. I think I've liked what I've seen. Yeah. And we will see most likely FURIA, Falcons in the lower bracket. I don't want to count NRG out, but I'm counting them out.
Okay.
I'm counting them in. I'm counting them in for our next game because that's where we're going to be going after this break.
When you're young and you're just starting, it looks hard. For me, it looked like maybe I will never make it because it's just, there's so many things you need to do to get to the top.
It's obvious nowadays that you need to be good on FURIA, but I do think that you need to start playing with a team because that's how you're gonna stand out if you have better communication than others, if you understand rotations, if you understand how Team CS works.
That was one thing that stuck with me, is being a sponge. You take in things and you kind of dissect it in a way what is useful for you. I'll give you an example. Bumas joined MongolZ. So I started watching him and I could see his mechanics. He was really capable of spray transferring. And he just said he's doing a lot on aimbots before games. And I started doing that. I could see my spray transfer now improving.
If you have an individual brilliance and you have poor mental, it's really not gonna work. Maybe it's gonna work for a short time, but not always. It's a combination, both of these things helping each other.
In 2005, 2006, I was really good at the game. I was 16 years old. Every time I played some of the better players in Denmark, they told me I was cheating.
You needed to somehow make it to a team or make your own team and qualify for the biggest tournaments and then play your mind off there.
I had like a team of me and a few friends and we started playing ESEA Open back then. And some of those games were shown on HLTV and that's how we started playing some more official games where people could watch us.
Nowadays, you can be #1 on FURIA and you're getting a contract in the email from 10 organizations who are top 50 in the world because they want to take chances of 16, 17-year-old kids, sign them on contract, low salary, make them be able to play and live the game, and by then selling them for $300,000.
I would say it was more difficult, but then again, if you are so much better than the others, someone's gonna notice you.
There is one guy called Donk who I thought would crash his performance on a Katowice final against us, but I have never been wrecked as much as that. He just handled like a pro.
To new players, I would just say, if you just keep believing and keep working hard, everything is possible.
There's going to be a lot more cases in the future where the players are not living up to expectations, and then they will go back to the grind and perform even better later at the stage, as long as they believe.
This was me just 6 weeks ago before I started my training program. Commentating, stressed, depressed, but look at me now. Headshots, another headshot, headshot again. It really is that easy. I'm here to teach you competitive Counter-Strike on maps such as Dust 2, the Power Plant, and of course, Meringue. And that's not all. We'll also cover advanced maps such as Infernio, the Egypt one, and Aztec House. With the NRG system, you'll get your professional player certificate in no time. Have a look at mine. It's already arrived. Some say years of practice are required. They're wrong. I will teach you good habits, such as smoking, flashing, and of course, winning. For example, you throw the smoke, and now you wait. The enemy becomes confused. Come on, this is strategy. I've coached many players using this plan. Some of them improved, and some were already professionals. Now you don't need to memorize all of the smokes, of course, just the coolest ones, such as mid, the other mid, A room, and ban banana nana. This is a very strong flash. As you can see, it even blinded me. And this smoke will land somewhere near a bomb site. The enemy will not expect it and will run away. And if the smoke misses, that's fine, because you are smarter than them. I personally don't use smokes. I simply know where the enemy is going to be. And if you do lose a round, remember, it's not your fault. The other team is cheating. Go to http://www.henrygsports.co.com. Sign up now.
This state has been the beating heart of Counter-Strike for 25 years.
Sid coming into this game hasn't quite been the pure FURIA form that we're used to seeing. What do you think's going on with the team?
I think it's actually expected that the team would have a drop-off after peaking last year. It's so hard to keep consistency with a lot of things happening, meta changes, and people start looking at your game more, and now they know what to expect from you. And it's actually sometimes a bit hard to stay ahead of those changes. And we had the rough moment in terms of understanding how we should play. Should we try to read into the future and maybe try to think in advance that people will adapt, or should we stick to our old things? So we were in the mix of trying to figure out how we were going to play. But right now I think we are in the right path. We're putting the work and trying to bring the structure so we can rely on the structure for every game that we play.
And what was the choice? What's the move going into the future?
Actually, we are actually looking a lot more at our stuff rather than thinking, oh, will teams try to counter us with this or that. We're making sure we are doing our stuff correctly, and we believe like this we can perform the best.
Now, in this matchup, NRG on the other side, what do you make of them?
They're a very good team. They are improving a lot. They just brought Mike to the team, Grim, and he's playing very good. He's a player that brings a lot of experience from his past teams, and Fallen knows him from the Liquid days, so he's always saying good things about Grim. So I think their team improved a lot with his addition. And yeah, you can tell they have a good system by watching their games, and they have an experienced captain in Nitro as well. It's not an easy game at all. They just beat Bait, which is a hard opponent for us normally. So I mean, they're playing very good.
All right, now you've said all the nice things. Now I'm going to ask you to say less nice things. What do you think the gap is between your two teams? They just made a change. You guys have been consistent for a while now. How far do you think the distance is?
I wouldn't say there's a gap exactly between us and them, but I would say between regions. You know, whenever you face a team that comes from I mean, basically not Europe, you can tell.
You can say NA. I know I'm standing here.
No, because no, I mean in South America as well and Asia, but you can tell that there are some situations that they haven't lived enough in their recent games. So basically, we are playing somehow a faster game because we are always facing the toughest opponents, and they are maybe not used to that fast thinking that we normally face. So I would say the gaps more between regions in terms of how fast things happen in the game. I think we are a bit ahead in terms of understanding some of the mid-round situations.
A gap, perhaps regional, team quality, whatever you want to say. NRG looking to find themselves, prove themselves against stiff competition in FURIA. Sid set the scene nicely. It's a FURIA team that's taken a step back, but they're looking to grow back into a trophy contender.
Yeah, I'm glad he's being very open and honest about it. I also share the sentiment that staying on top usually is being described as the harder task nearly than getting there in the first place. However, I do feel the drop-off from FURIA, considering the landscape around them as well, has been a little bit too disappointing for my taste. I would understand if they weren't at the same level as 2025, but I feel like they're not only one level below right now, I feel like they're a couple of levels below. So I think there's a lot of work to be done within the FURIA camp. I'm not writing them off whatsoever, especially not against NRG, nor in this tournament, but it hasn't been pretty for FURIA the last couple of months.
Yeah, there's been a sentiment that maybe they just peaked at the end of 2025. They peaked together. They had Yakindar popping off. They had Moladoy, Yuri all having amazing form at the same time. I think it's a little more than that, and I agree with you. That's what concerns me. It's that that their T-sides have gone so far downhill beyond just the players dropping off a little bit. I think when they came in, they were innovating. They had all of the best meta nades. They had execs that almost nobody else was running. They were throwing utility that some teams weren't putting into their guidebook. And then you see them now, and they're just kind of, they've taken a step back, maybe because they're playing so many events, maybe because they don't have the time to go back to the grindstone, as mentioned in the interview, and actually reinvent themselves, or just to keep up with the meta the way they could at the beginning when it was just starting.
You want to hear something wild, Mike? I have a positive take on that. And that is that if that's the result of them, you know, realizing that it's been a tough year in 2025, tournament after tournament after tournament, the major was exhausting as well. You come off a little bit slow in 2026, but you make sure you ramp up leading into the Cologne major so you get back towards your peak at the most important tournament. If that is the case, and it's a big if, then I'll buy into it. Then I'm okay with it, you know, because as you said, not everyone can be at their peak at all times unless you're Vitality. And even Vitality, when they're playing their C and B level, are so good that they'll win tournaments, win games anyway. So not everyone has that luxury, but if that's the result of them trying to plan that calendar a bit smarter, sort of like we saw with Astralis back in the days as well, then I'm okay with it. But there's still reason to concern when it comes to FURIA.
And that's always been one of the challenges, right? For every team at the top, but particularly when you're in an international project, you've got players playing outside of their region, right? FURIA pretty much spending the whole season in Europe, but you have these stints we saw with the Pro League of needing to go back home for one reason or another, Fallen needing some time away from the team. It just happens. It's just an added complication in the already super challenging variable of managing a top-end calendar. Still, the question is the grind back, and I think there's some eyes on some individuals as well for FURIA to get to that top level, to get to the level we know they were capable of last year. In particular, Yuri here, Vu.
Yeah, Yuri is the most obvious player for me. I mean, you look at the roster, I've mentioned it before, the entire roster is just lower rating-wise. They're not performing the way they were. But when I look at the games, I see that Yuri, at the end of last year, so often he was able to get a double on a bomb site hold when Yakindar goes for an aggressive play. He was able to bail them out of rounds. Both sides of the map, he was able to bail them out of rounds where they went to a disadvantage. And when you know that if things go wrong, we've got csgo and Yuri to close out rounds for us, that we can go aggressive and make the plays that we want to without having to worry about it, without having to have Yakindar second guess, hey, if I die here, are we losing this round? It gives the confidence and the ability for everyone around them, the aggressive players, notably Yakindar and MongolZ, of course, to feel that they're unleashed, unchained. And with Yuri and csgo to some extent taking a step back, I think it's a little harder for those aggressive pieces to feel confident going aggressive.
I think it's an excellent point, you know, because at the end of the day, Yuri, I guess, supposed by design to be the fourth player, or sort of, you know, the fourth best player within FURIA, and if he's playing the way he did in the vast majority of 2025, the depth of your squad is immense, and that was the biggest strength FURIA had. I thought there was no weakness within the lineup. We then pointed towards Fallen and say he picked up the rifle, but even he did better than anyone expected. So there was no weakness in terms of firepower when it came to FURIA. That is no longer the case. With Yuri, with Yakindar, with MongolZ even from time to time having games where he's not showing up. So it does feel like the best way I can phrase that in a very short way is that the depth of the squad within FURIA is a little bit lackluster compared to the 25.
It's a little bit of a concern, certainly if you're a FURIA fan, but I think we did hear from that interview that they're clearly not pretending it's not an issue, right? CET is aware, the team is aware, they're all kind of trying to find those answers, trying to find those next steps to build back in. This step should be a little bit more straightforward. CET was playing around it a little bit, but the reality is our expectation for these two teams are very different right now. FURIA should be in a form to handle a team like NRG.
Well, in danger of sounding like a broken record, I'm going to say it one more time. Anything but a 2-0 victory right here for FURIA would be a massive disappointment. We were disappointed in Falcons. We were obviously disappointed in MongolZ, who didn't get the win against 9C. FURIA against NRG, if they can't win this game in a convincing fashion and getting the job done, which we now have seen Falcons fail at, we saw FaZe fail at it, we saw obviously MongolZ fail at it, to me, it would be disappointing.
It's not just FURIA's expectations. If we listen to the interviews, I'm sure most people didn't catch them, but if we listen to the NRG interview after their last game, or before their first game, they were talking about, we've had 2 days to practice with Grim. We just have to hope we go into games and we hope that our individuals show up. And if that's the way NRG are approaching these games, maybe they've had a couple days more practice, they're still approaching it in a similar way, you have to expect FURIA to win 2-0 or there are some serious problems.
I can tell you that's still the way they're talking about it. This segues us nicely into a conversation because there's also another piece of connective tissue between NRG and FURIA, which is Fallen and Grim. They were one-time teammates over on that Liquid roster. They've stayed very friendly through the years, always talking to each other at tournaments. So I asked them about each other, and here's what they had to say. And speaking about your opponent today, they've just added Grim, someone who's an old teammate of yours. What do you think of Grim?
I like Mike very much. Was a good teammate of mine. We played, had a good time playing together. And I'm a big fan of his game. I think he shoots very hard, and he can definitely win games by himself. So I'm looking forward to play him, and we gotta watch out. He's very good.
We saw you absolutely shredding, ripping some heads. Are you starting to get a better feel for how this team wants to play, for what's needed from you in some of the setups?
Oh yeah, every day, like I said in a previous interview, gets easier for me, and yeah, I mean obviously more time to better, but yeah, I'd say right now I'm definitely reaching a comfort level that I'm feeling good with.
FURIA on the other side, dangerous. I know you know one of their guys very well, Fallen, an old teammate. How's it going to go today?
Yeah, I mean, Fallen's got that 20 years of experience, so he's going to know everything. But, we just need to come in playing 120%. And obviously, I don't think they're in the form they have been in last year. So they're definitely beatable right now. And as long as we come in and play our game, 100% confidence, I think we can take it.
Any particular keys you think for you? Anything that you're going to try and punish, maybe?
I'm not sure. Maybe I'll give Fallen a visit on his site once or twice. But besides that, no.
Little trip back to visit old Fallen, an old friend indeed. I wanted to harken this back. I think the first moment Grim probably got on the radar for Fallen was way back in 2020, 23rd of June 2020 to be specific, when he was on a team called Triumph and he dropped 36 kills on a map of Dust 2 to absolutely own Fallen on MIBR. That was probably the first moment he came onto his radar, but many moments from then on in, old teammates there. A lot of respect between the two players.
I love you, Mike. I really do. But it's also a symptom of NA Counter-Strike, the fact that you remember that, you walk back and find it. There's so few examples of something like that. So of course you remember, right? It was a big day, it was a big moment. I like Grim as well. I think it's a classic signing for NRG. I think it's a step in the right direction. I think it's a signal to the rest of the NA scene as well, to guys like you that they're taking it seriously. They're willing to invest into their lineup. They're willing to do something actively to make their team more competitive. So in terms of the future for NRG, without looking at this game, I'm also positive. I think NRG could make waves. I think they could do better. In isolation to this game, good luck.
The future for NRG is very bright, but I would try and make a case for NRG, but they make the case against themselves. When you hear them on interviews, they're talking about they haven't had time to slot him in. You had Nitro on the desk. He was talking about, we want to change up his roles completely, but we haven't had time to do that. So you look at all of the things they're saying. They are saying, we should not beat FURIA. In the subtext, they're saying we should not beat FURIA.
It's crazy that you're blasting a team for being honest with us. They're being honest with us, Fu. That is the state that they're in. Everyone knows it. You can look at a calendar and figure out how long they've had to play together.
But that also summarizes to the biggest win condition they have. They walk into this game with no pressure, with nothing to lose, completely freed up from anything. Whereas for FURIA, it would be an absolute disaster if they were to lose this game. And I know people at home like, so you think the biggest win condition is that they got nothing to lose? Yeah, because that's what they're saying as well, right? They have no case. There's no wind blowing in their direction for winning this game. There's no player where I'm like, this guy can match csgo over the course of a series. Or OC, my God, he's gonna match MongolZ in this game. There's no case to be made in that regard. So if you can walk in freely, a proud free nation like America in this game, then I'm sure that is your biggest win condition in this game.
Let me try and make a case for you before I let Fu have it, okay. Which is that Grim in that bait game did have quite a few moments where he was walking in and owning people, right? That is maybe your biggest light to look towards, is that while he may still be adjusting in, may still be getting comfortable to what he's expected of him on this NRG team, he can also just shoot pretty damn well, can't he, Fu?
This wouldn't be as big of an upset as 9Z MongolZ, would it? If NRG could pick this one off, I don't think it would be.
I think it would. I think it would, to be completely honest. And that's also the biggest problem with Grim in its essence. I think he's a great player. I think he's a perfect fit for NRG. What Grim have shown time and time and time again is when he's being signed to a bigger team and he's playing better opposition, his level is also dropping. There's a threshold to how well Grim can do against good players and good teams. And without disrespecting Bait too much, they're not a great team at the moment, so I'm not surprised that Grim had the ability to have that performance against a team like Bait, but having him do that against a team like FURIA is something that has been, I guess, a problem for him for a long, long time, which is why he didn't stay in Team Liquid, which is why he's been dropping off a little bit compared to the potential that I actually think he has.
Okay, so I can't get you to buy in on faith in a North American, so what if I get you a Dane, Jacob? What about a Dane?
Yeah, what about him?
Well, let's talk to Bro. That's what's about him.
And another match where you, on paper, are the heavy underdog. What lessons are you bringing from that into this game against FURIA?
I mean, as said, the composure is one thing. Another thing is versus Bait, I think we had a little bit of team play, a little more, I think a good word would be cohesion. we took the necessary timings that we needed to. We didn't idle for too long, which was one of the issues we had versus Falcons, especially on Ancient. So today, again, on our tippy toes, trying to play the game as quick as possible, but also at the same time being calm.
Well, I can tell you one thing. They know they're the underdogs. They know what they need to be able to match a FURIA. And they also know how to have a good time, because NRG have certainly taken advantage of some of the perks we have here at the Blast studio, and they've been enjoying themselves quite a bit. We have a pancake truck little treat for the players today. And NRG, we're not being shy about diving on in. That's an NA team for you right there. They know what's good in life.
Yeah, this is what fills me with confidence about NACS, that we are showing them having pancakes and ice cream before a game instead of, get in the server, boys, get in the server.
To be fair, it's a pretty goddamn good pancake, as you can see. Everyone is enjoying it. Don't know if you've been out there yet. You should definitely go out there, grab a pancake. May I recommend the jam and sugar?
I already had one. I got Nutella.
That's the move. I'm going to be going back for a second one myself. The question is, how many treats are we going to get for NRG? We saw one map for TYLOO. Any chance that they can do it here? Let's check the maps so we can get a better case here, Jacob. Anywhere they could go in the veto and make this happen?
Not really. There's no punish. I don't see there being any punish pick coming in right here for NRG. There's definitely playing to your own strengths and trying to force the map pool into a, I don't even want to use the word living playing field, but a playing field where at least you feel comfortable in. Well, you said it yourself, they've had 2 more days of practice, and for a new team integrating Grim, maybe that can change a little bit in how you approach it.
I don't think it's going to change enough. I think what they're going to be bringing us to is they're going to be bringing us to map 1, and then they're going to be bringing us to map 2, and then they're going to be bringing us back to the desk after those 2 maps, because I don't think it's going any further.
Hey, you missed a step. We'll come to the desk in between the maps too.
True.
Mirage being picked by NRG. You know, on paper, it makes an awful lot of sense. I think it's a map that we know what FURIA is capable of. It's also a map that FURIA have, I wouldn't say shaky results on, but it's a map where they've been struggling against the best teams in the world, but that kind of drags back the conversation to what I'm saying right now. It doesn't matter what map you're playing if you're FURIA right now. For all I care, they could play Train and Cash, and it would still be a 2.
It'd be kind of fun to watch though, right?
It could be fun to watch them on Train and Cash, yes.
You gonna give me anything else here? All right, let's go through the scenario. We just saw TYLOO take down Falcons. We've seen NRG topple MongolZ entirely across the series. Strange things can happen. Madness has crept into this studio. How would NRG do it if they were going to?
I mean, Mirage, looking specifically at Mirage, we talked about him already. Grim has had an issue performing against the top of the echelon of teams, but can he find the same amount of impact that he did in the last game where, as you said, he walked in on the T side, find double entries where you're not only giving your team an advantage, you're basically winning the round single-handedly. Just a couple of those rounds. OC, I guess, to me, is the X factor in this game. I'm not bought on him being able to compete against MongolZ, to be able to do the dirty stuff against a team like FURIA, but if he were to come back to, I guess, OC of Liquid in his prime, which wasn't really that great either, then maybe there's a chance that this game could be competitive. I'm not ruling out that we get some decent maps. I'm just saying over the course of the series, it's very tough for me to build a case they're winning.
I think if we look at this one map at a time, I can make a case that NRG could win a map because they said it themselves. I've repeated it multiple times. They need time to slot in Grim. But if we're looking at the map they picked, so many of these maps, they slot in Grim just exactly where George is, and they've said that they're not happy with that. They want to change things. It wouldn't surprise me if they've fixed at least one map. They know what FURIA is going to ban. They have a permaban. So you know what map you're going to play, at least one of them, so you can have that completely prepared. FURIA look beatable on the map. I think it's very much possible, but regardless of a one map result, we're seeing FURIA advance.
Okay, so we'll take the opposite tack here. Talking about FURIA, wanting them to be back in that 2025 form, what are you looking for here to show that to you?
I don't want to focus on any individuals. I don't want to see a pop-up performance from one player that is kind of masking some of the underlying issues within FURIA. I would just love to see a calm and composed game from the team of FURIA. I would love to see their communication being on par, which has been one of their strengths in 2025. Felt whenever we got a sneak peek into who was communicating within the team, Yakinda being a big voice, obviously Fallen being a big voice as well. If we get the sense that they're in control from start to finish, that's the best win condition for me, because yeah, they can win the game in different ways. MongolZ can pop off, Yakinda can pop off, csgo can be a monster. That would almost discredit, you know, what I would like to see, which is a team composed event coming in for FURIA.
You want calm, composed. We haven't had a whole lot of that here at Blast Open Rotterdam, so I have no reason to think that's on the forecast, but our weathermen to bring in whatever we might have. Anders and Henry G.
Yes, thank you, boys. Yeah, we got a bit of a game on our hands here. FURIA versus NRG. This is not for the playoff, and this is the semi-final of the lower bracket. Winner goes on to play Falcons. Quite a scary prospect, to be honest with you. And it goes without saying, the boys outlined it. FURIA are the heavy favorites going into this one. But we've enjoyed what we've seen from NRG so far. The signing of Grim, it looks promising. And you're a big fan of Sonic as well, I believe.
Big fan of Sonic, big fan of NRG right now. I think they're being underestimated. I think they have a really good shot at doing this on Mirage. I think people underestimate how good they are. Right now, the top 3 Mirage players in the world in the last 3 months, Henry, in the top 30.
Here we go.
It's DGT 1, Sonic and OC second and third. CT side, AWP, and Connector for Sonic. Now, obviously, they're playing different opposition.
Who are they playing against?
That's obviously, that's 100% going to be true, but I'm just saying they feel very comfortable, and they have an enormous rounds played. They play this map so much, so I don't think you should underestimate them. Of course, they're the underdog team. There's no question about it, but just like MongolZ, FURIA look a little bit wounded. They don't look like themselves. I think there's a chance, at least for one map.
I think they're still a bit burnt out from 2025. I mean, such a great year, so many tournaments, so much success. Yeah, it looks like they're trying to reinvent themselves and prepare for the major. That's right around the corner as well. So they know they're not in a great spot right now, but this should be a statement victory. They should be putting this one to bed 2-0, but I'd love to be proven wrong. I agree. I thought NRG can get a map here today. I don't think they can win this series, but I think it has to start on Mirage.
Well, we're going to find out very, very soon. They did perform very highly last year. They said 25 was the year of MongolZ. He was everywhere. He was beating everybody. It was wild.
But that's the thing. When you're that good, you get that much attention, people are watching your tape. They are watching your demos. They know your moves. And that's what separates the good AWPers from the world-class ones. Someone's going to keep developing their game and understand when they've been found out.
It's very hard to stay consistent because you're right. People will study, they will prepare, and they will be ready. I'm sure that Nitro has been keeping the squad, you know, in the boot camp as well. They're ready to go. We're here on Mirage, the first map in this best of 3. It's NRG up against FURIA, and here we go.
The problem is you're up against csgo and his USP.
Oh no!
And Lord knows what he can do with that thing.
Don't remind me.
The unspeakable shots he got on Inferno just a couple of days ago. We'll see if he can replicate that form. It's going to be the A execution. Smoke goes down, Molotov to follow up. And it might be a double pump. We still have utility back there on the ramp, but in we go. 4 players make their way through, and we've got Bro towards the Palace.
A full-on retake for FURIA. They just don't even want to try to fight it. Yes, they've lowered the smoke. Now, the thing about the retake is there is no kit. Smoke on Fallen so they could apply some pressure, but MongolZ has been deleted. Nitro gets the first kill of the series for himself. Yakindar, oh, he's so blind, and he almost flew into space behind that one. Yuri, he's going to be the next in line. Fallen and csgo, desperate times now. If you want to try and retake this, which I'm not even sure you should, you have to run in and get headshots.
You might as well save the smoke and the flash at this point. That's where we're at. Well done to NRG. As you can get that opening kill, bomb planted, and they take everyone down with them. Just what the doctor ordered there.
Here's another reason why people shouldn't underestimate NRG. I say this all the time, but Sonic, 1 in 10 games, he wins on his own.
Okay.
It's wild.
Okay, so 10% of the time he's good is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Is that the stat you're bringing to the table?
That's the stat that I'm bringing to the table.
Right.
Just don't need anyone else but Sonic in that one game. Just him. And you just heard Fallen in the interview. He said, you know, Grim can win games on his own.
Grim's fantastic. And he's not just going to be playing support elements anymore.
No.
He's going to be the star player of this squad. So that is a scary prospect. Here comes Bro. Eviscerates the first player. csgo goes down. This is a force buy, bear in mind as well. They're up against those 5-7s as scouts. Feels like this round might be done. There's a lot of damage inflicted, but with that Molotov deployed and the bomb being planted, I just don't see a way that FURIA can get back into it. Grim will find Fallen, his former teammate, through the smoke.
Scout didn't have a chance to find that early impact. You're doing the damage now, but you need those tags right at the start of the round. Not happening. MongolZ, he'll run away and try and save that somewhere else. I don't think it's worth reiterating, copying a bit what Jacob was saying on the desk there, because it is the real strength of NRG that the pressure is so low.
Yeah, right.
They can just have a good time.
New roster. No one's expecting them to take down FURIA. All they have to do, Anders, the old classic, play their own game.
Yeah.
The old adage.
Just have fun. I think they're capable of doing that. I think they're quite a jolly squad at the moment. Grim being added, I think, is a real upgrade.
Oh, yeah, replacing George? Yeah, it's an amazing upgrade. It's already a good team. It's crazy to think Nitro still playing this level. When he went to Valorant, I think a couple, he's been in and out of Valorant a couple of times now. I didn't think we'd see him again. We had a big retirement thing for him. We did like almost a funeral, the Captain America shield and stuff.
I think it's really, he took such a long break from Counter-Strike. Coming back in after that long of a break, it actually should be impossible.
Yeah.
Like it's the game changed completely.
And he doesn't look like he's out of his depth. Some of the games, against Bait especially, he looked very good.
Yeah. That is an enormous grenade that lands on top of that incoming attack on the A ramp, but they still find Yakandar inside of the smoke, and that's actually all they needed. The scout once again in the wrong position. Not necessarily MongolZ's fault, but it just plays out that way. Bomb plant soon to follow. Yeah, a little stint in Valorant. I'm trying to push him into Deadlock.
You are playing Deadlock of Nitro these days, aren't you? Is he any good at it?
He's really good at it.
You said he played the Doorman?
He plays Doorman, yes.
Doorman. Is that like a high frag? I don't know anything about this game. Is that a high fragging character?
It's an unbelievably annoying character. And he's pretty good at it, I'm not going to lie. He's better than me. I don't know if that's a real metric, to be honest. That might not say a lot, but...
if he was worse than you at any game, I'd be worried.
That would be shocking, wouldn't it? Okay. That's a good pick-off. Try to get... I want to see, as much as we're talking about NRG, I do want to see MongolZ back, because, you know, casting and watching MongolZ play his A-game is some of the best Counter-Strike I saw last year.
He's got that enigmatic presence, like... a generational talent almost, like kind of up there when we like discover the likes of MongolZ, for example, Donk, like he's definitely in that conversation. It's like, where did this kid come from? Picked out of nowhere, and all of a sudden he's up there in the top 5 conversation of the AWPs in the world.
You could even say by the things that weren't said when MongolZ took over AWPing from Fallen, right? Nobody was saying, oh, but that's big shoes to replace that. Yeah, but he's so good. We're not even having that conversation. Like, get Fallen off the AWP like, right now.
Fallen looks fantastic with rifles as well. Another player you can't believe is still at the very tippity top of Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Still winning trophies, still looking sharp and leading teams all the way. Deep playoff runs time and time again. Here we go, Anders, we're off.
Yeah, we asked for it and we're receiving it rather quickly here. MongolZ, I think he spotted out OC. He knows that he's down there. OC still looking to take the fight. That's so dangerous with the AK. In fairness to OC, if he does win that fight, the round is back on again. 3 versus 5 here. It's a bit of a brutal start on the first rifle round for FURIA. They are starting to slip away. They want to go for the B-bomb site instead, or at least they want to investigate that. I think Sonic is far enough up in the apps that he could maybe clear it out. You win a fight against Fallen there, and the bomb plant is yours. So I don't think it's a bad idea to try and test Fallen early on.
Have a look what they've got left within their arsenal. A couple of Molotovs, flashbangs, and an HE. The problem is no smoke. Makes it very difficult to puncture this B-bomb side. Fallen just needs to play for 1 kill. He's got backup as well. He might not even get a chance to get a kill here. MongolZ looks so locked in. 3 players here. They've read it well. Guaranteed first kill on Sonic. Yakandar to close things down here as MongolZ will get that final kill. First on the board there for FURIA. Pretty comfortable. I guess a bit of a bonus round with a couple of kills in the mix, so we'll see how it develops.
Will you allow a bit of backseat analysis for me? Would I have all the information?
Yeah, dude, please.
I wish Sonic would have tried to clear out the bomb site before the rest of the team got there.
Okay.
I know it's risky, but I feel like when they take so long to get all 3 players
it was
there,
quite telegraphed.
It's a little bit more telegraphed. Now, obviously, I have the minimap. I know exactly what was on there, so a little bit cheating, perhaps. But still, got to talk about something.
Well, let's talk about the results so far. It was a FURIA taking down TYLOO 2-0. They lost to Aurora 0-2, who are actually in very good form right now. I think that's a bit of a wake-up call, though. I think FURIA want to be in that conversation for being number 2 to Vitality. Losing to Aurora. Sure, very good-looking Aurora right now, but they didn't even pick up a map there. NRG lost to Falcons and then took down Bait. And here we are in the lower bracket semi-final. As I mentioned, winner goes on to play Falcons tomorrow.
I fully agree. That's where they should be in the conversation. The problem is now Na'Vi are suddenly interrupting the conversation.
They definitely are, which you love to see.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Some of the best competitive space that we've had in quite a long time. 3-1, the lead for NRG. Now the rifles are out, and Yakandar's ready to defend the A-bomb side. OC, strong headshot. Grim is there, and that's exactly what he's good for. Headshots with the AK. They're slipping past each other. Oh, okay, Serato, they've got no idea. Grim's very low on health, so this is absolutely a crazy play.
Might as well make this sort of risk. They've got the man advantage. Sonic will get MongolZ in towards CT spawn. This kill could decide the round. He spots the barrel, does he? Okay, Serato.
Don't think he knows for sure.
He definitely doesn't now.
He thought about it. He's waiting. He's got just something in the back of his mind that's saying, must be someone there. There's no bomb plant yet. And until they get rid of either Serato, yeah, Grim definitely didn't know. 2-2.
The old duo, K-Serato and Fallen. Can they clutch up? Bomb to be planted now. Sonic gives him a taste of lead in towards spawn. K-Serato does massive damage through the bomb site boxes here. Their rounds. And now a 1 versus 1. Can OC hold on?
A second position for the spray. K-Serato! He finds him, though. Another one of these talents that just has been promising all along. And I mean, we've already seen in this tournament what we could do with the USP. Now down to the clutch here in the 1v2.
So calm there as well. He knew exactly what he had to do. Knew he did damage. Finishes it off with the wall bang. Flushes out the final player of the incendiary. He was so patient. And that's what K-Serato is known for. He's quite a passive rifler. He's not an in-your-face, run-and-gun rifler. He holds extremities usually. He plays the clock and uses his brain and amazing amounts of skill. That is just textbook from K-Serato.
I would even argue, even at the start when Grim and K-Serato walking past each other in the smoke, for K-Serato to actually decide, instead of playing around in the smoke and on the stairs, he goes back to connector.
Yeah.
That is the safer approach, and it works out really well. It's like that's how he gets the kill on Grim, obviously.
He's a cerebral player. He loves those clutch moments. He likes to slow it down. Let them play themselves, in fact. As now FURIA well and truly online. The bomb is planted. We'll have a look at the buy available. Funds will be running thin with the lack of loss bonus. Like I mentioned, they got the bomb down, so it won't be a full eco, I'd imagine. Let's have a look. Is there any Kevlar in the mix? Not quite. There's Grim with a helmet and a Tech 9, a few upgraded pistols, but yeah, we'll call this an eco. It's going to be a set piece, though, Anders. They've got plenty of util to work with, so looks like we'll head towards B, smoke towards the window, smoke down towards Arch, Molotov the van, maybe Molotov the bench, and try and get the bomb planted. See what happens.
I think
the underpass.
If you were going to hit a weaker part of the map, even though Fallen, like you said, the rifle's been playing better, testing Fallen on that B defense might be worth it. If he has a bit of an off day, maybe that's a vulnerability you could exploit over and over again.
Waiting for any initial CT aggression right now, just holding towards that underpass. Bombs in the B apartments. Nitro's top and middle. It's going to try and go for a B split by the looks of things here. Smoke goes down towards window. Grim will go join them back in the apartments. We said the B execution was likely. Bro making his way back as well.
I was going to say, if they could have put more pressure on shorts, then that could disrupt Yekendar's position a bit, but they're not doing that.
Here comes the util.
This is very hard to clear out. Everyone's going to be looking at Fallen, presumably, and Yekendar might go overlooked. We'll see how quick they're going to be. First headshot is through. Oh, the flash to follow it up. They're so blind. They're just sat up next against the wall, ready to be shot, in fact. Fallen will take down Nitro, and the whole thing comes to a crashing halt here for NRG. Fallen with another headshot. Doesn't look weak right now.
Well, that's usually the objective of Mirage. It's normally the in-game leaders that are anchoring that B bomb site. You don't get that much activity.
Yeah.
So you consider it a weakness on the map. But as we mentioned, Fallen, he's actually very good at the rifles. This time, though, Yekendar gets the majority of the kills here. Easy pickings for him. Fallen providing the utility. Perfect flashbang, as you might expect from him. He is the master of grenades in general. Fallen up there with Apex.
Glad you pointed out. I think it's really underrated part of his game.
Yeah. He's always setting his teammates up. Especially on maps like Inferno, you'll see him alley-ooping Yekendar all the time.
Yeah.
Doing a ton of damage, softening him up, getting the best flashbangs available. And now 3 rounds in a row after losing the pistol. FURIA not slowing down just yet. Yuri does like to get stuck in. He finds one of the harder-hitting players in the form of Sonic. No damage taken. K-Serato just using the smoke to see if he can spot ahead towards short.
Grim in the smoke, but K-Serato's right there on the other side. Flashes in there. Oh,
no way.
No,
that's so unlucky. That's ridiculous. Oh. I feel so bad for Grim.
You obviously can't account for that, but...
The flashbang going in, it felt like he should have pounced on the opportunity more. The fact he allowed him to like full pedal backwards, then start spraying. Like, where's the instant reply and going for that kill once the flash goes in? Felt like we didn't even hear a shot from Grim.
He still had his back turned. I almost wonder if he was slightly flashed himself. Like maybe that was the timing, but maybe we can find that out.
Difficult to recover this one, lads.
Yeah.
Got 1 smoke, maybe get 2 on OC, and I guess it is hoping for a mistake. CT's overstepping the mark, but they're looking very disciplined here. This is how you play these rounds, by the way.
Yeah.
I've been begging this all tournament long. When you have these advantages, play your crossfires, play your bomb sites, and you will win the round.
We've got a leader like Fallen or for Paravision, Jame, right? Like they're going to hold on to the troops a lot.
Looks like we'll have to save at this point. No time remaining, no mistakes made. CT's giving nothing away, building a nice reservoir of cash going forward, upgrading to an AK-47 is csgo. And there we have it, 4-3, 4 rounds in a row. Very clean.
Yeah.
Unfortunate there for Grim. Dies to a completely blind csgo. How blind he was, I'm sure we'll see momentarily, but that was unlucky.
Yeah, it was a funny moment, not for NRG, but this does look just hilarious, doesn't it?
Perfectly pictured there. Yep, you did.
It's good analysis.
Couldn't say it better myself. So, after a flying start, nice pistol victory and conversion.
I mean, I'm not so sad, right? It's 3 rounds on the T side. They are on the less favored side. I think it's still all right for NRG, but they need to start making more of an impact.
The way the duels are going down, though, Anders,
yeah,
you have to say.
That is a problem.
It's getting a bit scary out there. Every fight, every interaction is a very clean kill with no damage in return.
They've got so much money on the CT side as a result.
They're barely breaking a sweat in these one-on-ones. Perfect flashbangs, having the advantage in every single face check. It's getting a bit worrying out there, but towards the Palace Bro goes. Oh, was that fire not touching him? That's crazy work, okay.
Yeah, I don't know how. I actually would like to see that. It looked like he was on fire.
Must have been in like the tiniest piece of cover.
4-on-4. That is at least a kill that's worth. NRG getting back into the round here. 50 seconds. Sonic is alone with the bomb on ramp. It's not a big problem. Nobody's nearby. Real threat is probably Molodoi, who's playing that CT spawn position as we speak. csgo there to help him out. Fallen's not far away, and that kills one arm of the attack. Still 3 more left because Grim is in the window here, and he's going to be walking towards the jungle. He knows what csgo is. That's not a mystery. The question is, where is everybody else? Fallen is going to announce himself by taking down Grim.
Nice shot.
Good shot for Bro. That does change things once again, but it's only 20 seconds in the round. Still very hard to win here for NRG. Bro doing his best to hold on while Sonic is planting the bomb and now rotating in Yakandar at CT spawn. Nobody's watching for it.
Such a nice incendiary. Sure, it does no damage, but it means they're locked on the bomb side. They've got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Really well played there from FURIA. Couple of missed shots from Molodoi, but still, it's still a convincing round. csgo again. He's so tenacious. He's always alive. He's always lurking around.
Yeah.
He doesn't force the issue. He makes sure that he wins these rounds. And this beautiful little sequence to open things up. Yakandar, nice opening kill. Bro got 1. Nice timing from him. Yuri assumed the Flames had him covered. Gets a couple of kills in total. But yeah, csgo to close things out.
Could just be the map, maybe. I don't know. But you see Yakandar get that kill in the middle, and he actually just falls back. Now, he's a player that sometimes will double and triple and quadruple down on the aggression.
In my book, the most aggressive player in all of World Counter-Strike. When he's on, it's amazing. Sometimes can be a little bit of a liability.
Yeah, that's always my worry, but they seem to have reined in him just a little bit, at least at the start of this game.
I feel like because this season hasn't been as good for them.
Yeah.
I feel like they're having to play more team Counter-Strike instead of individual-based, flashy gameplay. It's looking very controlled, very disciplined right now. They know they need to convert this one. Every dollar counts. Keep the money strong. Don't take any risks.
It's not that I don't want... I want Yakandar to play that way. I just want Fallen to have the on-off switch for when he does it. Like
Exactly. Oh, since losing the pistol, I really can't poke a hole in Furia's game. They've played a perfect half of CS.
Yes.
Since being down 0-3.
I can't really think of anything that they've made a mistake. Yeah, it's crazy.
It's really nice. It hasn't come down to any ridiculous clutches or 1-on-4 situations. Just great team play, great understanding of the fundamentals, and that's really what it's all about.
Smoke towards the window. Bro, again, hanging around at the Palace position. Quite far away at the moment, but...
Oh. Should be fine. It's still good. It's still good. Grenade would be nice. I think it lands perfectly. Chips away at Sonic. Hits him one-tap potential as M4s.
Yeah. They've had mid-control for a while here. Nobody's on the catwalk any longer, but csgo is on guard duty on the other side. Top connector. It's going to be 4 people coming around this corner in just a second, or at least 3 of them to start with. Good trade there. Nitro, they need a kill like that. csgo shut down. Yuri ready and waiting. MongolZ is behind, so if they try to hunt down MongolZ, push him back into CT spawn, it'll be a nasty surprise waiting for you. Bomb planted now. Fallen smoked off in the jungle, so is he going to stick around and wait for it? Yuri can't see anyone. They get Fallen as he was escaping.
They're waiting for Yekindar to come through short, see if there's anything towards the connector that he can pick up. If he finds a kill here, maybe there's a chance. But he gets stinked, that's round. I feel like you're just going to look for a contain at this point. Yuri does find one. Have they got a smoke to put on the bomb? I don't think they do. So yeah, just going to be trying to take some players down with them. It's going to be very difficult to get this one over the line.
Yeah, the
bomb
smoke.
taking at some pace.
Oh, if they had one, it would be sick. They've tapped it. No one's actually defusing. MongolZ trying to make it more expensive still, and they get 5 people. That is really, really annoying to NRG. They win the round, it's good, but there's so much money on FURIA, they don't care about losing some rifles here.
The fact it's a 4-on-2 and you lose every single member for NRG, that is not a great outcome. You'll take it.
I think you're dead on, though. If they had the smoke, that is a very different round.
Well, at least you get one on the board. It's going to be 5-4. Very uncomfortable finish there. FURIA with so much money available. Take everyone down with them, sets themselves up for success going forward. How many Galils do we have? 3 Galils after winning the previous round.
It's not great.
I think you do have to just do a set piece here. Execution has been called out of spawn. Trying to pop that smoke open as MongolZ doesn't see anyone home. They might use that to just play in front of the util here. Flashbang goes in, and off we go.
Straight onto Tetris. Yuri. A lot of flashes in his eyes, but still will pick up the first shot there. MongolZ helping out. Bro wanted to get activated from the palace. Not going to be allowed this time. Oh! OC goes down last. MongolZ is a very nice shot onto Sonic.
Nice idea there from NRG. Didn't really have the firepower nor the utility after all 5 members going down. Saw their opportunity after MongolZ pops that smoke open. He spots nothing. You're just going to think, right, we've got a window, a gap. Flash through, hope for the best. Even Bro getting a smoke spam there.
Yeah.
You thought it might be enough, but MongolZ, such a nuisance. Great shot there. Takes down Sonic. Yekindar's looking rock solid as well. Last couple of rounds here, Anders, and that should be partial buy territory. And indeed, we do have upgraded pistols. 2 players without Kevlar. Nitro goes out and buy some, so it's just OC trying to save his gold. And after winning the pistol, going up 3-0, only 1 round to show for it since.
Yeah. They do feel a bit starved for wins here. 4 rounds, not great. If they could get a 5th one, I'd be quite happy for them. Not going to be this one, it seems. Yekindar sticking around for the spray. Very nearly got the double, it looked like. Nitro and OC, they can try and get some rifles. No amount of damage will make any difference here to the CT side. They don't really care about losing people any longer. They built so much cash in those 6 rounds that they won there. It's been hard to stop ever since. Looking for a Deagle kill, but no one's really presenting themselves. Again, the discipline looking good here for FURIA. csgo gets one, and Nitro. 45 seconds. Not much he could do here. Angling for another kill, though. All right. He spots one down. That's going to be at least a kill on the Yuri. But again, damage is not really the main objective. I suppose if you get enough kills, they can't pick up AKs. That's like the only silver lining that I could think of here. Otherwise, they'll have the money for whatever they need, really. Nitro making the jump on over, and MongolZ will get rid of him. 7-4, going into the last round of the half.
Yeah, wow. Says it all. I look on Dap's face. Doesn't feel great. You've only got a single gun round here. Your map pick. And you're getting absolutely destroyed here. MongolZ, fantastic opener on Sonic. Yekindar, significant damage. csgo, as you might expect, continuing his amazing form he's shown the last year or so.
Do you want to say they look significantly better typically on the CT side, NRG? It's a big discrepancy for them, so maybe that's something to look forward to.
All right, gonna need that pistol because this round has started off with another opening kill for csgo. What's he up to now? 12-4. He's having a field day out there, Anders.
Yeah, I feel like they've all had such a good time. Yuri and Fallen have had less. involvement in these battles, but Keserato, MongolZ, and Yekindar just all look so sharp.
3 players outside A, bomb on the back of OC, Nitro patrolling middle, smoked off towards the Palace. What have they even got left to work with here? They've got quite a lot of utility, but they have to wait with that smoke to go down to Palace before they can make their next move. Lining up the util. Sonic will find one. Is that their cue to go? Sonic goes down in response. Yuri tucks himself in at A ramp.
That's the bomb on one player on the other side. If Yuri gets this one, Flash is pretty good, but now the bomb, it is lost on the ground. Oh, there was a moment there, straight through onto Nitro, and now Bro, last alive. No chance to win this one, and knows it as well. Goes down to Yekindar, 8-4 in the first half, a really strong-looking FURIA.
So tell me about the buff rules again.
What do you wanna know?
So countering is illegal, right?
It's legal, but 100% legal. We cannot just rock up to the booth and start chugging on the branded can. They want you to wrap the can up so nobody can see what the brand it is.
And that's just in booths or stage 2?
Okay, so it breaks down like this. It's legal to drink it, it's legal to bring it with you, but you can't show it when you're out on the break. But it doesn't matter, because for them, it's illegal to stop you. And that's the right that referees and player managements don't have.
Okay, next time, I'm bringing some with me.
But you know what's the funny thing competing around the world?
What?
It's just small differences. They got all the same shit over there that we got at home.
Example?
Okay, like look at the last 2 Blast Majors. In an A, you can join any fucking server and it will be filled with crazy people. And also the craziest comps I've ever seen. And in Paris, do you know how they call it fucking Deagle?
So you don't call it Deagle?
They got different callouts, man. They don't know what the fuck a Deagle is.
Then what do they call it?
They call it Leon Coup.
Leon Coup? What does they call a force buy?
A force buy is still a force buy, but they call it Le Force.
Le Force. What do they call full save?
I don't know, man. I didn't do any crowns.
Welcome back to the Group A lower bracket semi-final. We got FURIA taking on NRG. Emphatic start for the North Americans. Won the pistol, went up 3-0. But I have to say, Anders, one of the best-looking CT sides you're ever going to see on Mirage once FURIA got the guns out.
They looked rock solid. Now, NRG, I promise they're going to be better on the CT side. I think in the pistol, it might be on. Grim in the shadows. He's got the dualies ready. They line up for him, and easy headshots. Bro will add to it, and he keeps on fighting. 3 of them knocked out before we even get a chance to intro anything. Grim has been let loose. The Reaper is on Mirage.
Well, can't ask for much more than that. Both pistols in the bag for NRG. Revitalizes the squad. There's no bomb planted. No better feeling than that when every bullet connects to those dual elites. Went for the fast A play. A lot more than they bargained for. Was it last bullet?
It was the last bullet. He did the impossible and actually ran out of bullets on the duelists.
Has to be the eco. FURIA. Objective now, try and get that bomb planted. They'll send almost everyone over towards B. It's going to be Nitro to defend, as we mentioned, as in-game leaders normally on this side of the map. Jump spotting right now. On top of the van, incendiary in hand, is looking to block. Drops the smoke instead.
Just going to say, just don't die. Just
good advice.
Yeah. You do it all the time, you know. Just keep doing that here and it's going to be fine. That smoke is actually what they will use to attack him with. So they're going to stand inside of the smoke and try to blast through.
He died. Should be fine. Bro is very capable.
Yeah. One of the escapees from the Danish scene. The fast collapsing Danish Counter-Strike scene. He made it out.
Even Astralis is sick of it now.
Yeah.
Moving in.
That's
bringing in Lithuanians and Swedes. What's going on?
It's a genius move, some might say.
It actually is the best looking Astralis in about 6 years.
I don't even think that's not even hyperbole, is it? That's true. Yeah, FURIA lost to them, which normally you'd say that's a big problem. But, you know, Astralis do look better now.
Astralis look very good. I'm a big Hooksy fan.
You are.
So, let's have a look. Guns are out. Jekindar on the prowl. Bro gets the better of him. Nice opening advantage. We're talking about fundamentals. Now you want to try and reset the round. Run away with your advantage here. Smoke's dissipating. That's exactly what Sonic does. Good stuff so far from NRG. Taking down Jekindar early. Didn't really take much damage for their troubles. Round far from over as they try and punish Nitro once again.
One of the best positions for Sonic on any map here, so don't underestimate it. But right now, he's not going to be tested. It'll be instead a Nitro, and the backup is a million miles away. I can't believe that there's nobody nearby.
You're right.
This is tricky. Good spray. I'm actually surprised he even got one kill there. They were on top of him. He had no warning. There were no grenades thrown. A little bit of a burst here. Could he find the headshot? That's all they need. Then the retake is on. They know he's in that corner. They're tapping away, but MongolZ! How is he inching his way into that kill?
They thought they had him pinned, but he pre-fires the window. All of a sudden, the round turns on its head. We've got a 3-on-3 retake here. M4's out in full force. The kit's on the back of Grim. Bear that in mind.
That's a very important point to point out here. Sneaking in towards the bench. They know that MongolZ is tanked up, but a disgusting little maneuver from him. Serato takes a kill, and MongolZ is not through with the round. They take down OC.
It's quite disappointing. You make a very good point. You have a 5-on-4 advantage, and Nitro has 0 backup.
Yeah.
He even gets 1 kill, and they're so far removed from the situation. I don't think there was any sort of fake or tell on the other side of the map.
No.
They just had 0 backup there, and this left Nitro on an island. That was the pre-fire from MongolZ. And
that's great.
Oh, that's so disappointing from NRG. You worked so hard to get an opening kill. And when you have the man advantage, you don't need to stack the A-bomb side with 4 people.
Well, or I would say if you are going to do that, you should start to push out. Like you need to
be hunting for info. Yeah, exactly. That's a bit of a nightmare, but still some residual cash here. It's running thin though. 5.7s, MP9s, couple of rifles here. Bro at least has the AK-47. Can they find the opener once again? It's the Dane that's top fragging so far at 9-9. Overall score 9-6. FURIA convert this one. It's going to be a very difficult game to recover. Bear in mind they've won both pistols here.
Yeah, that's sort of the sad part. If they win this round, FURIA, we might not really get to see NRG.CET side. And then the stats or whatever else, it's kind of all for nothing because they won't have the money.
Serato thought he had an advantage there, but it was all the ruse. OC was there. This time backing out the B-bomb side. Nitro is not alone.
Yeah. That's pretty good. Still need to see OC with the AWP actually on this side. He hasn't had that yet.
I don't think he's had it all game.
Yeah, maybe not. Smoking connector. I think they're anticipating that there might be some aggression behind that smoke. All we see is a counter smoke in the hallway here, and we're 40 seconds. They're going to be walking the bomb down towards middle catwalk. It is just 2 people defending. But Sonic could be there fairly quickly. He's not that well armed, but one flashbang, maybe it's enough to slow them down. We'll see if we can find anything here at the back of the site. Bro with the AK. Burst is pretty good, it does some damage, and the smoke stops Fury from coming through. He couldn't make it. Sonic has shown up for the 5-7. No flashbang needed, he's gonna get the kill, and MongolZ is out of the round. Fallen is so low, he wanted to escape, but even that will be denied.
Huge round.
Yes.
4 players surviving, just what they needed here to keep them in the game. Had to win that one, and they win so convincingly. Recovering AK-47s here as well. They've got 3 of them on the CT side. Money in a pretty precarious spot as well. You got 4K and Fall, and everyone else hovering around $2,000. I think you take the eco here. You can maybe get a hero rifle. Maybe Fallen can drop a couple of deagles. What have they gone for? 1 single deagle and a smoke. I guess they're just going to try and go for a fast A play. See if they can cause a bit of a ruckus here. MongolZ has got a dastardly deagle.
Yeah, he's one of these people always going to be watching for. But he has been discovered. They know that they're through the smoke, so part of the info is already there, and Grim let loose. He's been a little bit bored here. Did amazing work in the pistol round, getting a quad kill with the dualies. But since then, it's been a little bit quiet on that front. We'll get his this time. Yuri in the palace. Eventually, they'll get him. The bomb is down there, but, you know, he might as well give them an opportunity for a mistake, and that's what he's doing right now. They've got 3 AKs saved.
That's very nice. Sets them up nicely if they can keep this one clean. Just Yuri hoping to find 1 kill, but I doubt it happens. Can't afford to make any mistakes now.
Sneaking out. A bit of a lag there. Not exactly what you were hoping for, but it doesn't matter. That was just a pause for FURIA, so they can get more rifles on board. I don't know, though. I said, I think NRG can win this map. CT side is where they're going to do that work, if it comes down to it. I think it's going to have to require OC on the AWP. Hasn't had a chance to use it yet.
Well, they're currently 4-1 up in the second half. Only lost that 3rd round. After the great pistol, it's pretty promising. FURIA with the eco in the previous, though. We'll see whether they can huddle together, bring a decent buy to the table. Their T side now, they will have the orb for MongolZ available. Concessions to be made. They won't have all the utility. Fallen will be entering with a Galil as well. Here we go then. Important one. Money starting to build on the NRG side. All of a sudden, it's a 1-round game. Very much back into it. MongolZ going to be picking towards that A ramp. Doesn't catch Bro on the cross. Playing behind the flames. Smoke goes down.
Bomb back in T-spawn, so wide open field to play with here for FURIA. Especially once they start to angle for the map control in the middle, which is absolutely what they're going to be doing. You do want to make sure that the CTs are pushed a little bit further back here. Not ideal, perhaps, but
so fine.
Yeah, no one got hurt. Utilities out pretty quick for NRG. Curious to see if that will cost them something later. It's a slow round here for FURIA. Again, I think Yuri working the palace position. The rest of them going to be coming in towards this connector side, you have to assume. That's right into Sonic.
Yeah, deep smoke as well. Going to try and get some control. MongolZ looking to challenge his AWP. It's OC on the other side. We haven't seen him use the sniper too much so far. Molotov will dislodge him though. Send him packing. Hold the tighter angle, and they're in towards the A side.
Yes, they are. Bro's been disappeared already. OC will find a kill though. He needs maybe another one here because there's only one default. It's on the second one. Grim has shown up at the same time. Didn't even see they're right on top of each other. 25 seconds. The bomb is slowed down. Top of connector. They need to get past this one, but Grim will not let them. Fantastic headshots. Keisaratu and Yuri out of it. And with 15 seconds on the clock, I doubt there's anything more they could do in this one. Yekendas got the bomb towards the jungle, and they're going to try and wait this out in the middle of the attack. No other choice.
4 seconds remaining, rounds over. NRG tied things up with 4 players surviving once again. Grim, he's turned up the play today. Lovely sequence from him. Can they take down the orb? They certainly can after time as well, Anders. No money for MongolZ going forward. $150 to his name. He can't even buy a P250. Massive output there from Grim. This is the replay. Got that big old crosshair as well, the dad crosshair.
Yeah, that's what you need to play with, though.
Yeah.
Shows that you were part of the cool people who played 1.6. That's how we know.
Large crosshair.
That's how we know. Not like these saucers, Henry.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, we're in round number 19. FURIA have been slowed down. You said very nearly what looked like a perfect CT side for them.
It was.
Super
they only
strong.
gave a one-gun round.
Yeah.
In terms of the fundamentals, the team play, positioning, discipline, like everything was perfect. But now, after losing the pistol in the second half, things getting a bit uncomfortable out there. Down to a partial buy on this T side. NRG looking likely to take the lead. It'll be Yekindar with a saved AK-47, bear in mind. He didn't die after time. He did survive as MongolZ has to enter with nothing. No Kevlar, no upgraded pistol. Really significant for Europa to lose all his cash.
Yeah, that is definitely an issue. Whereas on the other side, I think Grin got the double kill with the MP9. Then I think he bought the AWP for OC, who then they just threw away the MP9 entirely. So the money's going to be pretty good on that NRG side quickly. Could be even better after this round, unless Yekindar can find some strong kills. Sonic to begin. Yekindar, the rifle's already dead and gone. Sonic clearing out the rest of any kind of an attack here. I think it's been slowed down so much now, it's not even a conversation. Good dink, I suppose. But at the end of it, it should be a clean round from here on out. Yuri gets one. Don't offer yourself up. I don't think it's necessary for OC to do that. They're going to win the round anyway. They can save the rifle, but it's just a small deal, you know?
Yeah, they're taking 2 AKs in the open in the next round. You're up against a partial by FURIA, a couple of casualties, pretty par for the course. But the headline reads that NRG are now in the lead after suffering an 8-4 deficit in the first half. They've only given up a single round since.
Yeah. Daps in the back looking focused. Would call him the bedrock of American Counter-Strike. Never gets the credit that he deserves, I think.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough.
The amount of people that have come up under Daps playing Counter-Strike in NA is more than I can count. Bro, you mentioned him earlier. He's back now again, opening up, this time taking down Yekindar. You know where Yuri is going to be every round.
Going to have to go for the execution here. They don't really have anything to work with. They're lacking firepower, map control, and now Yekindar. Thing is, we've got Grim hunting for players in towards that palace. Yuri will best him. Rotations coming through as FURIA pouncing towards the A site.
They give one back early with a bit of aggression. It's an interesting idea, but it's backfired on them now. Under a minute. Bomb on the back of csgo. See if they get close enough to get the bomb down without any more casualties. OC, he's not enjoying all the grenades in his eyes there. Swings again for the peak, but he goes down. Fallen, a double cleanup. Sonic, I don't know how he's got him through the smoke. I don't think he could see anything there. Yuri and Fallen go down, and that's the only thing that's kept them alive in this one, NRG. If they win this one back, it'll be Sonic from that connector position. Can he do anything more? csgo's hiding in the back with an AK, and MongolZ here, Galil. He'll hold back Nitro. It's all on Sonic, and it's just too much to handle.
5-on-4 advantage, unable to convert it, and it's all down to that push from Grim. I like the idea, hunting for information, playing proactive CS, trying to get a bit of intel for his team. Gets a lot more than he bargained for. Lovely position there from Yuri. As soon as he finds that kill, though, he knows the A side's going to be vulnerable. There's going to be a lot of gaps there. They pounce on in through the smoke and overwhelm the bomb side. Even with the double kill from Sonic through smoke, we'll have to see that from his POV. They still struggle to get the round over the line. It will be FURIA tying things up at 10-10. Tactical timeout. Money's going to be tight on either side here now. We're getting to the dying stages of Mirage. Bear in mind, loser of this series goes home. Winner goes on to play Falcons tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be such a hard game.
Oh, yeah. The way the way Falcons are hitting right now, yeah, definitely. It was clean through the smoke, huh?
That's a great replay from that point of view. I do love that. But it wasn't enough, unfortunately. It looked fun. Sonic's got 17 kills. I did warn he's going to be good in that connector position.
You did warn us. He told all of us.
But they didn't want to listen, Henry.
Well, he's going to be down towards that underpass right now. AWP's rattling off. MongolZ will take the first shot. Nothing connects. OC. Eyes positioned down towards underpass, but I don't think anyone's coming his way. Yekendar's very passive in towards the B apartments right now. Bombs back in T-spawn. They're waiting for any sort of CT aggression. Smoke down towards Palace. Fallen will scoop up the bomb. He's got lots of smokes there at spawn from as well.
Truly, yeah. One man execute from that one. Bottom connector. See if Window's going to be next or if they just leave it be. A lot of info. Look at NRG. They're all at the center of the map. They can go anywhere. Maybe especially going to be fast to rotate towards the A-bomb site. That's exactly where we will end up. FURIA, I mean, they're right at the lip of that bomb site.
Re-smoke the Palace area. Up to OC to find this opener, and he will get it. MongolZ goes down. Nice shot. Very important round here. FURIA are in a lot of trouble. They give this one up.
They need an entry, and then they need Yekindar to lurk through middle. That's the only way they can win this round, I think. And, well, Yekindar's done his job now. For the other side of it, the entry, 20 seconds on the clock. Oh, they double up against him. Sonic will take him down. OC landing a second kill here. And now Keserato and Fallen. There's just not enough time here. 10 seconds to try and cross the bomb site. Again, foiled in the middle of it. And Keserato, good as he is, just too many people waiting. He has no time for it. Yeah, he get the kills, and he absolutely is. But it'll still be NRG to take the lead.
It's a close round. It's uncomfortable for NRG, but there was no real way they could lose it with no time remaining. OC remains with his AWP safely in towards middle. Great display of skill there from Keserato, it has to be said. He thought there was a chance there, but you're right, there's the time running out. Grim tucked away, gets blinded, and dropped by Keserato as well. Taken down, but they just couldn't get near the site.
That first smoke that OC peeks around towards the stairs, there's no second smoke in that wall. I see that more and more, Henry, where the Ts just allow the CTs to walk around. Is it just because they're ready for them then?
I guess so.
Well, that's not what you want to see.
He is 20 and 10 in AWP versus AWP duels at Tier 1 events this year. Well, Sonic continues to impress as that connector.
He loves it.
Takes down Keserato. And it's for map points.
Oh, it's on. No money left in the bank either for FURIA. If they lose this one, they're not going to have much of a chance to fight back, so it rides on this. Yekindar or Yuri, you'd want to see one of these two guys open up a site, or at least open up a lane to one with one of those AKs. Yuri's been passive in the Palace for a real long time, and I think, yeah, he has to move somewhere else. Either that, or he just goes raw out the Palace with no grenades. I do love when people try that, but it's a big risk. 50 seconds. Bomb being picked up now in T-spawn practically. They're going to try again on that A ramp. I don't think this will be easy at all. Yuri, ooh, the flash. That actually kind of says, but I think they spotted him. They saw the side. They know, oh, they have the information here on the NRG side. This should be good. Sonic gets one. Grim, he crouches under the shot, and MongolZ, he's got the bomb on his back. Yekindar's way too far away. And one more headshot. The last flick, it would have been demonic if he could have got it, but not today. And it will be 12 on NRG. There's just no time here for Yekindar to do anything.
And this was not a partial buy. That was a nice full investment.
Yeah.
Coming in there from FURIA. Yekindar has to save the AK-47. He'll get no further cash here. Quite flat from FURIA. Bear in mind, at EPL as well, they didn't even make it to the playoffs. Crashed out in stage 2.
Yes.
They're definitely on a downward turn right now, but as we said, it was almost perfect in the first half. Sure, you lost a pistol, but you lost one gun round. Everything was looking so fantastic for you, but winning both pistols and those conversions have set NRG up for success, and they've looked very capable here on the CT side.
I think just as much as 9C were the yardstick for how Mouse has fallen,
yeah.
I feel like NRG are trying to be that for FURIA. We're trying to find out. Now, it is the first map, but still.
I mean, but like, FURIA, no strangers to Mirage. It's not a weakness for him.
No. Definitely a strength for NRG. Sonic at 21 and 13. Grim at 15 kills. And Bro at 13. But I feel like a lot of those have been openings for Bro very active in trying to find this. Let's see if FURIA can find a win at overtime. It's obviously not out of the question here. Not easy either. Bombers and Palace. So still an A split, but a different version. Much more heavy towards the connector this time. Because it's been Yekindar lurking that position alone, right?
Yeah, he's starting to fall off a bit, though. Dying stage of this first map. NRG just dominating Nitro with the first incision, Anders. This could be it.
The fact that he's here tells them everything. He's supposed to be the B anchor, but he's at the A bomb site because OC's over there with the orb. It doesn't matter at all. Keserato gets to and then is shut down by Grim. What a great performance from NRG as they defeat FURIA in this opening map.
No one expected him to take the first map, Anders. The North American underdogs are not just bark. They've got some serious bite. That man on your screen especially, Grim, stepping up and showing he was the man for the job here. Still a lot of work to be done in the lower bracket semi-final, but a wake-up call required here for FURIA. Can they bounce back? Time will tell. It's their map pick coming up next of Nuke, and then we'll have Dust 2 to decide if required.
No way, no chance, no how. I've been hearing a whole lot about that on this desk, but I gotta say, guys, once again, it happened. NRG take the opener of this series, take the victory here. Huge win coming through on Mirage, and FURIA now on the back foot.
You know what, Mike? I'm happy the better team won, because I think this was another poor performance coming in from the favorite and another great performance coming in from the underdog. Once again, we gotta give credit to NRG. I think they played a good game of Counter-Strike. Again, I'd be lying if I said that there weren't certain rounds FURIA should have won or certain moments where they should have done better, especially considering the strength relation between the two teams. But I'm for once happy that the better team on the map of Mirage ended up winning the game.
It happened. That's one way to put it, Mike. I think it happened in the way we didn't expect it. I was thinking they'd come in, Grim might be change spots around and do really well. On the first half, they win pistol, they convert, they're up 3, and then FURIA just dominate them the entire first half long. It's not until second half where Grim's playing his normal positions, he starts to pop off. He only had 4 kills going into the second half. I mean, they win both pistols, but I have to say, at least in the second half, NRG did look like the better team. I'm confused what FURIA was thinking in a lot of these rounds. So many times they were just standing still waiting, and they would nearly run out of time, or they would give plenty of time for the aggression from NRG to clear out the other side of the map.
Come on, but we got a chance to say nice things about NA players. We got to take this while we can. Grim looking phenomenal. I mean, that 4K in the pistol, the dualies, that starts the comeback, that starts the rollback. Grim looking really damn good in this NRG jersey.
I think he had more impact in this game than the scoreline suggests. You know, I think in, as you said, the pistol round right here, 4 kill to re-enter the game, that's one thing. In arguably the most important gun round in the game, Grim stays alive towards ramp, gets a multi-kill on towards Yuri, and I think it's Yakinda who can't hit anything in this game, and all of a sudden turning around the game. So look at the scoreboard. Grim had an average game. Look at the raw impact he had, especially in the second half. I agree with you. Once again, doing a good job in NRG.
And Sonic, speaking of scoreboards, popping in a huge way. I mean, that kill, the double spray through smoke is the most memorable moment, but there are a lot of moments where Sonic's bailing them out, where Sonic's locking it down, where Sonic's making it work for the team.
I almost feel like I didn't do my job because we saw that earlier for NRG as well. Sonic had a pop-off game at this very tournament. We forgot to mention his name coming into this game. We forgot to mention him as a win condition. He's obviously been around for quite some time. I remember having seen him play and talked about him in a lot of different iterations of NA teams and in general lower tier Counter-Strike. But this new level that he's showing so far here at Rotterdam, I don't think that's what we can expect for the future, but that's definitely a massive win condition if he decides to play like this for the rest of the tournament.
Sonic's an interesting player. I think he does get overlooked. We overlooked him. You're looking at Grim and you're looking at OC as players that you can point to that you're going to find consistent success out of. I think Sonic has a pop-off game, a pop-off series once in a while where he just looks like one of the best players in the world. He does insane things like the double spray through smoke. He dropped, almost 30 kills against Falcons in a game they got destroyed in. Sonic really is one of the overlooked players from the North American region at the moment, even if he doesn't hail from there originally.
He's been here long enough. He's ours.
He's ours.
Been there long enough. He's
we
ours.
claim him.
I also think, having talked to Sonic again for years, he's been competing in NA for a long time at this point, he's got a certain mental quality in that he's just not really intimidated by whoever's in the server against him. So he's the same guy, whether it's a Falcons, whether it's a FURIA, or if it's a Mars-born or a Party Astronauts, right? Like, he plays Counter-Strike and he's always willing to challenge you and force you to actually duel him.
I was just about to say, he was everything on the server that I wanted Yakinda to be and that Yakinda normally is for that team. He was proactive. He was, as you said, aggressive. You know, in the middle of the round, I think it was a 5v4 for NRG. You'd think to yourself, okay, fall back, play the advantage. He's the one sneaking down underground, finding even more information so he can call the rotation. He was all over the map, which brings me to the point that I want to attack right now as to why FURIA didn't do well. If you are a Counter-Strike nerd like me, I challenge you to go in and look at Yekinda's point of view the last 4 rounds of the game. Not at all times did we see it on the stream, but he had an AK, I believe, in 3, maybe even 4 out of the 4 rounds, despite FURIA having no economy. He was forcing up an AK armor while the rest of them were Tech 9s. He did nothing. In 1 round, he gets boosted in towards window, sits still for 50 seconds while everyone around him is trying to find something. NRG didn't give anyone up, and Yekinda did nothing. Following round, Yekinda did nothing. The round after that with the AK-47, Yekinda did nothing. I don't know if that's a Yekinda without confidence. I don't know if that's a FURIA game plan where they were expecting NRG to give up easy duels or make mistakes that he then wanted to punish. I've never seen a timid Yekinda like that ever before, doing nothing with an AK-47 T-side Mirage against a team like NRG.
The reason this is confusing is the first half would indicate that FURIA were comfortable. They win 8-4 after losing the first 3, dominant half. They say on the cast at some point, there's nothing you can say they're doing wrong right now. So then to go into second half, you lose pistol and all of a sudden your players, they're playing like the underdog. They're playing scared, they're playing timid CS. They're not playing like the FURIA that wins the first half 8-4, goes into second half T-side Mirage. They should feel perfectly comfortable on that, and they just fumble. They just fumble it.
They looked scared against NRG. The reason why I'm baffled by it is the fact that it's Yekinda, right? The guy that I can always count on doing something. The guy that we sometimes critique for maybe doing too much, not knowing when to stop. I've never seen him be that timid. And I'm curious if that's a direct reflection of what we spoke about, that they're right now playing without confidence.
This comes now into a little bit of what we were talking about in the pregame, right? What Sid was touching on the interview is that this isn't just an isolated incident, right? This is a rougher patch of form for FURIA for the expectations that we had from them from last year. We've seen these wobbles. We've seen losses to teams that we just don't really expect them to be losing to. What are we diagnosing? What's setting in? Jacob, as a player, when you have these moments, when you have these confidence breaks, what's going through your head? What's going wrong?
But that's the thing with confidence. It's a word we use a lot on the desk, and it's a word that's very hard to give you concrete examples of, and that's why I wanted people's attention to be diverted to Yekinda. It's not me saying he's the reason they lost the game, but that's the biggest change I see in FURIA, that he's not playing the way he usually does. Like, he's very timid on the server, afraid to go for duels, afraid to walk through a smoke, which is normally something that is his characteristic. So in that regard, I do feel it's a team where the individuals are losing a bit of their confidence, and then sometimes it spirals out of control, and it's such a hard thing to quantify, because yeah, I'm playing with confidence, sure thing, but what does that mean? How do you quantify it? How do you see that as a result on the server? I don't want to take anything away from NRG. I think they did an excellent job not giving any free mistakes up to FURIA. They played very composed, very calm. They did everything I wanted FURIA to do, and they did it better.
Yeah, you talking about it from a Yekinda POV, I think is really interesting, because you look at it from a macro perspective. You see so many rounds where they just stand still, they just waste a whole bunch of time. They're exiting on 30 seconds when Grim's already pushed into Palace and cleared the other side of the map, and it's not making a whole lot of sense. But if it is a Yekinda situation where they're expecting, hey, Yekinda is supposed to take a little more space on the map, he's supposed to clear out windows so that we can make a pivot earlier on in the round, I think it actually makes a whole lot of sense. And it comes from the basis that they've admitted themselves their T-sides are not doing well. They need to rework it. If this is the rework, it's not good.
Maybe a work in progress, but I do have good news for FURIA. That was NRG's map pick. We move to Nuke after that. We're going to diagnose a little bit more of Nuke on the other side of this break. backs against the wall for FURIA, elimination on the line, and what a disappointment that would be. But there's no better time to fight than when you've been backed into a corner, and so the Panthers are sharpening their claws for this map of Nuke. What do we expect here, Vu?
I mean, this is a map where FURIA had an 8 or 9 map win streak during their run of form in the past. It's not a map they're currently comfortable on, but if we're saying what we expect, I expect FURIA to get right back in the driver's seat. Full confidence. No, I lost a little bit of confidence. Still a little bit of confidence that FURIA should take this one.
How would they do it, Jacob?
Well, by playing better Counter-Strike first and foremost, and by playing together and by playing with initiative. Odds are they will start on the T side on Nuke, given its own map pick, so I assume NRG will choose the CT side. They can't be so stale. You know, they have to play with a bit of pace, they have to work around with the rotations as well, and then they have to win some duels as well. Again, as I said, I can always count on the Kinder, come in and be aggressive. I feel like one of the things that made them so good on Nuke as well was the T side and the fact that they were willing to change up the playbook as well. I think they had a great execute. They are very, very, very cool about taking ramp, both early in the game, but also late in the round, which causes a lot of rotation on the NRG.CET side, so you can get very nerdy with it. However, I want to zoom out just for a little bit and look at FURIA and where they're at right now, because I'm getting the sense that it's the same scenario as we saw with MongolZ. It's a team right now that for the first time in a very long time is massively struggling. There's no way around it. I know people want to downplay it and say, yeah, they did so well in 25 and off to a slower start in 26 and give them some leeway. Well, it's almost been 4 months now and they haven't impressed me. I don't know about you guys, but they haven't impressed me in 2026 compared to where I thought they would be at right now. A team that is playing with no confidence, a team that has, you know, killed Jikinda in some sense. I know it's just one map, but I feel like I've seen it before where when he goes timid, that's something I never see almost. So I'm a little bit worried. Again, FURIA are the favorites. They're supposed to win Nuke, Mike. There's a lot of ways of doing it, but I wouldn't rule out that NRG is making you very happy in an hour's time by now.
Starting on T side is their only strong side on this map at the moment. The last few games they've played, they've gotten demolished on CT side. And speaking of confidence, I don't want to be too cliche about it, but based on that second half where they're playing timid Counter-Strike, they're hiding, they're not peeking, they're waiting the time down, I want to see them come in and play with a bit of confidence. And if they do so, they should be able to roll over.
I'll tell you, it's one of two scenarios right here. It's either going to be another 9C versus MongolZ where there's a big upset coming, whether it's going to be in 2 maps or 3 maps, or it's going to be another Falcons, as we just saw, where they're going to go in and they're going to smack NRG 13-4, 13-4. It all depends on FURIA. I think NRG have admitted themselves there's a limitation to what we can expect from them right now with limited practice. FURIA's worst enemy is themselves. If they show up like they did on Mirage, there's a way where NRG 2-0 this game.
Isn't that kind of the magical moment as well, when you don't have the pressure, you don't have the expectation, when you know you're the underdog and you can play free?
You ask us these questions sometimes, Mike. What do you expect from a team? What would make you happy with it? For NRG, there's lots of things they could do to make me happy with it. If they have a close game, they play good Counter-Strike, they do everything right. FURIA, they just have to win. They have to find a way to win. They have to close out the series. Otherwise, it's not going to matter how they do it.
Well, we'll have to find out if they can make Vu happy indeed. He's a tough man to please, but we'll have some happiness coming through from the voices of these two, Anders and Henry G.
Thanks very much, boys. Yeah, rough times here for FURIA. Looking down the barrel of another group stage exit. We got into Nuke as their map pick, but they start on the T side, Anders, where things were not looking good on Mirage. I agree with the desk. It went from fantastic scenes to perfect CT performance, and then a very static and stale T side showing. What do you make of this one so far?
I'm not happy with FURIA right now. I am impressed by NRG. I think they're massively improving all the time, but the map pool is a really hard thing to improve, and they've just got Grim on the lineup. I think Nuke will be very, very difficult, so this should be a third map. I think if there's any chance here, maybe it'll be on the T side. I know that I think it's Yuri who's playing the A-bomb side. He's not that comfortable in there, but generally speaking, this should be FURIA. On any normal day, this would be a third map, and Nuke is a bit of a formality.
The way that second half went, though, Anders, I've got a feeling NRG might be able to get this one over the line. They've got nothing to lose. A new roster. No one's expecting him to win. You got Sonic turning up with that 22 frags on Mirage. He said he's one of the better connector players, and my God, did he ever dominate. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Do or die time for the Panthers. Can NRG continue on their winning ways? We move on to Nuke now, and as mentioned, they'll have the CT start. Julies for Nitro, and we'll have a look at the setup here. Not much utility at all. Suggests something quite quick and pacey here from FURIA. One single flashbang, I guess. Flash to ramp room and make your way down towards lower as quick as you can with a backstab from MongolZ down towards Secret.
Yeah, he's got that waterfall smoke on Mini, so he can cross on over. Jumping past, Bro gets the headshot. It's a human flashbang approach towards the ramp, but they have been shut down. They needed real flashbangs, not the fleshy kind.
That's every pistol now so far going in favor of NRG.
This pistol round, more or less, this kind of attack towards the ramp, when the Mongols won EWC, they ran this round every round on nuke. Every T-side pistol was this.
You're rolling it way back there.
Yeah.
SWC.
Well, WC. You know, I was talking to KRL yesterday, so maybe...
You were on there for like 10 or 15 minutes, it looked like.
Yeah, we're talking about the good old days, French Counter-Strike. Well, I wish we had more French events, you know?
We haven't had one for a while. See if MongolZ can find a couple of kills here. He is known to be deadly with his P250. Give him an inch, he'll take a mile. Gets himself one, but no bomb plan. Convincing setup, and it looks like a complete counter. We had the two-man setup in towards ramp.
Yeah. I don't know if we'll see it on the replay, but that first T that's jumping the corner has his head down. That's that human flashbang approach. You almost can't see it here, but he's just there to offset the crosshairs on the CTs, and it's a really powerful idea, but they were ready. You're absolutely, I think you're right. They hard countered it. They knew. All right. Language.
Family show.
Yeah. There's a throwback.
All right. They will be force buying. This is dangerous territory. Difficult to win these rounds on the T side. MongolZ comes in, dislodges Nitro from the huts. Going to be trying to make their way through the hut and a squeaky door. Things getting a little uncomfortable now. Here comes a flashbang. Very effective. Couple of kills looking likely here. Bro needs more than one. Can't find it. And that's going to be almost an impossible retake here for NRG. 1-1 looks to be secured. 4-on-2.
That, I think, is a hard round to swallow for NRG. They had 3 people on the site. They looked like they were very ready for what was coming. I wonder if that first hut player just got completely flashed. That's the only explanation I can give, because he was running back with his back turned to the hut, and it was just a complete chaos there. Actually, I'm a little upset that they lose this round, NRG. I thought there's no reason they had to.
Well, they've won every pistol so far.
True.
There had to be a bump in the road somewhere.
Yeah.
Finally, FURIA have some fortune land in their favor. 4 players survive, recover a rifle. Speaking of rifles, NRG will save 2 of them, so not a complete disaster. It's certainly not what they are looking for there. The upper pounce works very nicely there. So many players pouring out of the huts and squeaky door. Let's have a look at it. You can see how blind Nitro was. Fallen providing the flashes.
Okay.
Bro needed 2 kills there to stand a chance in the round. Not going to happen. It was all about that MongolZ as well. Nitro had that strong position on top of the hut. MongolZ comes down. They don't use that opportunity to jump on him then. They wait until he's kind of repositioning, trying to find out his next spot. And now we have the force buy in return. It's down to Grim and Sonic. Your best fraggers.
They could do some work.
Well, they said they wanted to see FURIA pick up the pace, and we've already got 2 players down towards lower by the looks of things here.
They're going to meet them in the hallways. This might be a bit of a surprise. Both the rifles are there. Grim with the double spray down. They called it out of spawn. They wanted to meet them and fight them here. Close quarters comeback, and we'll see if they could do this. Here's csgo. He does spray down Grim. If he could have escaped, that might have been it, but hold the phone. They catch Fallen, and csgo's already low. Yes, he's got the bomb.
He loves these sort of rounds. We've already seen him win on 2-on-1. This is where he plays his best Counter-Strike.
Yeah. Mirage, the spam through the box.
Yeah.
That was hard to stop. Impossible, really.
Wants to cut it down to size first, though. Try and isolate a duel, find a 1v1. csgo, though, the perfect man for the job. Smoke goes out towards the fence, gives up his position, but keeps him on high alert. They're too scared to go down there now. They'll be gray screened.
Yeah, but he's hoping if someone is down here, that now they're moving forward to catch them. See, he's looking at every angle. He has no idea they're both up there. Maybe he thinks one is. That distraction hasn't really worked out for him. They're still frozen on the A-bomb site.
Plenty of options for him, but it looks like he's going to commit down towards lower. He has got further utility as well. It's going to have to take something quite special, Anders, on 35 points of health here, checking every crevice of the map. Gives up his position, and now using the buddy system. Down they go together. They let him leave the bomb site. He opens the double doors and makes his way back to the rafters. Looking promising now for csgo.
Such a strong position, this one. Very hard to clear out. Gonna close the door. See if they can apply enough pressure. He's repositioned now. He has to take a fight where he's not shot back at all that much. He's low on health already. Good start to it here, and the spray down is in. You said he was an expert, and he clutches it once again.
Wow. Couldn't have played it better if he tried. It's the way he opens the doors as well. They have no idea where he's gone towards the window room. If he's tucked in a corner, he gets himself behind the silo, off angle as well, isolates those jewels, and on 35 HP, he comes out on top. That is a massive round for csgo. Looked like he had no chance, but as you mentioned, an absolute master in the clutch scenario. Huge round for them to pick up. Needed that FURIA. Sends him packing to an eco. And we go 2-1.
Everybody in the yard here with the USBs. This is going to be a very fast round.
Yep.
Appreciate that.
Again.
Get it out the way.
Quick round's a good round.
I believe, I don't know if it's all maps. I honestly haven't checked everything. I do as the maps come up, more or less. But I think George and Grim are just swapping one for one on the CT side. I'm pretty sure George is also playing the ramp, and I think Grim is slotting straight in there on this one. Could be a somewhat of a sad position to play sometimes on the ramp room. Falling back a lot and kind of being out of the action if there's a lot happening in yard or a bomb site. But so far, Grim has got 5 kills, so I guess it's not that bad. But what a clutch coming out from csgo. That should change the dynamic a bit on FURIA. Get them back online. Scary work, but that secondary wall of smoke comes up. OC wants to blow it open. Can't see anyone on the other side. And now he has to be careful exiting that position. Yuri could catch him. Gonna miss the opportunity. Rose there to bodyguard.
Very active now on the T side. This is more like it from Yekindar. Not looking passive, but he is taken down. OC good position beneath the heavens. Finds the opening kill. Bro needs to be careful here. Can't go down with nothing. Finds the bomb. That's huge.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Mistake from Fallen. Where's the backup? There it is. Yuri, MongolZ strike at the same time. Back to a 3-on-3.
Gut-wrenching for Bro. He actually turned for the flashbang before it even came. He knew that they were going to peek him again, so he was already turned. Still wasn't enough. csgo, that is a wrap position around the smoke. He takes down Nitro, and Grim goes next. They had the opening kill. They had 2 opening kills, in fact, and it's not enough to stop FURIA here. Very, very strong. It's a 5-on-3 that FURIA win.
Blink and you miss it. Opening kill from OC. Bro finds that massive advantage, unable to get off the angle, though. A couple of kills come through. The bomb was even dropped at this moment. You think that's got to be the round.
Yeah. Look, he looks away. He's not flashed.
Damn.
Doesn't matter.
This is a great shot from csgo as well.
Yeah.
He's not going down without a fight. 4-1. Finances ruined once again. Round number 6. Got 5 7s here with the loss bonus. Some Kevlar as well. This one's starting to get out of hand.
Jacob said it was either going to be Falcons or Mouse in terms of the follow-up here. Looking a little bit more like Falcons at the moment.
Oh, for sure. Maybe it was the wake-up call they needed. Goes without saying that the better team, pound for pound.
Yeah.
Better players.
I think even NRG know that. Doesn't mean you can't win on the right day, though. Don't mind it for Grim. Got to take some chances. csgo, though. T-spawn position. You know, back in 2003, would have called him a camper, Henry. It's a big insult back in the day.
I mean, yeah, if we were on the public server and he's holding that position, I think you're definitely right.
That really cut you down, you know. Oh, I'm camping. He's right.
Well, you used to call AWPers noobs as well.
Yeah.
You're using the noob gun.
Yeah.
Use a scout like a man.
Yeah. What a real man would have done. I like it. 35 seconds. Fallen is not really afraid of playing late in these rounds, and I don't think it's much to be afraid of. There is nobody on the B-bomb side, so...
No, it's pretty much a done deal. Maybe they get a couple of kills and save some rifles. That's the best NRG can hope for. csgo, though, the extremity player, you'll see this in every single map. Loves to be by himself because he can do things like this. He loves those sort of scenarios. Give him the shooting gallery and he will deliver each and every time. He wants to be left in the clutches. He wants the one-on-X situations. 10-1 right now after 6 rounds of play.
I've got to know, outside of the Danish scene, was Lotto a thing that people said when for calling someone lucky?
Not that I'm familiar with.
Danish thing. All right.
Must
Could
be.
just be. regional thing. All right. Well, that's how we coped back in the day whenever we got shot. So that was a lotto round.
I guess you would say buy a lotto ticket.
Something like that, yeah.
We would say that if like someone got a lucky shot or something like that.
All right.
But no luck required here. That's pure skill for Cerato.
Yeah.
Really nice work from him. This is the Fury we wanted to see today. Feels like it might be a bit of a Falcon situation. Slow first map, then dominate the next two.
Now, Cerato has been responsible for some rounds in this tournament. Going to be a while before he can outdo himself with the USP on Inferno. But even just today, really good clutches, really good 1v2s, solid play.
Had they lost that 1v2, it'd be a very different game right now.
Yeah.
He has been instrumental in finding their footing here on Nuke. It'll be a tactical timeout as we go 5-1. Furia on the T side. Once again, a perfect first half. We said that about Mirage though, Anders. We said we couldn't poke any holes in their CT side of Mirage, and then it all came crashing down around them.
Yeah. I have a feeling this is going to be different, though. I feel like T side is looking good. That's what was really lacking on Mirage, ultimately. I think their CT side, like I said, the only weakness I can think of is Yuri. He's not the strongest right now on that A position. Yakendar, however, his best position on any map is the A yard on Nuke. So I think he's going to be pretty at home there. So I'm not worried for Furia come CT side. I'm really not. NRG, though. Could they create anything more here? They haven't had the funds to fight in a lot of these rounds, so it's been hard to even really say anything. Got the ult back on OC, that's something. Ooh, and Grim is playing that all-in position on ramp. We talked about this a little bit. It's hard to get more than one kill from it.
Can be done, though. It's an off angle. Looking for a double at least. Here comes Grim. Has to be tested. Flashes come through. He's going to try and block them. OC takes first aggro. Grim should get at least one here. We said he's looking for two. Delivers on his promise. That's all he had to do here. And they've got a massive man advantage. Let them have ramp room at this point. It's going to be a lower finish for the looks of things here. We have got Yakendar sneaking down towards Secret.
I totally overlooked OC being back there, and that makes the position a lot more interesting, in my opinion. Great work for OC to land the first kill. You can see how it takes all the attention away. Really good work. 25 seconds. MongolZ, I mean, this is still a winnable round. There's no one down who can stop the bomb. If you plant right now, they're trying to get down, but it's being held by Yakendar. This round is not over yet.
Definitely not.
Got to be careful here, NRG. If you lose this round, I think all of the morale is going to be gone from the team. MongolZ with a headshot. I'm worried. I'm scared already for NRG. This round looked like it was in the bag. A big trade towards the ramp that heavily favors NRG. And now that's thrown into doubt once again. They're really healthy on the T side. Yakendar in the control room here, and MongolZ down on the floor of the bomb site. Ticking away quickly here. NRG, they need to go. Bro's the one with the kit. Another headshot, another spray down. MongolZ with 4 kills. And OC has to run away. That looked so easy for them.
Way too easy. No presence down towards lower. It cost them everything there. Denying the rotation through the vent. Meant they had to go through Secret, and MongolZ goes to town. Beautiful shots towards the ramp, and then it picks them off one by one. They had one kit available, but that's the round they had to convert. You have that sort of advantage, you can't afford to give it up. And this is how it started, Anders. He took everyone down.
Yeah.
You let MongolZ live. That's the shot that got things going. You could argue that Nitro maybe had to wait for his teammates there. They can't do much about that. They try to double swing out of decon and get absolutely destroyed in the 4-on-2.
Oh, that's so hard. I feel like, just like in the second round, those are some rounds that NRG don't need to be losing. I'm sure they know it as well, but...
That's the AWP gone.
Yeah. OC wanted to manufacture something. They've already taken it back. I'm pretty sure it's not there anymore. Yeah, he's looking for it, bro. It's out of the smoke. They try to blow it back potentially with an HE, but I don't think that works. Didn't land far enough in. Yakendar takes down Sonic. Bit of a destruction here for NRG. Good news is, I think Dust 2 will be more even.
Guess we do need to start thinking about Dust 2 already.
I'm
yeah,
moving
you're right.
on.
It's fair enough.
I'm out. Get me out.
They look like they're done as well. I think lost a 2v1 and a 4v2.
Yes. I think those are the 2 rounds, right?
Yeah. And the thing is as well, Anders, you won the pistol again.
Yeah.
And you're 7-1 down.
It's not a good look. Not a great look.
No, not really. It was that second round forced by the Tech 9s in towards Upper. The wheels started to fall off. Didn't garner any momentum. Speaking of which, Yekindar looking to do what he does best. Brute force his way in towards a bomb site. Oh, what a shot that is. They'll trade out Bro. And that might be enough to win the round by itself. Molotov towards the heavens. Actually doesn't land. Gives him another chance here. Well, got to swing now, Grim.
Yeah, he's all in. Fallen, he was ready. Didn't leave anything to chance.
Now they need to win a 4-on-2.
I don't even think they can even attempt it, to be honest. I feel like they're so far away from this one. Sonic doesn't realize it yet. All right, Molotov kind of gives him an opportunity, but could have, in theory, hunted him down. That entry from Yekindar, that's, if you're an entry fragger, that's all you're dreaming about, isn't it? Just...
Well, the desk wanted to see more of Yekindar.
Okay.
That's his playstyle, right? They said he looked too passive, tentative, scared almost. That's what he does best. Sure, he only gets 1 kill, but that 1 kill cracks open the entirety of the bomb site.
OC, he could still die.
And he will. They've wiped the board. 8-1. And the money, of course, maximum loss bonus, $3,400 per player. That's all they've got to work with. It's partial buy territory. But you kind of need these last few rounds. So do you just go all in and hope for the best?
I think so. I don't think there's another choice here. You just got to try. I think K-Zerato's 12-2 or something. I think he's rocking them.
Molodor's 13-3. K-Zerato's 12-2.
Ouch.
One more timeout remaining. It's going to have to be one hell of a speech from Daps.
I think Daps sort of, the legend sort of speaks for itself, but I don't see him as one delivering really strong hype speeches. He's such a relaxed guy.
He's a chill dude.
He's really chill. Which I think could be a real benefit, especially now when everything is melting down around you.
Well, desperate times call for desperate measures. The auto shotgun, Nitro channeling his inner Hiko. Will he be kidding us?
Really dating yourself there, Henry. I like that. Twitch chat full of Gen Alpha people saying, who the hell is Hiko? What's he talking about? Well, we'll find out. I'm ready to be persuaded. He's waiting for someone to get a bit closer here. Yekindar not wasting time in the yard. Wants to get across, and he already has. They've gone for the boost. It's always good for 1 round, that boost. Sometimes it'll be overlooked. It's worth a try. Might be a little bit more desperate.
I mean, in this sort of round, you're definitely checking out.
That's true.
That's the unfortunate thing. It's nice to throw in when you actually have the momentum on your side and you're winning, and that's when you throw it in and stack somewhere else. When you're losing like this and you know the money's low, you're definitely checking it, and you shouldn't even be going ramp when you have this sort of advantage.
Yeah, I actually agree. I feel like I've seen many rounds thrown away to sort of a brainless ramp push and into a boost. You don't want to see that here, FURIA. They're on tracks, and I like it. 40 seconds. Nitro's almost sick of waiting. This is such a slow game. OC dies.
No check.
Oh, they're coming from the other side. They are not checking, and a little bit of a burst from Krim. That's a surprise. Okay. Still, there's nobody downstairs. There are no CTs to defend the B bomb site. So even if they lose a couple of players, which is funny, bomb's still going to be coming through, and it'll be very hard to win the round from here on out still for NRG. He's getting close, though. Hasn't picked up another weapon yet. All right, he realizes the USP, wants to get closer. Oh, but the box, it ate all the pellets.
There it is, another round. 9-1. Does feel like a Falcon situation here.
It does.
It's actually identical.
Yeah, they're channeling the Falcons.
If you're not sure what we meant, Falcons lost the first map, then went on against TYLOO, then won 13-1, 13-1 back-to-back.
Yeah. They really got rid of them quickly.
Yeah.
That boost in the ramp from the T side, I think I spent maybe 2 or 3 hours trying to figure out if there was a way to Molotov it from the T hallway.
Is there?
No.
I think I could have saved you some time and told you that.
Well, why didn't you, Henry? I can't get that time back now, can I?
Well, Time is of the essence for NRG. Need these last couple of rounds. Running out of time and space. Feels like we're already done here on Nuke.
It does.
Yep.
It was probably going to be a hard game even without the 1v2 from csgo or the 2v4, but those rounds are just so back-breaking as well. See. All right, sneak around the corner. He saw that csgo. He knows someone's looking to be aggressive. They're in the yard. There's 1 HE left on OC, but timing is not with him. He's not there anyway. He's at the ramp pushing with Grim. A nice idea, but they won't find anyone for a real long time. But as a concept, I do like this.
Got to try everything now.
Yeah.
They've got a bit of aggression. Trying to crunch the lobby. Confirming outside players are there, but the man of the moment, csgo, you got to deal with him. He's more than ready now. Falls back towards T-Spawn. It's Bro to open things up, though. We'll find Fallen towards main entrance. Yekindar, though, with Yuri, will get the bomb down near the lower sights.
Ooh. MongolZ finds one. He takes a bit of damage. He knows he can't be shot at the side because csgo is still with him at the silo, so he doesn't have to worry about anything like that.
So we have got Grim rotating in from the ramp, so he will be here. Currently 9 and 8. Sonic's 1 and 8. Nitro 1 and 9. No one really stepping up. Grim will have to go above and beyond.
Yeah.
We'll be joined by OC. Smokes off the window.
Oh, this clock is low now. I'm a little bit nervous. Are they going back up? Can they actually go back up to the bomb site instead? No, they are looking to wrap around here. 15 seconds on the clock. MongolZ does nothing. Coming out of the smoke here. Grim, that's the bomb now down. And with only 10 seconds, you have to go back up there and try and pick it up. That won't happen. MongolZ gets shut down, and it is a second round for NRG. Too soon to celebrate, but they need everything they can get here in this first half. I mean, try and get a third if at all possible. Win the pistol, and don't throw away the second round on the second half.
Yeah, 9-3 has to come through for NRG. Good read of the situation, though. That smoke down towards the control room certainly helped them out. Set up the crossfire, made things very complicated for FURIA as they came in towards the lower bomb site. Nice shot from MongolZ, brought it back to the 4 and 4.
Yeah. Grim, the fact that the bomb lands there, I mean, they were low on time anyway, but to jump up and pick up the bomb at that point in the round, probably not going to be possible.
Picking the pace up again.
Wow. That is crazy aggressive. They're running the whole way. Grim again is rotating down, but he's the only one. They've heard the footsteps. They know NRG, that a lot of people ran down. I don't think they know how to react. I don't think they realize that this bomb site's about to fall. Count right now is 5 seconds from going down. Grim gonna get one, but that's it. Yuri trades him out, and they've blocked at the ramp, and they'll continue to be blocked. There's another MongolZ even behind this one. Yeah, there we go. Bomb going to be planted now. Fallen still lurking in the yard if anyone wants to rotate through, but the sheer speed and aggression here for FURIA is just overwhelming. What could you do? Okay, Fallen. Probably could have been a winnable fight there for Nitro, but not quite possible. Now he controls that side. MongolZ with a shot. Bro and Sonic. A retake that could never happen. 10-2 in the first half in favor of FURIA. It's the start of a very, very good comeback.
Nothing quite like Arena Counter-Strike. Let's get into this one.
Oh, a very loud and warm welcome here in Hong Kong. You like this?
Now the people here is amazing. It's insane.
It'd be cool if we open the show. Packed out Moody Center, bro. I would kill this. All right then, how would you do it?
First, I'd remind them where we are. Austin, Texas. This state has been the beating heart of Counter-Strike for 25 years.
You know who's waiting for you backstage. They want to hear your hype. They want to feel it.
6 teams enter the arena, but there is only one prize waiting on this stage.
Lisboa, make some noise!
I hope that USA people cheer for us.
Do you feel it? Your heart pounding with anticipation. That shiver down your spine. Counter-Strike lives within us. From the bottom of your heart, let me hear you!
Looks like FURIA have woken up here on their map pick of Nuke. They go 10-2 on the T side, and NRG have nothing to say about it. They even won the Pistol Landers, and they get blown out of the water. Dust 2 feels inevitable at this stage, and maybe just a formality the next couple of rounds as we wait to get to the third.
12 out of MongolZ's first 14 frags were headshots, apparently. That's pretty wild. He waited late with the AWP, didn't even need it! And here we are, second half coming into it now. NRG on the T side. I do feel like it is a bit of formality. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they can prove something crazy here, but it's going to have to be very, very hot in this second half.
Well, they've won every single pistol in this series so far. They'll need to keep that trend going. Has to be the perfect game from here on out, but they're on the T side of Nuke.
They literally copied the other team's round.
Yeah.
Except there's no one in ramp. But it was the exact same setup. Grim, though, he was the one lurking outside. I think MongolZ was it in the first half. He finds a kill. So that's a beginning. MongolZ, speak of the devil, taking down OC, trying to stop them. He sees a lot of people. Oh, he wants to swing again. I don't even blame him for fighting that. Hitting those kind of headshots. He just felt like he was on one. A minute on the clock here. Yuri down on the A-bomb site. He's got some backup here in Mini as well. Nitro getting dropped next. A very hard game for Nitro here on the second map. Bro coming in from the high ground. He's been hitting some shots throughout this series so far, but yeah, they're just very hard to find. The Blither got bomb down there, so there's no chance he has to actually go for it. There's a bit of a goose shot of Fallen. Yeah, if he can keep isolating the fights, this is exactly what he wants now. They're both low.
I don't know why they're challenging so much. Make him come to you. Now he can actually win this quite comfortably.
I couldn't explain it either.
He can just go lower.
Yeah, he could do whatever he wants, really. Fallen is wrapping around, which, if the plant is at A, would be sick, but he's an escape.
I really couldn't tell. You got the bomb down on the floor.
Yeah.
Don't force the fight.
Oh, wait a minute. He's here. He's planning out of the open. I think, yeah, he could just peek. Oh, he's not behind the box. Fallen gets the kill. Mistakes building into more mistakes, Henry.
Well, we'll take it. They deny the plant. They get the round over the line. It's the first pistol victory for FURIA. And a death sentence there for NRG. Felt like Bro did more than enough there. Gushes them both. Couldn't quite find the kill. Opening kill found by Grim, but it was MongolZ that brought the round back into contention. His second kill was a thing of beauty. Look at him go. Fallen got a nice shot here as well. Bit messy towards the end, but they deny the plant. All is well.
Yeah, it is. Oh, if you
kind of have to buy here, and there's something that goes without saying.
Yeah, you're all in. There's nothing worth saving any longer. Let's see if MongolZ can be activated. Hadn't really seen him much with the AWP. He's 21-5 now, so real performance from him here. Easy spray down from Yekin. I'll probably expect more than that one kill, but I don't think it has a big impact in the round.
Is there any CT presence down towards lower? I don't think so, and now the round's getting a bit more interesting. A bit sloppy again here from FURIA. That's not a bomb site. You can let them have the outside area.
Yeah.
Now it's back to a 3-on-3.
Yuri. Don't need to fight to the death yet. Set up some grenades. More damage on the Sonic as well. I do like this from Yuri. He takes that fight and dies. Is very uncomfortable. Backing off. You can even let them have heaven, as long as you reposition.
Fallen's ready for it. Or is he?
Oh, yeah, he is. He saw it. Bro hoping to catch the timing as he did go away. Might be good for the one. All right, on top of the hut. He does get that one, but right down below Yuri. Nobody'd seen him all round. And OC is low, and low on time.
And that's map point. Dust2 up next. It's one of those games where the analyst desk might have to go back to Twitch chat.
Yeah, there's... it's not that much. They were just better on this one. Bit of damage, 10 seconds left. csGo's going to be coming up out of the vent behind him. Even if he lands a steal shot right now, which he doesn't, would be very hard to plant the bomb, if not impossible. There we go. They're on the brink. Dust2, still a good map for FURIA. They play it a lot, they win it a lot. But NRG know how to play it too. I hope it'll be more even.
It's not that bad, MongolZ. You're up 12-2. Take it easy. 21-6. You're having a pretty good game as well. Speaking of which, Sonic went 22 kills on Mirage. He's 1-11. Nitro 1-12. Just actual 90 day, isn't it? Where did he go?
They're saving their energy for Dust2, Henry. Calm down.
I mean, that's going to suit their playstyle more. We know it's a new roster with Grim coming in.
Yeah.
Nuke's a very technical map, one of the best for FURIA. And it looks like we might be done here, but we always say it's the hardest round to pick up. Can MongolZ close things down? I think he might be able to. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. FURIA are back to their winning ways. Not much to talk about, but a fantastic performance from MongolZ, especially Anders. He posts 21 kills. csGo as well, winning some fantastic clutches. We're talking 1v2s, we're talking 4-on-2s. And yeah, NRG just don't seem ready for this level of nuke.
No, it didn't really come to pass this time around, but with Dust2 being up next, hopefully get a bit of a fight on that one. I think it might be possible. We'll see what the desk have to say before we get to that.
Crashing back down to earth are NRG as FURIA show that they are in fact ready for a little bit of a bounce back. I got flashbacks to that first series.
Yeah, very, very similar, to be completely honest. A great performance from NRG on the first map. Nowhere to be found whatsoever on Nuke. This time around, though, I will say the scoreline is a bit deceiving in the terms that NRG had a lot of opportunities in that first half to make the game competitive, to actually, you know, check in and do something. Unfortunately for Nitro, Sonic, and the boys, they fumbled every single advantageous situation they had, and thus we got a 13-2.
I would say that's the part that disappoints me. If they come into this one and FURIA are just the better team, dominate them, start to finish, I'm fine with that. FURIA are the better team. They do have the better players, but to see them in advantage situations like this so consistently and not convert them, even in a loss, that's the concerning part. That's what I want to see better from NRG, or I expected to see better from NRG.
Same here, right? You have a 5v3. You think to yourself, okay, that's going to be just fine. Unfortunately for NRG, one by one, they're all taking a duel by themselves. They lose track of the map. They lose this round as well. You think, all right, FURIA off to a pretty good start here. Let's try it one more time. Grim and OC doing a good job on towards ramp, right? You're putting yourself in a 5v2. I know you then get traded, so let's call it a 4v2. But they also find a way to lose this one, giving up a lot of space to FURIA, gets the bomb down, and already by now, pressured by the time, FURIA gets the job done. And as much as I want to give FURIA credit for bouncing back and playing good Counter-Strike, this is sort of the NRG I expected coming into the series, Mike. even worse.
Yeah, these rounds are giving me psychological damage here. Well, what can we say about NRG? You were missing Sonic. He was a huge part of why they were so dynamic on Mirage. Didn't really ever get into the server here on Nuke. Really tough sledding all the way through. What I will say is Nuke is maybe one of those tougher maps to figure out a new player in, just in terms of coordination and rotation communication.
I think that's an argument you can put up there, you know, but that's something we could have discussed if it was a 13-8, 13-7. It's the fashion they lose in. It's the fashion that we have an upset win on the first map of the game, and as I said, like, there's only two ways this game can go. It's either going to be another Falcons where they're just gonna absolutely smash their opponents, and the following two maps, which we've now seen for FURIA, is not gonna be a 13-10 for FURIA, and then the third map is gonna be a double overtime game, and we have two teams who are going neck and neck and equally good. Honestly speaking, it makes me a bit sad, you know. It almost feels like NRG did such a good job on the first map, all for me to just be like, yeah, well, you're not better than this anyway.
Yeah, it's a little tougher to integrate a player on CT side Nuke, admittedly, but we showed the rounds. Those are rounds that you should be able to convert no matter what. You're in a 4v2, a 5v3, you have these advantages. Your players have played the map before. They know what they should be doing in these situations. Play trades. They're playing spread out. They're peeking alone. They're not playing basic fundamental Counter-Strike the way they needed to.
Look, I know I'm clutching at straws, but for FURIA, the only thing they were doing was clutching. It was all good all the way through, and big shoutouts to MongolZ as well, delivering huge for his team, being a big part of their strength on this map. It was tough to find many weaknesses with FURIA. They really performed up and above expectation.
Yeah, that was a great performance from FURIA. It was very clean, and I agree, MongolZ playing well is a good sign, because he's off to a little bit of a slow start so far this tournament, dare I say it. Maybe a bit of an inconsistent start, and if anything, you can use that to farm some confidence. Again, we expect FURIA to win this game. We expect FURIA to move on into the lower bracket. There's a great chance they'll be part of the playoff as well in Rotterdam, so the more you can get this guy up and running, the more confidence you can give him, the better it is also for your future.
I do think this is a MongolZ that's been called a Dust specialist, because he does well on Dust 2, Mirage, and Anubis. He just does well on the Dusty maps, aka the maps where you can pull out an AWP. On this map, he actually had the rifle for the majority of it. I mean, it's T side of Nuke. It's tough to grab the AWP. Performing well with the rifle is not what you generally expect out of MongolZ. Nice to see it.
He can certainly do it. He can certainly deliver. And when he's hitting, when he's feeling good, everything else does seem to flow. The question is, how are we going to find answers for NRG on the third map? Jacob, I think you might be able to help them on the individual if you hop on over to the other setup.
Yeah, you've been asking all day long, how does NRG win this game? Well, I got a solution for you finally. I came up with it. We created something called Refrag Mic, a tool that makes you a better Counter-Strike player. What I'm showing you right here is the Challenger mode, which is basically you playing retakes, and something that we didn't see NRG get into was actually retakes, but maybe on the third map they can figure it out. What I'm doing right here on Mirage is that I'm being set up against bots that is adjusted to my level, and I'm playing and retaking the bomb site. Obviously, I have to check all the angles, and this time around, I didn't make it. I got cut. I'm smoked off, going into a new position. Have to check everything, because every single time I play this arena, all the bots' position will change. So it's not like I'm pre-firing, knowing where they're coming from. It's not like that Molotov is going to be there every single time. So it forces you to adjust to the scenarios that you're playing up against, just like NRG would have to do against FURIA on Dust 2. So that's one way to get better at Counter-Strike. Everyone at home can do it if you head into refrag.gg/blast and duke it out. And then my favorite thing about, you know, not only Refrag, but Counter-Strike movement. I don't know about you, Vu, but, you know, having good movement, feeling slick in the game, that feels good. And that's something you can practice in there as well.
How many takes did it take for you to get the window jump?
One take.
One take.
No problem.
Ask production. One take. One take.
Someone get a ping pong ball. We can do some trick shots here on the desk, too. One take.
That's because I practice, Boom. No
editing.
My time on the
no problems here for Jacob Pimp Winneke, the refrag expert himself. But many problems for NRG, problems they need to solve, because we are headed to Dust 2 on the other side of this.
Not even a refrag can save them.
Tough sledding here for NRG, battered on Nuke, but now they go to cleaner shores, Dust 2, as they hope to make this a true series. FURIA, meanwhile, back on track, back on the path they were hoping from the get-go here, and making it look like the first map was just a blip.
It's not often that you make me say it, but I hope that I'm wrong. I hope that FURIA won't walk in on Dust 2 and getting the job done in a 13-3, 13-5 fashion. I hope we get a competitive game of Counter-Strike. Otherwise, I feel like this will all be for nothing for NRG. However, if I were to go with my gut feeling, FURIA is a very, very, very good team on Dust 2. MongolZ is a very, very, very good player on a map like Dust 2 as well. So I have a feeling, Rue, that we have seen the best from NRG in this matchup, but I would love to be wrong.
On the bright side, when NRG lose, they can lose in stylish fashion. They can actually not lose 5v3s, 4v2s, 3v1s, clutches left, right, and center. And we can say, good job, NRG. You still have time to integrate Grim. You're still going to be a good team in the future. But they're not winning this.
You're so generous. I want to focus in on MongolZ, right? Because you've set the stage nicely. He's a dang good player on Dust 2. Well, he's a dang good player in general. And that Nuke was actually his highest rated recorded map ever, if I'm not mistaken. A 2.63 HLTV rating, plus 12.09% round swing, 149 ADR, 100% KAST. He was unbelievable.
You know what? I hate that. I hate that because I feel like it almost doesn't count when you're doing it against NRG.
The problem is that is his highest rated map, but it won't be after this Dust 2 game. It'll be his second highest rated behind this Dust 2.
There we go.
You're killing me here. All right, let's go for something. Let's go. Let me find some positives. Let me find some silver linings for NRG. I am the prospector. I'm deep in the mine. I'm trying to find some sort of gleam. Here's the gleam. We have not seen the OC we know is capable of appearing for this NRG team in this matchup yet. He's been a little weaker, even on towards Mirage, missing some shots, missing some opportunities. Nuke, nothing to write home about. If we get an OC popping off here, could we get a game?
I think we could, you know. I think we could get a game if NRG plays slightly better. As we saw on Nuke, they put themselves into winnable positions. And again, that's probably the difference between losing 13-1 or losing 13-8. Personally, I don't expect NRG to win, but if they can make the game competitive, if we can have a competitive first half, or if we walk into halftime and we're like, okay, maybe there's a way if NRG wins the second pistol. That's all I'm saying. Stay in the game for as long as possible, and then anything can happen in Counter-Strike. Naturally, one of the win conditions on a map like Dust 2 would be your AWP player in OC, but I don't want to focus on any single individual. As a team, I think NRG can do better than on Nuke, and I hope they will.
Once upon a time, Dust 2 was a good map for NRG. Recently, not so much. The last month, they've banned it more than they've picked it. They got 13-aided by Falcons, while Sonic dropped a 2.1 rating map. Doesn't fill me with confidence, Mike.
I don't even know what Sonic was dropping from the coaching slot. We'll get those ratings sorted out for a future time. I'm digging again. I'm going back to the well. All right, what do you want to see from NRG? How are they going to use Grim? How are they going to use Grim here on this Dust 2?
So looking back at how Grim played against Falcons, he was a fish out of water on this map specifically. They clearly hadn't integrated him. He had bad timings on nades, bad timings on all of his utility. The spacing wasn't perfect. I want to see an NRG that went back and scrimmed this map a few times, and it at least looks like they've played some practice with Grim, and he slots in reasonably well.
Yeah, I think that's it, right? See signs of progress. Again, it's not about NRG winning or not. Obviously, it will be a massive, massive, massive surprise if they were to, but if they can stay competitive in the game, if they can apply pressure to FURIA on the third deciding map in an elimination game, that in itself is a bit of a victory, something they can use for the future. Because as we said, and we've been saying all day long to the new viewers as well, in isolation right now, it's looking pretty dire for NRG. In terms of the future and integrating Grim, I think all of us are positive in that regard, that it's going to be much, much better. But they got to show it right here, right now, and that seems a little bit far-fetched.
It is actually one of the perks of the format that we have here at the Blast Open, that you have a day off in between your games, right? So when you get battered, you can go in and have demo review, look at what went wrong, practice it, think about it, integrate it. So we do expect teams to get better. A lot of them have talked about the opportunity to do so here. It's a lot better than we need from NRG in a very short amount of time if they're going to go toe-to-toe with FURIA, no?
Yeah, and we've already seen OC struggle this entire series. We want to rely on OC as an opper. Dust 2 is a map for oppers. I'm unfortunately not hopeful for the uptick in OC form. I think MongolZ is just going to take him to school.
I'll be honest, and we talked a lot about NRG. What does it take for NRG to win? All I'm saying is I want FURIA to also show up, you know, in a convincing fashion here, because the winner of this game will face Falcons in a spot, or in a game, sorry, that requires a spot into the playoffs. So if you want to see a banger game in that regard, we need a FURIA that is winning convincingly, just like Falcons did earlier on map 2 and 3. In that case, it sets up for a nice matchup. I don't want another ugly game of Counter-Strike.
Elimination on the line, all to play for here at Blast Open Rotterdam. And to lead us through this battle, your generals, Anders and Henry G.
Oh yes, thank you very much, Michael. And yeah, I tend to agree. It feels like it's end of the line here for NRG. It all looks like it went wrong on Nuke, and yeah, going on to Dust 2 should be more the same, Anders.
It very well could be. We're going to find out here. Third and final map between these two teams. Falcons waiting to face off against one of them. I think it could be a quite exciting game either way, but it looks like FURIA are destined to get there.
I think so. Mirage was great. You have to say NRG can leave this tournament with their heads held high. It looks like it's about to come crashing down. MongolZ, they're dead on. He is an absolute master of Dust 2. Going up against OC as well. It should be easy pickings for him. But time will tell. NRG have been very good at the pistol rounds. They're certainly going to need one here to build up some hope, some momentum as we get into their T-side affair. They've got 2 smokes, 3 flashes, and aggression, of course, from Yekindar. Looking to block the... Oh, doesn't even make it. Xbox smoke does not make the mark and is going to be falling to defender long.
He's going to have his hands full, isn't he? See if he gets some headshots, maybe roll back the years a bit. It's good on the first one. Honestly, that's not bad. Trading out. Now, they're in lower dark. Free kill.
Okay.
Not that free, but they did get it on, bro. Bomb is here, and it will be planted. There is still a smoke and an HE as well on csgo. Honestly, that could be kind of exciting. There's no armor on, there's no armor on 2 of these people. HE could be devastating.
Sonic and Nitro got 2 kills between them on Nuke. Need to step up here in a 4 versus 3 clutch.
There's the HE. Look at it. That's almost 80 damage onto Nitro. Yuri comes in with a headshot and Nitro goes down. Oh, what a time to have no Kevlar. It's csgo on the defuse. It's FURIA to pick up this round, starting on the CT side.
I think we might have a Falcon situation here.
We've been saying it. It could happen. Maybe somebody could change it, Henry, on the CT side. Sonic, he does have a 2.5 rating on the CT side of this map.
With how much data, though?
It's 12 rounds.
12 rounds? So a game they didn't even win?
You're always here to ruin the stats for me.
I mean, it's a cool stat line, but they didn't even win the game if they got 12 rounds. They lost in overtime.
Well, only nerds care about how many, like, the data set's not important. It's just the headline,
So you're saying there's a chance he could perform on the CT side of Dust 2?
If they don't play too many rounds, yes.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Here we go, though. Second round is there. I like the attempt. You know, if you could have caught FURIA in a position where they wanted to fight that, you've got a whole army with Tech-9s coming. It could work out, but FURIA, as I said, they've been pretty disciplined on the CT sides. They're backing off. They're saying you can have long if you want. You just have to try and cross here.
Oh.
Second round, AWP not connecting. It can be a bit of a curse at times. Fallen trying to hold on. MongolZ, it does lose the AWP, but I think the rest of the squad, they've got it locked down. If you can throw it away, I think that's got to be the play here, right? Yes.
That's all you can do. Might be a kill on Yekindar there. Can he get the bomb down? That's the only objective here now.
It'd be so funny if he got a headshot on csgo with no helmet and then wanted the AWP back. I was like, can I bring it back now?
Well,
this, I think, is fine. FURIA, they're stretching out. They don't have a kit, but it'll be a long time before that's really an issue. Coming out on long as well. OC dancing in the back. He does have a helmet, however, so Tech-9, okay, there's the kill on Yekindar. That was the easy one. Here comes the hard part. They're both on the other side. There's csgo, no helmet. Well, he wants that AWP back. If he could have had it, maybe. He could have had Yuri as well. Oh, there's no time. He has to make a run for it. That's a 1 versus 3. OC, he didn't have the AWP. He didn't need the AWP.
What the hell just happened? They took so long to actually coordinate themselves. This one player of a Tech-9.
Oh, no.
Oh, they gave it way too much respect there. He can't believe his luck. He gets the 1 HP play. You think, okay, that's fine.
No helmet on the next.
Second kill is impressive, but then I guess he realizes there's no time and it's all over. That's unreal. Okay.
Oh.
It was looking like this was going to be a runaway game.
That is so funny.
And now they're back into it. I can't believe that OC picks that one up. We're just going for a beat rush here.
There's no one home. Smoke is already going to be up. Molotov will burn out csgo. This is the perfect call for Nitro.
Got to save.
Straight B rush for the victory. And yeah, no other way around it here.
They're not saving, guys? Yeah, come on.
Yeah. Get the troops under control here, Fallen.
That is so crazy that OC wins that. He throws away the orb because he thinks I've got zero chance here.
Which is the right call.
Yeah.
99.9% of the time, that's what you want to do. And he's
Holy
like,
moly.
casually wins the round anyway.
Throws away his weapon of choice, knowing he can't win.
What a bizarre scene. I don't think I've seen that very often. Throwing away the orb is the concession that you know you kind of lost that round. I even said, like, they've got so much time. Even without the kid, it's no problem. But it was a problem.
It was actually a problem. It's quite a massive problem. Okay, that throws a spanner in the works. Bear in mind, it was at EPL where they crashed out in the group stages as well. FURIA, that is, on a bit of a downward turn right now. Doing the same thing here at the Blast Open would be a very scary prospect with a major around the corner.
Yeah, I mean, the road to getting there, though, is going to be paved with those kind of mistakes, right? Losing a 1v3 to a Tech-9, that's how you end up getting knocked out. That's how it happens.
Yeah, good point. You've reinvigorated NRG now. They were down in the dumps, probably already accepting their fate, knowing they're up against FURIA on one of their absolute best maps. MongolZ dropping a career high on Nuke, 2.63 rating. His highest ever performance. You think you're done for on Dust. But then all of a sudden, it's OC that delivers the goods.
As you pointed out as well, technical map nuke, maybe this is more their style. Out for the hunt, OC lands a bullet straight across the A bomb site and finds MongolZ.
I like this, though. Not forcing the issue. They've got a nice opening pick. They're not panicking. They're not rushing the bomb site. You leave one player parked up in the pit, and you go reassess your options. You can either go up towards short and split in towards A, or go around the world. We'll see what they've got at their sleeve. They're in two minds about it right now. Going to be throwing a smoke down towards middle. Either for Xbox or double doors. Didn't quite catch the lineup. Double doors. And it should be the A split at this point.
Yeah, they even have the presence of mind to think about Fallen could be here. The fact that they're even throwing the Molotov suggests they know something.
The reason this works so well is you have one player in the pit, meaning when you come up towards short, they can't hold the A ramp.
Yeah.
That's the whole idea, right? Alleviates a lot of strong positions. I mean, you have to fight out in the open just like this. But it's actually looking quite promising here. The CT's coming out on top. All of a sudden, they have the man advantage.
20 seconds left. They're solo on the other side here.
Where's
The Galil,
OC?
pretty good weapon for it right now. He's still got a couple more bullets, down to 8 now. You need the kills here. Pulls out the Glock instead, back around the corner, but OC catches him. That is so close. NRG, they very nearly fumbled this round.
But the headline is they did not.
Yeah.
You might consider investing a little bit more into this round. If you're FURIA, considering it came down to 1v1, but I wouldn't recommend it. Fury and Yekindao, that 5-7 M4 combo made things very uncomfortable. But like we said, shutting down the prospect of the A ramp gave a lot of space to OZ to close things out. Sure, it's close, but they win the round. We are going to be buying into this one now. We have got the M4s out. Let's have a look as OC once again cracks things open, Anders.
Oh, this is really interesting. They looked so average on Nuke. They really had no chance at all, but coming into this one, he's 7-2. Taking out Fallen at the corner of Long.
He keeps finding these opening kills. The 1v3 as well. Maybe he is the X factor. The missing piece.
I mean, we said that could be the case with the AWP maybe, you know? He'd have to be up against MongolZ, but he's doing it with the AK. They want to get through. There is a 3-man stack here, so this is a bit nerve-wracking. But Grim, unbelievable shot. Yuri trying to make up for it here at the car. There's a third player still. I don't think they'll check it. They think that's it. 2 and done. And look at the nerve on MongolZ. Back turn. Now they've seen him. Oh, he waited too long. Nitro just getting his eyes back and through with a headshot that could and maybe should have been a round. How many crazy rounds are we going to get here, Henry?
A lot by the looks of things. MongolZ overcooks. Ooh. Oh dear.
Now we've got drama too.
Oh dear.
I love drama. That's very exciting.
Just gonna let that sit there for a second. Oh. MongolZ, he went for the all-in play. He wanted the glory. He wanted to take everyone down with him, but the hard work had already been done, and as you said, they won't suspect the third member there. If he takes that initial kill, Even could wait a couple of seconds like he did, but he waited way too long. You find that kill, the bomb goes down in the open, your teammates can arrive, you've got another duel, another chance.
Yeah.
The fact that he doesn't do anything with it and finds 0 kills, it's a massive fumble for MongolZ.
So I like to say it's a fine line between cooking and cooked, Henry. And that one, fortunately, on the wrong side of it.
Oh, that's a monumental collapse. You don't see FURIA make those sort of mistakes too often, but when they do, God, does it hurt. Sonic now at the long spawn confirms that no one's crossed over. And he gets, everything's going in their favor right now. They've got the Midas touch.
Yeah, you are right.
I can't get over that previous round. I know what MongolZ is trying to do. Like, he just had his career best performance on the previous map. He's thinking, I'm going to take everyone here.
Yeah.
I'm going to guarantee this round. I'm going to win it by myself. Watch this, lads.
Not at all.
And then you let everyone by. You get spotted, then flashed.
Just a quick recap. We had the OC 1 versus 3 Tech9. We had Bro running out of bullets on the catwalk.
It begs the question of how did he get flashed? Because was it his own team trying to retake the B bomb site and throwing a flash through the doors?
That is possible. Maybe we can...
Because why would a T be flashing there?
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe we should have an investigation to find out. Maybe MongolZ isn't solely responsible for the collapse. There could be another culprit. They're in the middle. Okay, Serato sneaking in with the deagle.
I've got confirmation it was Yekindar team flash. That's why they're bickering.
Ooh, okay. Well, it adds to the drama. That's great. That's good investigation, Henry. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, how could he even be blind in that spot? So it was Yekindar that blinded him at the worst possible time.
They're not happy. Well, that's part of playing Counter-Strike sometimes, you know? The emotions take over. Fallen. If anyone is, he's going to be ice cold here, flanking them, chipping away at the second player. He almost killed Bro. That's almost a double kill with the 5-7. Now they're pushing into a stack. This could be the round. Yuri gets one, picks up the AK. If they get this, it might be all right. Nitro. Has he got time? 3 seconds on the clock. He's going to find this kill. K. Serato hiding in the corner and winning the round as a result.
Okay. Finally.
Yeah, but it's another crazy round.
It really is, but fortune landing in favor of FURIA. A lot of mistakes. A lot of weird, interesting moments here. It's Fallen ruffling feathers in the back lines, but it's the Deagles up close.
Yeah.
3 seconds remaining. Nitro can't find him at the back. And finally, FURIA are back to their winning ways. Okay, they're feeding in now. We've got a game on our hands, 4-2. Remember, loser of this game goes home. Early days, yeah, but it's been a frustrating start for FURIA.
See if they can settle back in. I think it's possible to play this game at a high level and not have the emotions be involved, but you've got to be able to move past that. You've got to be able to pack it up again and get back to business. And winning a round like that last one, that could really do it. Money's not good, but they got the AWP on MongolZ. He's in the middle waiting. Molotov here going to be right on the other side. Sonic setting up, just checking if anyone is there. Dodges the shot. Fallen on long is going to be tested in a couple of seconds, I think. Ooh, smoke. Did it just go down? Crisscross in the middle. Going to be an A hit, surely. Incendiary. Very deep. He knows, he heard that. He knows they're right around the corner. 48 seconds. Very nice work. And now the AWP. MongolZ. Oh, this is such good chemistry between Fallen and MongolZ. You got to appreciate that.
Stabilizing now. MongolZ making up the previous mistakes. Very clean round. Money dissipating. As it comes down to a one-round game. OC, I don't think he'll be winning this clutch. 1v5. Some frustrating moments for sure. But this one's very clean.
The timing of the utility for Fallen, one, the smoke, but I think the incendiary, the fact that it just touches a player, it gives him such great confirmation. It means he can for sure call back MongolZ to help him. He doesn't have to guess, he just knows that they're going to be coming, and then he backs off. It's very, very neat work. OC, saving it. They're miles away. No issue there. Okay, they've lost some truly weird rounds on the FURIA side here, but now, well, starting to catch up a little bit again. A couple more like this, and the drama will be in the past. It'll be on Reddit, but it'll also be in the past. And FURIA might just continue sailing through. 3-4 the scoreline.
Tactical timeout. A moment's respite. A chance to catch their breath. We'll have a look as what kind of buy NRG can bring to the table. It's OC with the saved AWP. Money not terrible, but certainly not great for the North Americans. As we enter round number 8 here, yet to confirm their purchases. It's been stressful for FURIA so far. They're closing the gap. 1-round game. And it is going to be an all-in affair. NRG will bring out Galil's. And a Tech 9 for Sonic. Using the HE to cross.
Those crisscross smokes in the middle are so versatile. So many fun things to be done with them. Flashbang there, but MongolZ tanks it. Just doesn't care. Waiting, hoping for a jump. Or maybe a boost over the box. Not going to get any of that. And he's been grenaded all the way back. They're back to test Fallen. Maybe that's just a plan from the start, saying we could probably find a way to defeat him. They will. Bro. Smooth work. Dancing around on the other side there with the Galil. Put some pressure on the A-bomb site. Yekindar flashed in. He's so ready to fight. Oh, wow! Mid-air! Bro finds him, and MongolZ goes down, even in spite of the kill that he got. Bomb is down there, but I mean, it doesn't matter. OC's in the middle. He hears the footsteps already. He knows Yuri's nearby. This round is already won. I don't think there's any way back. What a second shot from Bro. I must have the replay of that.
I think we can sort that out for you, Anders.
Yeah?
The force buy prevails as NRG find a bit of luck towards long. The opening kill is beautiful on Fallen. The Tech 9s come barreling through. Yekindar taken out mid-air. All of a sudden, they are back to their winning ways. Back and forth we go. It's going to be 4 players surviving as well. Grim 1-7, just to note as well. Been instrumental in the success they found in this tournament. If he comes online as well, it could be a very scary prospect for FURIA fans across the world. That's the shot from Bro. See you later, Yekindar. Looked like he was clear, looked like he was safe, but it's anything but.
That's wild.
Plucked out of midair.
Well, they get to save an AK and an M4. That's the consolation prize here for FURIA, but they're also losing another round. Money's going to start to be thrown into question. The tension is still there on that CT side. What was the other drama we had? Was it Brokey not wanting to shake hands? That was
he didn't want to fist bump his coach. I saw a GIF of that. I'm not sure if it's drama. I just saw a GIF. I didn't know the context. I didn't want to speculate. That's you bringing that up.
Yeah.
That's Anders Bloom.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm responsible for that. I'll take it. Got to manufacture a little bit of drama. Otherwise, we get real bored.
So, round number 9.
It's plain old smoke towards the doors. Nothing fancy here. And a default.
Very nice space early on. At 1 minute 30, already getting up towards short.
Yeah.
Very promising. Got Yekindar there to defend. MongolZ with his signature weapon, though. AWP on the A ramp. Grim waits towards long, Fallen tucked away in the pit. Looking like they're going to leave Sonic potentially at short here, but see what he can make of it. Throws down a nade towards CT. And with Bro toward the upper tunnels, a mid to B split certainly likely. Definitely an option for them. Need to be careful here. Spots the head of one. Can't take it off.
That was Nitro very nearly getting himself killed. Checking out the middle. They still have some versatility here. Because of Bro's position, they can make this into something else if they want to.
So we're going for the waterfall smokes here.
And what, out middle?
Nitro drops down to spawn, I think.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Serato, though, he is trucked by Sonic, and that leaves a single defender here. Yuri, well, that doesn't blow open everything, but Bro still finds it. But they don't have a smoke for CT spawn because they already came through there. So MongolZ finds a kill onto OC. 20 seconds. Oh, and he can't escape. That was the bomb. Now lost. And Bro in a 1 versus 3, which, if there's any discipline left here on the FURIA side, they should never lose this one. 10 seconds on the clock. You really don't have to fight him all that much. Yeah,
You're not We're not seeing the most beautiful CS in this one, but it certainly is quite exciting.
We actually saw this earlier in the tournament. When you go for the drop down from short into CT spawn, you don't throw this smoke that's supposed to be here, and that then comes back to haunt you.
Yeah, you're hoping the waterfall drop down will take down the kill in CT spawn. Then you've got free passage in towards B. Didn't work out for Nitro at all. They get mowed down en route. It was a nice idea. This didn't quite stick the landing. Leaves the money in another questionable spot. They've got the AWP for OC. Around $4,000 per player elsewhere. They still have the lead here and they want to hold on to it. 5-4 in favor of NRG. Second map was an absolute blowout. Felt like the third would be a foregone conclusion. FURIA should be running away with it, but some crazy rounds, some insane moments.
Yeah.
Have made this very interesting indeed.
I think almost every round NRG have tested the middle with a Molotov of their own to see if there are any FURIA players close to mid, and there never have been. So it might be that they are going to try to reinvestigate some of those mid splits because they've been having free reign. They can just go in there. Maybe they can set up another crisscross. You can do a lot of work with those, even sitting inside of your own smokes and waiting and just popping out on the other side. I wonder if Nitro has been testing the position for that very reason. OC here is an AWP and not a scout in this round, even though they don't have a lot of money on NRG. If anything comes of this round, it might be OC. Ooh.
It's a completely missed smoke. It's going to cost them. Going to cost them dearly. Seeing a lot of mistakes here, a lot of fumbled rounds for both teams. And now Yakindar in a prime position. You don't see many CTs parked up in this sort of position. Locks him in towards middle. He's got eyes on the bomb as well.
You're not going to expect that. Oh, okay. They do actually throw a flash when they pick up the bomb, so maybe they do expect it. Maybe they heard something. Doesn't matter at the end of the day. The AWP is gone. And in a couple of seconds, so is everybody else. A missed smoke. They pay for it. That means they catch up now. Just looked like the grenade killed him on contact, but it was a bullet. 5-5. FURIA. Okay. They're building something now once again.
Absolutely true. That was essentially the force, but we'll see what kind of money they've got remaining. Oof. We do have that Yakindar push. Unlucky. Aggression from Yakindar, as you might expect. So Tech9 for OC, AKs otherwise. And MongolZ fancy to pick here. Going to round number 11, the penultimate round of this first half. Nothing separating these two teams right now, but it feels like FURIA slowly but surely taking the lead. Yakindar ready with the grenade down towards lower. Hits the mark, takes down Sonic to 68.
That smoke is
it's missed smoke. It might have been body blocked. I don't think so, but it is a missed smoke again, and it's going to cost them.
Yeah, I don't like to see that. There's a reason we throw that all the time now. OC, he goes down. MongolZ starts the round with 2 opening picks on the AWP. Great news for FURIA fans out there who must have been trembling at this point in the game. But this is looking more promising.
So that's cost them 2 rounds now.
Yeah.
Where the double doors do not have cover when they assume it does.
You could even argue the other round they lost due to not having this smoke. Bit of a theme potentially building. Okay.
Getting picked apart now.
Smokes don't matter either. MongolZ doing all the work. Nitro, such a hard position to clear out. One more player on the sites. Oh, it's really good work. He actually does get the entry. Nearly got the kill on csgo.
Shouldn't mean too much here, Anders, but there is a clutch potential.
Yeah. Up in the window. I guess a bomb plant would be nice.
OC did it before. Can Sonic replicate that sort of form?
Headshot's good to begin with, but Yakindar, he only takes a lick of damage. And it's another round. FURIA 6 now. Okay. The start to this game was... You should go back and watch it if you didn't. You're only just running.
Absolute pandemonium.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a massive issue. If you're not landing that double door smoke, you're not going to win many rounds. That's unlucky, to be fair.
Okay. All right. MongolZ's got something to prove.
Final round of the first half, averaging $3,000 per player. Got to buy what you can. Need a pocket strat here from Daps. See what he's got. They've got very good B spawn, so give him that. OC front of the pack in that regard. He's got himself a Galil. It won't be a B rush, that's for sure.
4 mid. That's what I heard.
See if they can smoke the doors this time, though. Really does have to land this time.
Setting the bar low, Henry.
Let's start with the basics. Let's see what happens.
Okay. Well, let's figure out if they know how. Okay, Grim, he's on it. He's got the tech. Rest of them are in upper dark. MongolZ. Yeah, they got the smoke down, but he's in front of it. Is he going to keep going? He creates a bit of a gap, a pocket, so to speak, for him to play inside of. You might not see this coming at all. Grenade down. You might have heard the smoke going up there, but yeah, what a surprise. Nitro's out of it.
So well played. What a great maneuver. MongolZ really feeding it. A couple of nightmare scenarios.
Yeah.
But back to their winning ways, looking very comfortable now. MongolZ hits another orb shot, takes Grim down at 6 HP. They've got the man advantage. Up towards shore we go. But it feels like just a matter of time before this round's over.
Yeah, they do get rid of MongolZ, but maybe too little and too late. 4 versus 3. Yekunda is a bit tagged up, but he's got Fallen behind him for suppressing fire. Just bro. I think he's been playing a pretty cool series overall. Everyone got beat up on Nuke, but other than that, he's been hitting some good shots. Jump peek from Fallen, he calls it out. The rest can now come in to join up. They should never be losing this round, and Bro offers himself up. So 7-5 at the end of the half. FURIA with a comeback beginning here. It's looking good right now.
When you're young and you're just starting, it looks hard. For me, it looked like maybe I will never make it because there's so many things you need to do to get to the top.
It's obvious nowadays that you need to be good on FURIA, but I do think that you need to start playing with a team because that's how you're gonna stand out. If you have better communication than others, if you understand rotations, if you understand how Team CS works.
There was one thing that stuck with me, is being a sponge. You take in things and you kind of dissect it in a way what is useful for you. I'll give you an example. Bumas joined MongolZ. So I started watching him and I could see his mechanics. He was really capable of spray transferring. And he just said he's doing a lot on aimbots before games. And I started doing that. I could see my spray transfer now improving.
If you have an individual brilliance and you have poor mental, it's really not gonna work. Maybe it's gonna work for a short time, but not always. It's a combination, both of these things helping each other.
In 2005, 2006, I was really good at the game. I was 16 years old. Every time I played some of the better players in Denmark, they told me I was cheating.
You needed to somehow make it to a team or make your own team and qualify for the biggest tournaments and then play your mind off there.
I had like a team of me and a few friends, and we started playing ESEA Open back then. And some of those games were shown on HLTV, and that's how we started playing some more official games where people could watch us.
Nowadays, you can be #1 on FURIA and you're getting a contract in the email from 10 organizations who are top 50 in the world because they want to take chances of 16, 17-year-old kids, sign them on contract, low salary, make them be able to play and live the game, and by then selling them for $300,000.
I would say it was more difficult, but then again, if you are so much better than the others, someone's gonna notice you.
There is one guy called Donk who I thought would crash his performance on a Katowice final against us, but I have never been wrecked as much as that. He just handled like a pro.
To new players, I would just say, if you just keep believing and keep working hard, everything is possible.
There's going to be a lot more cases in the future where the players are not living up to expectations, and then they will go back to the grind and perform even better later at the stage, as long as they believe.
Welcome back to the last half of play. It's do or die time for FURIA or NRG. A slight lead for the Brazilians, but it wasn't a clean game. Many mistakes, many fumbled rounds, and a very important pistol round coming up next. I was about to say, Anders, they had the best B spawns you could ask for on a T-side pistol. Do they straight up rush it? The answer is a resounding yes. In we go.
Oh, there's no one there to defend, but Nitro's trying to interrupt, and they're jumping.
Oh!
Yakina goes down. The B rush is successful, but now the body's been cut off from the head here. Is there anything left for FURIA? They're in a 5 versus 3. It's a very fast bomb plant, but this retake should be doable. There's a single flashbang on Sonic. What could he do with it? You gotta coordinate this. It's not that hard. Count to 3 and see if you get it over the wall. Grim starts with a headshot, and actually FURIA, they want to fight. They want to try and see if they can stop this from happening. There comes the flashbang. Queserato only good for the 1, and now it's on Fallen, the old master, and it is too much to handle. They're straight back on top. Bro with the triple kill. They were so fast on the flank. Nitro to get the opening here. They did not have the defuse kit. Oh! 0.017.
I was going to say, I wasn't sure they had it. It's a 5-on-3, and they overcook Anders. Instead of just retaking through the tunnels, they decided to go all the way around the world. You had no kit. You had 3 players here. Take the man advantage. And
oh, no. It's
another
down
disaster.
17th hundredth of a second. That's so crazy.
Why did everyone rotate round? You had a 5-on-3, boys.
They might have overcooked that one.
Again.
Add it to the list, Henry. We've had nothing but mad rounds in this Dust 2. It's been the most abnormal game I've seen in a long time.
Who made that call? If you had a kit, I kind of get it.
Sure.
But you did not have a kit, and you had a 5-on-3. You can take some casualties. You've thrown that round away.
No.
You did everything right up until that point. That one decision might have cost them the map and indeed the tournament.
That could be everything. Yeah, that was their ticket to sending FURIA home.
You can understand the mentality there. Like, they've spotted 3 players there. But at the same time, you have 3 players there. So you can trade out the kills. They've, at best, got Glocks in a crossfire. Like, you should have taken that opportunity, and instead you've thrown it away. They took the full eco at least, Anders.
Yeah.
And they now have the guns out. It's going to be the OCAWP. I can't believe they gave that up.
You brought up a point earlier that I just want to revive now. You said if Grim can be activated, he's 2-13. But he probably is the X factor here.
He's the only missing piece.
Get him locked into the game now. And maybe it could still work. Everyone can see FURIA do not look like themselves.
Been one of the ugliest games of the tournament. One of the most fun, for sure, but some of the decisions made.
Those aren't mutually exclusive.
No, from both teams, like, NRG are going to be kicking themselves. That's the way they go crashing out the tournament. They've been so good in these pistols. And it comes down to that. Good Lord.
It's going to be another game where Pimp and Vu are going to be savages. They're going to be a lot here.
If they had the kit, that move made sense. I can't stress that enough. We need to move on.
Yeah, move on into more madness, I'm afraid. 40 seconds. Bomb on Catwalk. They're setting up the initial smokes here, pretending it's an A push. Sonic, this is good work. Oh, I think he missed the jump. He wants to know. Now he gets taken down instead. That missed jump could have cost everything. Bro, though, he gets a kill. They do want to go for the bomb side. The bomb's in the middle. It's right there in front of them. Now they're getting shot in the back. Grim, he can't quite connect, and it's a scope up. Scout kill, taking down Bro, but Grim spinning around. Nitro gets one more, and it's only 10 seconds. They cannot lose the round now. No way MongolZ can do anything. He's just in it for the revenge. Grim interrupted them, and at least they take him down.
Well, there it is. It's only 1 kill from Grim, but it's a nice backstab. Secures the round. He does offer up a rifle to MongolZ, which will take to the next. It will be NRG at least winning the first gun round here.
I do want to reiterate, the wall of smokes that's set up on the catwalk, Sonic's instinct to make the jump up to see whether or not they're actually there is really smart. And I think he failed the jump, and then he went back to CT spawn and died, but the idea to get the confirmation, very, very good.
Oh.
How much more can we handle?
MongolZ has given Yekindar the M4. They've kissed and made up. They're friends again.
I don't think it's that. I like, obviously I make fun of it. I think it's dramatic. It's probably not that deep. We're probably way overcooking on the drama. But I mean, it's exciting, you know? There is a lot on the line. Backs to the wall moment. You know the critics are going to be out there if you get knocked out. OC with a strong start. csgo. He goes down. Long spray for Bro, and the reward is there for it. Fallen and MongolZ.
Okay, 5 on 3. Their specialist round. NRG love giving these up. Nitro, though. Nice spray through the smoke. Should be a guarantee now. The bomb's on the back of MongolZ. He's only got 9 points of health, but Yekindar fighting back.
Okay. This could be a real kiss and make up moment if they could get through this one.
True.
2 versus 4. They've taken the first, but again, they're being haunted by Grim.
Good discipline, though, from Grim. He knows if he goes down, the round is wide open. He just needs one. He's not playing a great game on Dust 2. Should be overlooked here, and he gets the job done. Should be impossible for MongolZ to win this, and indeed it is. 9-7, money shut down. FURIA feeling the pressure, feeling the heat once again. $1,900 per player going forward into the next one. But bear in mind, Yekindar got dropped an M4 there. He could buy a hero M4.
Okay.
Flashbang does not connect. OC gets a freebie.
I don't think you can really check that position. Like, it's so unlikely. Oh, man.
So does Yekindar feel like a hero today? He certainly does, Anders.
Yeah. Are they going to keep... Oh, okay. They do slow it down.
What have they got to wear? So they can just smoke doors, pump over flashes, send in the cannon fodder with the Glocks, and hope Yekindar can find a couple of kills.
I don't dislike that plan.
It's our plan. I think it's the only one you've got at this stage. All 5 players towards the tunnels. It'll be Yuri to deploy the smoke. If they use the godlike flashes, the ones you bounce that go off the wooden beams at the top of your screen here.
Okay, yeah.
Called the device flashes, maybe there's something. Or that would do as well.
Don't even need the flashbangs, just need the headshot. Yekindar. That is a godlike find. Is it enough though? Bro here, he's on his own. Sonic trying to get there. Nice dancing around. Bro actually doing a lot of damage. He's buying so much time now. They're all showing up, and Bro, he gets the kill with the USB.
Oh!
Yekindar and csgo in a 2 versus 1. Grim has only got 4 kills. We said we needed him. His team need him right now. His country needs him. If he can clutch this one, this game is back on again. But csgo, he's picked up the AWP. They shut it down. What a miracle round for FURIA.
4 Glocks, 1 AK. We said Yekindar had to be a hero. He steps up to the plate and goes absolutely huge there. Finds his 20th frag.
Is that 4 kills for him?
Yeah, this was the all-important one. It was chaos once again. Like I said, it's not pretty CS, but it's certainly entertaining. Ducking and weaving around the smoke. Low HP, gets dinged in the process, finds OC. And Grim, if he wins that round, all is forgiven. 4 and 15 right now. But back and forth we go. It's going to have to be the full eco. Round number 11 looks secure for FURIA.
I bet he probably doesn't think like this, but if I'm Bro, I'm really mad. You get 2 kills, you stay alive forever in there. Like, where's the backup coming? Where's no one coming in to help through the window?
It felt like he did enough as well. The USP that he pulled out, he just needed to land 1 shot on Yekindar. Couldn't find it.
Nobody could. Okay, USPs. Oh, Fallen. It's panic times. They're coming through the flames. All right. He's got his composure back.
What a game. What a series. No one thought NRG would have FURIA sweating, but now got some open runway. 11-7, touching distance now of the lower bracket final where Falcons are waiting for them.
Yeah.
I tell you what, though, if FURIA turn up with this level, Falcons will dumpster them.
Yeah, we're going to have to see a whole new FURIA if they can make it through this one, that is. That is definitely true. Something is up. It happens. One of the hard parts about building those eras and having those long-running teams is keeping everything running along the way. It's fine to be good for a month, but they want more than that here.
5 players towards B again. Does Yekindar just walk in and help himself to a headshot? Nitro is all alone.
Yeah.
Captain America dropped early.
That could be round.
And that's round over. That's series point, elimination point. You can't even think about going for this one.
Oh. Very risky when you're alone like that.
Nice simple calls from Fallen. Nothing feels better, and you might as well go on the hunt now.
Oh, yeah. Fallen's thinking about it. Spots out one.
Oh, see you later.
Pretty quick. Trying to get another one. Taking out Grim.
Okay, these are really significant kills.
Yeah. Representing the Boomers. He's out there.
Yeah, he absolutely is. Crazy shots. Difficult game, been a difficult series. Doesn't feel good enough by FURIA standards, but a win's a win, and it looks like they're going to get that. If they can find these last 2 kills, it's pretty much a guarantee they close this one out. Sonic fighting for his life.
Yeah, he's so blind, a little bit panicked. I don't think MongolZ is coming for him. They don't want to give over anything, but yes, we need 5 in a row now. NRG, they need overtime. Honestly, it would be in spirit with how this game has been so far if we could get overtime. That would be sort of, you know, the topping on all of it.
Not sure the idea for that was from Nitro. He hadn't smoked it, he hadn't flashed it, he just jumps up on the platform.
Yeah.
Face checking it, like, you've kind of just thrown the round, I'm afraid.
That is unfortunately way too risky here. Okay. So far, so good. But one mistake here will cost you the tournament for NRG. Smoke up in the middle. No special smoke, but they do have 2 of them in the middle, so hard to blow it open anyway. OC, he's flashed, and he still picks up the kill. Yekindar quick to punish. Now, Sonic, you gotta get out. You got the man advantage. He almost dies. Does he come back? He actually stays around here. Had the AWP, but MongolZ just hunts him down, and now it's a 3-on-3.
This one's for all the marbles. FURIA want to get the hell out of here. Has not been a comfortable game. Not been a comfortable series. Losing out on Mirage 13-10 to NRG did not feel good. It was a world-class performance from Sonic getting 22 kills. FURIA bounced back. An emphatic style on Nuke winning 13-2. Dust 2, sure, the scoreline looks like it's been an easy game, but it's been anything but. Crazy rounds. Unbelievable clutches.
Yeah.
And now it comes down to this, another 3 versus 3. Do NRG have anything left in the tank?
This is so bold. They're actually going for the catwalk. I do like this. Let's see if it works. Yuri, he catches the first 30 seconds. They know.
Come on, Grim.
Grim is on the other side. Only 4 kills in a FAMAS, and he can't get it done. Yuri.
And you know Nitro's the B player.
Yeah. They've got no doubts. Oh, we haven't heard from Yuri all map long, but that double kill puts him at 8, and that's all they needed to seal this series. A kill away from fighting Falcons. They stay in the tournament here. NRG, they did show up today. They have a lot of promise in them, but this seems like it's a bridge too far. Fallen will take him down, and it will be FURIA continuing on, but you've got to put some respect on NRG's name.
I think you're absolutely right. It's a promising team for the future. They had FURIA sweating. They had some impressive moments, and the problem is, new boy Grim, he's had an astonishing tournament, but that final map, the most important one, he only posted 4 kills and 17 deaths. Had he had slightly more output there, Anders, it could have been a different story. Shout out to OC as well, him winning that 1 versus 3, got them into Dust 2, but they just couldn't hold on. FURIA too strong, and they do go on to play the Falcons tomorrow.
I'm just very impressed with what they brought here, I've got to say. I want to see FURIA rebuild. I know it's just a 1-day difference, but they have to show up against Falcons looking like a brand new team.
It wasn't easy, but they got the job done. FURIA moves on into facing Falcons in the lower bracket. NRG has been eliminated.
Disappointing loss for NRG. I feel like they had that one in their hands. The 2v4, I believe, on the B site where they just pushed in and died. I have to say that's just a disappointing loss if you're NRG.
It is a disappointing loss for NRG. However, it's a good thing for FURIA. We're joined by the winner on the csgo right here. First and foremost, congratulations winning this series. Was it a tough one?
It was tough as fuck actually. On Mirage, we didn't have the right choices to win the T side. So it was hard to play, but on Nuke we did a good job, I would say. And on the show we just managed. We lost some force buys that was tough. And it's always hard. It's never easy to play against this kind of team that they are new, like new player, all these things, and yeah.
It's not a secret that the start of the year hasn't been as great as maybe you would have liked to. And I think Mirage, you know, dragging you back to that game, the T side felt like you guys were stalling a little bit. You weren't moving, you weren't playing proactive Counter-Strike and basically being all over the map as you usually are. Is that a sign of lack of confidence, or what do you think is going on?
To be honest, on this side, fuck up on the force buy.
Okay.
That just chased the B and dive for the market guy. So it was my fault. I just said, let me try to pick this guy, but it was not worth it. We lost the round. Then they come back and was tough.
And overall, do you think there is lack of confidence within the team right now, or is it just a period you guys are working through?
At that moment, I had a lot of confidence.
Okay.
Yeah, but I saw the gap, and the gap was not there, and so my bad. I said to them, my bad. Then I win the clutch on Nuke, and I said, redemption, guys. It's even.
I want to ask you, moving forward, you're playing Falcons up next, I believe. Can you give me your thoughts on the next opponent, how you think of Falcons as a team?
They're pretty sharp in. Yeah, Kyosuke, MongolZ, Nico, all their players play really well. We play against them like in last row Hong Kong, so it was not easy. It was one clutch and my one before that bring us back to the game in the fourth map, I think. And they're a pretty good team. I think we just need to prepare ourselves for them because they can do a lot of multi kills actually.
How important is that game for you? I mean, winning, obviously, you make the playoff. Losing, you go out in the group stage, something you're not used to. Is that a game where you feel like there's a lot of pressure on you guys?
Not really. I mean, the game will be played. I think both of us, Falcons and FURIA, they are struggling a little bit in this year. I'll say that what happens. We cannot control it, but we're going to give our best for sure.
All right. Still sounds there's a lot of confidence within your camp. Thank you so much for joining us, csgo, and congratulations
so
moving on.
Thank you.
There we go. We had it. FURIA are still part of the tournament. Move on. You know, a solid win at the end of the day here against NRG. They had to fight for it. Still not happy about the way Mirage played out. I think that was abysmal for FURIA. But the way they come back, just like we spoke about with Falcons, I guess it was convincing enough to satisfy us, Wu.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm perfectly satisfied with that. The fact that it got into that second half, the fact that I do feel like NRG had that game in the palm of their hands. Yakindar solo AK with pistols behind. Bro still gets the 2 kills on the site hit, and they just overwhelm, they overload moving into the site to try and retake too quickly.
Yeah.
If they win that round, I think NRG are in the driver's seat. We're seeing overtime, or at least like a 13-11. Instead, we're seeing them go home in a disappointing fashion.
It does feel like the scoreline was a bit deceiving on Dust 2, because I agree with you. It felt like a much closer game, and a game that NRG potentially still could have been alive in. Unfortunately for them, Wu, it does mean that they've been eliminated from the group, which puts up, you know, the match that we were teasing for a little bit right here. FURIA taking on Falcons, and there's only one spot up for grabs at the playoff in Rotterdam. I asked csgo if he felt there was any pressure, and he kind of, you know, answered in a nice PR way, saying, nah, whatever happens, happens. I think there's a lot of pressure on both teams. As he said as well, you know, and kind of accepted the premise that 2026 hasn't really been the start for neither FURIA or Falcons. They would like so. For one of these two teams to not even go to the playoff, that would be super disappointing, no?
I think right now we have 4 or 5 or maybe even 6 teams vying for that second best in the world, vying for that place where you can say if Vitality isn't at a tournament that they're going to win it, or they're going to be in the final against Vitality. Falcons and FURIA are 2 of those teams. I think both of them are going to be extremely disappointed if they go home in the groups. And csgo can say there is no pressure. He's probably trying to convince that of himself. I think they're going to be very unhappy if they lose this one.
Yeah, they should be. It's a massive game, and a game that we will watch tomorrow together. I'm excited for it. Another thing that I'm excited for is MongolZ playing well again. I think on Nuke, he was obviously firing on all cylinders, having his highest rated map in his career. I will say, doesn't count when you're winning 13-1 and you're playing NRG. I guess statistically speaking, it does, but I feel like I've seen more impressive games from MongolZ in big arena games, etc. But to have him playing well, heading in against MongolZ, going up against Nico, Kyosuke, that is a massive win condition for FURIA.
It's a requirement, I think, for FURIA. They need MongolZ, they need Yakindar. Yakindar actually struggled a little bit in this game. I think they need both of them firing on all cylinders. If you're going to play against a team with, you know, you got MongolZ, you got Nico, you got Kyosuke, you need all of your engines firing, and FURIA have been struggling to make that happen throughout this season. So that's a really solid test to prove that they can actually do it again this season.
I agree with you, but I also do agree with the sentiment that is being put out that you're only as good as your last performance, and in that sense, Yakindar is leaving the server today on a high. Did very well on Dust 2. He was the man who brought them back in the clutch that you described, the 4v2 NRG let go, had a quad kill, did a tremendous job together with csgo. So I do feel that if you're FURIA right now, again, isolate yourself from the situation. Can you be happy with the performance today, or is it still disappointing that you have to spend 3.5 hours beating NRG?
I think they're happy that they came away with a win, because I think NRG played some solid CS. On Mirage, they played a pretty solid game. On Dust 2, I think they played some of their best CS. They had their best teamwork going on. I don't think you're happy if you're FURIA. You're happy enough that you come away with the win. I'm more convinced that NRG is happy coming away with this one. The way they came into the tournament, the way they were talking, that they need to get into a boot camp and adjust their roles. And some of the roles they did adjust. Mirage, for example, Grim moved from Palace. He plays mid and he got 4 kills first half. I think they need to go back to the board and adjust a little bit. But the fact that NRG can get that much out of this team with this little practice, I think is the most impressive thing of this matchup for me.
Speaking of NRG, I am curious to hear what Daps had to say to Michael, who did an interview with him.
Daps coming off of that series, initial thoughts?
Some good, some bad. I mean, Mirage, T-side could have went a different way. We could have got a little bit more rounds. CT side was really good. Nuke, I mean, again, we just haven't really had time to play all 6 maps with Grim yet, and Nuke is one of the maps we didn't have that much time to put into, so expected, to be honest. And then Dust 2, we've been struggling on recently, but I was fairly happy. I mean, T-side was okay, and then CT side, I mean, we just lost some like pretty bad rounds. I mean, like we lost CT pistol, it was like a 4v2 or something, ran out of time, and then Yakinder just like aced us on B one round, and then it's like, at least it was winnable.
Let's talk about some of those rough rounds, right? Because on Nuke as well in that first half, we saw a lot of man advantages, 4v2s and the likes get away from you guys. What's happening in the team when those situations get out of control?
I mean, on Nuke at least, when those rough rounds happen, like we just don't have that much depth on Nuke at all. And I mean, they've been a team for a long time now, so with Nuke, it's just sort of lack of experience and lack of being in those situations, repetition. And then with Dust 2, I mean, we lost the round where Yakinder aced, and then we lost the round where, you know, Nitro just got picked at B and we had to save, unfortunately. So that's kind of like 2 rounds just like down the drain right there instantly. But I feel like if we didn't, I think at least if we won the round where Yakinder aced us, then we could have, you know, came back and won the game. But, you know, it happens.
And in terms of consistency from players, Grim's the new guy getting integrated in, right? We saw one really strong map, one weaker. What do you think about how he's done here?
He's done well. I mean, again, I'm pretty happy with everybody. You know, we stayed in it mentally. We weren't getting like too tilted at all, or you know, mentally it was good. Again, it's just lack of repetition, and playing with the team overall is where our weakness is. You know, we don't have nearly as much depth as their team does and experience together, so it's a hard matchup.
Sure. And now, out of the tournament, what's the next step for NRG? I know you guys are building towards the end of the season. Now with Grim in, where are you going next?
Boot camp, finally, for 10 or 11 days, and then we go to Bucharest, PGL Bucharest. So PGL Bucharest will be the first event we will have played with some like real practice, and you know, that'll be like our first test, I'd say, like real test.
Lots of cause for optimism there. You can trust Daps to give it to you straight. They were being very honest about the fact that they just didn't have the practice coming into this event to have properly integrated a player. Now they've got a boot camp. Now they've got a chance to really show what they want to go into the next event with their heads held high.
Yeah, I think he's framing it pretty well. It's gonna be a test for NRG at PGL Bucharest. It's gonna be interesting to see if they can continue to trend upwards. Despite the lack of practice, I think they leave Blast here with a positive mark. I think they leave better than a lot of people would have expected. And obviously the integration of Grim is the big question mark. If that's going to be successful, then what are the realistic expectations for NRG moving forward?
I think NRG can be the best true North American team. If we call Liquid a bit of a placeholder, they're in and out. They're where
full
they're at
now.
Yeah, I think NRG. Arguably, we were talking in the green room. Is OC, is Grim? Do they have a chance to be the best American player out there right now? I think that's an interesting topic as well. But I think NRG has just done such a good job in this event. Looking forward to their next one. They should have their heads held high.
It really does just feel like NRG's continued their trend from the last 2 years of really starting from nothing and just building bit by bit by bit, very incrementally, a pretty strong roster. And so I am excited to see what they do after a boot camp. I am excited to see what they do down the stretch of this season, being in towards the end, because that victory over Bait really does give them the chance to make this a major run, right? Show something there. make something happen towards the end of the season, do something big.
Yeah, I think that's the goal for NRG, obviously, to become relevant in that sense and to climb VIS so you get more invitations into better tournaments. So not every single time you have to go to the big ones, you have to grind through online qualifiers and that struggle that is in itself. I will say, though, it's also about managing your expectations. You know, again, speaking in isolation to this game, it doesn't matter how much practice NRG is going to get. They're not supposed to beat FURIA. It doesn't matter where they're currently at in their integration process with Grim in terms of firepower, in terms of player material. They're not supposed to beat FURIA, right? So we're not talking about, at least I am not talking about a team like NRG that when everything is clicking, they're not going to be a top 8 team or top 5 team. Best case scenario, they can be the best North American team. Best case scenario, they can be a stable within top 15. And that in itself is not bad considering how strong the field of teams is right now.
It's been a damn long time since we had a stable top 15 North American squad. That would be quite something indeed, wouldn't it, Vu?
Yeah, I think you look at when NA was strong, we had multiple teams in the top 5, top 10 for quite a period of time. It's been such a weak region for so damn long. We're not looking at NRG. They don't need to be a top 5 team. They don't even need to be a top 10 team. If they can be on the borderline of that, if they can even be a top 20 team and stabilize in there, at least we can look at NA as a region that has some strength behind it, that has a little bit of depth, not just a liquid team that could go in and out of North American status and nobody below them.
And I mean, hey, if you want to look at an organization that built a team that then made their way out of NACS way back when, you only have to really look across the server of this game. FURIA did battle their way out of the NA region before they made the jump over to EU more permanently. So maybe something to light the path. Cause for optimism on the horizon. We're going to be looking towards the horizon because there are more games to come today. Let's take a look at the schedule. We're through our first 2. The shift swap is coming in. Jacob's clocking out and clocking right onto his bicycle. And meanwhile, Nat T going to be hopping on this desk to brew up some analysis with Maui Snake and one Mr. Dupree. Liquid MongolZ, 9Z Spirit. That's what's on deck. We'll say goodnight, see you tomorrow, and good luck with the late crew.
In 2026 so far, one team that is really close to becoming a really strong team is, I would say, FUT.
Thus far, I think it might be FUT.
I think the team FUT.
FUT is the biggest underdog of this year, season, whatever.
The young team, previously Navi Junior, so a bit of a closer relationship to them than some other teams.
I played against them a few times and I could see the way they're playing. They're playing with confidence, they're playing with a very nice structure, but they're also playing with aggressive and carelessness. When I looked at the team, I was like, oh, they're doing a lot of aggressive things, but it's all planned to a bigger macro call by their coach, I believe.
They're a group of players who are playing with each other for a long time, and they do have a coach who is making them playing together. They have a great individual skill, and also they have a structure. I feel like Julio is doing a lot for their success.
Overall, I just think that they're on the come up to making playoffs, making huge upsets in tournaments against even the elite teams. They won mousesports in the last of the playoffs they played, and I think that it's a dark horse type of team.
They show that they can play against anyone, so if they just do a little bit more, I think, as you said, they can become a really strong team.
I think they're going to be top 8 at the major. I think they're going to go to the playoff. I think them at the major will have so much motivation to showcase themselves that people miss out on them. I've seen them develop for past year. How they grind through the Tide 2 is reminding of what we saw in COVID times, the old Gambit lineup. Now they skyrocketed and stayed in the top, but they could never win. And I think FUT's way of grinding to the top is probably the most healthy because they take step by step. By that, I think they enjoy the journey way more than them going straight into a final and they believe now they're the best.
To throw out some other names, how do we think about Paravision?
If you talk about Paravision, I wouldn't consider them really as underdogs. I think they already proved that they're a really strong team, so that's why I didn't mention it, because they already won a Tier 1 event and they made playoffs in some other Tier 1 events, so I would say that they were underdogs maybe a few months ago, but now I think they kind of proved that they're a real Tier 1 team.
I think Paravision is not underrated. I think this is to be expected expected for them to be deep in tournaments now. I know that players have lower name value, but when you win a tournament and you have grinded your way and you play pretty good CS, it is to be expected at this point. In my opinion, there's only FUT that will surprise people. Right now, I think there's a lot of teams that are interesting, but not enough for me to mention in the scenario where I think they can go top 8 at the major.
You're just coming off a big win yourself. Is this possible you could go on a run over the next few weeks, few months?
Yeah, I would say that we are a good contender. We didn't face the, so to say, elite teams. So I think the win we just had gives us the opportunity to, step it up a notch. And when we face the elite teams, to beat them as well.
You ever dream? Sometimes big, sometimes no. Sometimes big? Yeah. What's a dream that you have? I forgot.
What in the world? Don't pull the trigger, bro. Put it down.
Time's ticking. Dogs out. Clashes and kills them off. Call him the Kalashnikov. Always reliable Russian rifling.
The target in the back is untouched. Round 1, that's 0. Rez, are you confident you can beat that? Yeah. All right, let's see what you got.
Okay, there we go, there we go.
Wrong, unfortunately. And what is this jacket, Pimp? Come on.
What do you mean?
It's... okay.
No, break it down for us. All right.
Yeah, the jacket is really yellow.
Okay. It's even more yellow. He pulls it off, though. He pulls it off, I feel like.
So, guys, I'm falling asleep slowly. We need to finish this in 4 maps, I mean. Okay. Then wake the fuck up! Wake up, man! Let's go, guys.
I want to be there for you. To fucking make history.
I'm going to have to sit in this arena and feel the atmosphere for this Falcons Vitality game because, man, this is getting crazy out here in Hong Kong. 2 games left, and then we wrap it up and hopefully we come back because it's been an incredible week.
Hey, my name is Kerrigan. I'm currently the IGL for FaZe Clan, and today we're doing some map analysis. The game we're looking at is Liquid versus Heroic. So first of all, you want to always play for some mid control, or at least throw some mids as the CTs. And most of the time, you actually are going to play 2B.
You already wiped the server with them, but now if you want to wipe your something else with Vitality's logo, you can, courtesy of this custom-made toilet paper. Now keep in mind there is a Falcons logo in there somewhere, so you might need to be tearing out every like 8 sheets.
Yeah, I'll take care of it.
What does they call it? They call it little coup. A little coup? What does they call a force buy? A force buy is still a force buy, but they call it le force. Le force. What does they call full save? I don't know, man. I didn't do any calls.
Stop trying to coach me. Start following my calls.
Ha! Be careful. Last time I said it, they made me an IGL.
Is this how roster changes happen?
Rivals, Hong Kong champions. I present to you the best team in the world. Bask in their glory. This is FURIA.
Coming up against MongolZ, already said it a little bit, but tough team. Is it tough to prepare for or tough to know exactly how they're going to play?
I mean, every team is always somewhat tough to prepare for, especially when the team is a really good team, such as MongolZ, So, I don't know. We just need to just go in, just play our game, see how it goes. Just try to minimize mistakes that we can prevent from happening. So, yeah, we just got to make sure that we show up because MongolZ is a good team. Yeah.
How ready are you for this series?
For the series, we're ready, and Liquid, they were switch player like MongolZ and NRG, so yeah, I think they don't have really fully prepared, but yeah, in paper they are good, so yeah.
They have a different play style. How would you say that matches up against yours?
We just have to play like we used to, and yeah, that's it, yeah.
No, I think MongolZ will win 2-0. No, okay. No, I think it'll be a good game. Of course, a lot of hate watchers out there. We just got to see how it goes. But I think it'll be a good game no matter what. Yeah. One team is winning 2-1, that's for sure.
Well, if the players on the interview wasn't enough to give it away, maybe the players arriving is. It's going to be Liquid up against the MongolZ to kick off our second half of day number 5. And I have to give it to Naf. Tongue-in-cheek there, you know, having a bit of a joke, MongolZ 2-0, but ultimately he truly believes, Dupree, that this is going to be going all the way to a map number 3.
It's starting to become a trend that players are trying to predict how the game is going to go. And this time around, Nav was, occasionally he was joking, right, that he thought the MongolZ was going to win, right? But it's, you know, from the answers that Nav just gave out this into, you know, it doesn't really seem like Liquid is coming in with, you know, as much confidence as you would thought. I mean, sure, it's still at a place with, you know, getting mobs now hasn't really been playing tradition regardless of how it's going to go this tournament. It's still so new. So I think, you know, they will just be happy to go in, you know, get some reps with the team, you know, go in and test their map pool against a really good team and then see how they look and, you know, just, as he mentioned himself, play it out, because I think that is where Liquid is as of right now. They don't really have anything set in stone, and that's also what I'm going to expect.
I'm decently hopeful regarding this Liquid, actually.
Oh, yeah.
I think that the roles make a lot more sense. I don't think Nert's ever really found his footing with that lineup, but I would say that MongolZ is integrated a lot more seamlessly than I would have even expected. I also think that you can't count out a team that has Elige, who is still one of the best entry forces in the space, and a Naf who kind of just keeps things secure. So I'm actually thinking that Liquid are turning a page in their story. Obviously, people may dislike some of the other aspects of it, the fact that they're taking an America's spot from the region. But if I kind of look back at what they've done so far, I actually think these results are well beneath what I think that this Liquid is going to be accomplishing.
There's definitely a case for Liquid with the results they've had that you can just tell how difficult it's been for the team. You know, I wish I could just count how many new roster changes we've seen with also them having to play with standards, you know, and it's not been easy for the guys inside Liquid. You know, it's always tough as a player to go in and see that, okay, now we get taking this approach, and then we're going to be taking another one, and then we have a guy that can't really attend an event. We're going to play with a stand-in, we're going to play with another stand-in. You know, they just seemingly don't seem to have that direction, you know, and it's like you're just, you know, trying to survive, keep yourself afloat, whereas if now with getting mobs, whether we're going to be seeing more like changes in the future, at least for now, you know, they've made the role make more sense, and that's all at least a right step in the direction of Liquid making it back to the team that we've known and what we expect from an organization like Liquid as well.
When you look at it on paper so far, their journey here at Blast Open, they lose 2-0 against Spirit, who, you know, they have their own story going on for themselves, but then win in a 2-1 fashion up against NIP. And so where do you put the weight, right? Which one is weighted slightly heavier as to that's actually Liquid and what we can see now with MongolZ joining them?
Well, the Spirit game was the first time that this 5-man lineup ever played an official, and so there's obviously going to be growing pains going into that one.
So it's weighted a little less.
Exactly. Every consecutive series up to a point will probably gain value for me in terms of assessing this team. So I thought that the NIP one was an incredibly hard-fought battle. There were a lot of rounds to go through for what they're good at, what they're bad at, and I just think that in terms of kind of the positions, in terms of them changing, I just felt like certain people just slotted in a little bit more seamlessly. I think Shuhei, for example, he looked a little ridiculous sometimes on the extremity positions, but we see actually some of the strengths here in their game versus NIP, which is that this team is just really good at grouping up and taking map control. That was kind of like the big theme for me when I was watching them play NIP, both on Mirage and on Ancient. They weren't really good at just kind of like poking and prodding necessarily, but when they have to trade off of each other, I was shocked at how well the spacing looked after really just a few days of practice, whereas I guess the Nert's lineup with Elige, sometimes it just looked like these two guys were never talking to each other. So I'm liking what I'm seeing a lot more here now that there's more guys that are in the fray on top of each other.
And it also probably spells, you know, that the role has been clashing a little between the likes of Elige and Nerd. You know, if you have two guys that want to create the space, two guys that want, you know, do the same, or at least have a voice of how they want to approach rounds, you know, which one are you going to go for? Like, are you going to have to disappoint Nerd, or are you going to be disappointing Elige? Like, you have to pick one. And, you know, this is good signs. You know, it's from the get-go, it's a good sign that the team is already finding a little bit of chemistry, that the trading potential seems better from what we can see on the eye test. Sure, like, Liquid's TYLOO.CET has been rough, both with the trading, but also opening frags. So in general, for Liquid to find some way of a new approach to how they want to be opening up the rounds, but also play them out, you know, it's good, but it's still very early for me to see if this is like the final iteration or what they actually feel like. Is this the one that we want to be going with, or is this good enough for also taking us back to where we want to be?
I mean, that's something that they also talk about, right? Where it's so hard for them in terms of prepping for themselves, prepping for an opponent, knowing exactly what maps to pick. There's so many different question marks for them that we're like, we kind of just have to really go on what recent results are. And so when you look at that now, what is the hope coming into MongolZ? What is that essence, Maui, that they needed to look back on and really bring today?
Well, I feel like a lot of it obviously comes from their new addition in MongolZ. I feel like the pairing with him and Elige is surprisingly strong. I feel like when I'm looking at Liquid, funnily, actually, as an organization, this team, they dropped a bunch of their melee players at the start of the year. They dropped Ken, they dropped Chudat, they dropped Chillin, but they got 2 new Smash Bros right here. They got Elige, they got MongolZ, and honestly, these guys are taking, look at the amount of opening attempts these guys take on the T side. It's over half of their team's opening attempts, and that's exactly how you should be using these guys. Just as the left hook, the right hook, where it's just, you don't know who's going to be that opening jab, but it's going to be one of them. And the thing is that both of these guys generally have hit pretty hard, more so MongolZ on execs and Elige when it's in terms of space taking. So I feel like it just is more seamless in terms of how they're just fitting into those kind of opener positions, whereas Nerds kind of, he always just kind of wanted to feel out his spot. You know, he wants to see the lay of the land, and that's kind of how he gets these sneaky entries. But I think that it's a lot more directed and clear when it's MongolZ or Elige that are leading the path.
No doubt that this, I think this is going to be interesting to also look in the future. I'm also left with the thoughts, you know, that having someone that Elige can rely on, or have someone that, you know, he can pair up with, like we've seen that he done that with Grim back in Complex, you know, that's when Elige played his best, you know, also when he had Taco on the team, you know, a guy that he can, you know, work together with maybe that, and the fact that he doesn't always have to be the one that's going first, it can also be, you know, they can share those duties a little bit more where it feels more comfortable. Maybe that could, you know, elevate Elige, you know, to where we know he can play, but at the same time also, it's important that we get Melps back to where he was supposed to be, being like in G2, when he was slotted and taking all of Nico's positions, you know, he wasn't really that superstar material that they were looking for, and he couldn't really live up to it. But I think that this is also going to relieve a little bit of pressure from Melp, you know, have that kind of a hard reset and go back and hopefully find his own form inside of a system where he can work with Elige, learn from him, but also play the position that he wants together with Elige.
I even think on the CT side, it just works out fantastically. That's kind of the lesser talked about issue here, is that MongolZ was at his absolute best when he was an anchor for G2. They're putting him back in those kinds of roles. When G2 wanted him to become the star player to take all the Nico spots, it didn't quite work out. I mean, he wasn't as good at making all of the on-the-fly decisions and everything, but when he's just on his side of the map, that was what was most impressive about their NIP win, is that every single time MongolZ was contested until overtime on his A side of Mirage, he got 1 or 2 kills, and that's just such a huge difference maker, as opposed to, I think they were working with Naf and Shuhei as anchors before, and like, Shuhei makes cool choices sometimes, but I don't always trust him to get a kill against an execute, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's all about the anchors as well in the teams. You know, you can't really overlook the anchors, because if the anchors just keep getting run over or make bad decisions or die without getting kills, then you also make it very hard on your team. And I agree with what we saw from Melps back in G2 when he was at like his rise and also at his highest at ever, you know. I think it was a clear picture that he was a guy that was put in position that he felt really comfortable in and you know, evolved into it. And it just showcases again that it's very hard to change role in Counter-Strike. You can have this idea that I can easily play all-star position. Well, I want to be in the spotlight. I can actually make the right decision. It doesn't seem that hard. And it might not be hard in practice, but as soon as you go into the official match, you go into arenas with all the pressure, that's where it's going to be difficult. And that's where you're really going to feel the impact of not actually making the cut. And I think, to be honest, with Melps, I think it's great that he's also had that, you know, the insight for himself that I was not good enough in that role. I needed to go somewhere else. I needed to try my luck or get back to what I was really good at to be the best version of myself.
Yeah, he gave me a little bit more insight as well, and we're going to hear exactly what words he had when I got to speak to him before. Crazy tournament for you guys, it feels, but how would you say it's been for you individually right now?
Not the best, I'm not showing that good, but it's just me getting used to the team, I would say, and the system they're playing on, so medium, I would say.
Okay, medium's good, room for improvement as well. You say a new system and everything like that. What does that actually entail? What do you have to go through as a new player to slot into what feels like a formed team?
It's a little bit tough to say, because like I'm playing new positions, so I'm basically relearning the game, kind of. Yeah. So, yeah, I think that's the hardest part.
Okay, so most of the position, not so much the fact that you're adapting to Liquid.
I will say so, yeah. Because we're playing really basic right now, because it's just, 3 days of practice we've had, and yeah, just basic CS and just trying to learn the new positions from everyone, actually.
Yeah. What would you say the progress for Liquid has been so far in this tournament? Is it moving at the pace that you would like, or are you hoping for a bit more?
I think it's okay. Like as I said, we didn't have like much practice, and just beating NIP is a huge progress, I would say. And yeah, I think we're going in the right path.
The man says it himself. They've had limited practice, you know. He's still getting used to the system, the new... One thing is the system, but also the players that he's playing around. You know, it's not very easy to you know, dive into a team, then all of a sudden just perform unless you hit like a honeymoon or you just individually are just way above everyone else. And I think it's also showcases what we've heard from Flashy that Flashy has said that now they can finally focus on moving on to, you know, focus on what's actually important for the team, and that they can actually move in that direction that they feel like they've been lacking. It's come to a point where, you know, as a team, you really move into, you know, you're trying to figure out, first of all, when you become the coach of a team, what direction you want to be going in. But if you don't have the pieces, that you don't have the things that you want to be working on, it's also hard to move in that direction, obviously. And for Flashy, you know, to recognize this, and for the, like, at least to put it out there, and also for the players, hopefully puts the arrow in direction that they know what the issue has been, and now that they have picked up mobs, they're also going to be looking to go into you know work on what is actually the issue. And for me, there is multiple issues in Liquid, but right now it's more about getting the piece on the puzzle and then figuring out how to use it.
It feels like we've talked about almost every single puzzle piece at this point when it comes to the Liquid lineup, except for Ultimate, right? That's where I have a bit of a question mark about. Maybe want to get a bit more info, Maui.
I just feel like when it comes to Ultimate, obviously he's been under a lot of scrutiny from the community, but I feel like when I really watch him, I think his op on CT side is actually completely reasonable. It's just that he doesn't really have the luxury that some of the other better oppers have right now, which is that his T side AK is pretty bad. I honestly don't think, like, when I ever see, some people say Ultimate, just use a rifle. That's not necessarily true. The edge stats show that his AK is actually quite bad, but his A1S his M4 is actually pretty decent. So he kind of is sort of, in my eyes, a little bit of a CT merchant, okay? He gets a lot of it done on the defense, but on T side, he frequently has some pretty glaring difficulties finding any sort of impact.
And I gotta be honest, I feel like the time is running out for Ultimate. You know, he's been put out there for a while, you know, and I think that also with bringing mobs into the team might also then make the coach and the rest of the squad thinking that we need more changes if it doesn't really work out, you know. I don't think personally that mobs is going to be like the mass. Well, he's going to make a change, right? But he's not going to be the one that actually brings Liquid where they want to be. And I think we have to look at where Ultimate is. And also parts of me want to be looking at where Shuhei is. Like, is he also the right leader for this team? Are they going to bring in someone else? It has been a shift of leaders for a long time for Liquid, but I don't feel like Shuhei has proven, at least for now, that he's the one to lead the team, regardless of what has been happening in the camp.
You say for now, there's still chances, right? They're here in Blast Open, yes, in the lower bracket, so it is slimmer chances to see them at playoffs, but they want to see that for themselves. A lot of Liquid fans want to see it, but right now, standing in their way is going to be MongolZ. They only recently fall down from the upper bracket, and that's because they came up against Vitality, and even then, they pushed them hard on Overpass and almost were able to take that map off of them.
MongolZ are just continuing to pleasantly surprise us. The way that they've been able to bounce back after losing their star player, CobraZera for Senzu, has been remarkable and a testament to how strong, how comprehensive the system that Blitz and Mara have put in place. I still feel like the Mongols are waiting for CobraZera to reach, even in doses, the heights of Senzu, because I would say he's more of a meddling player, and you could kind of see that certain players are even having a little bit of trouble finding their own footing, likely because they're trying to help CobraZera out. Like, the drastic drop in Blitz's performance this year is extremely concerning about the future of this team. And so, to me, it's up to CobraZera to really get acclimated to Tier 1 so that his IGL can let him off the leash a little bit more, and both of the players can hopefully be a bit more autonomous.
I definitely feel like we've seen glimpses of what the Mongols can show. One thing is, you're sure they took down MongolZ, right? You know, MongolZ is a team that has definitely fallen apart this tournament, but it's still a good win regardless. Then moving on to play Vitality, you know, that is where things got a little bit hectic. You know, that's where you could definitely see the flaws in their game plan. And I feel like it was also too much for them too, but I feel like, at least when it comes to the MongolZ, they're still, you know, a team that wants to go out and fight for every single piece of the, you know, the details of the map. They want to be fighting for the map control, but then they're not afraid of taking fights. And that's also what you need when you are a team like that. First of all, lacking the coach here, but also getting a new player into the team. I think the MongolZ is still interesting watching. There's still a lot for them to learn, a lot of things they need to be working on, because there is issues sometimes with choking or maybe not playing out the correct situations. And that is, for my sake, at least from my time, remember that has been the case for a long time. So it's like they're still trying to get that extra echelon of how good they could be. And, you know, whether it's going to be CobraZera or it's going to be someone else or where they're going to be going at, then that's a big question for me.
Yeah, we're looking at that MongolZ matchup that you talked there, but more importantly, Dupree, you kind of like slipped in a little bit there that they're still interesting to watch. What do you mean by that, right? Because it's such a vague word to use when you're talking about watching a team playing CS.
I just think that, you know, Asian Counter-Strike has always, to me, been about the mechanical, and there's no doubt that they have that.
Okay.
When it comes to the tactical decisions, I feel like they are making, as a team, they're making decent decisions at times, but it comes down to the post plans, it comes down to individuals. It seems like it's not always space of them playing off each other, but it gets a little bit too individual at once, where they have the 2v2s or XVX, where they are misplaying it a little bit, or maybe relying too much of them just hitting the headshot instead of maybe thinking a little bit more, playing it more off each other. That's why I think they can actually earn a lot, you know, learn a lot more to become a better team. I mean, they know how to do it, but I still feel like they go for the option a little bit too much. And it's their playstyle after all, but you also gotta, you know, look at the bigger picture that if they want to be improving, it's also about, you know, looking outside of their own boundaries.
To me, to characterize the MongolZ style is that they're trying to embrace a little bit of chaos. Instead of a lot of teams where they put their main star aggressive player in the middle of the map, Blitz puts himself to be that agent of chaos. So that opens up the edges of the map a lot of the time to...
Nat's face right now, by the way, is also my face.
That was pretty loud. And because Blitz is that agent of chaos in the middle of the map, it actually opens up opportunities for other extremity players to sometimes be the decision makers and the playmakers. Like, so frequently when you watch a MongolZ game, it's actually down to Mazinho on the extremities to pick his timings, to look for the one-on-one fight onto a bomb site. And that's what they're trying to create. They're not always the best and most well ironed out team at getting the primary space, the primary map control, but it's usually kind of what happens on the periphery sides of the map that makes or breaks games for them.
And this game against Vitality, you know, in the beginning, it did seem like when you came to Mirage, they won the pistol, which they talked about, but then it just seemed to be falling flat. And sure, it is a Vitality, but once they moved over to Overpass, you know, they seemed like they got into a place where they played really well off each other. But as soon as they get to, like, you know, the rounds are getting close, like the scoreline is getting close, that's where, like, the mistakes keep adding on top of the MongolZ. And that's where they also need to be working on the choking part. Mazinho even brought it up himself, right? And it is hard to learn, but eventually you will also get over it if you keep working on it.
Sorry, I just dropped my pen.
I'm surprised you dropped your pen.
Yeah, I was like so taken aback. I'm throwing my belongings everywhere there. Look, I do want to continue this conversation, but I want to give us a little bit more information before we do, and that's getting to see what exactly is going to be the map veto and where we're going to be seeing this series go. When I look back on both that MongolZ and that Vitality series for MongolZ, I do wonder, where is the confidence now that you had such a bad showing on Mirage? That was their map pick against Vitality. Yes, a grain of salt that is the #1 team in the world, but will they go back to it, and what exactly are Liquid going to find for themselves in such an unknown territory?
Well, it looks like we're getting Ancient out of Liquid, which is more or less what I would have thought, given that even though they were going into this tournament trying to play as much Mirage as possible, they know that they're going to get that in a series with MongolZ. Now, I think MongolZ is going to play into that by picking it themselves, but just kind of why Liquid went for Ancient. That win versus NIP, they probably felt out a lot of different situations, and they probably gained a lot of confidence in that, because I think they've now tried a couple of maps and realized, like, Nuke was pretty disastrous for them. I do fear if MongolZ go for the second phase kind of punish pick here and get it to Nuke, then that could spell disaster for Liquid, and it actually looks like it's going to happen. I'm pretty worried about Liquid because of this veto now.
There's no doubt, you know, with the Ancient one, I think when Liquid looking at each other in the practice room this morning, they were probably thinking, so what are we actually going to be picking? And they were probably just trying to feel out how they feel as individuals. And you know, the win of NIP gave them some confidence to say, like, this is what we were going at. You know, the MongolZ maybe haven't either looked that great on it themselves. So obviously the Mirage one for Liquid, you know, it's a map they played. I still think there's a lot for them to learn, but it's at least something they've gotten some reps on. And I think the map pool as a whole maybe favored the MongolZ a little bit, but I'm still curious to see what Liquid can bring to the table.
We did know about these maps just a little bit ago, or at least I did, and that's when I got to ask the players some more thoughts on as to why and how it played out the way it did. And then we see you pick up Mirage in the map veto. Can you talk to me a little bit about that?
I thought we were trying to pick Ancient, but Liquid picked Ancient, so yeah, or then, okay, we can play Mirage, so yeah.
So you're surprised Liquid picked Ancient?
Yeah, I thought they will try to pick Mirage, but like yesterday's result shows, so yeah, it's kind of not surprised. Like the map was same, but like in order is no different. Yeah.
What was the reason for the Ancient pick, and how do you ensure you get a similar performance like that again?
I would say because like we went a lot through that map, so we have it kind of prepared more than other maps. So yeah, probably that.
So you guys picked up Ancient for yourself. Obviously, you did have a good result on it recently. Is that the reason going back for it?
I mean, I guess you could say it. Like, it's definitely maybe one of our more comfort maps, but at the end of the day, it's still kind of tough to find out which map is our best map because we just brought in a new player, you know. So this is a map that we're somewhat feeling at the moment. So, you know, we may as well give it a shot.
So then where would the confidence levels be knowing that Mirage is there and Nuke is going to be the decider?
Nuke, not so much, but Ancient and Mirage are the maps that we practice the most, and yeah.
All right. So it could potentially be a 2-0 with those.
I hope so.
Okay. Sometimes you just gotta coax the answer out of the players a little bit. You know, they might not be brave enough to just say it themselves, but I do think Mouse was like, please a 2-0 because I'm not looking forward to Nuke. That's exactly what you were saying, Maui. But Navs also was putting it out there that, yeah, they don't have a lot to go on. We kind of have to go with what we're feeling, and how could you not be feeling Ancient after winning against NIP?
I mean, I think there's an incredibly clear win condition that Liquid had looked at when they saw Ancient here as a possibility. It's that you're putting your best player versus arguably MongolZ's worst player. I mean, people might they might remember the fact that Blitz is a great fragging in-game leader. This year has been awful for him. Like, he's really, really fallen off. And with him and Elige clashing in middle, I'll take my chances if I'm Liquid to get some map control when my superstar is against their bottom fragger.
And you have Mobs right behind him, right? He's gonna be supporting Elige coming out that mid, you know. And these interviews, when I just feel like this is like the most classic answers the players can always give when they find themselves in a situation when they've just brought in a new guy that, yeah, like, we're just gonna try and feel it out, like see like what map we're gonna be feeling to play today. And also we've only been like going through, you know, Ancient. That's the one we're going through the most. We haven't really figured out how we want to be playing it. So, you know, it seems random at most, but it's also, we gotta remember how much Counter-Strike is also a game about feelings and you know, that momentum and everything. So I feel like Liquid, you know, they leave everything a little bit of a question mark, but at least they're going into the match with that confidence they think that they have themselves.
Well, I hope it's a confident aura going around for Liquid heading into Ancient. For MongolZ, I'm not really sure where it's sitting, but two men that love to bring the vibe is our casters, Scrawny and Launders.
Yes, thank you, Nat. Thank you, gentlemen, for your insights. And thank you, Maui Snake, particularly, just for highlighting this head-to-head that's about to go down on Ancient, right? This Elige versus Blitz. While Blitz is having a bit of a struggling start to 2026, it could bode well for Liquid in a world where they're just trying to find a positive to work with. And if you can find one thing that works, it feels like this is a Liquid currently in an awkward transition with a new roster that just want to cling on to some sort of a success, any good feeling. And that could come by way of Elige tonight.
100%. I mean, you know, the guy takes a lot of responsibility upon himself to just make things happen as an individual, no matter what roster that he's playing on. That's the story of Elige, really. So let's see if he can jump to the call to action here.
Quick move. A main battle is what Team Liquid wanted. It's what Team Liquid got. But it's going to be Ultimate and Shuhei remaining as everybody else for MongolZ comes rotating over. A bit of a bloodbath in the opening 10 seconds. But things pause momentarily.
It's really good trades here for the MongolZ. So with the A site and them clearing everything out, you know they're going to get active. I mean, speak about activity. CobraZera has already cleared out Donut and now has an angle on mid. So this frees up the rotations. Shuhei's probably thinking, how do I fool them right now? But I think part of that is hoping that they don't go for space, and you know that the MongolZ will. That's going to be in the back of their minds. Upside here is that you know they're going to get spread out at the very least.
Techno playing forward off-site as opposed to just within it, so it'll be an early indicator.
Oh.
But, okay, yeah, dives back in. Bit of chip damage on both the remaining Liquid players, and happy to just play behind the column. Fast move over by Blitz and CobraZera, but Ultimate gets the headshot, and that should have freed up Shuhei for the plant. He's just got to get past short side Will. Blitz was ahead of the incendiary, frag finds him. CobraZera tasked to the 1v2 to open up this game. Little underhanded flashback. Oh, that's all he needs. It was 25 health for Shuhei, so dire place to be in, but love that CobraZera keeps the crosshair on the mark, and that's going to be the MongolZ with the pistol round win.
He put himself in a nice spot that he knows he could shoot and fall back. He could eat the flash. It was really well-timed flash and a nice try from Shuhei on the peak. But ultimately, it's the trades that bring them this round. They win versus the attack, and they have a good read when they push through and get that space back via CobraZera's info and Donut to rotate back over to the fight in a 3v2. Good start for Ultimate. I think, you know, he's been under the microscope for sure. And it's sort of a no floor, no ceiling type of situation. We know how hard Ultimate can pop off, but unfortunately, sometimes they just need a floor from him, and that's not always there.
I love the brackets. Didn't convert it, by the way.
Right, yeah, one pistol.
Just really kick them while they're down.
I mean, one pistol, but they beat Nip.
Fair.
They take that series, so.
Yeah, but Nip, notorious, one of the worst teams in terms of closing overtime games.
True.
Hands down.
Yeah, we got to see that whole Budapest fiasco.
Oh, yeah, and it just keeps on happening. I mean, Snappy was actually very vocal about it, kind of starting to get on his nerves.
It's wild because you also see like how good some of their rounds are. Like they really do look like they've achieved some level of potential, but now it's their mental that's like the biggest thing holding them back. The thing that matters most right at the end of games, right when you need to win, just for the win itself.
11 rounds is great.
This could be a good move. Mzinho's alone.
Just so little health for Elysian Shuhei.
Oh, he's moving forward.
Shuhei's leading this pack.
What?
So there we go. The two low players. Easy pickups. We do get an answer back, though, so it's going to have to be the 2v2, but once again, damage has been done quite well to Liquid, and 910 finishes off MongolZ. Naf is kind of dancing in his own duel. If he could get money, that'd be great. Smoke fades, and he damn near kills Blitz.
Yeah, he wants to finish this off, in fact.
Oh, it's so close. Few bullets left. Back to the Desert Eagle. Unfortunately, very difficult to pin down Blitz in that moment. A main flank would have just finished this if not for Blitz spamming through. But everybody in that situation is like sub 25 health. So could have gone either way, but ultimately ends up back on the MongolZ scoreboard.
Yeah, you see every moment there. It's like perfect from Naf. The timings on the spams, when he switches his guns, where he's expecting Blitz to get to. Running out of ammo at the wrong time, spamming millimeters off. Almost able to make it a 1v1.
So close on that one, but you just get wild with an MP9, you finish it off. And a little stability for the MongolZ. We've got Desert Eagles up in hand.
So it is a save right here. They're going to just try to get kills if they can.
Oh, Desert Eagles from Elysian, 2 headshots back to back, just like that. Be careful, because this is no Kevlar. This is the round that Liquid are really not supposed to win, and Elysian has other ideas. Didn't get the memo that Liquid are supposed to be a walkover here in the third. And now with numbers strong and a chance to pause, they boost on top of Box.
While the B site is empty, we do have a couple of faster rotations. I mean, M910's getting farther away from this. Liquid cautiously optimistic that they picked the right site and they can get the plant off. Oh, I hope.
Yeah, yes they can. A little close, but yes they can. Ooh, do you chance this? I mean, they don't have kids. 910 traded out. They're still close enough to really go for it, and such little HP. Still no Kevlar. Elysian, a third Desert Eagle headshot. Toying with the flank on Blitz. No escape for the IGL. Elysian goes huge. And if we wanted their superstar on Liquid to find impact tonight, he does it in the round you least expect it. Quad kill for John with the Desert Eagle. And that one's out of nowhere with the way he teases the mid play. Just on this front side of the smoke, he really beckons in the first challenge from lane. Doesn't miss the chance at the player trying to trade him. And then add on that a perfectly timed flank to really just put MongolZ on ice. Liquid with an early round win. Bad Molotov out middle, but luckily for them, nobody actually into Cubby. 910 aggressive angle, and the only M4 of the round. So good on him to have been set up out of the gates and to already find impact. Everybody else is in a weird place. Elige recovers with one, takes another duel towards 910. He's going to find a second kill as the solo M4. And now we'll see if Mzinho's A main control can net him another one despite being outnumbered. Ooh. The trade's there for Naf. And a chance to take it towards the A site, but he's operating alone with that bomb, so his death costly if it were to occur.
Such an important 5-7 kill to grab right there, just to keep the numbers up. But they're still rocking. Oh, CobraZera's got his upgrade. Now it's just Techno on a low gun, and Cobra gets his kill.
Naf taking a chance to walk through. Techno's always ready to come trade this, though. Exactly. 5-7 pushes through, and so the Mongols give Liquid a taste of their own medicine, winning this one thanks to 910's solo M4 shenanigans.
You know, with the way the Mongols play, obviously, I think Liquid are going to be in tune with the fact that they're going to be extra aggressive. They're going to push a lot of things. But moments like this, Mzinho has just been coming up huge. Like, they try to smoke him out of CT and force a retake situation. He pushed forward through the smoke, took 3 fights into A main on the previous round. Now he's pushing A main even more aggressively. This is going to be a kill, yep.
Ooh, see ya, Liege.
And Naf is inside of cave, at least.
But with the Mac
it's possible they have no idea he's here.
Looks done for. Still this mid push off Mzinho, dealing damage back. Certainly not a comfortable position, and the Mongols are just going to keep that pressure up all over the place. You start to see Team Liquid flail around in a desperate act to get something back under their control. No chance. With just how many directions and how many different timings the Mongols decide to take fights on their terms. MongolZ gets the crossover, but as he looks for the upgrade, that's going to be a headshot from 910. 4 survive for the Mongols, and they will come out of this back and forth force war better off than Liquid, no doubt. Now the cash is gone for the T side, and the Mongols can get back to just trying to piece together an early CT streak.
Yeah, so the aggression absolutely does not stop. And quickly, we just get into this 5th round, and all the pieces from Liquid go down.
No Mara today.
No Mara today, maybe no Mara tomorrow. No Mara photo. There needs to be like an iPad there with, you know, I want like a Mara fan cam.
Yeah. No, I just want Mara calling in from home.
And we're gonna witness the first tournament run in history where a team takes no tack timeouts.
Isn't that crazy that Blitz just never even wants the extra time?
It's aura. It really is. Hate throwing aura slop around, but there's no other way to describe a play like that.
I feel like Jame would be the other guy to try to pull that off one day.
I see that. I can see that for sure.
You know, if Dostan ever misses an event,
he's like on the same fringe as Blitz in terms of like, you don't know what he's ever thinking. Yeah.
It's just also the way he says, like, I'm not here to hold the players' hands. I'm not here to tell them, like, oh, you know, we can do this. I'm not a pep talk guy. It's your job to kind of bring it to the table. What do you need a tack pause for? You should know what we're about to do. But for now, Dostan always around the corner. And Mzinho using this corner well, keeps himself in cover. Team Liquid felt like they were going to fall fully flat in this one. Naf tries to bring it back with a kill. They know damn well where Elige is and what he's up to. Techno once more emerging out through the cave to find his impact. And Techno is a conversation we've been having more and more often with Senzu's departure from this team. He has
getting so
stepped
consistent
up to a whole new level, you know?
Yeah, you'd see flashes like in early MongolZ days of just like Techno's ability in within maps, how good his aim is. Sort of kind of like how Malbs talks about, or sorry, Malbs, how Maui talks about Noda, where he says Noda maybe in theory has like the best aim on the team because you can see it in within rounds, like how sharp his flicks are. He's so robotic. The same thing can be said about Techno. You really see his aim sometimes. It's like unreal, his spray control and everything like that, but the consistency wasn't there normally.
Oh,
talk about
beautiful.
consistency.
Unleash comes out middle. They try to step up, and that is the X factor that Liquid will be looking for all night long.
Yeah, look at that mini-map, man. The entirety of mid destroyed. Excellent trade here for NAF, just to make sure things are still under control. That is a round one and done by Elige.
You got the cutout player frantic with fire at his feet, trying to extinguish it just within that timing. I mean, if Elige doesn't hit that one tap up into the red room, you'd think cutout player gets the trade, but everybody cut down to size. Clean triple kill. And Team Liquid, off of a full gun round, find some solid impact. And on top of that, a solid foundation with 4 players alive in this one to try to actually make this T-side happen now.
Yeah. Now let's definitely cue that up. I mean, again, when your entry does that, it's a one-man show. We give the same credit to Donk, so it's like... And also, Liquid, we were talking about how Ancient is like, it's falling less in out of... It's becoming less in favor to take over mid control and risk, you know, all the flash antics that take place. But look at it gone here a couple of times. Well, these are the duels that they need to win. And obviously with Malbs coming in, kind of makes sense. Maybe mid is going to be a specialty for your team specifically. You've got Elige and Malbs busting out mid. They love duels like that.
Comes out, blindsides the first player, taps away the second.
What in the world? Can't see a thing. Oh, that is absolutely insane. Oh,
dude. How good it must feel to be, excuse me, how good it must be to...
You had it, I think.
How good it must be to make that call.
Feel?
All 3 dead.
Yeah, right, okay. I thought you were going to say it feels good to be Elige or something like that.
I don't know what I was trying to say.
He was blind, like, even during the first fight. That's how little time he had to prepare himself. But the full commitment, running out, full flashed, it's insane.
Makes it look like a practice server.
Oh, that got a lot of damage. Malbs down to 1 HP, and Elige gets tagged as well.
Spray while blind will let him know that CT's stuck around. So they're going to try to double face this.
Oh, try to cover it.
Oh, they burn him. Xeno forward. Shuhei's fire spreads. Blitz is going to take a bit more chip damage off the incendiary as well.
Man,
but
he took that chip damage and avoided an HE and got out of there. Otherwise, that would have landed square on him.
Big pressure on Techno in a moment. 3 players in cave coming his direction. He chops down 2. It's a great trade from Ultimate, but still CobraZera's here with a lot more health than anybody else left alive in round 8.
Yeah, and even a little bit more damage on Ultimate.
Can the bomb get out and cross?
Be careful.
Oh, he turns, but this pressure does get the reposition from Ultimate, who still gets away with it. And as CobraZera waits for you to make your move, he's going to have to cross. Naf meant to hold the ramp. Does more damage. Whoa! Ultimate tries to go for that trade as Naf gets pressured off his angle. Wallbang could easily just deal with CobraZera though, and Naf has got that in the bag. But still, what a disgusting attempt.
Yeah, that was a nasty no-scope. Damn. I mean, Ultimate should have absolutely hit that shot. CobraZera was about to swing on the ramp. And it was an emergency no-scope. You know, 99% of the time, you should just quick scope. Here's a situation where he actually, I think he actually had to no-scope. Right after switch, that was nuts. That would have been a fun clutch to get. But important for Liquid, they get a third, they get MongolZ on an eco.
Careful though, because it's MongolZ stacked inside this B site, and it looks like Liquid aren't going to go through any protocols towards the other side of the map. This is a dangerous decision. CobraZera's Deagle finds the first, and then they're met by a smoke.
Ooh, now stole another. Oh no!
Unbelievable.
Just the Deagle spam. And Blitz is walking down mid. Alicia's still here in the elbow, and spotted. Oh, CobraZera's got another kill.
Third. That was just down the ramp. What'd they do? Did they pop that open somehow?
Wait, both Elysian mobs are aware that Blitz is over here. They're going to molly him out. Okay. CobraZera's going to go for that 1v2 attempt to trying to ace now. But these duels are coming towards Techno. That's a head spotted. How does Cobra want to deal with it? You know, because he can peek into mid. He knows they could rotate back. He can now hear them. And he's going to follow them through Donut. That's an interesting move because they're not holding... They could be, you know, holding back in Donut. And it's a pretty slow rotation here for Techno. Mid-round looks great here for Liquid. I mean, going to long, it's perfect.
Getting this boost in place.
Techno has a smoke, even though they don't have a kit. There is a small chance.
It's enough to cause panic. AK's on the side of Liquid, though, and still no Kevlar for either two. They just want the spray down to come through. That confirms Alicia's position. CobraZera, there's the quad. Gets on top of the bomb to try to cause another commitment. 5 kills for CobraZera. What is this?
He doesn't get the clutch once again, but it's an ace with a deagle for CobraZera.
Can't win the round. The odds forever stacked against you, but 2026 is stacked to the brim with individual highlights. And this is just another one on the pile.
I mean, the half isn't over, so that damage could actually matter for sure. It's not the anti-eco that Liquid imagined when they came into the round, but at least they won it. Wow.
And the third kill we didn't get to see, but somehow Shuhei dies through smoke down ramp.
Yeah. He was just going for it, happy style.
That's the second. We don't wind up seeing his third kill in the sequence, but all you need to know is it's all 5. 9-10, quick opener as Naf tries to put pressure out A main. Rifler dead to MongolZ, who gets traded by the Opper. Blitz tries to offer some pressure through the CT lane, but jumping up into Temple, Blitz is now done for. Elige gets his back. Shuhei down to a quarter health. Elige sitting on 46, and this is a 2 versus 3 disadvantageous post plant for Liquid.
A second smoke lands in Donut, so this kills time off the clock. No kits coming into the retake. Is there one on the floor? No.
They're gonna have to move it out. Elige gets denied. CobraZera, good reaction time on that one. Bomb planted to the left side of this peak. They're gonna cover it with the smoke. He'll spray down CobraZera, but he knows he's got to get onto the diffuser. Right there on the smoke. Yo, Shuhei just runs out of time.
Yeah, I needed that shot to come out, but 9-10 was not gonna fall for that bait. They get the 10-second stick, and it's a quick retake. I mean, they ran right into the op, starting on A main. It's not like MongolZ have done this every round, so they just picked the perfect time to do it, and it's a great second shot from 9-10 as well. And yeah, those 5 Deagle kills, well, here's where we see that pay off. Shuhei's the one saved gun.
Trying to lead the pack, and the timing here works out. They're ahead of that incendiary. 9-10 under pressure, still delivers at least the one and drops the gun in the middle of it all. So MZino's got an easy cleanup for the others. Ultimate tries to put a little more, but that is round 11 secured by the MongolZ. And gunning for an 8-round CT side.
So egregious with the peaks, man. 9-10 just like pushing forward. Again, they keep doing that, especially versus A pressure in particular. They run forward at the problem, not away from it. The fact that he even gets a first op shot off and stays alive is insane.
Yes, it looks like he's just dead in the water.
Yeah. 9-10's having a good map. CobraZera, MZino as well over on A, and it's been a lot of A.
M4's take to the top of the ledge, and Blitz presses his up against the smoke. Techno, every time he steps forward through this cave, seemingly coming out with kills. Nap bringing one down in the process, but Techno's here to try to clean up everybody else. And he will do exactly that. Whenever you need him, he pushes through that cave with aggression, and MongolZ stepping up to the fight, secure their 8th.
All right, gamers, listen up.
Listen up.
No, I say.
I say.
Bro, just say the next bit. There's been a lot of bad communication recently.
A lot.
People are telling you that you need to learn lineups.
That is bullshit. That is loser talk.
You're too close. Dude,
Hold this. Like this, yeah?
thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Which is why we've used science.
Science, bitch.
If you're not gonna take this seriously,
I am taking it seriously.
then stop.
Peter, I'm trying. We use science to give you everything you need to win.
Power formula! Made by gamers. Made by gamers.
For gamers.
I drink it every morning so I can play like a pro.
You gotta turn it. You gotta, no, rotation.
You can drink it whenever you like.
Just show them, show them.
Power!
Yeah.
Good.
All right, listen up.
Power formula!
Think less, win more. Ready?
Yeah. Think less, win more.
A substantial lead for the MongolZ off the defense, Mo, because they were rock solid all across the map. You had Mzinho doing as he does on the A site, and Techno, I love that it was tempered, but anytime he did step out forward through that cave, it always came with kills.
Definitely, yeah. I'm sure Liquid were probably feeling pretty good after the Liquid win, but know that MongolZ would be a step up. But MongolZ, they can just ruin anyone's day, man. Well, at least Liquid's got the CT side. Nice kill here from Naf.
You know what? Naf's having a day.
Yeah.
Up to 12 kills now off that one. Dropping bomb to kind of make it weird for a second. Beretta's starting to get away from him, but he'll still find a second frag before being burned to death. And Alicia's found a pocket of control in the meantime.
That's not a smoke that gets dropped. It's a smoke that is wasted now for the T side. Liquid have great spots to trade. They have great spots to stand in to wait. And, well, okay, MongolZ gets hit down early.
Yeah, that won't help.
No, they've cleared the back of default, and they're not worried about the corner.
Shuhei down to half.
Got to hit your shots.
And it's not happening. Liquid starting to drop control of the situation. Not one player inside of this bomb site gets a kill. Not one of the 3.
I mean, just got to hit your... They had time as well.
Elige will try to save it, but he gets taken down as well. So in a 3 versus 4 situation for the Mongols, not one death against them.
And they didn't have any utility, so they have the right to come in and try to like fight these angles. And you know, Liquid are doubled up. It's like, again, you look back at the round if you're, you know, watching the demo and you go, well, someone just had to get a kill. 3v5 victory. Liquid get to play it exactly how they want to. But they just don't hit their shots. This almost feels like, you know, fear takes over in that moment. Well, before the game's over, it's not really about what happens to you, it's about how you respond to it.
Could blindside Blitz's Mac 10 if you catch timing on him, but nah, not gonna happen. A main and Red Room secured momentarily by the Mongols, enough to commit into that A bomb site. Bomb safely escorted. Ultimate never able to get that jump on the Mac 10 player, who's just freed up to go mow him down. So double digits for Mongols instantly once they take this T side over. And Team Liquid about to come through with some guns now.
Yeah, get them at full strength. A little bit worrying that they drop a 3v5 pistol. Like, that's not fun for Flashy.
Scary as well, though, when we tap back into that B-Tram stat when he highlighted how Liquid have only won a single pistol so far this event.
It's true. That was like their best chance.
You know, they lose to the Force right after, so... Always in our hearts. Whose phone is this?
Yeah. It's the phone that's supposed to be on the chair.
Ah.
Yeah. Cameraman picked it up. It's getting real active at this event.
That's like a crowd moment, but we don't have a crowd here.
Yeah, that's what he was like, whoa, we in Rotterdam?
It's just Maui Snake.
More quotes he did say. Some of my Elige ideas coming through.
CobraZera burning down to 60.
And interesting. Anything for the cause. And the cause was take mid.
Naf's about to have his hands full. Does have support from the A site, though.
Yeah, I mean, gonna do him an ultimate, and
there we go.
Yeah, they get them all. Very nice.
Bomb dropped. A player starts stomping. So yeah, it's clean from Liquid with the rifles. Well timed in that moment for the second piece to come join up inside of Donut. Otherwise, maybe those kills don't look so smooth, but Ultimate gets into position right before he's needed, and his call to action pays off.
We are seeing ideas from Liquid. I mean, you're not seeing like the first half rounds lost to time or anything weird like that. Kind of is just a few important shots that aren't getting hit. So you see a moment like this, good setup with good trades, and then voila, you've got a round. Still going to be a buy for the Mongols. They're not too pressed about it. And a nice find for Elige. Hit the floor.
He's already out. Yeah, both teams trying to go for the same thing, so Elige was locked in whether he liked it or not. Very quick timing from the Mongols to push out through a main, catches Liquid off guard. And that's when tenacity pays off. But Bomb Planter exposed, dealt with by Shuhei, and traded back by CobraZera, who will double down for MongolZ.
Now he's getting the Senzu kills. All these ones through smokes as well. So many spams.
You know, one of the fun things about CobraZera was how well he started to do in Cluj-Napoca. Showed struggles once they hit the stage. That's when his kind of ran out.
It was the third place decider,
right,
to be specific. where I think when we watched that, we were like, I could kind of get mentally feeling like the tournament's over. It's your first third place decider. And like, you know, otherwise he was great. But he did have a pretty bad match there.
So to see us back in the group stage and to see him back with his name in the lights bodes very well for this MongolZ formula. A power formula, some would call it.
Is it Power Milk?
No, it's Power Formula.
Power Formula.
It's the drink me and Dupree are working on.
How can I forget the brand? It was sold so well. Those are the two best guys to make that commercial.
Yeah, I thought so.
I mean, the barking, when Dupree was barking, I know you helped him bark for sure.
That was just ad-lib, yeah.
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 I know you can make that guy bark.
No, you put me and Dupree in the same room.
Don't put caffeine in that room. Don't put Power Formula in that room.
They hired both of us and got the Red Bull sponsor this event. No coincidence.
Yeah. Well, you look at this game and, you know, that pistol and a round like that where it's following a win, it's a good kill to start from Elige. And advantage isn't enough.
Shuhei gets freed up to get aggressive. Blitz right here to trade. Techno blind as a bat, but eventually gets another one on that too. As MongolZ tries to step into the line of fire, Alicia's going to see this as an invitation to try to get active and flank out middle, but we'll see what's there by the time he's able to push through, whether he waits for the smoke to fade or not. It's gone, and as he comes in, he'll find at least the one. Tries to control the gun, and yes, sir, headshot to MZinho. Well done by Elige to keep the hopes alive. Pressure falls to Naf as the bomb site's taken. And he's just going to tuck in. That fire spreads and forces him to hold fully. Elige has arrived.
Yeah, he's wrapped back around. He'll not be coming in with any utility, but Naf gets the first kill. They didn't know he was there.
Techno worried about a flank. Doesn't know where Elige has come through.
Yeah, he's taking a risk by standing here.
Does he bite?
Oh, man.
Sees nothing.
He's playing it well to kill the clock. Oh, excellent shot, though, Elige. What a round.
Another moment where Elige is the savior. Triple kill with that pushed out through middle, and a tempered challenge as well on the side of that corner, making sure that he just fires out 2 shots at a time, eventually gets MZinho's head, and a round win that comes with it.
You are getting heavy impact out of Elige on these rifle rounds. Glad to see that translate into rounds themselves.
Their successful Ancient game versus NIP had Elige up at the top with Shuhei right behind him, and in Shuhei's individual absence this game, you've got Naf trying to keep it up. So there is somebody there for Elige to kind of bounce off of, but you'd think it takes more to catch up to a MongolZ that have shown us talent across the board.
And yeah, we get that successful retake in this stat, and I think that's one of the fun parts about Ancient is, yeah, it's retakeability.
Shuhei, first blood here in round 18.
Oh, it's quick, it's untraded. Keep Cave with it.
Nine-Tenth's thinking about it.
Yeah, MongolZ is sitting there with him. And Elige will swap with Naf in terms of being responsible for anything happening at mid, but Naf's got it passive right now. There's a coordinated attack towards Cave. Just want to make sure that, these engagements aren't separated.
And now MongolZ pinned in, is going to die as well. 2 players in Cave for Liquid, neither walks away with a frag. Man advantage taken back by MongolZ. It elicits utility here from Liquid. And you've got Elige challenging the back end again. But what about the timing here as he stomps his way through the swamp?
Yeah, maybe you can see the bomb, actually.
He's walked perfectly, but he
started
jumps
shooting.
the gun. MZinho still alive with that bomb stuck inside the corner. Elige is going to push through the flames, cuts off the bomb carrier. Now somebody has to double back, and Elige isn't going to let that happen. Drops the second player. We go to 10 seconds. Bomb site still to be taken over.
Fly timing spam.
Yep, he's got it. Won't be able to mow down both. Bomb picked back up, but the timing missed. And so Liquid put the squeeze on thanks to Elige again.
Absolutely, man. Oh, shooting too early was so worrying, but just needed to run through that molly for any chance at winning, and he did what he had to do.
I mean, we can just play Navi here.
And again, doing a lot of calling.
He's trying to go towards heaven.
He's a guy who can sing and dance, communicating while he's fragging. CobraZero's got an AK, but he's already down to 40.
Oops.
Now they're probably wondering what kind of buy it is exactly. But CobraZero kept his gun. Oh
boy.
My goodness.
Elige is down.
Are they going to know that that Shuhei's up here? He has been known to play here, but
now he's stuck in. CobraZero's got you locked against the wall. They can send pistols at him. Oof. I think that was team damage on Blitz. He's going to get mowed down easy. MongolZ comes out through the smoke, and that's going to put all of the push from the Mongols down for the count.
Yeah, CobraZero's trying to shoot his feet and hit his teammate in the head with a bullet. And this makes the game close. I mean,
Khalil's coming back out for the Mongols. All the money they have on the line here.
Nice. Nice! Good fucking shit. Nice.
there's Elige cheering his team on. They've got a real big opportunity now. CobraZero, because he saved that gun, lost it in the last round, is down to a Tech 9. But man advantage hasn't really been an important stat in this game so far. I'm not sure if missing one AK is going to have that much of an impact either.
Ready to just run up ramp, keeping it simple this time, taking a bunch of damage in the process. And MongolZ hanging on to cover, survives alongside Shuhei. Another peek out through cave's gonna cost the IGL. But then it's all about Elige and Ultimate. They've got these open lanes, primed for the taking, bomb dropped in the process. Blitz, tough clutch ahead of him. Smokes off one section and could grab bomb. But he goes for the duels instead. That's gonna catch the lane. And he almost finishes off Elige as well.
But they had the NAF push through the short smoke, so they had that 100% covered. Well done here for Liquid.
20th kill found for Elige this round.
And MongolZ has had a slow game, but here's an important 2K. Oh, it was actually Shuhei to help out with that second one.
You force the Mongols back to upgraded pistols yet again. Starting to feel believable for Liquid. But barring a mistake versus a round like this, flashbangs catch you off. Shuhei eats one too. Elige right back at it. MongolZ working alongside the sights, and it's all good. Stuffed yet again as the Mongols remain adamant about taking over this B site. Liquid keeps surviving these tests. A one-round game, 11-10.
That's very impressive for them. Again, they bungled that 3v5 pistol and had to make a comeback sort of against all odds at this point. Brought it within one. Buy save situation here for the Mongols. The trades look excellent for Liquid. And I don't think this really feels like a lead for them anymore. One more good round out of Elige, and it could be a disaster here for the Mongols. Nearly on the money. Got a little damage off of it. Takes an 8 in return.
Yep. Decided to take one more chance at the mowdown and loses 40 health for his efforts.
They got mid control and it's actually the CT who gets the info first. They just have to be careful. It's a little bit of a ruse here with the mid control. A is getting crawled up upon, even with the players outside of Cave.
At least Naf has come over. A-Site gets that extra defender. Last time they went for this boost, they got caught over on A. This time, because of the smoke, they're not going to find the Mongols doing the same thing at the same time.
I think the Mongols, they want to wait a little more. They want to scare them a bit more on B and then try to take this.
But Naf's locked in, not going to move a muscle. Blindsides the first one. Ends up being a hard target and opens a door for Elige because of that elusiveness, because of the damage he does onto number 2 and 3. Naf comes in with a kill and 2 assists as the North Americans put the Mongols down in round 22. Tied game, barring Blitz going massive. He'll be allowed to grab that bomb back. No, not even. As they get right back on top of it.
And they've really set up a win now because the Mongols, again, this is where they would normally save. Are they thinking about going for Galils? They've got the max loss. And this is great between Elige and Naf. They get the boost up early. A main smoked. Their teammates see pressure over towards B. They get a little flustered running back through Molly and Cave, but they don't over-rotate. That's what's really important. And yeah, they will use that max loss to go for another buy.
A lot of space taken, though. We haven't seen the Mongols get this kind of footing into Red Room. Something different for round 23. Elige leads
Minimal
back.
info. Oh, Donut's down, and now they're actually going to move forward.
What's Elige going to do? Catches the back of Blitz, commits to the spray down, and that's a lot of damage here for Elige. He's going to go through. He's going to try to chase, surely. But Techno also flanking down through Red Room.
He's missing his flashes.
Awkward situation. Techno catches the headshot. Ultimate doesn't get a bullet out. And so the Mongols, despite John's best efforts, still push through that spawn. But the CTs still think about testing this smoke.
I mean,
problem is, it's all too late.
They have money, so they might as well give this a shot. But they know they have to track down someone here in Red Room.
Done. Techno, 3 kills. Locks this one down, kills Elige, finds those last 2 frags, and it's just something different called by Blitz. No tack pause even.
The last few rounds, they have been getting mid control, and Liquid have been giving it up. When they fight for it, they win, but Liquid just haven't been fighting for it all the time, and I think Blitz is like, well, let's use this opportunity to grab it. Oh, wow, I thought it was a spam battle back. No, it's just a pinpoint precision shot from MongolZ to take out Naf. He was trying to keep a lot of pressure through that smoke so that they could either get a tag, get a kill, or know what was happening inside of middle.
9-10 posted immediately on B. Liquid shake it up, putting Naf back in Red Room where he's been pretty constant on testing those smokes. Wasn't there last round.
Good idea.
Mongols still very much poised for the B commitment, but at least you've got a second layer inside A main. Elige will see that it was indeed only MongolZ. And as all that went down, Naf was freed up to get ahead of this commitment towards the B site. Feels like Liquid starting to try to feel this out, but Blitz survives the op tag.
Yeah, gets the damage, but has to fall out of mid. They don't make this a 4v3 just yet. Right now, he's alone on the A site, and you can see the bomb is starting to trail in this direction. Techno also has Cave. So Liquid are crossing their toes and hoping that this is, in fact, a B play. They're going to start with the push down on the ramp. This could be a great idea.
Yeah, Techno full blind, recovering vision, but dead before he can shoot back.
Ultimate's just got to hit his shot here.
He's got a chance to really put this into Liquid's hands. They emerge. He catches 9-10 first. Headshot to Blitz, and it's all on CobraZera in a 1v4 clutch or overtime right around the corner. 30 seconds as he burns one back from behind that bomb site. Liquid back and forth and let Roland clean up.
Now the excellent comeback is complete here. They get to overtime. It's not the 13-11 finish that they were primed to take when Mongols had to force up on their loss bonus. But with Ultimate hitting those shots over on A, this is exactly what you needed from him. They got to be feeling good about their team right now.
Nice! Nice! Let's fucking go!
John, insane
Yeah,
call.
and he's been so active in the comms early on in every round. You hear ideas coming out.
You have a molly as well.
28 frags for Elige at the end of regulation. Whew. Commitment up the ramp, MongolZ along the wall, dead with nothing. Fire bursts at the feet of the Mongols. Naf's gonna burn one out and catch a headshot. Elige is here to help him. It's 3 kills on the hold. Cave player walking up. Blitz is gonna blindside, or so it seemed, but Naf regains the angle, his 3rd kill of the round. And if MongolZ thought that test was gonna be easy, unfortunately 910's been spotted already, so he will have no element of surprise.
Yeah, surely he's just eventually dead. They know exactly where he's coming in from. Spam comes out
really
early.
that.
Oh my god.
My God.
Little dangerous. Okay.
Maybe that smoke a bit deeper than Nafly thought, so didn't expect the op to peek and actually have vision.
Yeah, true.
That's a 5v4 advantage off the rush and catching MongolZ.
Just love the sense of urgency here with everybody running in for the immediate trades. And that reaction from Naf is everything as well. He's having a great map too.
Pressure in mid this time. MongolZ, of course, making an aggressive opening gambit. Techno's been allowed to cross without taking damage. They threaten mid, pause, and move this one back pretty quickly over towards B. Techno going back and forth past that cave, still going unnoticed. But Alicia's gonna have vision, surely, from Red Room.
I don't know if he's taking his peek or if he's just watching the wall right now, just to be safe. Looks like Ultimate's gonna come help him re-clear mid. This leaves an opening on B, but I love it. It's still up a minute. Like, oh, they miss a molly. This slows things down. This brings a timing to Liquid.
Who've now afforded themselves a 3rd defender inside the B site.
Yeah, that could make a huge difference. They still do eventually get into cave.
Ultimate, 1 damage as the utility tags him. He will miss his chance inside of cave. Now it's close quarters opping. Lands that one to Techno. Missed quick scope. Pressure towards ramp. MongolZ turns. Just the one this time, but Elige is at least going to catch one through the smoke. 2v2 post plant. Or even, because that spray almost catches the planter, but now 910's op is back up, and Elige has opted to immediately smoke off cave. They don't know about this op. Deep on ramp, trying to bait out the shots. That's the opening, but CobraZero reveals himself.
Ooh.
And Naf's going to have to keep this one cool.
It has to be a clutch for Naf.
910's op back towards ramp. Naf tries to push past this. CobraZero's gotten towards long, and it's going to be the MongolZ to win a round by way of post plant.
That's a quick answer back here for the MongolZ. It's that B take that works. Ultimate, we see that if he gets one more shot, that really could change the game. This molly really makes a big difference because the 3rd player gets over towards the B site, but in the end, they don't win.
On the wall, he's looking at you long.
A lot of fantastic individual performances so far at this event. Elige sort of joins that group of players. He was 30 and 19 last round.
Blind.
Wow, didn't see anything.
Not a bad moment for Blitz from the bottom of the scoreboard. And then, again, Techno so hot to the trot.
The op shot. Where was that? Oh, in cave. Wow, they're taking deep cave at the same time.
It's wild sometimes how the MongolZ just have pressure everywhere, right?
And now the site is theirs. This is kind of just a free round. 2v5, and it has to be a retake attempt on the B site. Now it's a 2v4. And because it's overtime, at least we get to see it. Normally, it would just go back.
They've got to give it a go. Blitz ready to swing as soon as 910 confirms this. Shot's going to land to the head of Ultimate, and the blind side right there ready. So majority of the rounds go the way of the MongolZ in OT.
Yeah, now they switch over. It gets a little scary for Liquid because they don't get their 2-1 ratio in overtime, which would have been nice for their CT side. Okay, no, he got vision, yeah.
That makes much more sense.
There's a bit of Shuei.
Leash comes through, finds Sanctuary between the flames.
One tag, you know, he's in.
He wants this fight. He's going to go hunting for it. Ready to react off the flash. Tries to track it back through the donut smoke. Given a chance to disengage. Elige is in and out and over towards B. Fast moves by Liquid. Techno slammed back by Ultimate. And nobody here for the defense to trade.
That's a sweet round. I love that. I mean, especially from Elige. You know, you see 3 targets on his screen. Behind smokes, in cover. But he decides to be the one to make the first move.
They could still cut that off. Problem is, no real need for Elige to even make a move.
CT side, so they're going to think about the op they have and play all their nades and everything like that, and Liquid instantly answer back.
Flashes were great for Elige to keep him alive there. That one that pops as soon as the donut player comes out for the trade.
Yep, that's true. Well supported. And a workhorse map for Elige. It's also good just to hear everybody talking and
that one.
Yeah, it didn't really matter what happened here as long as Elige could get away.
Yep. So that CT was coming through that smoke, not blind.
I'm not mauling Tetris. I'm mauling pool because they're super frozening.
You do you, Elige. 31 and 21. He's got a read on the game. Right now he's smoked out of elbow, and we've got CobraZera pressing down the ramp. He's trying to find kills here outside B.
What is this?
Nothing. Full sprint in behind them. Nobody's heard this. Naf's gonna catch the kill, and Techno dies as well. Naf's able to make the most of it. Elige trades one back towards mid. And now we've got Blitz emerging out through cave in the middle of it all.
There is a flank coming in.
Bomb's crossing in front of him, and he's got Ultimate dead to rights. Elige is gonna pop up. Blitz trying to pull this together, and he's got himself the second. Third kill's Nafly, who's got that bomb and a chance to just go plant.
He could try to make him squirm. Nafly is running for the plant. He knows he has the site right now. All he has to do is read where Blitz is coming from.
He's gonna go long. And
wait, he's hearing this.
He gives it away. Blitz! 1v3 clutch from the bottom of the board.
The mastermind of this team clutches up in overtime to guarantee a second. Oops.
Slick reposition. Naf maybe beating himself up by just sprinting out, but that push along the wall.
And this is the brave duel he needed to take because he knew Elige knew where he was, that he was waiting for him. Nafly just took a couple extra fast steps. Gave his audio away entirely.
I thought for a second
Normally
that the Mongols were taking overtimes, but then I remember this is overtime.
Yeah.
So no timeouts still.
Have not taken any timeouts at this event. I'm going to say this is going to be the first and last time this happens ever. So enjoy it.
Even in OT with elimination looming, Blitz seemingly full control. His best moment of the series, clearly that 1v3.
If Mongols win this event, Valve are going to give everyone one less. You don't need these. Oh, he's taking a lot of damage. Man, those were inspiring trades to kick that last round off. He did a 3v1. But now all that matters is just the round. They've got to get to another overtime.
Blitz once more.
Oh, Ultimate had no idea. What was he even looking at?
Walkout caught. 9-10 goes back thinking he was going to find Sanctuary. Mzinho tries to get the trade a little bit later, but he'll find it. All across the map again. This pressure is everywhere.
And Mzinho goes right into the main push. He knows that's a lurk. This is such a big play for MongolZ. Everything's coming towards B slowly, and again, Liquid assume that they have some extra time, and they're moving very quickly, but look how fast the MongolZ have moved. MZino's already cleared out everything. 2 rotations now to the A side, and MZino is moments away from helping here too.
Oh, missed shot. Cobra down to half. Everybody's tagged, but there's the 2. That's what they needed. Fast moves by MZino. Pressure on by Liquid, mostly thanks to Elige. But a massive 1 versus 3 clutch comes out from the in-game leader of the MongolZ, and that is enough to put Liquid's map pick in the MongolZ back pocket.
There was an insane overtime between Liquid and MongolZ, and honestly, I still am kind of reeling as to how Liquid were able to bring it to the point where we saw an overtime, and then MongolZ be able to close it all the way out for themselves. There should have been this more back and forth forever going on in this Ancient.
Seriously, I mean, I feel like a lot of the stars you wanted to deliver did. We got an exceptional performance from Elige through this one, but on the MongolZ side, I feel like towards the tail end of it, the scorelines almost feel a little bit deceiving when you look at the kill death because of the legitimate amount of impact that every player on the MongolZ had. Not a single one of them truly pops off the page above the rest because they all had their own moments, and I mean, Blitz, who was having a strugglesome game, had such a pivotal clutch to help MongolZ get over the line and finish things out in OT.
I honestly believe that the MongolZ were going to run away with it because the way they approached the game in the beginning, that was hard for Liquid to find answers, but the bounce back from Liquid was really great. I think it was also very messy, like throughout the game, it became more messy as the game progressed, and also like we did see tons of brawls in the end. It was like whenever they went to the bomb side, it was just trade after trade. Even the last round in regulation, where we also saw like the retake happening, it was like everything was just like happening so fast, and everything just went so fast for both teams. And I think that it also showcased the play style of the MongolZ, how hard it can be to play against, but also that Liquid had issues figuring out what to do against. But once they figured it out, they decided to go for a little bit more of a brawling style, just to rely on individuals, which also maybe showcases that they are not really set in stone as of right now.
Yeah, well, when you see a play out like this, Maui, does it instill even more that Liquid are that type of team right now that is running on vibes, being fueled by the fact of what has been so recently successful?
Well, I think a lot of what they're doing is just kind of keeping what they had in the past lineup, hoping that will start a lot of their rounds, and then just kind of playing the late rounds out off of feeling a little bit more. Sometimes you see them have outlined plans for a whole round, whether that's just a site execute, but against good teams like MongolZ, it's hard to just make a bomb site hit effective because they know how to set up crossfires. Their bomb site anchors are going to multi-frag. They throw good counter utility. So we have to see Liquid try to play out these longer rounds. You're just not going to beat tier 1 teams in any other way. And they tried their damnedest. I mean, a lot of the moments that really opened up for them were off the back of trying to take layered map control, as Elige frequently did.
And that's what MongolZ do when they're playing the best, is that they don't let their opponent breathe. Whether it's like the rushes coming at them, you know, they constantly try and go through the smoke to help out their teammates, but it's also whenever they have the XVX situations, they will just not stand still. Like, they are looking for information every single time, and they play off each other. And, you know, if they hit that right push, you know, they will get the info, and then, you know, they puzzle things together. It's hard to play against because, in theory, you would just say, you just hold back and wait for them to push, but eventually the clock's going to run down that you do have to make a decision. And at that point, you know, the MongolZ are either supposed to won the fight, or they would have figured out where you're going.
Even though this did go to overtime, we're going to look at the earlier part of it, right, Dupree? Because that is what sort of instills what you're saying about MongolZ being able to maybe potentially run away with it, right? Have more to themselves. I know it starts off what we're going to talk about here with Elige having a great 4K for himself on the Deagle in round number 3. Like, that's how early we're going back.
It is just... This is just like individual class from Elige, you know, it's not like set in stone what's going to happen. He literally just gets the Deagle, goes up mid, gets the 2 first players here by having, like, incredible aim, and also incredible aim, like a crosser position. Then, you know, as it spirals down, the Liquid decides to go back to the beast bombs, and he gets the flank up to the KS in play. And, you know, at this point, you know, this is not Liquid winning off by making a great target. This is just the individual prowess of Elige. Then going into round 4, this is what I want to be showcasing with MongolZ, is that, you know, they are a team that they're not afraid of taking duels. You know, a 9-10 pushing into A mid at first, trying to get this one. Elige does get a frag back in mid, but as you see, 9-10, he has this idea that he wants to bring it back into their favor. So he's not afraid of taking the fight with with this because he knows that he's the one with the soul rifle and he needs to win this one out. At the same time, Messinio's already pushed into A main, he's got the control, and from here on, you know, it's just the individuals brawling back and forth, where it eventually turns down to Nav being in a very stick situation, doesn't really get the bomb down, and ultimately just ends up going down.
There's just such a good push and pull generally when you watch the Mongols play, where they're able to create a little bit of pressure on one side of the map. They more or less understand how that's going to funnel opponents to another side of the map, but then they're usually ready to just kind of catch the next play. It's a really kind of great demonstration of just, I'd say, what the Mara and Blitz system is that so frequently has teams like Liquid just kind of scratching their heads like, weren't you just in A main? Like, how come you're in mid now? So really just kind of extremely hard team to play against and try to understand.
Yeah, and that's what makes it even more impressive that Liquid were able to have that little bit more for themselves, force it into overtime, because looking at one of the rounds, round 24, Maui, they're able to get such a good side execution for themselves. Or
round
is that Dupree? Sorry.
It's fine, like round 24.
No,
like I want to be glazing, you know, Liquid a little bit. What they do right here is really, really great. This isn't even a run. You go with this one.
Well, round 20 was actually round 20 was a great MongolZ moment. I felt like this was actually a lot of the aspects of Liquid that I've liked so far at this event. I mean, when they were able to beat NIP, a lot of the rounds just look like this. Great responses, good crossfires being set up, and MongolZ overperforming. We see the rotations come in. Obviously, they're going to clean up Blitz here. But I also like the fact that Elige didn't overpeak. Like, that is just a hallmark trait of his that so frequently in man-ups, he's going to be that first domino to fall. So I'm glad he calmed himself down.
And then coming into round 24, the round actually sets him up for overtime. This is the play that I really love from Liquid. They flash 2 players down ramp to just get the information. And, you know, as you can see on the minimap right now, you do have Ultimate stuck on A-bombs. But this is exactly what they want him to do. Like, he's supposed to get the reaction that's coming out of MongolZ. This was absolutely amazing from Liquid. They know they understand that they need to get the information. They want to take that into initiative and fight down ramp, get the information. Then either they're going to get the fights because they're there, or they're going to get, you know, the information that they're not there. Then they actually want to scale back into A round to the A-bombs because that's where Ultimate is waiting. And that was a very masterful class play by Liquid and a really good example of what team play really brings you.
It's unfortunate then that when we look more towards the overtime rounds that they weren't able to keep that going for themselves. I'm not really sure what sort of breaks sometimes when teams are able to really get it going for themselves. They claw it back because then it was just, yes, a little bit back and forth, Maui, but at the end of the day, MongolZ stepped up. They were like, actually, we need to close it out in this overtime. We can't keep pushing this map any further.
They went back to their tried and tested. If you ever wanted a round that's just the quintessential MongolZ round, this is it. It's chaos all throughout middle. Blitz gets a kill while blind. Techno recognizes his time to strike from the top shelf. And then at the same time, 910 is going for a kill through cave to punish any sort of reaction that Liquid may have as they try to punish the mid player. So that to me was just where they said, this is the coup de grace. This is exactly how we want to play our style. And it's just a masterclass. Those kinds of moments, they look so chaotic, but everybody on MongolZ knows what's happening next.
Exactly. That's the whole thing, is that they know what's happening, and it's, you know, it's like a system within the chaos, and that's what they're good at, right? Because sure, the frags they do get in middle, that opens up the, you know, the opportunity for the rest of the team, and that's why they're really good at, you know, seizing the opportunity by grabbing that one. And that's why it gets hard for MongolZ, because if you end up losing those 50-50 fights, whether it's a 50-50 on mid or whatever, it's hard to bounce back because you try to find an advantage, but they will try and seize it.
Are you willing to give Blitz a little bit more slack now, Maui, having to see that overtime round for him? You're like, okay, maybe there is an essence of that 2025 Blitz ready to come out.
It's only been 2.5 months since he was the best fragging IGL that the game had to offer. It's just that when integrating CobraZera, or for any IGL integrating a brand new player to Tier 1 Counter-Strike, there are going to be growing pains both in that player and oftentimes the IGL who's trying to micromanage or understand what that youngster's doing. Because CobraZera is not always following the plan perfectly. So unfortunately this season, we've seen Blitz's form drop off, but I'm glad to see in moments like that in crunch time that he can still step up with the 1v3 that he had, with the opening pick he had in overtime. So maybe we get a glimpse of it, and hopefully we get more for the season.
Yeah, but there's no doubt that the clutch that he managed to pull off, you know, means a lot to the team, because obviously that also sets him up for match point, you know, and you know, it's a round where that he's essentially not even supposed to be winning, right? I think that, you know, Blitz ends up in a position where he catches the bomb, which obviously sets him up for success, you know, and then fighting Elise, then he just straight up outplays Nav by rotating all the way back to CT spawn, then catching Nav running, because it looked like Nav was not even ready for that kind of play. So a good masterclass from Blizz. You know, it was one of those moments where you really want to have one of your guys stepping up, and he just magically did that.
He's just a bear in hibernation at the moment, right? He's like, whilst we're bringing on a new player, there is still a part of me that's ready. Once we make it through this winter for himself, he's going to be able to show his full potential again. But he showed it in that overtime, led MongolZ to a map win. That was a Liquid's pick. And on the other side of this break, it's going to be MongolZ map pick for themselves, Mirage. Liquid having to need a bit of a reset there for themselves, apparently. Same with me after that sense. Liquid needs a reset for themselves. They took that little bit of time between maps to really talk about what they're going to need to be able to bring it back in this series. Ancient was their map pick, and whilst it did go to overtime, whilst they did show a lot of promising signs, it wasn't enough to close it out. And so now you do wonder on a map that so recently, right, yesterday, MongolZ faltered to Vitality on. Where is their confidence? Are they running it to be like, we are still a strong team on this. We need it for our own confidence.
Run it back.
The salty run back.
Have some confidence in the fact that Mirage is really your hallmark map. Losing to Vitality is kind of a wake-up call to any team. You learn a lot from those kinds of moments. Coming into this tournament, I'm pretty sure that was what MongolZ had outlined as their favorite map. And against a Liquid team that is nowhere near as dominant as Vitality, they're still going to feel good about this one. So, but maybe on the Liquid side, there's at least a blueprint for how to counter some of what MongolZ did yesterday.
100%. I like that they just go back to their strengths, you know, where they can feel comfortable. But I think the Liquid is, you know, they've talked themselves about that they want to get reps on Mirage, but they also feel that they can play like a comfortable Mirage. It's, you know, it's also a map that doesn't require you to have like so much set in stone. You can actually just play a lot of it because it's a map that's a little bit puggish at times. So I feel like Liquid is you know, they're still in there, and I actually feel like the way they bounce back onto Ancient actually sets them up for a decent Mirage. So I wouldn't be surprised if Liquid managed to push MongolZ all the way again.
Yeah, they're not down and out of this tournament by any means, right? And what they really ultimately want is to get to playoffs. They want to make it to Rotterdam. And, well, you guys have your chance to be able to go there as well, because we're running a bit of a competition over on our social media. You can, at Blast Premiere, have your submissions, but there are 2 sets of tickets to be giving away here. If you are going to be the most voted for, the most enjoyable
Just the funniest.
meme.
Just the funniest.
How do you rate?
Best.
How do you rate the?
I was gonna say, but like, what is the criteria of funny? Is it how hard you laugh?
You would know funny if you saw it.
I don't know if I'd know funny if it hit me in the face, you know?
Some comedians, they sell out arenas. They're doing open mic nights.
They're standing next to me on the desk.
Exactly.
Oh, wow.
Look, this is a template you guys are gonna get. That whiteboard is gonna be blank, okay? We have some here. Why pink peripherals make you perform better?
I've played with a pink mouse before. A pink mouse pad. I am not sure that has been like the upper echelon of my career.
Okay. I think it was.
But
I think it was.
It worked. I think I've won tournaments with a pink mouse. So in theory, this could actually pay out.
Yeah, did it make you laugh though, or you know, our expectations were low?
This one's good. That one's true.
Why
that one's
cultural impact is more important than HLTV rating?
I agree with that one.
You did actually say that verbatim.
Yeah, verbatim. That's all of my analysis is hinged off of that one.
I can barely see.
I can't even read that.
But the meme is fun.
Okay, the other thing is you got to make sure we can read it too.
Genius, or is it Bozo?
Bozo.
Genius or Bozo.
Genius or Bozo.
Your hand is kind of pointing a bit more to the right. We're in France, so we get a bit of red wine, and we can see the Tower Eiffel in front.
Excellent.
You just did me dirty with this one.
I think to just...
I didn't make it.
No, whoever made that made me dirty. No, didn't make me dirty, but did me dirty.
Just be creative. Just be creative. Put a video in it. Put a video.
My favorite thing is like it's a joke. It's a meme when you saying things the wrong way around and then talking about it.
The French loved it. They said we have a French co-stream right here. They said that Peter, it's okay. You did it just in the French way. So who else should we be looking at to actually correct it out, right? Hey guys.
In the background, they don't even know. I didn't know I was like right between them. Can I pat them on the heads?
That's fine.
Okay. Well, look, we're going to get carried away. We're having a bit of fun here, but I know what really brings a lot of joy towards the viewers is getting to see some more Counter-Strike, but more importantly, getting to hear from our duo of Scrawny and Launders.
Yes, thank you very much. Ooh, getting a little crazy over there, Mohan.
Oh, yeah.
Whiteboard fun. I appreciate what you brought to the table for us, Nat. We jump into map 2 of the series, Mohan. That, I think, it builds hope for a Team Liquid that are coming into an event with a bit of an asterisk, as if, like, you know, new system, etc. They've got excuses. Excuse me, they're allowed to have excuses.
Like we get, you know, more time and everything like that. I mean, they you know, MongolZ did not really get activated, and they still played so well despite that. And they had, you know, some very hard rounds to stomach, and they still kept the communication up, and they still, I think, played to win all the way to the end, which is like, I think the 2 things that beyond everything else with Liquid, like the video I made about them, that's been what's missing, you know, the fighting spirit, essentially. And so it was great to see that. It'll be great to see if they can, you know, survive the whole loss of a map and take it into a good Mirage, because we have seen good things from them on Mirage as well.
You have to remember this as well. In the pregame interview, Mzinho was saying, like, we were going to pick Ancient. The fact that Liquid did it for us means we'll just go for Mirage. It's both the maps they anticipated. MongolZ is going to kick this off with a nice couple Beretta headshots. A man advantage momentarily for Liquid. Can they win their second pistol of the event? Right here, right now. Mzinho goes deep into Ticket. Beautiful sequence out of him with the 2 headshots. Gets him back to the site and evens out the number count. Gonna force Liquid in Naf and Shuhei to try to push beyond the stairs.
They know they're both here. Wow, Mzinho's taking some risks, getting active.
9-10 finds the headshot and the man advantage. Naf tries to cross over, and Mzinho's just gonna come swinging for the win. So still, it is Liquid without those pistol wins.
That was very close. Mzinho, what a round, man. Those 2 kills inside of CT. I mean, it's a 3v5, but it's like an instantly responded to one where MongolZ can't be traded because he's alone and they have the smokes down on the site, so it's not like it was like a slow burn 3v5 that they lose. It's reasonable that MongolZ pulled this out at a disadvantage.
Nice!
MongolZ, let's go.
Remember, he had a quad deagle round back on Ancient.
Yeah, it's a stellar map.
To hell with the pistol if you can win the Force. And this is not even the Force, right? This is just a deagle on the field. 3 of them, in fact. One of them goes down empty. They swing into Shuhei, who's not able to capitalize on that one, and the USPs don't have much to say.
I just love that they never let a situation turn into a mid-round, essentially. Like, if there's kills to be had, trades to go, they go get them.
They just flood.
Because it feels like it is easier to get the trades early than it is to let the other team reassess the situation and then, you know, make the fights harder, disappear. MongolZ put a lot of pressure on you to, like, take fights. That's essentially their game. And again, last map, you know, at first Liquid were not keeping up with the fights. I think that was a huge problem. And we do look at the pistol, and that was a moment where, yeah, I guess MongolZ could have been a big factor. He was one of the guys in CT in another 3v5, and if they had won that pistol, the map is done. Liquid would have taken it for sure. Let him live. He can flex like that right now. He's hitting everything.
It's better guns here for Liquid than what MongolZ have, barring this AWP.
Oh my goodness, when do you ever see that? Jumping over default to look into connector, dead from the ramp.
Owned. Ultimate wishing he had the big green, but leaning back on the A1S was Shuhei inside connector, and Alish this time didn't see that timing of CobraZera crossing.
Yeah, and he was, you know, not really that concerned about actually fighting mid. He just needs to become the B player. That's why he leaves that ladder room. But I feel like Liquid have some kind of misread, or they're just trying to gamble because they're low numbers. It's not necessarily a bad play to make. It's just the wrong call right now. Shuhei will be totally smoked out. There's a lurk that can stop him coming off of Cat, and the A site is completely vacated. Very vulnerable.
Shuhei toying with the idea. And he gets away with the one, but that's the problem with the push, right? You don't usually get away.
Yeah, I don't know. Did Ultimate flash for him over triple, or he's just thinking he can get in and out? Normally you do that with like a ticket player to take attention away from you, or a way to get 2 kills. But I don't know if it was worth it, knowing you're probably going to get 1 fight and die, likely not going to get any kills and die. There's no chance to take the round, so 3 guns saved here for Liquid at least. Just Liquid right now are obviously suffering. They made a move to help them out, switching over to NA with MongolZ, and
of course, yeah.
I think people can be critical of the system, but you can't really be critical of a team for doing what they sort of need to do within the rules to like make that happen. I can understand absolutely getting mad because it does take a spot from someone else, unless you can justify the move itself. And it's not like MongolZ is just some bum that they're coming in to bring him in just for the region. He is obviously a strong player and something needed to change.
And somebody that a lot of people had said, like, how could Liquid let MongolZ, you know, go? How did you not capitalize on getting him on this team earlier?
Yeah.
So it makes total sense to do it. They buy up into what was the triple save with 2 additional guns, but already 2 players down in round 4. Make it 3, 9-10, catching Ultimate before he could ever escape that window. And so the MongolZ having a field day versus the rifle rounds of Liquid at the moment. I think you could be a critic of the decision for Liquid. You can, again, dislike the way the system functions.
Yeah.
But if you were an employee of Liquid as an organization, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
And you have to admit that bias, I think, even if you are a critic. You got to do what you got to do to get the major.
Be a little bit of lack of self-awareness. Say you wouldn't do the same thing if it was allowed. I mean, but it doesn't mean that just because they do that, that things are just going to become great.
Right.
There is still time to win and lose a lot of important matches. But I mean, again, MongolZ had an off map last map, and yet they still were very competitive because Alicia was fragging at the same time. Naf was fragging. Even Ultimate had a good game, and that's like kind of one of the things about Liquid is like they've always had a good enough core on paper, but the core is never fragging all at the same time. So clearly chemistry's off, or you know, something's very wrong with the team that's hard to put your finger on. But with a little bit more from MongolZ's last map, they go up a map versus the MongolZ. That would have been a formidable result.
This round, though, is an absolute non-issue.
Yeah.
The MongolZ are firing on all cylinders. Swear that clipboard keeps getting longer.
I love the idea of getting Flashy onto this team, too. Again, this team's never made sense, I think, to anybody in terms of why it doesn't work, right? But Flashy coming from Na'Vi with all that info and, you know, needed to take a risk on a new coach, that seemed like a really good idea to give that a shot. I'm confident that there's just a lot of unactivated potential on the team from everything, coaching, calling, and consistency in the playing. The one big question I think would be Ultimate. Maybe it's like, because we don't know, we've never seen that super high ceiling in the, or sorry, super high consistency floor in the first place.
Right. Here comes Shuhei to the top mid play off the catwalk support. So Liquid not trying to become a shell of themselves in the face of the 4-0 start. They do push back the MongolZ for now. I think it's also the Yakindar departure and the success he finds on FURIA last year that then once more puts everything in this team under question.
Yeah.
Could be a critic for Liquid's lack of results over the course of the last few years, but you often don't look at any of the decisions they make as an organization and go, well, this doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Regaining vision, but not fast enough. Shuhei cleared out by CobraZera. Man advantage for the MongolZ in round 5 as well. Yikes. MongolZ's gonna have to deal with that. Okay. Slides out, gets away with a
no
second.
way.
Third kills his.
Somehow on 8 HP.
Just headshots as he emerges out through the flames, but it's fire at his fingertips too.
He could have died at any moment there. Molly was perfect for his position, called out entirely, and still fragged 3 players. I don't even know what CobraZera is even still doing here at.
Oh, that. Sure. Winnable.
We got this.
Sorry, I thought I was talking to my teammates for a second. Gross sequence here for MongolZ. Bah! Survives on 8 HP. So Liquid's first round win was a 4v5, but MongolZ goes big with the 3K.
You know he's kicking himself about Ancient because we've seen him pop off so much on that map too.
Any game that gets that close, right? You just think, damn, why couldn't I have my moment? We saw Blitz do it from the bottom of the scoreboard.
True.
Speak of the devil.
Okay. Is the struggle really that bad? Wow. Oh.
Again.
There's Blitz. Getting hard kills.
Put him under the microscope. He'll find one in round 6. We get this adjustment from the MongolZ over towards ramp. You'd think MongolZ would never get away with playing the same position. But as he tries to take a look towards mid, that gets blocked off. So attention turned back to what will be this all-in A commitment from the MongolZ.
It's kind of nice for Elite. Oh, no, I guess because that connector smoke. But Ultimate had eyes in mid, so I thought they were really calling this out. But instead, they just create a really big gap to walk out for free. MongolZ has to be careful. He might show himself for a second here.
They're already on Tetris, 2 players. Angles from Palace, held by the Auber. He'll be found out, swings through. Techno's dead, only one this time. Elige to take MongolZ's place, but he fires off shots. That alerts them. Low HP on Blitz and Cobra.
Molly here for CT. Yep, but they're
too deep.
Yep.
Awkward. Elige. Oh, covered by the op. That's big, but the bomb's been planted in the process. 910's got the health advantage, and the back's turned to Blitz. Oh, and he's going to milk this to perfection.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Lets them both walk by, and the MongolZ with a robbery of an A bomb site commitment. When you miss both those Molotovs on Elige's position, or rather just thinking he would be stuck behind them.
Yeah.
I thought that was done for.
How good was that shot, though?
From 910?
Yeah, was he? He wouldn't have been holding the top of the ball. No, as a reaction, yeah. It's a very fast reaction.
They really thought he was further back down that ramp. Yep. Gut-wrenching close to the round as well for Liquid.
Just like that, 5-1. Another save. Tag through the smoke here for Shuhei.
They're going to find the bomb.
Well, I mean, when you see a bomb in a spot like this, no one's coming back and clearing things out unless they have a reason to be suspicious. They have left an A-ramp gap. I mean, Mzinho's been in Palace the entire time, but not even he is watching his flank. This MP9 just wants to make sure that it gets into a close enough spot to get the kill, and he locks it down. Mzinho comes back to look at things. 910 gets a kill on Cat.
Mzinho better be careful. He may not expect 2. Yeah, they pop up simultaneously. Nicely done here between Elige and MongolZ, making a round of this.
They want to come back to protect it.
AK grabbed in the meantime. Elige popped by Techno. They know about this second player, and MongolZ is just going to forego bomb control at 40 seconds and really try to drag them over to this A site. But meanwhile, the rest of Liquid aren't moving. And now MongolZ, he's locked in. And if he dies here, oh, he won't! Not to the first 2 anyways. Takes a 910 op clear in a 1v3 attempt, but he's still stuck in spawn at 20 seconds.
This is kind of wild because he's not going
back.
A. He can't actually plant the bomb. I mean, they might expect he's slowly walking into this site, and in connector, you're not getting to B quickly. 910, you've got to run.
Go.
Oh, he's actually saving. He doesn't believe it. Wow, he did have a plant opportunity, but low within op versus potentially MP9s and things like that, and he says the op's more important.
Well then, great moment for Liquid to test ramp with the double MP9 push.
Great moment for MongolZ. He's already cleared his score from the last map. I think he had 11 kills into overtime on Ancient. And he's doing it stylishly. Both of the rounds that they've won have been off the back of his multis.
Yep, 11 kills. Good memory.
When you hate for a living, you watch for things like that.
You're twisted. That's a boon to the economy for Liquid as well. Chance to kind of kick off.
Oh, it's a little scary the way they're peeking into this, not actually killing 910.
Want to get this sequence going. Now's the round to do it. Money at an all-time low for the MongolZ off that last round loss. Blitz decides to try to call something new.
Liquid are in a great spot for this. I mean, they are fast rotates to be. They have the op on this second window.
Got to hit the shot.
Yeah,
he will.
He does.
Easy first one. Naf goes empty-handed for the time being and is met by a smoke. Difficult spot now for Ultimate as he's burned out of his position. A boost here for Elige to try to get into the action. His man advantage is taken over by the MongolZ, and that B site now belongs to them. A market peak's being held by the op. Oh, missed!
Oh, he's aiming so low right there.
MongolZ has suddenly got this back into the realm of possibility. Alicia's going to close the distance. Corner outside of the window cleared. This is Liquid taking control back into their hands. Mzinho with the sequence, 5 health left, and he gets it. Woo! 3 kills from that bench position. Survives on 5 for the Mongols, 6.
An absolutely filthy clutch again for the Mongols. Not even their first this map. Many in this series. It feels like almost all the clutch situations are going their way. New heroes each and every time. That's an ace?
Yes, sir.
Oh, and the 1-on-3?
Well, 1-on-2. But nasty.
Yeah.
You give him a little room to work with.
Well, Liquid did not need that. Back to pistols again. I mean, it was a harder shot, but it was one where, again, like Ultimate just needed that second. I guess Nafly also couldn't contribute when they were trying to jump out of the window from Get Right. He only got some damage in. That's a great molly block right there.
Hoping to bank on this one, M4. But down it goes, 5-7, tries to get the jump on CobreZera. He keeps himself alive again. A minimal health situation for some of these MongolZ players could queue up Shuhei for impact. Both the players in front of him die to a single bullet, and no coverage for the bomb plant. Yeah, they try to rush this, and so Team Liquid are suddenly going to rob a round away, it seems. Remember, 11 HP, but you almost catch MongolZ just jumping out through the window. Okay, careful now.
They're all taking damage.
Careful.
Still peeking.
Switching over to the Glock. They're not that tag, brother.
That was close.
That's going to be a Liquid third round secured off of MongolZ with a 2K, up to 14 kills now, double that of the second highest performing Liquid player in a Liege.
Little silly mistake here for MongolZ, not clearing empty pillar. Also, smoke goes down, but planning before it actually pops in. You could just try to fake and check empty pillar to see if they swing you. But off the back of that clutch, coming in with pistols and winning versus the MongolZ, that's just what they need. They send MongolZ now into the save. Well, the Force, actually. Wow, it's a massive chance for Liquid in this half now. This could be a tie game in the blink of an eye if they play their cards right.
Mid-shrouded in smoke, and Ultimate awaits. Easy pickup on Techno. Oh, Liege drops out, clears out middle, so quick to add an additional layer to the A-bomb site, and the Liege isn't going to stop with just the one. Extends into it. Team Liquid with a chance to take over this round, sees that opportunity with some tempo. Liege wanted some frags. And that is Liquid, like you said, trying to tie this game up. 2 rounds to go.
So huge that they won that eco. This would have been Liquid's money was in a terrible spot, and now it's in a fantastic position. Glock save here for the MongolZ. No deagles at all.
Head of the nades, at least. That's a silver lining. But Naf's not going to give you more than that. Very quick cull on the attempt to hit that B site. Done for off of Nafly. So give Naf a chance to get some action. It's been a pretty boring half over towards that site. And so on to the next one with a real chance at a tied half now.
Yeah. Liquid have done well here.
It's a good recovery. It was 6 rounds back and forth with no consecutive round wins. Team Liquid got that consistency.
Like, you'd love a dominant CT side, but mentally it's nice to make a comeback. No ops in play here for the Mongols. 2 ops in play for Liquid. It's a set play. B hit incoming. And Blitz is really getting frisky in middle.
Gets away from him though. Naf switching over to the AWP is going to catch MongolZ off guard. They'll try to just steamroll their way through, but the utilities really just put them in a completely stuffed situation yet again. No exit, so it seemed. Then suddenly a burst back. Shuhei on arrival will just clean up and make sure that Team Liquid don't waste this opportunity. Not even a bomb plant for the Mongols in the last 3 rounds of that half. All Liquid.
I wouldn't say it's a meme team. I think they're trying their best.
I don't think they're contender or even close to being that with that team.
They are already out of the major contention. I think that's weird.
On paper, BC Game has a decent team. I think the Portuguese core and like they were good when they were playing for SO, and also now they have more experienced players in Simple and Electronic, but from what I've seen, they don't look the best as a team, I would say. So I'm not sure if they need to do some changes or just change the way they play a little bit.
The level is super strong right now, even in the tier 2 scene, and it's hard to claw your way up the VRS points and to be in the elite tournaments. But yeah, they can make it happen if they are a quality team. Actually, maybe they need some more time.
I think Simple can definitely stay there and be their main star player because everyone knows who Simple is and how good he was, and I think right now he's not on the level he was before in my opinion, but he can still be pretty good in my opinion and in tier 1 team or tier 1 tournaments.
Do I think Simple have what it takes? I think he has, but I don't think he reached the same level as we're seeing of Dong and Cyber today. It has to be a unique scenario where he can come back to being a top 3 player in the world, but can he be a top 20 player in the world? For sure. And that's where I think BC Game has to look to put better pieces around him. Somebody who looks up to Simple and accept how he can be sometimes, because he's a straight shooter. Let's just put it like that.
Another moment where the Mongols start hot, and then Liquid just rope you into believing once more. They will be happy to try and ride that momentum coming into the second half of Mirage. These are maps where we know both teams are feeling kind of comfortable at the moment, but it was convincing towards the end of that CT side. But once more, the stat is a single pistol round win so far here at Blast Open Rotterdam for Team Liquid. Can they finally get that second right now? Not if Mzinho's got anything to say about it, seemingly. He's got himself a second already. 9-10 with the double down, and the answer's nope.
Yeah.
Not tonight.
And also just, yeah, the game plan for MongolZ, they had 3 and B waiting for it. Every shot gets hit. And Liquid have 1 pistol, no conversions. It's, you know, A or B. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you run into the stack. MongolZ didn't know with 100% certainty it was going to be B. Maybe they were 75-25. Just wrong day for a B hit, that's all.
Could end up being a really wrong day, though.
It is, yeah.
This is elimination.
It's elimination, and also, you know, that was Liquid's good side back on CT. It's going to be a little bit harder now.
We haven't really heard this talked about too much, but Team Liquid is an organization that is housed in the Netherlands. So Rotterdam, surely there's a lot of staff ready to kind of cheer for their org and their roster.
Yeah.
But you've got to get through the MongolZ tonight and then win the lower bracket final tomorrow. No guarantees. That game versus Spirit or 9Z.
8 damage dink. It shouldn't be that loud.
It shouldn't be the same sound. I
mean,
like that take.
It's like, because it changes your confidence when you come into the fight. You're like, well, actually, maybe I could finish this guy off with a Glock, when it's very far from the truth. Unless you're a Liege.
Liquid try to pop out the B apartments, hoping they maybe find it a little understaffed with that mid distraction going down, but it's not the case. Alicia's quarter HP versus 4, never going to be enough. So a single casualty there for the MongolZ, as Liquid just want to get into their gun rounds swiftly.
Unfortunately, this could just be like a very crushing CT side. We did see a comeback back on Ancient, but
And we aim to end Apex, okay?
so it's going to take all the best calls. Another standout performance from Liege. And, I mean, you have it for MongolZ, and that could be very nice for their T side, I'm sure. They're both playing well at the exact same time.
Ouch.
Quality nade.
Not what you're looking for in your first gun round of the half. 2 players down to 50 before they have a target to shoot back at.
Palliser coming in slow. You can see the complexion of this default is a lean towards the A site.
Nearly.
Bomb getting stationed up here in connector.
No CobraZero to try to challenge Catwalk. Trades go back and forth. We're left 3v3 as 9-10's patience stays focused towards Palace. But he's stepping out, looking for the bomb planter. Palace player and Naf still not yet to go wide. And that just affords 9-10 the walk-up. Luckily for Liquid, ultimate's there, and Naf will catch CobraZero. Finally going for any kind of a Palace play. What can Techno pull off 1v2?
B-Anchor could be coming in from anywhere. He has a kit to work with. No smoke to ninja this. Nafly is just actively watching the flank, waiting for a reaction.
Ultimate playing deep out middle.
They just want to stay close enough in case Techno tries something tricky.
Gonna try to get on it.
There he is.
Ultimate's got this one locked in, and so Naf catching CobraZero really turns the tide, because that quick exchange that the teams went down on into the 3v3 with, I was starting to be worried that the Palace player was just going to miss all their chances, but Naf strikes at least for the Cobra kill.
I think he was rightfully worried that they had a missile smoke that was meant to help them scale out a connector to wrap towards triple, and that meant that there's nothing to take attention away from Palace if someone's in CT. No one coming up sandwich to put pressure down on a spam, so went for the reactive play. It worked out.
Right.
What was that?
Okay. Alrighty. Have at it.
Instant 4v4.
That's
Another
hurt.
solid nade. Oh, 52 damage on the mark. Great chance to go B, though, if they want to move fast.
Techno with the 5-7 over towards
They're
the A
not
site.
in a great position to retake. You got
at all.
no kit to work with here too, so CobraZera is going to have to get real committed and go over.
Shots.
Wow.
MongolZ comes out with the Galil headshot. Cobra eating the flashbang, just made that a little too awkward.
Yeah, MongolZ really having one of those games, showing off the kind of headshots he can get.
Honestly, it's a welcome sign for Team Liquid's chances that MongolZ turns it on after his flat Ancient performance. Now, as you can expect, him and Elige top of the board.
For every team but Vitality, you're going to have, like, hopefully 3 players online at the same time. If it's 2, you probably lose, and that's kind of all you ask. Oh, wow. Crazy that he gets second. Oh, my goodness.
He just spammed me.
Yeah, he lined it up, but still, it was insane timing.
I think Elige is one of my favorite players when he's like actually dumbfounded,
right?
Because he knows so much.
Exactly.
Like a lot of the times he has to just admit, like, okay, yeah, like he can see the tricks at play, but that one's just, wow, he literally just spammed me.
Ferrari fake, okay? You guys go all ramp. Roland, you're doing the VP flash for me.
Did he say Ferrari fake? Are we going to get an F1 peak?
I mean, fingers crossed.
Leclerc.
Da, 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 da. Here comes Shuhei. And finally, Shuhei has 100 health. This guy's been eating frag grenades behind those mid boxes. MongolZ's gonna punish that 9-10 stairs peak. Sight, though, for MZinho, held on to only for the one. Very slick move for Team Liquid this round, not wasting anything. The tempo, the timing, it's all right there, one after another, making it move forward quickly. They take what they want, and they do it with conviction. On top of the round win, that's the lead.
So strong call here from Shuhei. Great shots hit behind it. Oh, man, that's a massive... I was looking at that, I was like, who was watching that?
Nobody. MongolZ just got that reaction.
Nice!
But it wasn't the full buy there for MongolZ, so this round should be a little bit harder. Oh, MongolZ surely just gets killed here, yeah.
That's a missed opportunity. And
I gotta watch for flashes when they're scaling down mid. Is he just gonna take the peek? Yeah, sure. Wow, okay.
Zinho steps into the challenge. Gets smothered by the 2 and a fast move up into connector, but it's a lineup for 9-10. A frag and a bunch of damage. His assist solidified by Blitz's frag grenade. Ramp push right into then the 2 awaiting players. And every fight there is just the 2 MongolZ players on top of one another, gunning you down. 2v1 in each of those duels after the connector duel goes down. And so tied game right back once the MongolZ have guns again.
And that's where even though MZinho runs out of underpass and dies after he gets this kill, he sees the entire game plan. That's what calls the rotations over to Ticket, and then they layer up so nicely.
Yeah, 2v1, 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 nice and clean. And the game is afoot again.
Again, looks like another set play here for Liquid. They want A. Palace walkout could be a great idea. No op on it right now. 9-10 watching with an AK. Oh, he wins over Elige.
Yep, and then you've got MZinho ready to just hold cover as a desperate MongolZ jumps for the bomb site. 9-10's trades have been electric as he is yet again a part of this solid A hold, and that's bomb thrown out in the open, so difficult recovery now for Shuhei. And a grenade again. I swear.
HE's have been fantastic.
Every round but one, Shuhei's been taken down to half health by way of frag grenade. And so Naf into the 1v4 this time. They've still got eyes on bomb. He takes the first one without damage returned. That's going to make this ever so slightly more likely. Second kill's his as well. Now down to 17 health, though. The double swing wide for the taking. And it is the MongolZ to touch double digits first.
Not mad at the call at all. And in fact, if Elige got his kill from Palace, and I think he knows it, that's like the whole site is compromised. They didn't have anyone in Ticket, so off the start, they weren't ready for something to come out of Palace this quickly. The spray's just excellent. I mean, it's even impressive. MZinho snags that kill so quickly.
Yeah, both those frags, not easy.
Yeah.
And yet MongolZ come out on top of both of them.
It's a tight spread, especially for an AK from that range. So, it's nice to see from 910. You normally give a lot of credit to on his op. Right?
Hey, it's us.
More things Maui said.
I can't afford anything. It would have to be Camille.
You know, that picture that they used of you, I'm sitting next to you also looking cool. Why'd they have to pick the ugly photo? There's that picture of you has me in it already.
That's true. Yeah, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Yeah, you look like, what's that movie they go to Vegas and do all the drugs? Fear and Loathing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where you had your Fear and Loathing outfit on. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
More great HEs.
And around with just Naf on the AK, can he be a hero? Ooh. 910 sees more than one out middle, and this is going to be Blitz to just take his sweet time. I mean, he hears this departure. They're writing off the threat of this push from
Blitz
the apartments.
Is hungry for Glocks right now. Oh yeah, look at him running.
Hate to break it to you, Liquid, but you're already dead. You just don't know it yet. Blitz may not even be needed.
Nope.
Rock solid shooting from CobraZera with the triple headshot. Obviously easy when you're on high alert. You know it's coming your way. Excellent movement from Blitz there. And the Mongols 2 rounds from victory.
I always think about that. I just has loser right behind them.
Yeah, I know.
Teams don't even see that. And it looks like CobraZera and Blitz getting the majority of the HEs. I mean, everyone's really doing a lot. Oh, they don't get him?
Dude.
Wait, Ultimate didn't...
That'll help.
Okay, at least Leash is up
Nice.
here. What a shot!
Ooh, that was not far off.
Oh, they want to be able to go B right now, but they've got the bomb at top mid, and they were thinking probably about taking it A.
Liege is the reason that Liquid still have this chance.
A nasty 180.
You could tell that the lizard part of his brain almost flicked into that third kill. Again, it just feels like that's his practice routine.
They have the nades, so it's got to be timed properly. They're not going to see anything here off Caddis. Also, doesn't land, which means maybe they rotate instead. 910, good luck.
Just got a glimpse of it.
Saw it. Oh, a couple of elbows.
Ooh, he's ready for this one, so a freebie at least, but he gets back into the cover, toys with the corner, and gets counter-picked off the site by Ultimate. Man advantage maintained, bomb thrown over. Will CobraZera take a swing at this?
They're looking for a big mistake.
Oh, that's it. Naf with the op, had an angle over top. It's a bit of a slower run from Mzinho to get up catwalk, but he is coming forward. He'll scoop up a kit in the process. And CobraZera, giving himself a smoke, creates some ambiguity. Does he just try to crawl out through it? Liquid have to wonder. Mzinho gets found out as Ultimate takes over that bench position. CobraZera trying to slide through, but Roland, with 3 kills this round, will cut that lead back down to 1 round again.
Yeah, excellent round from Ultimate. And even back on Ancient, despite the loss, so many good things to say about almost all the Liquid players. Ultimate was putting up off kills. Nice awareness here. Nice! Taking extra care. Not enough to kill the economy, but enough to make the game competitive. I guess that makes it the harder site to retake. Thought it would be in Inferno A, but I guess you know what? Actually, Inferno A and TS2 happens a lot more. Oh.
Good adjustment for Elige. Looked like he was going to get jumped by Techno, but that's Techno having a bit of a struggle here on Mirage.
Yeah, he had a big advantage in that fight. Elige showed himself a little bit. I think a bit of pre-fire even came in. So they expect 2 extra players to be in B. do hear this. MongolZ is so good at reacting to this. Sometimes he doesn't even pre-clear it up top on the bricks and can still instantly hit the headshot.
Finds just one. Shuhei's got the trade. CobraZera is going to be under pressure again from both sides of this bomb site. But at least with the fire burning, he knows they can't jump out there. They hit the ground through the window drop. Elige gets popped, and CobraZera can't maintain for the second. Missed shot from 910. Both into the bomb site. Flash in front of him. He's ready for the peeks. And they get off of the plant. One locked into the van. If they try to peek at the same time, they could have caught him, and they will. Ultimate to the headshot. MongolZ in between both. Has been found out. He closes the gap, clears the corner, and with Naf up against the van, MongolZ's got both heads popped for a clutch and a MongolZ 12th round win.
What a monster map out of MongolZ. Another clutch for him. Oh, that's tough for Naf. He's waiting at van. He can't actually guarantee the refrag. Once MongolZ pushed out into the site, he has him pinned in 2 isolated fights. Hard duels to win, but it's only headshots for him.
Just a bit of disjointedness. He finds that perfect path to find them cut off from one another and doesn't waste the moment.
I mean, got to count up the clutches, man, for MongolZ in this series. It's overwhelming.
That's MongolZ's third 1vx win this map alone. Top of the scoreboard off of that with 20 kills, 13 deaths. He is the reason that the MongolZ will have 2 map and match points right now.
Yeah, and it's not just 1v1s, it's the 1v3 from Blitz back on Ancient in overtime. That's a damning stat on top of the pistols. The fact, again, that the game is competitive. You always got to say, for a team to be this close without those rounds, it says a lot, but
at the end of the day, it's only going to say winner on one side, and right now that should be the MongolZ. We've got limitations for Team Liquid in round 23. Pistols on the field. And they're going to try to move this one quickly down middle. They want connector fast. Elige sliding into 910 scope. He gets caught on the jump over. Oh, but still they're able to burst down through. The Deagle finds one. CobraZera doubles up, and the sandwich players got the rebuttal already. 2 versus 2 now. Bomb was spotted as it tried to emerge through Palace. And as the MongolZ go shoulder to shoulder, Shuhei has been shaved off. He will be found top stairs, but wins his duel. Blindsides that bomb pickup, and Shuhei's dead to Blitz, who will win another clutch to close things. The MongolZ eliminating Team Liquid, who may have showed us promise, but clutch factor is massive in the formula for the MongolZ victory tonight.
And there we have it. MongolZ taking the series 2-0. Of course, Liquid did put up a great fight on both maps, almost getting that one to overtime, and on Ancient, they did just that. But on the other hand, it's a great sign to see the MongolZ in a state like this, Dupree.
I'm honestly put in a position where I feel like Liquid actually played pretty decently with what I expected was going to happen. I think that Liquid could be proud of what they showed today, with probably the limited practice they've had and the things that they've had together, you know, as a fact of a team that is still trying to find, you know, their groove. I honestly believe that Liquid can be proud of what they achieved today. You know, it's Elige had a really good showing, and I think if this is what we're going to be seeing in the future from Elige, but also in the fact of what, you know, the rest of the players and everything get more comfortable around each other, I think that's a good sign for Liquid to also just be looking into the hopefully the major side.
And with us on the desk, we're going to be able to talk to one of those victorious MongolZ, Techno. Well done, first of all. And I want to say that, I mean, didn't that ever get a little bit close? I mean, did you expect Liquid, who just brought in MongolZ, to be this good or this competitive with you guys?
Honestly, I expected it's going to be a top match for both of us. And yeah, it went same as I think. And yeah.
I want to go back to the game that you had against Vitality yesterday, and I don't think that anyone has said say that Vitality is not the best team in the world right now. And you guys, you at least pushed them when you came to Overpass, but on Mirage playing that one, that seemed like it was very one-sided, whereas today you decided to pick it again. Why did you decide to go back to Mirage?
Yesterday, I think we played very bad on the Mirage, but it's not as yesterday. Today, we played actually good on T sides and city sides, and that's how we play Mirage. Anyway, everyone knows it kinda, and yeah, everything went well today.
And how is it to work with CobreZero? Are you impressed with what he's showing today, and how has it been bringing him into the team?
Of course, he shoots like a monster, kinda beast, and yeah, he's the same as usual.
How about on the other side with Blitz? I think Blitz was a really good IGL and fragger last year. This year, we're not getting all of the same huge performances. On Ancient, he did have that huge clutch, but why do you think what do you think that's because of?
About him, I think he's kind of being unlucky, maybe.
Okay.
He always said about he shot one person 4 times minus 99 or something like that in this tournament.
Yeah.
I think he's kind of unlucky. Yeah.
Okay. All right. But well, I think that's going to be it from us. So thank you so much for hopping on and talking to us. Appreciate it. And congratulations and good luck tomorrow when you're going to have to face the winner of 9Z or Spirit.
Thank you.
I think it's great. I think MongolZ as a team is still moving in the right direction. And, it's obviously with what we're seeing today against Liquid, they were always favorites in my book. That's at least how I see it. I really do feel that MongolZ today also showcased that the whole fighting mentality is still in there, for the play style is still there. They're not afraid of taking the fights. And I was actually surprised that Liquid could actually put up such a great fight, because when you play against a team that goes in and take that many duels, want to deny you the space, and really play this in-your-face Counter-Strike, it's hard to deal with if you don't really have the situation or the things, pre-planned. And, for Liquid today, I'm honestly very impressed with how at least, has performed. And
totally.
Also with Malp stepping up onto Mirage after a little bit of I wouldn't say a stinker on Anshe, but at least, he showcased what he brings to the table, brought into this Liquid lineup.
Yeah, and I'm sure that we're going to hear even more from Elige, who was the star of that game, but unfortunately didn't come out with the victory, and he's there with Nat.
RF series for you guys on the side of Liquid, 2-0 against MongolZ there. What went wrong, though, in the first map for you guys? It felt like it was almost there for you to be able to win it.
Yeah, I think that there was like a lot of close rounds. I think that we were almost getting back into it, got it back to OT. I think it just came down to some small details on some of the rounds. Like, I think if either of the pistols could go our way, like, unfortunately they countered us on our T pistols pretty hard. Like, I don't think that we won any pistols, which makes it really hard. So I think that's unfortunate. And yeah, honestly, that map was kind of a long time ago for me, so I'm kind of forgetting.
I get it, when it comes down to such a stressful situation. Unfortunately, you guys now out of Blast Open Rotterdam here, but there were still some promising signs. How do you feel now looking for the team going forward?
Yeah, I think that we look a lot better. I think that, we almost beat MongolZ. I think they're a really strong team. Lost in OT. Any of those rounds could have went our way. Against Spirit was really close too. Of course, close isn't good enough, but we did just get Mario, this event. We didn't have any practice. The only practice that we had was just the first day on media day, and then the in-between day, which does make a difference. Thankfully, we actually all the practice that we had was on the maps that we ended up playing. So we didn't end up playing any of the maps that we didn't get prac on, which was fortunate for us. But yeah, I think that overall, the feel of the team feels like we're on a good path. I think that we do look like we're moving forward. We're getting the things that we want. We're focusing on the things that we need to, where I feel like this year there's been so many things that have been preventing us from just focusing on the game and getting better, having protocols, having the meta strats that we need, and feeling like we can have all the same things that all other teams do. And I think that we're slowly but surely going to be getting there, and unfortunately just too early for us now, but good signs.
Yeah, there's so many good signs, and I'm glad that you agree and think the same thing. You're going to get more of that time to practice, but you are going to be playing Dracula in about a week, so then how is going to be the time between now and then for you?
Well, now we're still going to be, we're actually still going to the Netherlands because we're going to be boot camping and, making a small appearance at Rotterdam. Nice. But yeah, it's just going to be full practice now, getting the rest of our map pool situated of how we want to play that, and getting a lot more practice in with Mario, small things here and there. So it's just full practice time, and the goal is we need to get wins. We need to show that we can only play like these teams close that are really good, but we need to play better than the teams that we should be beating, that the ones that we are ranked higher than, and getting some confidence going into the following tournaments after Draculan and securing VRS wins.
Awesome. Well, I look forward to that Liquid when it does show up. And thank you so much for joining me, Alish.
Thank you.
Optimistic is the word that I would use to describe how Alish comes across in that interview, knowing that MongolZ is just coming in, the fact that they only had a media day to practice. You couldn't really expect for much more, so to even walk away from this tournament with a victory over NIP in itself is probably an accomplishment, an NIP team that showed some form at the previous major. So I think Alish has really all the right answers as he usually does in that interview.
Oh yeah, 100%. Well, the team moving forward, I think that is like the thing that matters the most, the team, and them coming here, making it competitive, winning a series as well, but making it competitive against MongolZ in his own wording is a very good word. A very good team. That's a good sign, at least, because if you would have gone here and you would have just been smacked and just been like thrown out, out of the tournament, they would be thinking, okay, we have like a lot of work. But now at least you will leave the tournament feeling that, okay, we actually have something good going for us, and we can feel the vibes in the team turning into something positive, because it hasn't really been positive for Liquid for many months.
I mean, that's how I'm feeling when I walk away from that interview too. You're saying that's what Alish is giving off. When I spoke to him, it definitely felt like, yeah, we realize this. We're not off guard by any means, right? But he's really looking forward to what is going to be the future. And whilst their future in Blast Open is over for them, not for MongolZ, right? They really showed up, and that's what I want to talk about now, because coming into Mirage, that was their map pick, and we go, do you need to solidify that you're still a Mirage team after you kind of get manhandled by Vitality? They said yes, and they proved it there, Maui.
Definitely. I feel like Liquid were pretty uncomfortable throughout a lot of that game, and even in the moments where Liquid looked like they were going to be walking away with a round, we saw heroics and some antics from the individuals on MongolZ, and that's exactly what you really need for this team, for a team that isn't always just going to outgame opponents with misdirection. Sometimes it's just down to people like, say, Mazinho in this round, Dupree, who, I mean, this was just a magical moment for him.
It just looks like there's like no clear star when it looks like the MongolZ right now after losing Sensor. So it's good to see that, they can occasionally take time of stepping up. And, I've had my good feelings about Mazinho for a long time. He's maybe cooled off a little bit, but just see that he actually has the impact of it. Like, he's super sharp. One thing is he gets the 2 injuries, but he actually ends up clutching a 1v3 here in a very crucial situation when it also comes down to the economy of the current game. So Mazinho having a great game is something that MongolZ would need more of if they want to continue this trajectory of playing better Counter-Strike.
There was a time when people were really actually so high on Mazinho, they were saying that he was going to overtake Senzu as an individual, but I haven't seen it just yet, but the fact that he had a second clutch in this game as well is just absurd. And one where he's got a retake, the players could have on the Liquid side probably played together a little differently, but again, just so clean. I mean, the one player that I related him to early on when he was getting on this team was Bit. I mean, he's like a headshot extraordinaire extremity player and could frequently deliver huge clutch moments like that.
He's a relative like X factor of the team. Like when he shows up, that is really when the MongolZ are firing on all cylinders. And this clutch just, well, both of them actually, but the last one also showcases how good of an as a player he understands that how to isolate the duels and actually get it on his terms, despite it being a 1v2. And it's good to see, and I'm buying into it. I feel like he is one of those players that really has to like keep up and keep playing better and better if they also want to go back to their former glory.
Yeah, they're one step closer to that, right? And they're also one step closer to be able to make it to Rotterdam, get to play in front of that audience for themselves there. And so I'm just looking forward to it, because it feels like these clutch moments, these highlights are going to hit so much harder, because MongolZ feel like they're made for it to some degree.
We've seen now a handful of arena performances from them that have really kind of just lit things up. I mean, the run that they had at Austin was probably the most notable, reaching the grand finals there, taking a map off Vitality. They're definitely battle-tested when it comes to big stage moments. They've never been a team where I'm thinking, oh, these guys are a bunch of chokers. It was more like MongolZ, once they got over the hurdle of first getting through group stage unscathed, making it to playoffs. Then they started winning in playoffs, and then they started taking down some of the best teams. And to me, it's more just, are they actually in form? Is the team actually gelling well enough? Because if they are, I don't really get nervous about them no matter how bright the lights are.
I love the story of the MongolZ. I think it's been awesome. Also, like when I started looking at them as a player, they came I wouldn't say out of nowhere, but, you know, they were like another team to be reckoned with. And you can just see the improvements. And now it's like that first team out of Asia that can go to Europe and they can go deep in runs of tournaments and making the grand final in Austin, where I for a moment thought they were going to be the first team to do that. You know, I think they played awesome Counter-Strike at that point. It's a little bit of a different team as of now, but like the DNA or the identity of them is still somewhat the same. They're just trying to get back and slot CobraZero into becoming more like comfortable and also feeling more like as a part of the unit. It will take some more time, but from what they're showing here, it's not. The thing with Monk is that they haven't dropped off a cliff like we've seen other teams do when they lose like a star player or a team or like a player that is so instrumental to them. They have still like kept the level, but now they're just trying to see if they can even reach their old levels, and that's just a matter of time. But what they're showing so far, you know, it's good, but there's still flaws. When they go up against the best teams, there's still some issues that they need to be looking at.
Well, even a flawless team can make a deep run in a tournament, because when we look at our bracket, that's kind of what MongolZ is doing at the moment with this victory over Liquid for themselves. That it means that they are simply one best of 3 away from making it to playing in front of a crowd, making it to that playoffs. But their opponent, still TBD. We don't know exactly who it is. It's going to be decided between Spirit and 9Z there, Maui.
I feel like there's a clear favorite
Decided
here.
between Spirit and 9Z there, Maui.
I feel like there's a clear favorite, but I'm not undervaluing too much what 9Z has shown us thus far at this tournament. I'm really curious about how this one plays out, and if 9Z is a team that I should probably even, you know, pay further attention to following this tournament, regardless of the result we get here.
Yeah, I'm actually buying into it. I think you know, them being the South American rising team coming in and beating Mouse, despite of their like lack of results late in, then I feel that must have given them like a confidence boost, right? They're coming from that region and then coming into this tournament, beating one of the top teams in Europe. That's what they were looking for. And now they know they go up against Spirit. Sure, they're better on paper and probably also as a team. So this is going to be a mouthful, but I mean, anything can happen in Counter-Strike.
Anything truly can. There is a potential for upsets. It's not going to happen in this moment right now because we're going to go to a break on the other side. That's when we get to see our series and have a chat about it.
In 2026 so far, one team that is really close to becoming a really strong team is, I would say, FUT.
Thus far, I think it might be FUT.
I think the team FUT.
FUT is the biggest underdog of this like year, season, whatever.
The young team, previously Navi Junior, so a bit of a closer relationship to them than some other teams.
I played against them a few times, and I could see the way they're playing. They're playing with confidence, they're playing with a very nice structure, but they're also playing with aggressive and carelessness. When I looked at the team, I was like, oh, they're doing a lot of aggressive things, but it's all planned to a bigger macro call by their coach, I believe.
They're a group of players who are playing with each other for a long time, and they do have a coach who is like making them playing together. They have a great individual skill, and also they have a structure. I feel like Julio is doing a lot for their success.
Overall, I just think that they're on the come up to making playoffs, making huge upsets in tournaments against even the elite teams. They won Mouse Sports in the last of the playoffs they played, and I think that it's a dark horse type of team.
They show that they can play against anyone, so if they just do a little bit more, I think, as you said, they can become a really strong team.
I think they're going to be top 8 at the major. I think they're going to go to the playoff. I think them at the major will have so much motivation to showcase themselves that people miss out on them. I've seen them develop for past year. How they grind through the Tide 2 is reminding of what we saw in COVID times, the old Gambit lineup. Now they skyrocketed and stayed in the top, but they could never win. And I think FUT's way of grinding to the top is probably the most healthy because they take step by step. By that, I think they enjoy the journey way more than them going straight into a final and they believe now they're the best.
To throw out some other names, how do we think about Paravision?
If you talk about Paravision, I wouldn't consider them really as underdogs. I think they already proved that they're a really strong team, so that's why I didn't mention it, because they already won a Tier 1 event and they made playoffs in some other Tier 1 events, so I would say that they were underdogs maybe a few months ago, but now I think they kind of proved that they're a real Tier 1 team.
I think Paravision is not underrated. I think this is to be expected expected for them to be deep in tournaments now. I know that players have lower name value, but when you win a tournament and you have grinded your way and you play pretty good CS, it is to be expected at this point. In my opinion, there's only FUT that will surprise people. Right now, I think there's a lot of teams that are interesting, but not enough for me to mention them in the scenario where I think they can go top 8 at the major.
You're just coming off a big win yourself. Is this possible you could go on a run over the next few weeks, few months?
Yeah, I would say that we are a good contender. We didn't face the, so to say, elite teams. So I think the win we just had gives us the opportunity to, step it up a notch. And when we face the elite teams, to beat them as well.
You ever dream?
Sometimes big, sometimes no.
Sometimes big?
Yeah.
What's a dream that you have?
I forgot.
What in the world?
Don't pull the trigger, bro. Put it down.
Time's ticking. Clashes and kills them off. Call him the Kalashnikov. Always reliable Russian rifling.
The target in the back is untouched. Round 1, that's 0. Rez, are you confident you can beat that? Yeah. All right, let's see what you got. Okay, there we go, there we go.
Wrong, unfortunately. And what is this jacket, Pimp? Come on.
What do you mean?
It's... okay.
No, break it down for us. All right.
Yeah, the jacket is really yellow.
Okay.
It's even more yellow.
He pulls it off, though. He pulls it off, I feel like.
So guys, I'm falling asleep slowly. Made to finish this in 4 maps, I mean. Okay. Wake the fuck up! Wake up, man! Let's go, guys.
I want to be there for you. To fucking make history.
I'm going to have to sit in this arena and feel the atmosphere for this Falcons Vitality game because, man, this is getting crazy out here in Hong Kong. 2 games left, and then we wrap it up and hopefully we come back because it's been an incredible week.
Hey, my name is Kerrigan. I'm currently the IGL for FaZe Clan, and today we're doing some map analysis. The game we're looking at is Liquid versus Heroic. So first of all, you want to always play for some mid control, or at least throw some mids as the CTs. And most of the time, you actually are going to play 2B.
You already wiped the server with them, but now if you want to wipe your something else with Vitality's logo, you can, courtesy of this custom-made toilet paper. Now keep in mind there is a Falcons logo in there somewhere, so you might need to be tearing out every like 8 sheets.
Yeah, I'll take care of it. What does they call it? They call it little coup. A little coup? What does they call a force buy? A force buy is still a force buy, but they call it le force. Le force. What does they call full save? I don't know, man. I didn't do any calls. Stop trying to coach me. Start following my calls. Ha! Be careful. Last time I said it, they made me an IGL.
Is this how roster changes happen?
Rivals, Hong Kong champions. I present to you the best team in the world. Bask in their glory. This is FURIA.
A Spirit and NRG.CET matchup is how we get to close out at day number 5 of Blast Open Rotterdam. The teams have been sitting around waiting to get into their computers and just see who is exactly going to be advancing on and fighting for that last slot to the playoffs. And it is either going to be Spirit or NRG.CET. And Melly, I feel like maybe you had a bit of a favorite when we talked about it earlier.
You could say that.
Yeah?
You could definitely say that.
Like
I mean,
55%?
they're not impervious, okay? They're not a flawless team. This isn't Vitality we're talking about. It's Spirit, okay? So they have arguably the best, actually, I wouldn't even say arguably, they got the best rifler in the world in Donk, and that's always a win condition, okay? Even if they're going through turmoil right now, even though they are still trying to figure out their identity as a team tactically, they always have a massive, massive win condition.
That's one thing for Spirit, right? I think the most important thing for me, at least looking back at that game against Paravision, is that I want them to see like a little bit more determined and a little bit like hesitant in what they're doing. I think it's important for Spirit as a team to now go in and show that they will humble 9C as much as possible because they know from what happened yesterday that wasn't good enough. And surely Paravision is at a better place than 9C. There's no doubt about that. But in my books, Spirit should have showed way more teeth yesterday against Paravision. That wasn't the case. I think Donk did everything he could yesterday to try and clean up the mess that his teammates was not pulling out. I think that Shiro was disappointing yesterday, and I think the tactical approach from Spirit yesterday was also very disappointing.
Yeah, that's what's like the hardest thing to sit here and say is they do have a star player in Donk, right? That's never going to be an argument. You're never going to open the door to that. But at the same time, having a player like that, I don't know what sort of atmosphere it's creating right now in Spirit, but they only win 3 rounds on a map that he is the one that shows up for them.
It's incredibly disappointing because when you have tools like that, you're probably thinking about, oh man, what if they had a different IGL? What if they had a different code? What if they had a different structure going on? Because
that's early.
everybody would die as an in-game leader to have this guy on their team. I mean, the kill count differential between Donk and the rest of Spirit yesterday on Anubis was almost flat out laughable. I mean, 19 to 24, and I would say they only broke away from him in the last 2 rounds. He was tied with the rest of the team until the very tail end moments of that game. So to not get it done, it's not only that I feel like the Spirit players should be disappointed for themselves, they should just be apologizing to Donk individually.
Surely, and I think we had this discussion yesterday, like, if you take Donk out of Spirit, like, where would that put them? You know, I mean, like, with
15th best team, like for what? You know, it depends who's replacing him. But if it's like Shello, you know, I think they're happy to be in the top 12. You know.
Oh yeah, for sure. But there's no doubt that the power that Donk brings to the team and the fear factor he brings towards his opponent is extremely important. And I think we've always looked at Spirit being this team that if they didn't have Donk, then where would they be? But I don't think that's entirely true. Maybe if you go back to the old iteration of them, that was, you know, not true. But now looking at it, if you pulled him out now, they would be looking extremely horrendous. I mean, there's probably a lot of issues that they need to be figuring out. Donk is trying to, you know, salvage the situation and pull them back, but you can't really win Counter-Strike all by yourself. I mean, it's almost impossible. He has showcased that a couple of times, let's be honest.
He kind of has.
He has sometimes, yeah. Right? But he still needs more out of his teammates, and I think that's like the main story coming into this matchup.
And you got to have an honest conversation, whether that's with the team or with yourself, or maybe with me, because that's kind of what Zontix did. Yesterday, you guys had a hard-fought series against Paravision. How do you feel about your individual performance in that series and changing it coming into your one against 9Z today?
We were terrible. We have to play better.
Okay. And is that as a whole team, or is that what you feel about yourself?
Both, I would say.
Then what has changed? How much can change in 24 hours between series?
Oh, it actually, because it comes not to how we prepare or our skill overall. It's just about our emotions and just energy levels and all of this stuff. How much we trust each other, how much we want to play. And we have, I would say, problems with it lately, but it all comes to us. We can win, it's just if we want to, you know.
Yeah. Then where are the energy levels for the team and for yourself?
Like right now?
Yeah, and does it ramp up when you get closer to actually going on stage?
Yes, it does. And I would say we are much more motivated when it comes to us being almost eliminated.
Okay. All right.
So,
classic Spirit fashion, you know, facing elimination, that's where you'll turn on?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Yeah. Probably, and I'm glad that he saved it by saying that it ramps up the closer they get to going on stage, Mal.
I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously emotions were not in check. You know, Zontix notoriously just constantly not in control of his emotions whatsoever.
He's got to work on that.
It's the most stoic guy ever saying that the emotions weren't in check. Obviously, there's a little bit of subtext there. There's a little bit of shade probably being thrown around for how the team was acting when they were playing against Paravision, which is, of course, in itself concerning, but
I actually read it the other way a little bit, where it was that everyone went silent and that there wasn't any energy or emotion. Like no one wanted to be the person that was putting themselves out there to push the team a little bit more. I actually thought it was we're all getting too reserved, but you think it was maybe 1 or 2 people going crazy and that they need to pull it back.
I feel like the case for Spirit in the past has been, I think actually that's a strong assessment now of what happened yesterday, because when we did look at the cams, a lot of the time it was just kind of the size, the droopy body language. But in the past with Spirit, there's been a lot of mouses that have been nearly broken, tables that are still lucky to be intact. But I think that's kind of what you get with this Magic's version of Spirit, where it's sort of a silent frustration that overtakes the team, more so than a rage-inducing series of events.
Yeah, like frustration is part of Counter-Strike, but it's also something that you need to control. And from time to time, we have seen that it's gotten maybe a little bit too like exaggerated inside the Spirit camp. We've seen Donk being relatively frustrated. You see Magix do this every single time when he feels something's off, whether it's because his teammates are not following the call or it's his opponent doing something stupid, right? So it's obviously also something that needs to be, you know, fixed inside Spirit, that, you know, the frustration needs to be limited as much as you can. I think it's fine that you show frustrations as long as you just allow yourself to bounce back coming into the next round. That's always been the rules of my teams, that you're allowed to rage, you're allowed to have these frustrations because you need to get it out, and we're all different people, right? But if it actually hinders your team to play better, or it hinders your teammates to actually perform by you being frustrated, then that's like kind of a no-go, right? And I don't know, obviously, what's happening inside the Spirit camp with how severe it is, but we have seen from the play camps that it can get out of hand sometimes.
And all we can do is really assess from the outside. We're not sitting there with them in practice. We don't know what the talk is when they walk away from here, either winning or being defeated. But there is a question right now around Magix as an in-game leader, right? Is that the person right now where we're looking at, you actually need to be that voice. You need to be the one that is hitting the nail on the head with what Zontix is talking about.
This is the first time in Magix's career that he has been the captain, that he's been the in-game leader. Apex had a funny tweet in French that he was pretty much thanking the community for not chastising him as much as people have been criticizing Magix for his first 3 months as an in-game leader. Spoiler, they were pretty mad at Apex at that time as well. It just seems to be, when you're a new in-game leader, you're trying to bring a firepower upgrade to a team, but your IGL skills are untested, then you're going to go through massive growing pains. The teething issues are clearly apparent with Spirit. They're not as directed in mid-rounds as they were under Chopper. Even the beginning of plans for a lot of their rounds just look a lot scrappier, like there's no clear direction. Which is crazy to me, because I figured, and I think a lot of people thought, with the Holly system, you kind of just go through all of his strats and you just run what you've drilled in practice. But it seems like sometimes coming into rounds, Spirit are just flying by the seat of their pants. They're just saying, let's buy 5 AKs and 4 of us are swinging top mid, no smoke. Well, like, what is that? I don't know what that is.
That's FACEIT.
Yeah, that's it is FACEIT calling.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, maybe that's what you pull out if you're not confident in what you're going to be calling. And I think it showed yesterday when they played that they do have hesitation and they do sometimes lack direction or structure. And it is too early to judge whether he's going to be like a great in-game leader. We've seen how, you just mentioned Apex, how he has evolved to become a very skilled in-game leader, right? So sure, it's early to judge, but what we've seen so far, it's not really helping Spirit get, like, it's not getting them anywhere. And I think that is the thing. Sure, we want to give him more time, but I also think that we're judging them based off what we know, how good Spirit were in the past, right? And also because everyone's, you know, talking about Donk being this great player, and he hasn't won a trophy in a while, right? You know, and we also compare them to how good they used to be. So that's like a natural process when you make changes, that you compare them to how they used to be. It takes time for them to get there, but it also leaves us at a point where we don't know if this is the iteration that's actually going to get them there.
Yeah, well, that's the hardest thing, right? Is whilst we do need to compare to some degree, comparison is the thief of joy. Right now, there is so much going for Spirit. I got to speak to Magix and try and find exactly what that joy is for them at the moment. You guys losing 2-0 to Parry yesterday, obviously a bit of an upset there. But what's changed between Spirit of yesterday to Spirit today?
Oh. Call it upset. Thank you. Well,
you don't think you were favorites in that series?
I mean, we were the favorites, yeah. But you know, they're a high-ranked team, and they have beaten us last time, and they did a great preparation for this one. So yeah, that was kind of difficult to play against. What has changed today is that we are not facing James today. So it's a bit of a different team. So, you know, you should be, when you're preparing, you know what to expect from the enemy. And, you know, the 9Z playstyle differs from the PV. So I think we will manage to handle it better.
And Apex recently has tweeted, sort of in your defense, about like how much time is needed to get used to being in IGL. What are your thoughts on him tweeting something like that?
Oh, I think probably no one can say like the exact amount of time which is needed, like usually, because the persons are different, and he probably understands like, yeah, like of course he definitely understands like some difficult parts of changing crosshairs per time, getting the like being the leader and like starting with this from the scratch, because before that he's been an entry fragger. And probably he's been through a lot of things happened, like, because he's doing that for not so many years, and maybe the beginning for him was tough.
And do you want to put out any predictions on how you feel this series against 9Z will go?
Oh, it's gonna be either 2 maps game or 3 maps games.
Okay, that's okay, but you have to laugh at that. To be fair.
It's getting worse by the day.
No.
with these
I'm
situations.
gonna defend. I'm trying to set them up right. I'm looking for that headline, that clickbait where it's just like they thought they were gonna 2-0 LOL, they got 0-2'd, Like that's what I'm looking for. So fair play, Magics. Yeah, it's either gonna be 2 or 3 maps. Well, at least we know it can count.
It is.
I'm gonna honestly get him on the desk.
Yeah.
I mean, that's great.
That is great
that's
analysis
insight right there. I mean,
yep.
It's adding about as much as I am, right?
Couldn't say it better myself, really.
But if you guys were to try and, have a feel for where exactly it would go, 2, 3, Spirit, 9Z, where would the money go? Where would you put your money in your mouth?
I just want to say one thing, that it looks like we've lost money. So the morning shifts is doing us dirty. That's what's happening right now. We've lost money in our portfolio.
Points.
No,
Blast
that
points,
is
not
true.
money.
That is true.
Blast points.
Last point. Thank
points.
you.
There was a day when morning
It's points.
shifts
It's true.
took
Points.
our
We've
points.
It's free to play.
It's free to play.
It's
Points.
F2P.
Thank you, Mao. You are such a treat.
And they
F2P.
took our points and they put it on another team that we didn't agree to. We didn't consent to that.
The morning
and then we
shift.
lost a bunch.
Oh, geez.
So
that
now we gotta
morning.
make up. We gotta double or nothing.
However, now that if you want to play a part of the prediction game, I think we should go and look at the game that we have at our hands right now with
Okay.
Spirit 9C. So let's just dive in to see how things are looking for the stock. Spirit 2.17.
We should have gotten in yesterday. It was really down
We should have.
yesterday.
Let's go see 9C.
Oh, we also
1 for
should have
4.
gotten in yesterday.
That's not even that low, is it?
No.
That's not that low.
No.
No.
How do you feel about this one? Do you think we should do
safe? Just go safe.
Which is
safe money makes money.
Okay.
Safe points make points. That's what I meant to say.
So what do you guys
safe,
want to do
though?
here?
Spirit.
So we go Spirit?
Spirit safe.
Like all in Spirit? Do we
Safe.
believe in
Let's do it.
that?
How much do we
Safe.
have? How much can we do?
Well, we have 576 blast points.
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 Coins.
Coins.
Coins and points.
Coins?
Coins.
Well, but what percentage can we do? What percentage can we do?
I'm gonna make a decision now.
I'm
No,
maxing it out.
don't. Did you just put it all in?
Of course.
Okay, well, I guess can't undo it. All right, you went all in. You guys feel like it's going to be Spirit.
I've tried it before.
You've done it before. It's definitely
He's good
always
at the Nova shots.
it's paid off. It's definitely paid off going all in over at Nova Shots there. But I do still wonder, maybe someone wants to go all in on 9Z. So how do we fare 9Z right now in this matchup? Credit where credit's due.
9Z have been a pleasant surprise at this tournament. I thought that they would likely bow out of this tournament 0-2, losing their opener and then their lower bracket game, but they've already caught us by surprise. By taking down MongolZ, now we're forced to pay attention to this South American roster that shows that they've got a little bit of bite, that DGT returning to their lineup after a year away on Pain has elevated them. The firepower that he brings, and I would even say the experience that he brings, has clearly brought 9Z to a level that they were definitely missing last year, and one that now, if you're not taking them seriously, if you haven't looked at the way that they like to play Counter-Strike, they could catch you off guard, and they could actually, and as they have shown, pull off an upset.
I'm very excited to see what they will bring when it comes to Spirit, because their MongolZ win must have given them quite the confidence, because that was their main goal of going to Europe. That was to get that win on the bat, to actually show, hey, we can play against the good teams, and Yeah, we've talked about MongolZ. I'm not going to go down that road again, but now Spirit is ahead. It's a team where they will probably have to play as good, if not better, than they did against MongolZ to have a chance here. So for them, you know, they're still in a position where they couldn't really have done anything better than what they've done already, right? Sure, they could have won their first game, but the MongolZ win is important, and I'm excited to see what they can bring, because that game against MongolZ, that was also a team game. It wasn't like necessarily one specific guy that just blew the roof and just performed out of his mind. It was all 4 players, with Max as well, who actually decided to pull up a pretty good game.
I'm just looking at that bracket because we're talking about, they won over MongolZ. Their upper bracket was against Vitality. So they went Vitality, MongolZ, now Spirit. And if they win this one, then they're going to have to go up against MongolZ. This is not an easy road, but it is a road that they get to learn so much from, because that's one of the things that so many competitors say across all esports is you will learn so much more from a loss than a win. And they would have learned a lot from Vitality. They do lose that map to MongolZ, which means they're in a good position to have such a big learning pool after doing so many qualifiers in their region.
Of course, and I feel like also teams are going to be learning about just how 9Z like to characterize themselves too, and maybe even get some inspiration. I think MongolZ probably should be getting a little bit of inspiration from this round that we've got between 9Z and MongolZ. The way that 9Z wanted to play this one just kind of showed how much coordination there was between these players. They get a little bit lucky here as Brolin is trying to pull out a nade, but then I'd say the patience at DGT at door right here is where he has been through these situations enough times to know he can give up a free 1v1 to Exertion, who he knows is playing right in front of that door, and then they wait that whole time for a double peek to cleanly secure the round. 9Z, I would say they look composed beyond what you would expect from a roster that comes from a region that's probably lesser known for tactics and more known for just brawly play.
And that's what I also think is going to play in their favor in this match, if we had to find like something positive. If there's a team coming from a region that you don't really pay too much attention to, and it's a team that is relatively unknown or goes under the radar, it can be hard to play against because you don't necessarily know what you're going up against. Sure, you will have data, but it's like, and then you look at the matchups, yeah, but it's just other South American teams like, we should be able to beat these guys. But eventually, you know, they know how to play Counter-Strike. You know, they couldn't have done it better in their own region. And this showcased also that they have their fundamentals at right. And I think it's sometimes, if we look at Paris and these like lesser good teams, if you want to put it like that, they play some of the best Counter-Strike actually because they make the less mistakes because they have to grind.
Well, yeah, grinds are where a lot of champions are forged for themselves. And we're going to see if those fundamentals are going to be able to show and just what maps they'll be showing on as well. Well, what are you hoping to see, I think, is actually the question I'll pose here, because that's something about a lesser-known team in 9Z is what is comfortable for them, what could be a perma-pick for them.
Well, they've liked Overpass a lot coming into this tournament. I haven't really seen it at this particular one, but I'm glad that they try to bring it out versus Spirit. It's a map that they have a lot of tactical diversity on, and for Spirit, on the other hand, I feel like they're just going for the pug maps, okay? Dust 2 obviously is where Magix has shown the most comfort. Just get on Cat, go. Like, it's not always the most groundbreaking misdirection-based strategy.
Yeah, that's where you can usually get off with, but just like defaulting, or at least it's a map where Dong also just thrives, right? He will be able to win you openings by, you know, just going up Cat, getting openings, and then relying on the executes. And I think for 9C, Overpass is maybe a map that Spirit, I wouldn't say haven't played as much, but is maybe a little bit overlooked, and I think it's gonna play into the hands of 9C to just go with what they feel comfortable around, and I think that Overpass could be that one.
This is the best possible map pool, in my opinion, that 9Z could have gotten. They like picking Overpass. They almost beat MongolZ on Dust 2. Mayern is just one of the highest rated players on the map in general, and they already beat MongolZ on Nuke. So I don't know how you could ask for anything more here.
What's not to like?
The best possible map pool for 9Z. Well, with that, we brought the best possible casters for this series. That's Scrawny and Launders.
Oh, always so kind, Nat. Thank you very much. The best possible maps, Mohan. That's kind of painting a scary picture for a team that once, at a Blast event, put RPK in retirement.
They can retire teams. They can play above their level. This is the hottest take ever. I'm going to say right now, 9Z are probably a better team than Spirit.
Ooh.
They just don't have nearly the same pieces.
Scorching.
Well, what we saw from Spirit in the last series was not much of a game plan, no tactics, individual plays obviously from Donk. But when Nat asked Magix, you know, what changed between yesterday and today, well, hopefully it was some of that, because we didn't really get any of the creativity that we could say, wow, this is such a great call. This is such a great idea. This is such great chemistry. They didn't really have any of that, and NRG.CET have all of that. We have seen amazing moments from them in that regard. They just don't have the top 20 players and the experience, but they do have impressive calls. They have impressive rounds, and they definitely have ideas and their own unique flavor of CS.
Can always be a hell of a go on a T side of overpass. Here comes the exec in and over. Donk is blind in the meantime. That's all right. Back turn to Tanir. He'll capitalize on Luchov. Now Donk's still ready to go, but playing it patiently. Knows they're going to round this pillar, and when they do, they're dead. Him and Shiro mow him down. Spirit CT pistol victory.
Donk is hyped. Now, the last time NRG.CET played this map, they played against Vitality. It was 13-3. It was domination, obviously, because it's Vitality, and ZywOo absolutely styled on them. That's something that can happen today, too. We have, again, the individuals here, the CT side starting off for Spirit. It could be an absolute crushing defeat for NRG.CET. Wow. Yeah, so NRG.CET, they grind overpass. They've always played it, no matter the game, no matter the year.
Just trying to tap into that wealth of experience and weaponize it versus now top-tier opposition and, well, Vitality to Spirits. See what they've got in store for us, but not this round because it's Glocks across the board, barring Luchov's Desert Eagle.
I think this is also like, I mean, we've seen great iterations of NRG.CET with Try and everything like that, and I thought I'd never really be a fan of them without Try. But to be honest, this team overall, I think might be the most solid, like, foundation, like, for 5, yeah.
Well, that's high praise for a 9C that we've
like, maybe you have Try for Mayern and then they're overall better.
Yeah.
But like for every piece they've got with DGT coming in, I think it's looking very nice. When you see the aim duels, Wasso gets some nice fights, DGT pops off. When you pick overpass this much and a map that's so CT-sided, you have to, you know, you've got to have a plan for when you don't win the pistol because you need some kind of T-side. You don't really need much of it, but you need some kind of T-side, and that's easier said than done.
Feeling like a pretty excited CT setup for Spirit now. A couple times you've gotten Magics outside this connector door for this moment. Still hanging on to make sure that B doesn't crumble. NRG.CET kind of flying blind at the moment. No idea as to whether Fountain's been checked, what's actually inside connector. And as Magix gets a whiff of what's going on in short, he'll just drop the incendiary. Fresh smoke over toward Monster 2, so it's just a stalemate so far here in round 3.
Looks like Spirit are quite fine with this position. They know exactly what's coming their way. But they're not playing Monster side, so it will encourage, I think, more rotations, people playing more close to B. Molly's going to tag him. But it was just a walkout. I don't know, actually. Maybe they didn't get a tag.
There's one more smoke on Magix. He's going to throw that down. He held it long enough to interrupt it. Zontix burns the whole entire time. What did he expect to happen?
I don't know.
Magic's last smoke popped in front of it. Maybe he thought that'd give him sanctuary, but not the case at all. So easily taken down the bomb site for the time being. Dual Beretta's out in the middle of it. That's desperate here for Donk. Shiro lines up 2, and it goes into the 1v1. This is technically the 1v3. Shiro capitalizing. 7 seconds. He's just going to push the duel. It's all he wants is this fight. Shiro wins it. 3 kills in what is a 1v3, as that B bomb site was truly under pressure.
Yeah, excellently handled from Shiro. It got to a point in the clock where, like, he could just mag dump and, like, cut it off, knowing that Max needs to take that duel at some point. So, nicely done. Close attempt on the trades, unfortunately, there for Zontix. And yeah, it's just a situation where I think the smoke, like, he hears it extinguish maybe the outside of it. I'm not sure. But I'm loving the energy right now. I think Spirit have a lot to prove after what happened to them versus Paravision.
Yeah, Magic's chalking that one up to a good game plan out of Paravision, giving respect where it's due.
Yeah, and yeah, that's also an important point about it, that Paravision played extremely well.
Something that we are coming to expect day after day.
You also got to appreciate what Apex said. I mean, a lot of people who are, you know, just watching this game cannot appreciate the fact that Apex is the #1 IGL right now. The guy who he was the last guy you would have expected to ever take on the role. It took years, but it could not have paid off more.
Gonna mow down this light attempt to get out through the monster smoke. Short instead's gonna have to be the avenue here for 9Z if they've got anything to stand on this round. And Magix has got other ideas. I think a lot of people will forget as well that when like Apex first took over in-game leadership for Vitality, there was even that weird period, that very short period where he was kind of like pulled off the roster.
I think he kind of benched himself. He like took a little break, and then he actually ended it early, came back to the team, which felt like even more of a red flag. And was like, whoa, chill. Like maybe like this should just not have happened. And but he believed in it, and you know that's the power of believing in yourself, and an org that believed in him.
Yes,
I mean
100%.
that could have been him getting cut in that spot.
Yeah, they could have said, nah, this is not going to work.
And for a while they got
given more of a vision.
And they have Zywoo who's getting #1, and then they get 1 trophy a year, sort of, as time rolls on. They're always one of the top 5 teams, top 3 teams in the world, but not dominating. And yeah, eventually it just comes together. I mean, IGL is one role where like you just keep getting better with experience. Yeah, other roles, it's possible, you know, you want to be a star player, too much experience can maybe count against you. You've just seen too many losses. You've just got too much scar tissue, and it's important to just believe you're the best, and you know you just have a dominating period that feels like it's never going to end. But that's why you naturally move into leadership later.
Ninesy's had to wait for this opportunity to come back into a round with guns, so let's see what they've got in store. It's an early grenade landing on DGT to drop him down to 40. But this time they're not going to find Donk inside connector. We get this double up over towards long between him and Tanir instead, and that's going to put Shiro in the hot seat in a moment. Flash finds him, but he is lucky to be alive. Mayern missing the opportunity to drop his counterpart. But that miss goes both directions.
Yeah, Shiro was missing yesterday too. That's got to be solved.
He's going to lean this one forward.
It's one of the best CT overpass offers of all time.
High praise. Just missed another shot. They're going to go towards long control instead, and upper bathroom's compromised because Shiro was missing shots. We'll see if Donk can recover on his own. Tends to, and does yet again. So, yeah, not a bad day in the office to have a guy like Donk by your side.
And that's, you know, used to be Axile with Shiro playing on A-site overpass, and that was the whole show. You put and that's the cool part about overpass. You put the best rifler you can find and the best opper and the only opper on your team, and you put them together on the A-site. So much space to work with, so many CT favored positions. Just an excellent way to show off exactly how many kills you can get in one half. And well, now Shiro even has an upgrade from Axile to Donk to work with.
I mean, this is such an example of a round where if you don't have a guy like Donk, if you don't have a phenom,
they've got a Donk sticker.
No teams do, really. That this kind of a situation gets totally unraveled, right? Like Shiro not only missing a chance at catching the opper when he comes out through connector, but we didn't get to see it. We heard it. Shiro firing another round in bathrooms. That T who gets up into upper bathrooms. It's now a 3 versus 2 long pinch in the favor of 9Z because your oppers left you out there to die. Only Donk starts spinning in a circle and kills all these players.
I want to know whose AK that is, because he's got the FaZe Boston stickers and a Donk sticker on the mag. That's culture. Well, this is the spirit we wanted to see today for sure.
Mayern's got an angle he's allowed to hold on to. That's gonna that's gonna be a gut-wrenching feeling.
It's a call out because you're like, also you're boosted up and you're like, well, obviously we're not gonna expose ourselves. to this now.
Unless you just pretend like you weren't there.
Yeah.
Which is kind of what I guess they're hoping to do.
Yeah. I mean, they're here so early, but one molly lands and they'll have to move.
Yeah,
oh, they just come and clear it, yeah.
There you go.
It's a bit too quiet for too long.
See ya.
It's like a sneaky way for the CTs to kill the clock. They might think you're up there. They're like, all right, well, if you're going to waste time up there, then we're going to time our preem and just kill you when we want. And now what are you going to do? Makes it harder to fake. We're going to try to get close to A. Just dispels of that one. I mean, he's just melting them down right now.
Not allowed to get any closer. Donk's patience now at 20 seconds because doesn't want to give them any room to work. And if you try to push past him, you're just going to eat his bullets. So he decides to chase you down.
He's moving so fast.
An 11-1 Donk, 6 rounds into this game in a map whereby NRG.CET have yet to win a round.
His movement looked insane right there. It was like he cut his jump short and instantly went into the strafe, started shooting.
Damn, Magix. Let's watch it from his POV and from Max's.
Because he landed on the stairs, it was like a little faster. I'm the man.
It's a scary day when you let Donk start having fun.
Yeah.
For the record, by the way, Mohan, the AK-47 you like belongs to Huaso Peak.
Nice.
Man of culture.
Love that.
It's one thing to enshrine Donk on your AK, it's another to make it work like his. And unfortunately for Huaso Peak, he doesn't have the money to buy one here in round 7, so it is back to upgraded pistols, solo Galil towards DGT. I mean, there's 6 rounds into the game, and there's only 6 kills collectively for NRG.CET.
Yeah, they're getting smacked up. Donk 11-1.
Wowza.
And Shiro's missed like 4 shots, and he's still 7-0. Could be another farm round. We had one of Donk's best spray transfers ever versus an eco on the outside of bathrooms here. That's a tag. And again, you're using the shadow advantage.
And it's Donk's turn, but he drops it this time.
Hey, nice find, Max.
Gonna try to move this in. Magix tucks into Optimus. Opper gonna miss that smoke push in a second. Long also awkwardly held still by Shiro. Too many missed shots, but Tanir is on the scene. Him and Zontix left to clean up the 16 health of Luchov. Tech9 goes empty, and even though it's a scrambled situation for Spirit, it's still the round win.
Yeah, kind of running through this. No Donk required. Did a great job of like throwing pawns on the side of Shiro so he could have a chance to go from 1 kill to the next as well. It's also an interesting game when you play to take overpass into your map pool when you eventually have to go play all the top teams, because that's again where one of the maps that you'd call a safe pick for the better, you know, the cream of the crop, the top 5.
Yeah.
You're definitely playing some dangerous games.
A map where top dogs just kind of separate themselves from the midfield.
Yeah.
NRG.CET are in a position where they're just trying to prove they're a part of the midfield.
Mm-hmm.
35 seconds and still just trying to inch their way to the front of bathrooms. This is not a comfortable one for 9Z, but at least CTs are leaving.
They have enough space actually to go with an exec. They do have the map control now required.
Donk pushing off the site, sees the grenades being used. 20 to the clock. Instant headshot. He won't die empty-handed this time. But Wasso Peak's got the double. And so this Opper pushing out through the bathrooms, awkwardly through the smoke. Shiro's got to let that bomb go down. Knows better. It's going to take a second for Magics to come and join them. 3 versus 3 retake as 9Z are on the brink of their first win. But it's now man advantage back for Spirit. Bank pressure, and Shiro hits the second shot. Wasso Peak 2 kills already to his name. Knows this bank retake's underway, and when the smoke fades, Dumpster's going to come out and clear him. So he's going to look to make a move beforehand, and he gets himself both. Nicely done. He's on for the ace. Right there for the taking. Needs the fresh mag back into the cover. Time's on his side. And even with Magic's catching that kill, the kit, he'll jump on top of it. It comes down to the wire, but it's going to be the 8. Ooh. Team Spirit deny the ace. What more can Wasso do?
I know, man. What a try. I mean, he broke through the front of bathrooms after this opening belt by Shiro and took out Donk once again on the spray transfer, no less. But that was a weird move from Mayer, and I think it was like a 3v3 where they heard Magic's rotating in from CT, didn't expect anyone coming in from the back of bathrooms, but didn't really move into the optimal post plant spots to take advantage of their map control. Maybe they did think there was someone lurking in and they had to push. So it comes close, but it's really just because of Wasso. I wonder if that vitality loss just shocked them a bit, because they had been, creating a groundswell of good games on the map, picking it a ton, having some strong victories and everything, but just not at this level yet.
See ya. Luchov not allowed to play round 9. Shiro is freed up, and maybe a few misses earlier on, but
yeah, night and day compared to yesterday.
Critical close shots, 12 and 2.
They wish they got yesterday's Shiro.
It's just this duo, huh? I always talk about like the duos of an Opper and a strong rifler on A-side overpass. Shiro and Donk.
It might not. Yeah, there might not be a way to improve that. I mean,
good luck. Especially for the type of opping, that you want to rely on when it comes to overpass.
Yeah.
It's kind of Shiro's playground. Donk a little messy with that one, but he didn't take any damage in return. Shiro's going to miss the op shot, not the follow-up. Mayer still traded out after his Donk frag. And now, in the middle of all that, it was also bomb spotted, so Spirit can be confident to come upstairs. Shiro still sitting on the angle comfortably. 4 kill. Nope, excuse me. Zontic's gonna rob it. A nice 3K sequence here for Shiro to keep this flawless CT side alive.
That's quite beautiful. What a half out of Shiro. It's like a callback to the old days for him on overpass. And yeah, Donk's having his rounds. They're kind of not needing to dominate at the same time because they're just playing so well off each other. Little aggro here, shot comes in, mistrade, here comes the op shot, and a great reposition to cap off. That is 27 A defense kills. Oh, a clutch kill in there for Shiro when he rotated to B.
Tanir in the back of his mind is like, am I going to get paid for working today?
That's what he was excited about when he joined the team, actually.
Yeah, right? Like, oh, God. Ooh, Dog's going to track you down. These Tech-9s try to push yonder gonder. But Tanir finding one for the road as it's double-digit Spirit in 10 rounds of play.
It's funny because the map is so tactical and hard to get map control on, but still comes down to the individuals, especially your CTA individuals, and that's the final hurdle, but also the most important one when it comes to winning rounds here. Damn, Shiro's hitting everything. This is fun to watch. I think after yesterday they won't be satisfied unless they absolutely just
they need to smash.
Crush. Yeah.
Unfortunately for 9Z, they're the ones that rolled out of bed on the receiving end of that fire from Spirit. Ooh, but Luchop's got something to say, and that's the 2 hard carries of Spirit dead. So a chance here for 9Z to get there first.
It's a big play though. They have Tenier pushing long. They might think that, well, with the double A push, maybe they're worried about 3 players over here, but they're not sitting back to watch it.
Thing is, Zontix and Magics have also been solid when they're called on. Yep,
yeah.
There it is. It's
beyond.
not incompetency for the rest of Spirit. So you think you kill Donk and Shiro, you've got a chance. Solid floor for Spirit as well, as they'll take the man advantage back, although barely. 10 health left for Zontix.
Oh, okay. Still a minute up.
Ambitious.
Zontix is like, see, that's why I never push. Who told me to do that?
Magic's happy to just hold on to the deep graffiti corner.
And this is where 9Z kind of have to try to make their money. They can be really crafty in moments like these, find ways to generate unfair 1v1s. It's not going to be those raw duels with CT favored angles. It's 2 players who are more passive. They've taken out the stars already. They have the utility. It's just about, can they trick them?
They've gotten close enough to the bomb site to still catch 9Z off guard. Magic's gonna chuck it into the bomb site before the plant attempt comes out. So a little early on the nade, but perfectly timed on the push. And then the blind side. An 11th secured off of the B site players. Nice double from Zontix and a nice cool down pause moment there for Magic's and
there's
Tenier.
something that could happen in this map, but I'm not gonna say what.
What could you be alluding to? Let me think.
An unlikely result.
An unlikely result.
Something you just don't see very often.
Oh, the 9Z comeback.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 12-round 9Z CT side comeback.
Right.
That's what you must be alluding to.
Yeah. They switch over to CT side. You never know. Three timeouts burned. But what site's easier?
That flank was devilish from Tenier.
Damn, DGT 0 and 10.
Oh, you had to say
Been
it.
saying good things about him for this this event for sure, but yeah.
I wonder what his ADR is. I'll tell you, 23.4.
23.4. Okay. I've seen worse ADRs in 0 and 10 score lines.
Final round of the half. 9Z grouped up outside the B site. Safe to say they're going to keep this one simple. Problem is, another smoke goes down in front of them. Zontix trying to get his gun back out. Magic sprays for 2, but he'll be caught out, and so Tenier steps up to the plate to get the edge, and Mayern barely alive. An easy follow-up frag for Tenier. Max, best of luck. Will need as many kills in this moment as he's had all half long.
DGT has officially been egged.
A 0-kill half. Ouch.
Well, at least when you get 0 rounds, that's not what everyone's talking about. Upsides. Max is always locked in, though.
Yeah, let's watch it
He
like
is
this.
always ready to go.
Time to go, buddy. Teammate calls it for him.
5 zoom, 2 zoom.
Ooh.
He's looking
Trying
around,
to lean around these corners.
Oh,
Hey.
okay, yeah.
Oh, there's one.
Wait a second, is this cheating?
He's working it,
Oh.
but the pistol's gonna prevail, and so there it is, a flawless CT side out of the side of Team Spirit. Only a singular bomb plant in those 12 rounds. So make sure to stick around, because after this break, we're gonna get that 13...
A full year as a esports player, especially Counter-Strike player, it is a lot of work, it is a lot of spending time with your team.
As a pro player, you need to sacrifice. It's not just going to tournament, having some fun, see a city, go around being a tourist.
It's pretty hard with all the travel and the boot camps and practice from home and all of that. But yeah, that's how it looks.
Travel days, it's always so tough. We are traveling like all together, like 5 players, coach, manager.
I mean, usually the year starts with a boot camp before the first tournaments.
In Navi, we are boot camping quite a lot. We tend to have a boot camp at the start of the season, at the end of the season, before the major. And sometimes we might even have a boot camp in the middle.
You have now grinded practice at home for 2 weeks with maybe 2 days off. Then you go into a tournament and you get met by extreme happy emotions or extreme sad emotions.
The best part of all of this is definitely a competition.
When you're making deep runs, especially if you're winning a tournament, you get the benefits of the hard work you put in. When you're losing constantly, even if you might go home a couple days earlier, you're thinking of what would have happened if we beat this team or win the tournament.
As a pro player, you need to fight to stay mentally strong. You have to fix mistakes, you have to adjust, you have to prepare for the next day. You go into the game and then you repeat.
This year was pretty hard for us, I would say, because we had a boot camp, tournament, just a few days off, then another tournament, then again just 3 or 4 days off.
Getting energy again is one of the most important things for me. I've done this for 25 years now. I have my family close, I have my wife close, and those are the people I see the most, but not a lot.
You're traveling a lot of countries, sometimes even back to back, without returning home. I'm used to it, I guess.
I think one of the most important things as a team is the team dynamic. We are 5 people on the server, and if one person is missing outside the game, automatically feels very less.
In Navi, we try to have the balance and not spending time 24/7 with each other. But I'm close with Ima, for example. I'm close with MongolZ. We might spend more time with each other. Overall, you're still gonna be in the practice room with all of your teammates for countless of hours a day.
When we, let's say, go out for a dinner or we go for a teamwork, we always try to be together, like the whole team.
Everybody has to commit to the same amount, sacrifice the same things, and only then you can reach the trophies.
What makes the whole year worth it is the majors. I always have the best feeling of my life when my parents were watching me and my best friends were watching me. So I just think that's the peak of the tournament calendar.
Everyone is looking for winning, and this is what makes competition being real.
I'm here for one reason. I'm here to win everything I can, and the day I stop, I have time for everything else in my life.
Tough go of it for 9Z today, up against a very hot-looking Team Spirit with Donk and with Shiro at the tippity top of the scoreboard. Both those players above 100 ADR in this 12-0. Who would have seen a 12-0 half coming? If you did, you should have gone and live traded the game on polymarket.com, the official prediction market of Blast Premier.
So, all 9Z are thinking about right now, how do we get a kill for DGT? And then secondly, how do we get this pistol round so that the headline isn't, we got 13-0'd.
Ooh, it's been said. Which of those zeros hurts worse? Flosso peek. He gets there, but it's a little labored. It opens the door for Zontix to recover. Donk's got his. Luchov takes the man advantage back. Just don't get 13-0'd. And with a pistol round on Shiro's shoulders, it could still be dangerous because his P250's capable.
He loves positions like this. Smoke. He has the bomb, he has 100 HP, and a very decent pistol, and lots of time on the clock.
He knows if he waits long enough, somebody has to go A.
I said about Shiro last year, he was obviously top of the list and top 20 players, but I said he wasn't as clutch as he was the year before. You know, 2024 Shiro was like the best clutcher ever, and we were missing a bit of that action. I think these are the rounds where you see exactly how smart he is, but
he's got a ton of utility, the P250 and first contact. It's a long run back for the player that did go A. He's burned them low. DGT's barely alive once he does come back from the A site. Got a flash to commit, you got a smoke to try to give cover, but you need to get at least 1 kill or else you're never gonna plant.
Yeah, you'll never get this bomb down.
And he's really played this down now. 10 seconds, he's gotta get into it. They try to line up, but there it is. No 13-0 tonight.
Hey, drinks all around. It is a moment where you can laugh.
Every great comeback starts with 1, and that's been secured by 9Z.
All right, actually, that was the prior. Oh, and DGT got its kill.
Yep.
they won so much, man. They were
no more zeros out there on any scoreboard.
And no bomb plant, no investment.
(12-1). You're coming off the lost pistol, and we're going to talk things out, huh?
Guess that's what getting smoked by Paravision does to a team.
What could they possibly be taught? What could Magic's possibly be discussing right now?
Well, we were in the elevator with him last night when they were going up from Prague and we were going to bed, and he's like, "Are you guys down to goon?"
I didn't know how to answer that question.
And I just said, "I'm down."
I was just kind of relieved to get off the elevator first.
And then he said, "We understand the frustrations with watching our previous matches. Please stay tuned for more."
Well, here we are. And it's a change of flavor. Glocks do get through Mayern at least. Careful, there's more deaths to be had. Magix needs a little more time to think out his next round strat, though. 29 health for Max, but he clears the corner on his terms, and that'll be NRG.CET's second. Terrorists have not won a single round in this game tonight. Yeah, down with the terrorists.
And the reason you take a moment like that to think is because it is overpass.
Yeah, true.
You need every calorie you've got to burn through mentally to like come up with the best idea to not waste your chances.
Just stomp out this game as quick as you can.
It's a streaky, stompy momentum map, and the fact is NRG, I mean, they're like shooting 66% of their CT round wins over many, many games. They are a team to be worried about. Even if it's all you got to do is win one, you don't want to let it get close for no reason.
You smother them with individual level on your CT side.
Flashing this, he gets spotted. Oh, okay.
Trying to pull back. Zontix knows that a peek could come out, and DGT toys with the idea. Minute 5.
Op support's on bathrooms. They've got quite a lean going on here. Doubled up here, and they have Max on long. Marin's in a great spot to deliver a frag. That's donk out.
Approach down from bathrooms. Nicely done. Pulling this slow crawl forward, apart piece by piece. And you can go ahead and stabilize that A bomb site. Lean back onto it. We'll see the save call in a moment here for Spirit. They're going to walk away from this one. So,
first test is passed here for NRG. It's a very, very solid round. They get all their kills before the site's in jeopardy. There's no bomb plant once again. And they kill Donk first. And as disappointing as it is to get 12-0, NRG, they're happy to play every round. Like they're, you know, you ask them, I'm sure they're excited to be able to play top teams. They're excited to have a chance to be on this stage. Spirit are only happy if they absolutely destroy. And at the minimum, NRG could maybe give them a scare or make them a little bit disappointed. But the expectations for both these teams are incomparable.
interrupt the setup outside B. Yeah, nicely done to blindside Shiro.
Got confirmation on 2 more. They weren't exactly ready to exec just yet, but it does alarm 9Z. They'll pull another one over. Really give up a lot of room towards A if this ends up going back up the stairs. But I mean, Spirit are sitting and waiting, but they don't have flashes and stuff like that. They've got these HEs to work with.
Another one coming in a moment.
And yeah, that might actually be good.
Max slides in, tries to continue the spray down, but the flash kind of makes it awkward for Wasso. So good on Luchov to still be here to cover. There is an entry point now for Spirit. 2 players down in the mud. Luchov tries to get the last, but Magix has got the answer now. And with Wasso low, all of a sudden, if Mayern misses an op shot, Magix could win this clutch. He's got the reload in already. 12 seconds to spare. Magix, it's now out in the open, and he gets tagged by the Opper. That's his chance to cross over and go for this plant, but the bomb site gets set ablaze.
He can plant.
He's got a space, but he just missed the plant zone.
Could have planted on the back of it, but I guess
awkward.
He was worried about the walkout to the left of it.
And so given a chance to save the AK instead, 9Z with more fight left in them.
Yeah, that one's by a hair, but that's all they needed. And Donk going down straight up once again. Last time it was an op, this time it was Max. And yeah, he just had a big space off as he put the bomb down. Thing is, he couldn't have faked it, obviously.
No. That all comes at you. Whoa.
Okay. It's never been done before.
Never been done.
Well, you know 9Z like to make history.
Is tonight the night? Feels like they're getting closer and closer as these rounds go on, though. So this peek into Huaso. He fights back, disassembles the boost. Gun changes hands as Magic's now walking wounded, and 9Z feeling comfortable enough to try and pry into short. Eesh, missed opportunity and a second. Zontix picking up that Galil off Magisk, puts it to work. Magix. Oh, but still shot with the wall bang, of course.
Well, that's a way back in. I mean, the fact that Zontix gets away with 2 is insane, but 4v3 here for Spirit.
Getting dangerously close to this A site, which only has 2
Bomb
defenders in place. 30 seconds.
Good molly.
Mayern half health. Luchov's got his. That's Donk dead with nothing to say about it. And the Opper connects. So it's all from long. Denied. 9Z step up to the plate again. And this is 5 of the 12 they need now.
They're fighting back to update their information. They're not getting scared when they lose 2 players like they did just there to Zontix. That was quite a grand opportunity. And a huge find back for Luchov. Just a massive round overall.
Well, you've got Spirit back on pistols for the most part. Why does this one feel fast? Donk going through this monster play. There's fire in front of him, so he's still got vision, though. And once this fire burns out, he's going to jump this bomb site. Wins the opening duel. Tanir's dead, short towards short, but it's all about Donk. It's Donk or nothing. And he lines up a second. AK now picked up by Magic.
Oh,
beautiful.
DGT.
Snaps it over, denies them any further entry.
He's on 4 kills after not getting a single frag in the first half.
We thought Donk could have just been the showstopper. Instead, DGT steps up to that plate, but Shiro does find hands on an AK. Yet again, a 1v3 where there's time for him to slow burn this. Contact up into heaven. That's going to be Luchov low. Just as low as DGT, but he answers. Big quad kill moment now for DGT. Trying to find the recovery of recoveries here on Overpass.
That's the magic of Overpass. You know, you can go from CT side and looking like a superhero, playing T side, not getting a single kill, and then doing this.
Sick adjustment.
They have an entire T side, a full T side to win a single round. That's all they need. One solid idea. I mean, it doesn't even have to be a solid idea. It can be a triple entry round, which is definitely possible. It could be a Tech 9 round that wins this game. 9-0 always on the edge. But it isn't necessarily going to happen. 9Z know how to play this map, at least. It's more consistently on this, on the defense.
You'd think with 12 rounds, they'd eventually figure it out because they just need the one. This is the first time out for Spirits.
Sometimes that is the mental trap.
Hallie comes in. He's got something to say. We saw Magic kind of take that unofficial pause.
He's just getting better. What a bounce back for DGT.
Tanir's got the answer. Door off its hinges. Shiro down to half. Tanir still locked into these duels, but oh! He picks up his moment.
This has to be it. I mean, 2v4 now.
Always felt like it was just going to be one moment for Spirit to just blow open the doors.
I mean, if right now, if Mayern is too static, if they don't gamble at all and go for some kind of stack, they will lose. And he is making that rotation over, and Spirit are, in fact, going to end B.
Flashed in for the peek. They were dodging it, and Shiro scoped up, just denies it. Mayern, having thrown that utility, they know damn well he's over here. Tanir's gonna go clear out the A site just in case this starts to go south, but Magix could end the game on his terms in a moment. Mayern knows he's just been out-positioned, so it all boils down to Tanir going big from the bottom of the board of Team Spirit. Rock solid defense for Spirit tonight. And sure, a difficult T side lets this comeback start to happen for 9Z. Let's hope for their sake, on an individual level, that's enough for them to warm up as we'll head to Spirit's pick next.
They avoid the goose egg, the bagel. What do you guys call it in CS? The goose egg?
Goose egg.
It is goose egg?
Goose egg's more common, I'd say.
Yeah, some people say the bagel there, but 9Z, they get a little bit going for themselves, and that's what you got to take away from a win here, right? We're not going to put them in contention of potentially having won this map for themselves, but seeing how the T side started for them, you really wondered if there was anything left in the take to breathe, but it was there. They just maybe needed a little bit of a wake up.
Yeah, well, they needed to get more rounds, like on the T side, that's for sure. But it's again just showing
more
how
rounds, they got none.
they should have gotten one round.
Yeah.
Regardless, it shows that Overpass is once again probably one of the hardest tasks you do get to be thrown at you when you play counter on the T side. Spirit just looked very sharp. You know, Dong showed up in the fashion that we always see. We also saw Shiro today playing extremely well. Yeah, they couldn't really find any answer for them, and I think they were just happy avoiding the 13-0, and I think that 9Z did have a little bit of a swing of confidence bringing it back. Maybe they actually thought it would be possible, but if you don't get one round on the T side, you're not going to be able to win against Spirit.
It really is a little bit unfortunate, I would say, because coming into this tournament, their best map was Overpass. Sure, it's playing against Brazilian or South American opposition primarily, but I think that they're going to be able to take back a lot of the lessons that they learned from this T side that they had, which was very bad versus Vitality and versus Spirit. And I think they're going to probably just keep on dominating South America. At the very least, that's the solace I have for them here.
I'm actually a little bit curious to see if they would have flipped it around. Let's say that Spirit would have started on the T side, and this would be the start for 9Z. How the game would have looked then, you know, because the T side on Overpass is difficult, and it requires you to have like a lot of deep playbooks and also a lot of starters to actually get rounds. And yeah, and it's also
they got close a couple times to bomb sites.
They did. But
they just got donked.
That's what happened,
they just got donked a few too many times.
Yeah,
it happens.
That's where Donk just cleans up, right?
I was going to say, you kind of got to be prepared for that, though, when you're coming up against Spirit, and that's also something that we got to be prepared to talk about. We know just how good Dunk is here, and it just shone on a different level than it was yesterday, right? It felt like he was the only one pulling his weight, but this time around, it was just the energy that was coming out as well. Sorry, watching that replay from the behind the PC, you could just see it, just how clean he is.
I think that the energy is actually something just want to touch on looking at Spirit. Already from the get-go of the CT pistol round, that they were fired up. Like, they were hyped about winning that one, you know, getting a good start. Every time they would win rounds, you know, Dunk would smack. When he pulled off a highlight, he would smack Magic's hand, you know, really showing we want this. And maybe this has been a talking point for Spirit that, guys, we need to bring more energy into the server. We cannot just sit until be frustrated about making mistakes or not playing as great. Energy is extremely important in Counter-Strike, and it's something that's sometimes a little bit overlooked when it comes to these teams.
Energy is mostly important in my eyes because it manifests in a way where players have confidence. And that doesn't, I feel like that's also in itself kind of a nebulous term. It's hard to define what that brings, but it means you make decisions faster. When everybody trusts the decisions that they make in the server, it means that they're half a second earlier on a rotation, that they're pushing into opponents when they find an opportune timing. And that's kind of what Shiro did, Tanir did, Donk did. All of them were brimming with confidence. So they're just, when 9Z is executing onto a bomb site, they have one extra body on it because they confidently rotated to help out where they knew it was needed.
And it's also the body language. If you show like bad body language by, you know, throwing your hands in the air or tilting and throwing yourself back in the chair, that's going to be interesting and it's going to be difficult for the team moving forward.
There's also something to be said, though. The high energy was there when they were winning all of their rounds on CT side. Then we start seeing 9Z getting a couple more rounds for themselves. And I'm not going to say it faltered, all right? But it did drop off a little bit. It was there. It just wasn't the same as when they were winning round after round after round. And that's where I'm putting it to the test. They lose a couple of rounds and then you go, yeah, it's hard to be hype about a round you lose, but what's actually happening still? What is being said even if you're not doing the pop-offs?
It's generally expected, I would say, with tier 1 teams. They're not going to look at the round and say, guys, theoretically, that round was actually constructed in a way where we could have won it. Let's keep on going. No, they're just going to have, you know, they're just going to twiddle their thumbs and say, okay, on to the next call, Magics. Put the strat in the bag, lil bro.
Ask Callie.
It happens like that sometimes, all right? I just want to make sure, but you're all right. There is a difference to starting on CT, starting on T side, the most basic thing that we can really say there. But this map, I'm just glad that we had something to say here, something that we can really highlight for 9Z.
Well, I would say that a couple of their players, Mayern, DGT, I think Waso Peak got a cool moment for himself, or Luchov definitely did. A few of those guys showed what they were made of in this one, but if you really want to kind of gloat about the potential of 9Z, I would suggest forgetting this map and look back at the Mouse one, because that's where I saw way more on display.
Yeah, quite the slow start, right? Yeah, that's what happens, especially when you go up against opposition that's just better than yourself. But it's moving into the next one, you know, it's, as you mentioned, maybe just forgetting about it, you know, but also reminding himself of what they're good at. And I think it's good for 9Z that they had a little bit of a swing back coming onto the CT side, and they just would have lost 13-0, because then they were just thinking, all right, Spirit is just that much better than us. There's not much for us to do. At least they showed some teeth and you know, fought back in the later state.
Yeah, and I don't want it to just be the players that are having fun today, by the way. I mean, I know everyone at home is having a lot of fun getting to watch the CS, but I had a little bit of a game I wanted to play with you guys. I know that we're watching highlights there, but I just figured with maybe a game that was so as one-sided as it was there between Spirit and 9Z, I went ahead and created a little bit of a connections. Now, maybe a couple of you guys at home know exactly what I'm talking about. My two lovely analysts didn't. There is a game out there, connections. Essentially, you're trying to make 4 groups of 4 words, and there is a common thread for all of them in that group, right?
Yep.
That's hard to read.
It is very hard to read, so I was going to read them out loud for you because, bro, you have the eyesight of like an 80-year-old. But the words...
You did me dirty one more.
Sorry,
I'm an on for a reason. Can I leave me alone?
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Our words are slowly, flame, device, starry, Dupree.
Yep.
Gratisfaction.
I got this.
JKS,
I got this. I got this. I can do this whole thing right now.
Okay, really?
But keep explaining it.
Fuzi, Not, Zywoo, Money, Mercury, and Apex. So you can start any way you want. I will control where exactly you guys want to be linking them.
Well, for people at home that haven't seen connections before, it's just you're trying to get all 4 of these into 4 groups of 4.
Yes.
Based off of the relations that they have.
That you think of that, yes.
So
a category almost.
I mean, we got this. Okay.
Okay. What do you want to start?
We'll do Chinese players first.
Okay.
Okay. So we got Slowly, we got Starry, we've got Zero, and we've got Mercury. That should definitely be one of these categories.
All right, we're gonna submit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Correct there with
okay, let's do it. I'm gonna tell you right
on TYLOO. So it wasn't necessarily technically got the category wrong, but I'm not nitpicking like that, all right? So played on TYLOO.
Played on TYLOO,
you knew exactly where it was going.
Chinese players, yeah.
100% points, I'll still give that one to you.
Okay. Do you wanna try one, Dupree?
Do you want to try and find out what your category is?
I can do another. I can
full screen. Come on, bring it to me full screen. Thank you so much, production. all right. Okay.
Do you want to do your category, like the one that your name might be in?
Yeah, we can try.
Okay, so you got to find 3 other players. You got to find 3 other players on this list that have a connection to you.
Okay, it's the first time that I've done this one, so obviously Device is probably gonna be in there.
Okay.
Then probably Apex, I guess, is my connection as well.
Okay.
And I mean, the most obvious one out of these one has to be Saiwu, since it's my 2 former teammates. So it's like this combination of Astralis and Vitality players creating the greatest team of all time.
I love it.
You only need 4 players to create the greatest team.
Surely.
So that's your prediction of the of the category.
I agree.
What was your prediction of the category?
Greatest team of all time.
Okay.
People you played with, surely, right? Yeah.
It was multi-major winners, so
okay.
Pretty close.
Well, that works with both,
Pretty close,
actually,
yeah.
Okay.
You're not too wrong.
You took the nice
Which means you guys have 2 categories left. The last remaining words: Flame, Gratisfaction, JKS, Spin, Fets, Fuzi, Nut, and Money.
Okay, so obviously there's like some Australian things combined in this one.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that the other category was going to be player names that are missing a letter.
Okay.
So Flame is Flamesy, Spin is Spinx, Knot is Nota, I suppose, and then Money is Monacy.
All right.
Yeah.
Submitting?
Clever, yeah.
Lock it in.
All right.
And then the last one kind of makes sense.
Give me the, well.
You're going to get a set? Yeah. In-game player names with 1 letter removed. So yeah, that was exactly it. Flamesy, Monacy, Nota, and Spinx. That was really good because purple is technically the most difficult category. So you got that one. You will get in this one.
Okay.
Which does leave 4 left. So, you guys have done very well. You've completed the game. But to get the extra cherry on top, can you tell me what this category would be?
Kangaroos Down Under?
No, it's not. It's not. So Fozy is from Sweden. Fets, I thought, was Estonian. I figured these are all 4 players that have probably played in the Asian region at one point. Fozy played for Rare Atom. Fets, I don't know what team Fets played for, but I just assumed that he probably did.
Yeah, I get
but
that.
I'm not sure. That's throwing me off a little bit.
Okay. You don't want to count
obviously not Kangaroos Down Under since you started.
No, it's not. It's not, but I did like it.
Guys who have ran over a kangaroo at some point.
It happens, all right?
It does.
It does happen.
We're all over the place.
All right, just spoil it for us.
Just do it.
You just want to spoil it?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I feel like you're on a very, very close wavelength there, Maui, for it. It is players that have competed/played in all 3 regions.
Okay, yeah.
So it's
that's smart.
Yeah, makes sense.
So yeah, you had played on TYLOO, multi-major winners, player names missing a letter, and then played in all 3 regions. Great work. I'm super impressed, by the way. You guys collaboratively as well as individually really showed up there, and that's what we're going to need from our players on the side of 9Z. We're going to need to see them show up as a team, show up individually, because right now they're going to be coming up against Spirit on their map pick on Dust 2 after this break. was a rough start in Overpass for 9Z. They got a couple rounds when they did eventually swap to that CT side. Now they're going to be starting CT side on Dust. And is there a specific player? Is there a certain way that 9Z are going to be able to get more for themselves in the first half here, Maui?
Well, when I watched 9Z play against MongolZ, I would even say the CT side did a lot of great active stuff, but if there's one guy to key in on, definitely Marin. I felt like we remember him from when he was on MIBR, probably got called up way too early in his career, but he's developed a lot as an opper, and he can be a serious disruptor. If there's any hope to even make this one competitive, a lot of it lies on his shoulders.
I think Spirit is just gonna, you know, have a clean 2-0 here. I think there's too much of a skill gap. Not only in terms of the individuals, but I also feel like Spirit has showed up as a team today. And I don't think 9Z has what it takes to actually bring this one to a third.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Spirit and all their fans are hoping for that, holding on to something that's going to make them confident going into that next series if they get there. Right now, though, 9Z still have a chance. And whilst you've given your opinions, we're going to get a couple more opinions from Scrawny and Launders.
Yes, my opinion is I think without such a stifling T side of Overpass, 9Z definitely have much more of a chance of getting this game competitive. You know, they go to their CT side, we see some individual levels uptick. This is not going to be another blowout. I do chalk that up to just the difficulties of T side, I think, it being that lopsided.
We do go from, though, you know, maybe Shiro's excellent performance to like Donk's best map ever.
True.
So
that's damning.
It is possible because like Donk can make Dust 2 look like an Overpass can make an A rifler look for other teams. Last year, a 1.60 rating across the year or something. I can't remember if that stat changed or not, but it was up until like the last month. 1.6 rating average on Dust 2.
Just unbelievable.
I mean,
yeah,
never done before.
Some player's best map ever, it's his average. This will be Spirit taking long control straight into the bomb plant, pretty much uncontested. 9Z's aggression towards middle didn't really set them up too well.
Oh, flying Max.
But why not? And then as Max kind of has the smoke fade in front of him, Tanir's got the answer back from Goose. DGT clears that. Donk's turn. Sits on ramp with CT's coming at him. Chance to blindside, and yeah, he's going to find one for the road. Majority alive for Spirit as the T-side pistols got their name on it.
I'm saying Donk's movement's looking extra sharp right now, on top of the aim, obviously. But yeah, they've got the right players firing off.
Donk and ZywOo are using the same gloves now, whatever that's worth, duly noted.
That means no one else should be able to use them.
Okay,
just
all right.
Donk and ZywOo.
We just let them reserve them.
1 and 2.
Unfortunate that nade kind of pops between the two Spirit players, so it doesn't get as much value as you would have liked for a round where you're banking on pistol
Yeah, okay. Well, in CS2, a 1.0 KPR and a 1.53 rating in the game's history.
Must be nice.
Dude, what?
Must be nice to be Donk.
He's had a kill on average every single round of Dust 2 in CS2 history.
And he's keeping those numbers up. That nade far better than the one that threw out towards top middle. Flashbang off Goose, meant to interrupt. And Donk eats the follow-up, but this is an interesting spot for DGT. Let's see if he goes unnoticed. Spirit do just pump the brakes for a second.
Yeah, I think he kind of hopes that they go earlier, but when the smoke comes up, it's going to be hard to stand there. Only Nico can get away with that.
Missed Eagle shot. We've got no long player coming. Instead, Zontix looks to come and join the troops from Catwalk. They slowly close the distance in with Magix taking the peek into CT. And by the time DGT pops up, his teammates are essentially all dead. Just Huaso peek towards long left over. V3, not even allowed to get down into the pit.
I've got a question for B-Trems. Again, because I always feel like the KPR stat is just not as impressive to like the untrained eye or the person who isn't looking at stats all the time.
Uncontextualized, yeah.
I want to know who the second, I want to show who the second highest KPR is. Like, who is that?
That's a good ask.
In CS2 history, in history, whatever it is.
So it's a 1.0 KPR and a 1.53 rating.
Yes,
Donk.
on Dust 2.
Let's remember that. 1.0 KPR, 1.53 rating. On Dust 2 in CS2.
I feel like for CS2, on Dust 2, my guess would be like ZywOo at a maybe 40 overall, something like that. This could be still crazy. And then maybe him on KVR as well, but probably like 0.83 or something, 0.88.
This is fun. We usually give production challenges and homework, but now we're putting B-Trams on the spot.
Yeah, so we're just getting everyone.
What do you want for Dupree after this?
Some tower rifles.
Okay. 6th major maybe? Would have been funnier had I not fumbled my words.
He misspoke.
Idiot. That's me. I'm the idiot.
All right, this is a death match.
Yep. Again, up catwalk and into the A sites.
I do love that Spirit are like, let's just do this over and over again until we get some resistance.
Sure.
Because they should be able to. They should absolutely be able to.
Resistance.
That's why they wanted us to.
Be futile with the pistol attempt here for 9Z. So we'll see what the guns can change for 9Z.
If you have to think too much on this map, you're probably not that good on it.
Less thinking, more winning.
Like we go from the map that's the hardest to take map control on to the map that's the easiest, the fastest.
Oh, Wasso's going to take a look at things. And that's all he's allowed is a look. 3-0 start for Spirit on their map pick. Currently, 4 kills across the board for all of 9Z so far.
Feels like a nice confidence building series here for Spirit. Vitality also had a confidence building, energizing victory versus 9Z. But it's a strong buy and a great shot. Great shot from Mayern. It's a huge player down. That's one way to slow things down.
NRG just had their hands tied for so much of that overpass game. Nice to see them start with a man advantage, and for it to be on Donk is all the more impressive.
Zontix has put himself in a spot for a very slow lurk, or one that never turns into a lurk until the site is fully taken. Gotta like this for Wasso a little bit more.
They got Mayern off his ankle.
Oh,
Wasso
and now he
falls
runs
back.
from it.
Now Zontix is going to activate on the flank, so if
Yes.
Spirit just pause for a second, Zontix is going to get his chance to strike, and all the while, Mayern losing teammates around him. Oh, but Wasso goes back, and Mayern hits a follow-up. Still bomb dropped out towards that site where Magic starts to collect some more kills, and he's spotting the players, but they swarm him. And so 9Z, 4 rounds into the CT side, will post there first. They make the most of that man advantage, and Mayern's op strikes down more than one.
That might have been a bit smarter than it looked from Wasso, where he ran away from long, but immediately came back to check it, which kind of makes it seem like he actually just decided, if I'm going to leave, I will give away audio so that you speed up the flank. Maybe you think that I've not thought someone's here, or that I was pushed far enough. So good for him to go back and take a look. It looked like it was way too risky and not necessary for him to leave that post, but they had that one under control, so immediately a timeout. Again, starts off with an excellent shot from Mayern into Donk's head and lower.
And if Wasso Peak doesn't double back and hold that off, problems could have been had for 9Z. Not the case. Shiro's up. Missed opportunity. It's a lot of flashbangs.
Try to get some early damage, but Spirit are coming in at their own tempo. Oh, wow. I mean, he didn't even fully clear that. Yeah. HE helps.
Yeah, 100%. Engineer's supposed to have gotten the drop on him.
Sure just starts talking, waving his hands.
Why I oughta this? Utility starts to trickle down. We saw those flashbangs earlier piled up to put this pressure on.
It's dead.
Yeah, trying to climb up.
DGT waited a long time for that chance.
Max doesn't wait a moment. Fast move down through tunnels. Gonna see the top of the Opera's head, but it's the frag grenade from DGT off site that works out instead. So this bomb site's aptly stacked. Mayern sends an op shot through, and this round really kind of fizzles out for, excuse me, Spirit.
Yeah, it's really good here for 9Z. It's excellently handled, and again, it was DGT who started mid doors from the beginning. Magic's actually I mean, okay, I guess they're not pushing long. He could die after time. But love the round out of 9Z, honestly. Fnatic Mousepad, who's his favorite player, I wonder?
It's gotta be Crims. Or maybe Mezzy.
Olaf Meister.
That's a fair guess, too.
Blusha. They got a lot of good ones, man. JW, Pronax,
Afro.
Dennis.
Why are you laughing?
We're picking from two different schools. Blame F, of course.
Yeah, that could be a big mouse pad nowadays.
Yeah, Fnatic heavy.
AK set up by pistols all around it. We'll see what Donk can get done. Ouch. Oh, yoy, yoy. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. Call it quits. Give up. It's over. Wasso with the mow down on his own.
Hell of a job.
400 damage to his name alone. Sure, they've got just pistols, but nice alley-oop.
I saw some head armor in there. That's a nice alley-oop to himself with the HE grenade. Every round has been impressive for him on long.
Donk had an AK-47 in that scramble as well. So it is flawless for 9Z as they tie this game up at 3 rounds each. Do you remember what Huaso means?
No.
Cowboy.
Cowboy, okay.
And he wrangled Spirit on this round as they tried to push out through the doorway. Here we go. The player with the second most KPR in CS2 history does to his VSM.
Wait, but sample size. And then a 0.89 KPR. Wait, how could that be number 2? What kind of sample size are we talking about here? Wait, that's insane, though.
VS?
He has been active.
VSM, dude.
Fork and knife. That would have been like my 96th guess.
Sure.
I mean, wait.
Eat your heart out.
So wait, where's Zywoo then? Yeah.
Who knows? 3rd.
After VSM, just...
That'd be crazy.
It's just the craziest thing we've learned. VSM, the second best Dust2 player of all time.
Nobody interrupting that climb up this time around. Looking at it now, but a little late to the stop. Zontix gives himself a flash to work up. Shiro, careful. That Humvee swing's about to happen. Grenades trickle down in front of him, and Max, sure enough, just crouch slides out with the opening kill of this one. As we're on the brink of 9Z winning 4 rounds in a row.
As T-side is not looking too pretty so far, yeah.
So well placed. Round and round again. Mayern's off collects. Wasso, a constant over towards Long. And now the rebuttal back because Donk is into the kill feed. 3 health left over. He'll swap to the op. The nade is going to find him. And a Magic's clutch.
He got it.
Demanded headshots back to back. Right there. Right now.
Oh, it's calm for Magix to pick off on the jumping player. That was insane.
Doesn't even break a sweat.
What a reaction, man. A full house between him and Donk. And I was going to say they're putting so much effort into trying to highlight Donk in these rounds. They're winning all these plays just to get the walkout, him on Long with the AK. And then nades are landing exactly where they are, with 4 players all taking damage because they're grouped so much. That was not working out, but it's individual skill that saves the day.
Hell of a time to pull out a 2v5, huh? Trying to get back into control with that 3-0 start they had off the pistol. But still scary to say that up until that 2v5 comes together, it was looking like another 9Z sailing through a round win. There's been some very well-placed utility for 9Z.
Yeah, they played well in so many different ways in that round. Op was looking good. Position's looking good. Wasso out early, though. That's huge.
So is Donk dead first on Spirit's side. Maybe a bit of conditioning taking effect here as 9Z move over towards this A site, worried of a potential cat climb again. But at least remaining active, sliding forward into cat play. You mentioned it, with Wasso dead first, A Long surely feel, ooh, surprise, surprise. Tunier was not expecting that.
Again, they've got this grouped up presence towards Long, but it's very late for this, actually. They kind of have to go fast. They get spotted, and now they've got to rush.
And they're like just kind of fumbling with their nades a little bit here. It's just awkward. Still time to pull this off. As Shiro awaits that upper peak, just trying to set up utility for the cross. 10 seconds on the clock. Bomb is being thrown over. Bomb got thrown, but Magix didn't grab it. And now it's, oh, I mean, come on.
Yeah, that's a bit of a mess.
Whoa. That was awkward from start to finish the moment they got out.
They got to be careful not to die here.
No guarantees.
Oh, that's one
Shiro after time.
Yeah, that's not good.
4v5 round win for 9Z. Confident move into catwalk to catch this solo climb up. This whole sequence, what? I mean, sight's on fire anyways, but still.
Yeah, that's true. There would have been no way to win, so. I mean, it's that individual moment for Magix to bring them around, but even that round, 9Z's the better team. Spirit started off with the pistol and conversions. 9Z have had a way better half overall, way more impressive rounds. Great setups, great HEs.
It's another moment where the underdog just has the better team play.
Yeah. And that's the thing about right now, like the Spirit T-sides, you can just see they're kind of desperately just trying to make sure they don't waste the moments that Donk can get 2 and 3Ks. But if you do that too much, you tunnel vision too much, and then you kind of do the thing that Aurora do on bad days, and you group way too much. You oversimplify.
Oh, this will catch you off guard, though. Nobody actually inside the B site for 9Z. It's taken over by Tech9s and a single M4 on Zontic, so
oh, gun upgrade.
Game of cat and mouse. And Spirit find a lot of open space prime for the taking. Zontix plants as Donk keeps this M4 leaned on the window. They'll try to boost over to shave a player off, but I don't know if they're allowed back into this.
They have the util to give it a try. Max has a kit. It's just that Donk with a gun, Zontix with a gun.
They call it quits.
Yeah, they're not even going to try it.
Team Spirit find an empty bomb site, pounce on it in an unprepared state. 9Z just give away a freebie.
Yeah, that's just the upgrade Donk just stole out of the window. So there's no full force retake in the op to worry about. And all it is a B rush. And that's kind of the thought again. Like, you can always rush. You can rush B 3 times a half, and you're just as good as anybody. Vitality will, every team will do that, even at the very highest level. You just can't do it every round, but you'd love to with a guy like Donk. So it's 2 big rounds that get stolen away from 9Z.
Luchov in a weird spot. Luckily, T-side smoke to let him out. And nobody holding that fallback on the Spirit side. I've liked the few moments 9Z have aggressed up catwalk. Wasn't sure if they were thinking about going for it again, but no, they'll just leave DGT looking away as Mayern, first contact, misses a chance to strike one down. Misses a second shot as well, but the Rifler's set up to try and still stop this. They know the op looms near. Yeah, just nicely done by Mayern, sitting on that sliver of an angle, takes damage in return. As Spirits still approach, Flash goes over top for the attack, continuously trying to test this. 30 seconds, Mayern's back on a comfortable angle, but he oversteps, gets exposed to Donk, who's then just gonna rip your heads off.
Man, it's a moment where, okay, we'll see if this retake takes place, but it's 2 MP9s coming in. Luchov, he gets away with that. And they're gonna go for the long play. There is a chance to still make some noise here.
You'll find Shiro standing on the ramp, prime for the taking.
Donk could very well be acing right now.
P9 though, tough duel for Max. Donk's got his 4th. Shiro closes with the 5th frag of the round. And it is a hard-fought battle up that catwalk because Mayern was cutting them down to size, but he gets caught out in the open on the corner by Donk, who really just rips that round right open.
It's not the best time to criticize Spirit right after they win and Donk gets all these kills, but they do highlight his individual level here, but there's a moment where they're fighting Cat where they have half an idea coming in, but it feels like all the structure absolutely breaks down as soon as there's a real opportunity to strike, and then they just start shoulder peeking and trying to take more raw gunfights. It gives a chance for the other team to use utility to win themselves back into the round, and it almost feels lucky that they just fragged their way out. Again, I mean, having a player like him can be the greatest gift and a curse if you oversimplify situations, but problem is when it works, you think, okay, we'll do that again. But you could really see where it, the CS almost just went out the window. It was just like, let's go for fights now.
Clean headbutt on the smoke. Flash is here for Max. He's going to send those out. Hope these USPs find targets, but Donk's got the crosshair in the right position. Eats the follow-up. Okay, still a little bit coming out for 9Z, but so little to work with. Max, brother, he's about to start licking that monitor, Mohan.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, he could bring it closer if he wanted a taste.
He likes to tease himself.
Yeah, I like Yakinder.
So starting to be enough of a T-side by Spirit. That's round 7 secured. A lot of it off the back of Donk at 14 kills. Surprise, surprise. But definitely awkward
Not so
moment.
worried about Spirit and maybe in this game where they have the skill level to kind of carry them through, but they go up against top teams in this form right now, like in Rotterdam. If they make playoffs here, it's games will be lost on their T sides. They're probably at the bottom of the barrel now in terms of what we can see. With their new IGL. Also, they have a pretty vocal team, right? Donk and Shiro have been known to give plenty of comms, but can also be good and bad. Again, if you do need to make sure there's not too many cooks in the kitchen sometimes.
Double up comes through, and you hear Magic's fire his. As far as CT utility, it falls down to just Max and Mayern hanging on to grenades. Guns out for the majority. Most constant problem that Spirit have had to face is Huaso peak over towards long. And sitting ahead of that CT smoke is this 2-player mid setup from 9Z. But they're passive, so they give space over. They let Spirit get ever closer to attacking off Catwalk. Mayern goes for the deep car position, wants a bit of cover, but loses his angle. And we've seen Spirit just throw bodies behind these smokes and stall out, but Mayern's gonna pop one open. Missed chance for Magix will be recovered.
It's a collat tag.
Nicely done, follows up. And then this active hold from Tanir is going to catch a fast-moving Huaso who wanted to go into the Magic's flank but not allowed. And what remains of 9Z in the final round of play is very separated at the moment. Mayern over towards the A site, Max on his own, and the trade frag comes out from Shiro. So difficult 1v3 to piece together here for Mayern. Team Spirit show a bit of weakness at times throughout this attack, but ultimately an 8-round T-side on Dust 2 solid. Mayern not operating with a kit. Very dire 1v3. He tries to bait out that door peek from behind him, and the moment he moves is when they make that flank happen. So 2 backstab moments here for Tanir, racking up some easy kills at the end of this one. As said, 8 rounds, Team Spirit.
This was me just 6 weeks ago before I started my training program. Commentating, stressed, depressed, but look at me now. Headshots. Another headshot. Headshot again. It really is that easy. I'm here to teach you competitive Counter-Strike on maps such as Dust 2, the Power Plant, and of course, Meringue. And that's not all. We'll also cover advanced maps such as Infernio, the Egypt one, and Aztec House. With the NRG system, you'll get your professional player certificate in no time. Have a look at mine. It's already arrived. Some say years of practice are required. They're wrong. I will teach you good habits, such as smoking, flashing, and of course, winning. For example, you throw the smoke, and now you wait. The enemy becomes confused. Come on, this is strategy. I've coached many players using this plan. Some of them improved, and some were already professionals. Now you don't need to memorize all of the smokes, of course, just the coolest ones, such as mid, the other mid, A room, and ban banana nana. This is a very strong flash. As you can see, it even blinded me. And this smoke will land somewhere near a bomb site. The enemy will not expect it, and will run away. And if the smoke misses, that's fine, because you are smarter than them. I personally don't use smokes. I simply know where the enemy is going to be. And if you do lose a round, remember, it's not your fault. The other team is cheating. Go to http://www.henrygspot.co.com. Sign up now.
Couple of rocky moments throughout the attack for Team Spirit, but ultimately a comfortable lead heading into the CT side, and where you want him, Donk, at the top of the scoreboard.
They got away with a lot in that half. I think that, again, I'm not sure if this scales up to playing against their more tough competition overall. The 4 rounds that NRG got, though, were wonderful in terms of the setups and every piece that you'd want. Wasapeak had an amazing time overall playing long by himself. But again, it's the individual shining through, and that is important that they can make it happen. So 4Ks from Donk, Magic's clutch. Magic up. And now CT side.
Three-player CT lean to the A site as Max keeps nades primed for middle. With this passive Spirit 2-player B setup, they're just going to stay kerneled. So numbers strong into the A commitment. Flashes over top. Nice one for Magix. He'll give his team a flash to work with themselves, but they go up momentarily to the 5 versus 3. That gets taken away.
Oh.
3 kills back from NRG off that flood from the catwalk, so retake demanded of the last 2 Spirit players.
You know, Donk's actually kind of excited about this. He's going to have the dualies. He's going to be able to run fast at this.
They don't have a kit to work with, but Donk's already found the headshot. On top of that, it's damage for the others, so he can just spam away, and, well, it's just the spam for the last one. Donk comes up catwalk in a 2v3 and just gets all 3 kills.
It's like you could just see it coming. I mean, exactly how it would pan out.
You said it perfectly.
It just fell apart like paper.
It was a good flurry for NRG to
It was a great side take.
Yep, it was really nice. And that was rebounding from what was very clean shots from Magix and Shiro, right? The jumping player gets popped by 1 bullet out of Magix. You still get to put your bomb down, which means you still get to come into this force buy with 3 Galils for NRG. But Spirit's starting to get dangerously close to victory tonight.
Double up in lower tunnels. They're coming down the stairs with the bomb as well.
MP7 dies. Donk picks up the slack.
How did he do that?
God, it's so good.
How did he do that? Second headshot. It's just magnificent, man. 20-8 now.
I mean, you can prepare for months. You can fine-tune all your strategies. You can...
Yeah, then Mike Tyson is there.
Yeah.
With a big right hand.
Yeah, Mike Tyson in a 5'2" body.
Yeah, in Mighty Mouse's body.
Just hits harder than ever. Donk comes out with the 4K.
Wow.
Sucks the life out of the room for NRG.
Every moment is pure gold. Second one, oh, so fast.
It's like the second kill wasn't even a speed bump on the transfer.
No.
One fluid moment, 3 players dead. Like, these are human beings that commit just as much time to this game.
Have some empathy,
as he does. They try all the same strats. The training regiments are all out there.
He probably outworks them, but, you know, I'm sure they work hard.
But is it even work to a guy like Donk?
I don't think so.
It's all pleasure.
He was born with a purpose, and I think he found it.
Must destroy Vitality. With time, my son. Counter-Strike really does look different when there's a superstar in the server.
Mm-hmm.
And tonight is one of those reminders.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, we're in the era of two grand superstars, Donk and ZywOo, but they're both going for greatest player ever. Fighting for it every day.
Pistols aren't going to get any distance off the catwalk, so this is going to be a quick and easy 11th round win for Spirit once Mayern's 13 health's taken down. And Donk even showing a bit of withheld momentum.
Just got to get his 1 KPR, you know?
Yep, and he's well beyond it still.
Tip in. Again, because the rotations are so fast, it's very difficult to like try to avoid somebody on Dust 2. So on T side, you can really dictate, and Donk can come up cat, get the entries, or on CT side, just rotate to wherever he needs to be in seconds.
Max trying to work his way up, but Shiro with the perfect time challenge. There was no trade potential on that one for Max either, so Shiro finding it when he does is perfection. Lets him lean back and await this long walkout, which they're very aware could be going down because they put nobody on it. Shiro trying to slide back into the site, does lose Magix next to him, but he hits that shot on Mayern at least, softening him up as he falls further and further back towards the corners of Cat. They're teasing him on long, but no commitment.
It's a real great smoke. It actually buys him some time, and oh, he turns that into a kill.
WASOPeak, it's a one and done. Mayern, missed opportunity. Huge round for Shiro as he tries to catch up towards Donk as this game gets wrapped up.
They're coming at this with the quickness. Not much left to prove in this game for Spirit.
Final round feeling more like a technicality than anything else. I did find it weird that this Cat player didn't shoot at this for a little while.
Yeah, he did have, it's because he smoked, he looked down, had a couple of baskets.
Double Mac 10, Scout, Galils, and Shiro peaks middle because they know they've got advantages to flex. We'll see how many kills Donk can finish on. 23 for the moment.
Well, to be fair to Spirit, 9Z's T-sides haven't been any more impressive.
Going back for more, Shiro. Waso's got something to say about it, trying to tap back into the potential he showed us on his CT side, and he will keep that ball rolling out middle. Nicely done here from WASOPeak. Be the difference you want to see. And he embodies it with this triple kill. Bomb starts to trail back through the tunnels. Oh!
What a shot here, and now he's on for 5. He knows about Zontix. He's got to know that the lean is over here. He half wants to hunt this down, but they've got the round in the bag off of this play.
It's a hard-earned extension of Dust 2 off WASOPeak.
That's such a moment. I mean, we have seen some great Waso moments, even outside this series. But again, had a very solid CT long performance. He was always by himself. Now by himself once again. 4 kills. Entire round to his name. They should just kind of try to hunt this, you know.
Yeah, I mean, once the bomb's closer to blowing up, let Waso go for the ace.
Oh.
Man of culture. It's not about the kills, it's about the win. So one step closer to that. But
man of accounting.
Not the first time NRG.CET have been faced with a near insurmountable comeback. Waso Peak stepping up to the challenge just when the game feels like it's about to end. He seizes the day because these kinds of opportunities do not come often. And so bask in it while you can. The headshot on the player top middle, my favorite part, 'cause it looked like he was just about to get caught off guard.
Oh, totally.
Readjustment for Magix. Yep.
Yelling at the TV. And Donk's laughing. Right now, it feels inevitable that this game ends in favor of Spirit. That's a huge moment, but again, the T side so far hasn't shown us what we've seen on the CT in the first half, even if they didn't get that many rounds there either. Shiro and Donk on back-to-back maps have just been 1A and 1B. It's crazy. Once upon a time, this is a T-sided map. Not anymore.
Catching the crossover. Good on them to pounce Shiro like that. Tanir chance to shine. Wants to give himself the most chance possible, but doesn't end up throwing the flash out. Wrong grenade, brother. Burning to a crisp. And over towards Long, Magix not able to stop this. Zontix takes a look back towards the tunnels. He'll lose his head to Luchov, and bomb still extends out into the A site. So NRG.CET still with some fight left in them.
Who took out Donk here? Guess he was in mid fighting over top of the smoke, or... Could have been Luchov.
Yeah, Luchov killed Donk outside of the B sites. Little pinch on both sides of the map there, and NRG.CET come out. Even their timing up catwalk, I think that kind of quick tempo. You catch it. Shiro trying to cross back over. Didn't want to have anything to do with that duel.
Oh, it was his lurk that he used twice.
So good timing, weaponized there for NRG.CET. It's going to put Spirit back into the pistol realm. And no cross spotted.
Yeah, no cross at all. I mean, they didn't throw anything. There's absolutely no reason to go A.
And yet, here we are.
Yeah, they saw absolutely nothing. Long gets smoked. And a late cross. They smoked their own door, so now anything could have happened.
Please don't lose to this one, NRG.CET.
I'm going to say surely not.
I'm right there with you.
A little bit too good for that. Donk only has a deagle. When's that ever been a threat?
Man, considering they had eyes on mid the whole round.
No, they didn't. They didn't though. They
Well,
smoked
once
their
it
own
got
doors.
smoked, I know, but the fact that they had it from the get-go and they didn't really size up that B site. Now they're starting to walk into the stack and they've gone down to the Tanir P250.
Another headshot.
There are looming threats inside this A site and low health for Luchov.
Nice shot, Waso Peak.
He'll be the guy to save this if it's up to him. Shiro waiting to climb up these boxes and make it very awkward. Waso's gonna check Goose, but down he goes. Shiro strikes down the double of all the rounds. Now they've got a gun in Shiro's hands. DGT's gonna be forced to sprint this, and he gets blindsided by Shiro, who just bought the perfect amount of time. Surely not, they said. And yet you tiptoe your way into the booby trap. after what could have been a 13-0 back on Overpass. Dust 2 bodes no better, and ultimately Spirit win it on a pistol round.
Yeah, Spirit fashion, they have to do it with a little bit of style, don't they? But a 2-0, I think, is extremely needed for them in terms of confidence moving forward here in Blast Open. They had that disappointing series yesterday against Parivision, so now to come in, win it pretty cleanly and pretty convincingly, I'd say here, really doubles down on what they needed.
Yeah, like a really good win from Spirit here. I think like Spirit really showcased that they can play way better than they did yesterday. Sure, it was probably also a less good team, but I think that Spirit showed today that they still have what it takes to at least play well. But in the end, it doesn't really matter. They also got to make it count when it matters against the best teams in the world.
It's of course nice to see Donk playing in this kind of forum, but also the supporting cast to come along too, because that was the missing element for them in their last match, in their loss, where